Welcome to a modern retelling of Oliver Twist, brought to you by Bookwave Studios. We've refreshed the language to feel natural and current, while carefully preserving the heart of Charles Dickens' original masterpiece. We hope you enjoyed this modern take on Oliver Twist, Chapter 1. Oliver Twist is born under less than ideal circumstances. In a certain town, which I won't name for several good reasons, stood a workhouse. It was there, on a date I won't bother mentioning, that Oliver Twist came into the world. For a long time after the parish doctor delivered him into this world of trouble and sorrow, no one was sure if the baby would live long enough to need a name. Had he died, these pages would likely never have been written, or if they had, they would have been remarkably short, perhaps the most concise biography ever published. While being born in a workhouse isn't exactly a stroke of good fortune, in Oliver's case, it was probably the best thing that could have happened. You see, he had trouble breathing at first, a rather essential habit that most of us take for granted. For several minutes he lay gasping on a thin mattress, teetering between this world and the next, with the odds leaning heavily toward the latter. If he'd been surrounded by doting grandmothers, anxious aunts, experienced nurses, and wise doctors, they would have almost certainly killed him with their attention. But there was only a half-drunk pauper woman and a contract doctor present, so Oliver and nature had to sort it out between themselves. After a few weak struggles, Oliver started breathing, sneezed, and announced his arrival to the workhouse with a cry that was remarkably loud for a newborn who'd only had a voice for about 3 minutes. As Oliver gave this first proof his lungs were working properly, the thin blanket over the iron bed rustled. A young woman weakly raised her pale face from the pillow and whispered, "Let me see the child." And die. The doctor had been warming his hands by the fire. As the woman spoke, he walked to the bedside and said, with more kindness than you might expect, "You mustn't talk about dying yet." "Bless her dear heart," interrupted the nurse, quickly tucking a green glass bottle into her pocket after taking a satisfying swig. "When she's lived as long as I have, sir, and had 13 children of her own, all dead except 2 and them in the workhouse with me, she'll know better than to carry on like that. Think what it means to be a mother, you dear young lamb." This perspective on motherhood failed to cheer the patient. She shook her head and reached for the child. The doctor placed the baby in her arms. She pressed her cold, white lips to his forehead, ran her hands over her face, looked around wildly, shuddered, and fell back. Dead. They rubbed her chest, hands, and temples, but her blood had stopped flowing forever. They spoke of hope and comfort. They had been strangers too long for such words to mean anything. "It's all over, Mrs. Thingummy," said the doctor finally. "Poor dear, so it is," replied the nurse, picking up the cork from the green bottle, which had fallen onto the pillow as she bent to take the baby. "Poor dear. You needn't send for me if the child cries," said the doctor, pulling on his gloves with deliberate slowness. "He'll probably be troublesome. Give him some gruel if he is." As he put on his hat and paused by the bedside on his way to the door, he added, "She was a good-looking girl, too. Where did she come from?" "She was brought here last night," replied the old woman, "found lying in the street by the overseer. She had walked a long way, judging by her shoes, which were worn to pieces. Where she came from or where she was going, nobody knows." The doctor leaned over the body and raised her left hand. "The old story," he said, shaking his head. "No wedding ring, I see. Well, good night." He left to have his dinner, and the nurse, having taken another sip from the green bottle, sat down in a low chair by the fire to dress the baby. What a perfect example of how clothes make the man little Oliver Twist was. Wrapped only in the blanket that had been his only covering until now, he could have been the child of a nobleman or a beggar, but once he was bundled up in the old, yellowed cotton wraps that had clothed many workhouse babies before him, he was labeled and classified immediately: a parish child, a workhouse orphan, a hungry little nobody, destined to be kicked and pushed through life, despised by all and pitied by none. Oliver cried loudly. If he had known he was an orphan left to the tender mercies of parish officials, perhaps he would have cried even louder. Chapter 2. Oliver's Growth, Education, and Board. For the next 8 or 10 months, Oliver was the victim of a calculated system of fraud and deception. He was raised by hand, which in this case didn't mean with love and care. The parish authorities officially asked the workhouse if any woman there was in a position to provide food and care for Oliver. The workhouse authorities humbly replied there was not. So the parish authorities generously decided that Oliver should be farmed out, sent to a branch workhouse 3 miles away, where 20 or 30 other young offenders against the poor laws rolled around on the floor all day without the burden of too much food or clothing. They were supervised by an elderly woman who took in these little criminals for the price of 7.5 pence per small head per week. 7.5 pence per week isn't much for a child's maintenance, but it's enough to overfill a small stomach and cause discomfort. The elderly woman was wise and experienced. She knew what was good for children and what was good for herself. So she kept most of the weekly allowance for her own use and put the rising generation of the workhouse on an even shorter ration than was originally intended. She found a deeper depth below the lowest depth, proving herself a great experimental philosopher. Everyone knows the story of another experimental philosopher who had a great theory that a horse could live without eating. He demonstrated this so well that he got his horse down to a single straw a day and would have made it live on nothing at all if the animal hadn't died 24 hours before reaching that perfect goal. Unfortunately for this woman caretaker's experimental philosophy, a similar result usually attended her system. Just when a child had managed to exist on the smallest possible amount of the weakest possible food, in 8.5 cases out of 10, the child would either get sick from cold and hunger, fall into the fire from neglect, or accidentally choke to death. In any of these cases, the miserable little creature would be called to another world, where it would join the parents it had never known in this one. Occasionally, when there was an unusually interesting inquest on a parish child who had been accidentally smothered while in bed, or dropped into a tub of bath water, or neglected at washing time, these incidents were very rare. Since a washing was not frequent in the farm, anything that involved water was uncommon. The jury would sometimes ask troublesome questions, or the public would rebelliously sign a protest. But these impertinences were quickly stopped by evidence from the doctor and testimony from the beadle. The doctor always opened the body and found nothing inside, which was quite probable, and the beadle swore whatever the parish authorities wanted him to swear, a very self-sacrificing gesture on his part. Besides, the board made regular visits to the farm, always sending the beadle the day before to announce they were coming. When they arrived, the children were neat and clean. What more could anyone ask for? No one could expect this system of farming to produce any extraordinary crop. Oliver Twist's 9th birthday found him pale and thin, somewhat short in stature, and decidedly small around the waist. But nature or inheritance had planted a healthy spirit in his chest. Thanks to the spare diet at the farm, it had plenty of room to grow, and perhaps it was thanks to this diet that he had a 9th birthday at all. Be that as it may, it was his 9th birthday, and he was celebrating it in the coal cellar with 2 other young gentlemen. After they'd all received a sound beating, they had been locked up for the terrible crime of daring to be hungry. Suddenly, Mrs. Mann, the good lady who ran the place, was startled by the appearance of Mr. Bumble the beadle, who was trying to open the garden gate. "Good heavens! Is that you, Mr. Bumble?" cried Mrs. Mann, sticking her head out the window with well-rehearsed joy. "Susan, bring those 3 brats upstairs and wash them right now." "My heart alive, Mr. Bumble, how glad I am to see you." Now Mr. Bumble was fat and short-tempered. Instead of responding to this warm greeting with similar goodwill, he gave the small gate a violent shake, and then delivered a kick that could only have come from a beetle's leg. "Oh!" said Mrs. Mann, rushing out, as the 3 boys had been removed by this time. "I completely forgot that the gate was locked on the inside because of those dear children." "Walk in, sir. Please walk in, Mr. Bumble." Although this invitation was accompanied by a curtsy that might have softened the heart of a churchwarden, it did nothing to improve the beetle's mood. "Do you think this is respectful or proper behavior, Mrs. Mann?" asked Mr. Bumble, gripping his cane. "Keeping parish officers waiting at your garden gate when they come on parish business with parish orphans? Are you aware, Mrs. Mann, that you are, as I might say, a representative of the parish and paid by the parish?" "I'm sure, Mr. Bumble. I was just telling 1 or 2 of the dear children who are so fond of you that you were coming," Mrs. Mann replied with great humility. Mr. Bumble had a high opinion of his oratorical powers and his importance. He had demonstrated one and defended the other. He relaxed a bit. "Well, well, Mrs. Mann," he replied more calmly. "Perhaps it was as you say. Lead the way inside, Mrs. Mann, for I've come on business and have something to say." Mrs. Mann led the beetle into a small parlor with a brick floor, placed a seat for him, and helpfully set his hat and cane on the table. Mr. Bumble wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced approvingly at his hat, and smiled. Yes, he smiled. Even beetles are only human." And Mr. Bumble smiled. "Now don't be offended by what I'm going to say," Mrs. Man began with captivating sweetness. "You've had a long walk, or I wouldn't mention it. Would you like a little drop of something, Mr. Bumble?" "Not a drop, not a drop," said Mr. Bumble, waving his right hand in a dignified but calm manner. "I think you will," said Mrs. Man, who had noticed the tone of his refusal. "Just a little drop, with some cold water and a lump of sugar." Mr. Bumble coughed. "Just a little drop," Mrs. Man urged. "What is it?" asked the beetle. "Well, it's what I keep in the house to put in the infants' medicine when they're sick," replied Mrs. Man, opening a corner cupboard and taking out a bottle and glass. "It's gin. I won't lie to you, Mr. Bumble. It's gin." "Do you give the children Daffy, Mrs. Man?" asked Bumble, watching her mix the drink. "Bless their hearts, I do," said the nurse. "I couldn't bear to see them suffer in front of me, you know." "No," said Mr. Bumble approvingly. "You couldn't. You are a humane woman, Mrs. Man." She set down the glass. "I'll take the first opportunity to mention it to the board, Mrs. Man." He drew it toward himself. "You feel like a mother, Mrs. Man." He stirred the gin and water. I drink your health with pleasure, Mrs. Man." And he drank half the drink. "Now, to business," said the beetle, taking out a leather notebook. "The child named Oliver Twist, who was half baptized by that name, is 9 years old today." "Bless him," interrupted Mrs. Man, rubbing the corner of her apron in her eye. "And despite a reward of £10, later increased to £20, despite extraordinary efforts by the parish," said Bumble, "we've never been able to discover who his father was, or what his mother's background, name, or status was." Mrs. Man raised her hands in astonishment, but then asked, after a moment's reflection, "How does he have any name at all, then?" The beetle drew himself up proudly and said, "I invented it." "You, Mr. Bumble?" "Yes, Mrs. Man, we name our orphans in alphabetical order. The last one was S. Swubble, I named him. This one was T. Twist, I named him. The next will be Unwin, and the one after that, Vilkins. I have names ready all the way through the alphabet, and all the way through again, when we reach Z." "Well, you're quite the literary character, sir," said Mrs. Man. "Well, well," said the beetle, clearly pleased with the compliment. Maybe I am, Mrs. Man." He finished his gin and water and added, "Oliver is now too old to stay here, so the board has decided to bring him back to the workhouse. I've come to take him there myself, so bring him to me right away." "I'll get him immediately," said Mrs. Man, leaving the room for that purpose. Oliver, having had the outer layer of dirt that coated his face and hands removed, as much as could be scrubbed off in one washing, was led into the room by his protective guardian. "Bow to the gentleman, Oliver," said Mrs. Man. Oliver made a bow, dividing it between the beetle sitting in the chair and the hat on the table. "Will you come with me, Oliver?" asked Mr. Bumble in an important voice. Oliver was about to say he'd go with anyone when he caught sight of Mrs. Man, who had positioned herself behind the beetle's chair and was shaking her fist at him furiously. He got the message at once. That fist had been impressed upon his body too often for him not to understand its meaning. "Will she go with me?" asked poor Oliver. "No, she can't," replied Mr. Bumble, "but she'll come visit you sometimes." This wasn't much comfort to the child, but young as he was, he had enough sense to pretend to be very sad about leaving. It wasn't hard for him to cry. Hunger and recent mistreatment are great aids when you want to cry. Oliver cried quite convincingly. Mrs. Man gave him 1,000 hugs and, what he needed much more, a piece of bread and butter in case he seemed too hungry when he reached the workhouse. With the slice of bread in his hand and the little brown cloth workhouse cap on his head, Oliver was led away by Mr. Bumble from the wretched home where no kind words or looks had ever brightened his miserable childhood, and yet he burst into tears as the gate closed behind him. As wretched as his fellow suffering children were, they were the only friends he had ever known, and a sense of his loneliness in the great wide world sank into the child's heart for the first time. Mr. Bumble walked on with long strides, and little Oliver, clutching the gold-laced cuff of the beetle's coat, trotted alongside him, asking at the end of every quarter mile whether they were nearly there. Mr. Bumble answered these questions with short, snappy replies, as the temporary good humor brought on by the gin and water had already evaporated. Oliver hadn't been inside the workhouse walls for 15 minutes, and had barely finished a second slice of bread when Mr. Bumble, who had handed him over to the care of an old woman, returned. He told Oliver it was a board night, and the board had said he was to appear before them immediately. Not having a very clear idea of what a live board was, Oliver was startled by this information and wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. He had no time to think about it further, because Mr. Bumble tapped his head with his cane to wake him up, gave him another tap on the back to make him alert, and ordered him to follow. They went into a large whitewashed room, where 8 or 10 fat gentlemen were sitting round a table. At the head of the table, seated in an armchair slightly higher than the rest, was an especially fat gentleman with a very round red face. "Bow to the board," said Bumble. Oliver wiped away a few tears lingering in his eyes, and, seeing no board except the table, fortunately bowed to that. "What's your name, boy?" asked the gentleman in the high chair. Oliver was frightened at the sight of so many gentlemen, which made him tremble. The beadle gave him another tap behind, which made him cry. These two factors caused him to answer in a very soft, hesitant voice, prompting a gentleman in a white waistcoat to say he was a fool. That was certainly an excellent way to boost his confidence and put him at ease. "Boy," said the gentleman in the high chair, "listen to me. You know you're an orphan, I suppose." "What's that, sir?" asked poor Oliver. "The boy is a fool, just as I thought," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "Hush," said the gentleman who had spoken first. "You know you don't have a father or mother, and that you were raised by the parish, don't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Oliver, crying bitterly. "Why are you crying?" asked the gentleman in the white waistcoat. It was rather strange. "What could the boy be crying for?" "I hope you say your prayers every night," said another gentleman in a gruff voice, "and pray for the people who feed you and take care of you, like a Christian." "Yes, sir," stammered Oliver. The gentleman who spoke last was unconsciously right. It would have been very Christian-like indeed for Oliver to pray for the people who fed and took care of him. But he didn't, because no one had taught him how. "Well, you've come here to be educated and taught a useful trade," said the red-faced gentleman in the high chair. "So you'll begin picking oakum tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, added the surly one in the white waistcoat. For this delightful combination of education and work, Oliver bowed low under the direction of the beadle, and was then quickly taken away to a large ward. There, on a rough, hard bed, he cried himself to sleep. What a perfect illustration of England's compassionate laws! They let paupers sleep! Poor Oliver! As he lay sleeping peacefully, unaware of everything around him, the board had reached a decision that would greatly influence his future fortunes. But what was it? The board members were very wise, deep, philosophical men. As soon as they turned their attention to the workhouse, they discovered what ordinary people would never have seen, that the poor people actually liked it there. It was like a free public entertainment center for the poorer classes, a place where all meals were provided year-round, a brick-and-mortar paradise where it was all play and no work. "Oh ho," said the board, looking very knowing. "We'll fix this right away." So they established a rule that all poor people would have a choice. They could either starve slowly inside the workhouse or quickly outside of it. They contracted with the waterworks for an unlimited supply of water, and with a grain mill for small amounts of oatmeal, and served 3 meals of thin gruel a day, with an onion twice a week and half a roll on Sundays. They made many other wise and humane rules about women, kindly took the trouble to separate married couples, which was much less expensive than a divorce, and instead of forcing a man to support his family as before, they took his family away from him and made him a bachelor. There's no telling how many people might have applied for relief of these last two kinds if the workhouse hadn't been part of the deal. But the board members were far-sighted men and had prepared for this difficulty. The relief was inseparable from the workhouse and the gruel, and that scared people away. For the first 6 months after Oliver Twist arrived, this system was in full operation. It was a bit expensive at first, due to the increase in the undertaker's bill and the need to take in all the paupers' clothes, which hung loose on their emaciated bodies after a week or two of gruel. But the number of workhouse residents grew thin, just like the paupers, and the board was ecstatic. The dining room where the boys were fed was a large stone hall, with a copper pot at one end. From this, the master, dressed in an apron and assisted by 1 or 2 women, ladled gruel at meal times. Each boy got 1 portion in a small bowl and no more, except on special occasions, when he received 2 ounces and a quarter of bread as well. The bowls never needed washing. The boys polished them with their spoons until they shone. When they finished this task, which never took long, since the spoons were almost as large as the bowls, they would stare at the copper pot with such hungry eyes, as if they could devour even the bricks it was made of. Meanwhile, they licked their fingers diligently, hoping to catch any stray drops of gruel that might have splashed on them. Boys typically have excellent appetites. Oliver Twist and his companions suffered the torture of slow starvation for 3 months. Finally, they grew so desperately hungry that one boy, who was tall for his age and wasn't used to such deprivation, his father had run a small cook shop, hinted darkly to his friends that unless he got another bowl of gruel each day, he might eat the small, weak boy who slept next to him. He had a wild, hungry look in his eyes, and they completely believed him. A council was held. Lots were drawn to see who would approach the master after supper that evening and ask for more. The task fell to Oliver Twist. Evening came. The boys took their places at the table. The master, in his cook's uniform, stood by the pot with his pauper assistants behind him. The gruel was served, and a long prayer was said over the small meal. The gruel disappeared, and the boys whispered and winked at Oliver. His neighbors nudged him. Although only a child, he was desperate with hunger and reckless with misery. He rose from the table, bowl and spoon in hand, and approached the master. Somewhat alarmed by his own boldness, he said, "Please, sir, I want some more." The master was a fat, healthy man, but he turned very pale. He stared at the small rebel in stunned amazement for several seconds, then grabbed the counter for support. The assistants were frozen with shock. The boys were terrified. "What?" said the master at last in a faint voice. "Please, sir," replied Oliver, "I want some more." The master swung the ladle at Oliver's head, grabbed him in a vice-like grip, and shouted for the beetle. The board was in a solemn meeting when Mr. Bumble rushed into the room in great excitement, and addressing the gentleman in the high chair said, "Mr. Limbkins, I beg your pardon, sir. Oliver Twist has asked for more." There was a general gasp. Horror showed on every face. "More?" said Mr. Limbkins. "Compose yourself, Bumble, and tell me clearly. Do I understand that he asked for more after eating the supper provided by the dietary guidelines?" "He did, sir," replied Bumble. "That boy will be hanged," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "I know that boy will be hanged." No one disagreed with the prophetic gentleman. A heated discussion took place. Oliver was immediately confined, and the next morning a notice was posted on the outside gate, offering a reward of £5 to anyone who would take Oliver Twist off the parish's hands. In other words, £5 and Oliver Twist were offered to any man or woman who needed an apprentice for any trade, business, or profession. "I've never been more convinced of anything in my life," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat as he knocked at the gate and read the sign the next morning, "than I am that that boy will come to be hanged." As I intend to show in due course whether the white waistcoated gentleman was right or not, I would perhaps spoil the interest of this narrative, assuming it has any, if I hinted now about whether Oliver Twist's life had such a violent end. Chapter 3. Oliver nearly gets a position that would not have been a sinecure. For a week after committing the blasphemous and unthinkable offense of asking for more, Oliver remained a prisoner in the dark, solitary room where the wisdom and mercy of the board had confined him. It seems reasonable to think that if he had any respect for the prophecy of the gentleman in the white waistcoat, he might have proven that sage right once and for all by hanging himself from a hook on the wall with his pocket handkerchief. But this was impossible for one major reason. Pocket handkerchiefs, being considered luxury items, had been permanently banned from the noses of paupers by official order of the board. There was an even bigger obstacle in Oliver's youth and innocence. He simply cried bitterly all day, and when the long, dismal night came, he would cover his eyes with his small hands to block out the darkness. Crouching in the corner, he would try to sleep, waking with a start from time to time and pressing himself closer to the wall, as if even its cold, hard surface offered some protection in the darkness and loneliness surrounding him. Critics of the system shouldn't think that during his solitary confinement, Oliver was denied exercise, pleasant company, or the comforts of religion. As for exercise, the weather was cold, and he was allowed to wash himself every morning under the pump in a stone yard, while Mr. Bumble supervised with a cane to prevent him from catching cold. For company, he was brought every other day into the hall where the boys ate, and there publicly flogged as a warning and example. And far from being denied religious comfort, he was kicked into the same hall every evening for prayers, where he could listen to a general supplication from the boys, with a special clause inserted by the board's authority asking that they be made good, virtuous, content, and obedient, and saved from the sins and vices of Oliver Twist, who the prayer specifically described as being under the exclusive influence of the devil himself. One morning, while Oliver's situation was at its worst, Mr. Gamfield, a chimney sweep, was walking down the high street, deep in thought about how to pay his overdue rent, which his landlord was demanding. Mr. Gamfield's best calculations couldn't bring him within 5 pounds of the amount needed. In a fit of mathematical desperation, he was alternately hitting his donkey and his own head when, passing the workhouse, his eyes fell on the notice on the gate. "Whoa," said Mr. Gamfield to the donkey. The donkey was lost in thought, probably wondering whether he'd get any cabbage stalks after hauling the 2 sacks of soot to their destination, so he ignored the command and kept walking. Mr. Gamfield cursed at the donkey, focusing particularly on its eyes, then ran after it and hit it on the head, with enough force to have crushed any skull except the donkey's. He then grabbed the bridle, yanked the jaw as a gentle reminder that the animal wasn't its own master, and by these means turned it around. After hitting it once more on the head to stun it until he returned, he approached the gate to read the notice. The gentleman in the white waistcoat was standing at the gate with his hands behind his back, having just delivered some profound thoughts in the boardroom. He had witnessed the small dispute between Mr. Gamfield and the donkey, and he smiled as Gamfield approached to read the notice, for he immediately saw that Mr. Gamfield was exactly the type of master Oliver Twist needed. Mr. Gamfield smiled too as he read the document, as 5 pounds was precisely the sum he'd been wishing for. As for the boy mentioned in the offer, Mr. Gamfield, knowing the workhouse diet, was certain he'd be a small, thin specimen, just right for climbing through narrow chimney flues. He read the sign again from beginning to end, then touched his fur cap respectfully and approached the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "This here boy, sir, that the parish wants to apprentice?" said Mr. Gamfield. "Yes, my man," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat, with a condescending smile. "What about him?" "If the parish would like him to learn a respectable trade in a good chimney-sweeping business," said Mr. Gamfield, "I need an apprentice, and I'm ready to take him." "Walk in," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. Mr. Gamfield paused to give the donkey another blow on the head and another pull of the jaw as a caution not to wander off, then followed the gentleman into the room where Oliver had first seen him. "It's a nasty trade," said Mr. Limkins, when Gamfield had again stated his wish. "Young boys have been smothered in chimneys before now," said another gentleman. "That's because they dampen the straw before lighting it in the chimney to make them come down," said Gamfield. "That makes smoke with no flame. Smoke can't make a boy come down. It just puts him to sleep, which is what he wants. Boys are very stubborn and lazy, and a good hot flame is needed to make them hurry down. It's also humane, because even if they get stuck in the chimney, burning their feet makes them struggle to free themselves." The gentleman in the white waistcoat seemed very amused by this explanation, but a look from Mr. Limkins cut his enjoyment short. The board then talked among themselves in whispers so low that only phrases like saving expenses, looking good in the reports, and publishing the results could be heard. And these were only audible because they were repeated, often with great emphasis. Finally, the whispering stopped, and the board members returned to their seats and their solemn demeanor. Mr. Limkins said, "We've considered your proposal, and we don't approve of it." "Not at all," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "Definitely not," added the other members. As Mr. Gamfield had a slight reputation for having already beaten 3 or 4 boys to death, it occurred to him that the board might, for some odd reason, be letting this influence their decision. This was unlike their usual way of doing business, but since he didn't particularly want to revive the rumor, he just twisted his cap in his hands and slowly stepped away from the table. "So you won't let me have him, gentlemen?" said Mr. Gamfield, pausing near the door. "No," replied Mr. Limkins. "Since it's a harsh business, we think you should take less than the offered amount." Mr. Gamfield's face brightened as he quickly returned to the table and said, "How much will you give, gentlemen? Come on, don't be too hard on a poor man. What will you give?" "I'd say 3 pounds 10 is plenty," said Mr. Limkins. 10 shillings too much," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "Come," said Gamfield, "make it 4 pounds, and you've got rid of him for good. There." 3 pounds 10, repeated Mr. Limkins firmly. "Come on, I'll meet you halfway," urged Gamfield. 3 pounds 15. "Not a penny more," was Mr. Limkins' firm reply. "You're really hard on me, gentlemen," said Gamfield, hesitating. "Nonsense," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "He'd be a bargain even if we gave him away. Take him, you fool. He's exactly the boy you need. He needs the occasional smack. It'll do him good, and his upkeep won't cost much. He hasn't been overfed since birth." "Ha, ha!" Mr. Gamfield gave a clever look around the table, and noticing that all the gentlemen were smiling, gradually broke into a smile himself. The deal was made, and Mr. Bumble was instructed to bring Oliver Twist before the magistrate that very afternoon for signature and approval of his apprenticeship papers. In accordance with this decision, little Oliver, to his complete astonishment, was released from captivity and ordered to put on a clean shirt. He had barely completed this unusual gymnastic performance when Mr. Bumble brought him a bowl of gruel and the holiday allowance of 2 ounces and a quarter of bread. At this terrifying sight, Oliver began to cry pitifully, naturally assuming that the board must have decided to kill him for some useful purpose, or they never would have begun fattening him up like this. "Don't make your eyes red, Oliver, but eat your food and be thankful," said Mr. Bumble in an impressively pompous tone. "You're going to be apprenticed, Oliver." "Apprenticed, sir?" asked the child, trembling. "Yes, Oliver," said Mr. Bumble. "The kind and blessed gentlemen who have been like parents to you, Oliver, are going to apprentice you, set you up in life, and make you a man. Even though it cost the parish £3.10. £3.10, Oliver. 70 shillings, 146 pences, all for a naughty orphan whom nobody can love." As Mr. Bumble paused for breath after delivering this address in a terrible voice, the tears rolled down the poor child's face, and he sobbed bitterly. "Come," said Mr. Bumble, somewhat less pompously, for it pleased him to see the effect his eloquence had produced. "Come, Oliver, wipe your eyes with your sleeve, and don't cry into your gruel. That's very foolish." It certainly was foolish, as there was enough water in it already. On their way to the magistrate, Mr. Bumble instructed Oliver that all he needed to do was look happy, and, when asked if he wanted to be apprenticed, say yes. Oliver promised to follow these directions, especially since Mr. Bumble hinted that if he failed in either respect, there was no telling what would be done to him. When they arrived at the office, he was shut in a small room by himself, with Mr. Bumble's warning to stay there until he returned. Oliver remained there with a pounding heart for half an hour, at the end of which time Mr. Bumble stuck his head in, without his hat, and said, "Now, Oliver, my dear, come to the gentleman." As he said this, he gave Oliver a threatening look and whispered, "Remember what I told you, you young rascal." Oliver stared innocently at Mr. Bumble's unusual manner of address, but the beadle prevented him from saying anything by immediately leading him into an adjoining room with an open door. It was a large room with a big window. Behind a desk sat 2 old gentlemen with powdered hair, one reading a newspaper, the other examining a small piece of parchment through a pair of tortoiseshell glasses. Mr. Limkins stood in front of the desk on one side, and Mr. Gamfield, with a partially washed face, on the other, while 2 or 3 burly-looking men in boots lounged around. The old gentleman with the glasses gradually dozed off over the parchment, and there was a brief silence after Oliver had been positioned by Mr. Bumble in front of the desk. "This is the boy, your worship," said Mr. Bumble. The old gentleman reading the newspaper looked up for a moment and pulled the other old gentleman's sleeve, at which the latter woke up. "Oh, this is the boy?" said the old gentleman. "Yes, sir," replied Mr. Bumble. "Bow to the magistrate, my dear." Oliver roused himself and made his best bow. He had been wondering, with his eyes fixed on the magistrate's powdered wigs, whether all judges were born with that white stuff on their heads, and if that was why they were called judges. "Well," said the old gentleman, "I suppose he likes chimney sweeping?" "He's absolutely crazy about it, your worship," replied Bumble, giving Oliver a secret pinch to suggest he'd better not say otherwise. "And he wants to be a chimney sweep, does he?" asked the old gentleman. "If we were to apprentice him to any other trade tomorrow, he'd run away immediately, your worship," replied Bumble. "And this man is to be his master. You, sir, you'll treat him well, feed him, and take care of all that sort of thing, will you?" said the old gentleman. "When I say I will, I mean I will," replied Mr. Gamfield gruffly. "You speak roughly, my friend, but you look like an honest, straightforward man," said the old gentleman, turning his glasses in the direction of the candidate for Oliver's premium. Gamfield's villainous countenance might have been a regular receipt for cruelty, but the magistrate was half blind and half childish, so he couldn't reasonably be expected to see what other people saw. "I hope I am, sir," said Mr. Gamfield with an ugly leer. "I have no doubt you are, my friend," replied the old gentleman, fixing his spectacles more firmly on his nose and looking around for the inkstand. This was the critical moment of Oliver's fate. If the inkstand had been where the old gentleman thought it was, he would have dipped his pen into it and signed the indentures, and Oliver would have been carried off. But as it happened to be directly under his nose, he looked all over his desk for it without finding it. During his search, he happened to look straight ahead, and his gaze met the pale and terrified face of Oliver Twist. Despite all the admonitory looks and pinches from Bumble, the boy was staring at the repulsive face of his future master with a mixture of horror and fear too obvious to be misinterpreted, even by a half-blind magistrate. The old gentleman stopped, put down his pen and looked from Oliver to Mr. Limbkins, who was trying to look cheerfully unconcerned. "My boy," said the old gentleman, leaning forward over the desk, "you look pale and frightened. What's the matter?" "Stand a bit away from him, Beadle," said the other magistrate, laying aside the paper and leaning forward with renewed interest. "Now, boy, tell us what's wrong. Don't be afraid." Oliver fell on his knees and, clasping his hands together, begged them to send him back to the dark room, to starve, to beat him, to kill him if they pleased, rather than send him away with that dreadful man. "Well," said Mr. Bumble, raising his hands and eyes with most impressive solemnity. "Well, of all the artful, crafty orphans I've ever seen, Oliver, you are the most barefaced." "Hold your tongue, Beadle," said the second old gentleman, when Mr. Bumble had expressed this compound adjective. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Bumble, not believing he'd heard correctly. "Did you speak to me?" "Yes, hold your tongue." Mr. Bumble was dumbfounded. A beadle ordered to hold his tongue. A moral revolution. The old gentleman in the tortoiseshell spectacles looked at his companion, who nodded significantly. "We refuse to approve these indentures," said the old gentleman, tossing the parchment aside. "I hope," stammered Mr. Limbkins, "that the magistrates won't form the opinion that the authorities have behaved improperly based solely on the unsupported testimony of a child." "The magistrates aren't required to express any opinion on the matter," said the second old gentleman sharply. "Take the boy back to the workhouse and treat him well. He seems to need it." That very evening the gentleman in the white waistcoat most positively and decidedly affirmed, not only that Oliver would be hanged, but that he would be drawn and quartered as well. Mr. Bumble shook his head mysteriously, and said he hoped Oliver would turn out well, to which Mr. Gamfield replied that he hoped Oliver would come to him, which, although he generally agreed with the beadle, seemed to be a wish of an entirely opposite nature. The next morning, the public was again informed that Oliver Twist was available for apprenticeship, and that £5 would be paid to anyone who took him. Chapter 4. Oliver, being offered another position, makes his first entry into public life. In wealthy families, when a young man can't get a suitable position through inheritance, succession, or expectation, it's common practice to send him to sea. Following this wise and helpful example, the board took counsel on sending Oliver Twist to a small trading vessel bound for some unhealthy port. The idea seemed perfect. The ship's captain would likely flog him to death in a playful mood after dinner, or knock his brains out with an iron bar, both being favorite amusements among gentlemen of that class. The more the board considered this option, the more advantages they saw in it. So they concluded that the only way to effectively provide for Oliver was to send him to sea without delay. Mr. Bumble had been dispatched to make preliminary inquiries for a cabin boy without any friends, and he was returning to the workhouse to report on his mission when he encountered Mr. Sowerberry, the parish undertaker, at the gate. Mr. Sowerberry was a tall, gaunt, large-jointed man dressed in threadbare black clothes, with darned cotton stockings of the same color and shoes to match. Nature hadn't designed his features for smiling, but he was generally somewhat humorous in a professional way. His step was bouncy, and his face suggested inner amusement as he approached Mr. Bumble and shook his hand warmly. "I've taken the measurements of the 2 women who died last night, Mr. Bumble," said the undertaker. "You'll make your fortune, Mr. Sowerberry," said the beadle, as he thrust his thumb and forefinger into a snuff-box, shaped like a miniature coffin, that the undertaker offered him. "I say you'll make your fortune, Mr. Sowerberry," the beadle repeated, tapping the undertaker on the shoulder with his cane. "You think so?" said the undertaker in a tone that half admitted and half disputed the possibility. "The prices the board allows are very small, Mr. Bumble." "So are the coffins," replied the beadle, with something close to a laugh for such an important official. Mr. Sowerberry found this quite amusing and laughed for a long time. "Well, well, Mr. Bumble," he said finally. "There's no denying that since the new dietary system came in, the coffins are a bit narrower and shallower than before. But we must make a profit, Mr. Bumble. Good quality timber is expensive, sir, and the iron handles all come by canal from Birmingham." "Well, well," said Mr. Bumble, "every trade has its drawbacks. A fair profit is, of course, allowed." Of course," replied the undertaker. "If I don't make a profit on one item, I make it up on another. That's business. Ha ha ha." "Exactly," said Mr. Bumble. "Though I must say," continued the undertaker, resuming the thread of conversation the beadle had interrupted, "I have one major disadvantage. The fattest people die the soonest." People who've been better off and have paid rates for many years are the first to die when they come to the workhouse. And let me tell you, Mr. Bumble, 3 or 4 inches more than your calculations makes a big hole in your profits, especially when you have a family to provide for." As Mr. Sowerberry said this with the righteous indignation of a mistreated man, and as Mr. Bumble felt it might reflect poorly on the parish, the latter gentleman thought it advisable to change the subject. Since Oliver Twist was uppermost in his mind, he made him the topic of conversation. "By the way," said Mr. Bumble, "do you know anyone who needs a boy? A parish apprentice who is currently a burden, a millstone around the parish's neck, so to speak." "Liberal terms, Mr. Sowerberry, liberal terms." As Mr. Bumble spoke, he tapped the sign above him and gave 3 distinct raps on the words £5, which were printed in large Roman capitals. "Goodness," said the undertaker, taking Mr. Bumble by the gilt-edged lapel of his official coat. "That's just what I wanted to talk to you about. You know, what a beautiful button this is, Mr. Bumble. I've never noticed it before." "Yes, I think it's rather handsome," said the beadle, proudly glancing down at the large brass buttons adorning his coat. "The design is the same as the parish seal, the Good Samaritan healing the sick and injured man. The board presented it to me on New Year's morning, Mr. Sowerberry. I wore it for the first time to attend the inquest on that destitute tradesman who died in a doorway at midnight." "I remember," said the undertaker. "The jury returned a verdict of death from exposure to the cold and lack of basic necessities, didn't they?" Mr. Bumble nodded. "And they added some language to the effect that if the relief officer had—" "Nonsense," interrupted the beadle. "If the board paid attention to all the foolish talk of ignorant jurors, they'd have too much to do." "Very true," said the undertaker. "Indeed, they would." "Juries," said Mr. Bumble, gripping his cane firmly, as was his habit when working up to anger. "Juries are uneducated, vulgar, base creatures." "So they are," said the undertaker. "They don't have an ounce of philosophy or political economy about them," said the beadle, snapping his fingers contemptuously. "None at all," agreed the undertaker. "I despise them," said the beadle, turning purple in the face. "So do I," replied the undertaker. "I wish we could keep a jury of independent-minded men locked in the workhouse for a week or 2, said the beadle. "The rules and regulations of the board would soon break their spirit." "Let them be," replied the undertaker, approvingly smiling to calm the rising anger of the outraged parish official. Mr. Bumble removed his cocked hat, took a handkerchief from inside it, wiped the perspiration from his forehead that his rage had brought on, put the hat back on, and turning to the undertaker, said in a calmer voice, "Well, what about the boy?" "Oh," replied the undertaker, "you know, Mr. Bumble, I pay a lot toward the poor rates." Said Mr. Bumble. "So?" "Well," replied the undertaker, "I was thinking that since I pay so much toward them, I have a right to get as much out of them as I can, Mr. Bumble. So, I think I'll take the boy myself." Mr. Bumble grabbed the undertaker's arm and led him into the building. Mr. Sowerberry had a 5-minute private meeting with the board, and it was arranged that Oliver would go to him upon liking, a term which meant, in the case of a parish apprentice, that if the master found he could get enough work out of the boy without feeding him too much, he could keep him for a term of years to do whatever he wanted. When little Oliver was brought before the gentleman that evening, and told he was to go immediately as a general apprentice to an undertaker, and that if he complained about his situation or ever returned to the parish, he would be sent to sea to be drowned or have his head smashed, he showed so little emotion that they unanimously declared him a hardened young criminal, and Mr. Bumble was ordered to remove him immediately. Although it was natural for the board, of all people in the world, to be shocked by the slightest sign of lacking feeling, they were rather mistaken in this case. The simple fact was that Oliver, rather than having too little feeling, had too much. He was on the verge of being reduced to a state of brutal dullness and sullen insensitivity by the ill treatment he had already received. He heard the news of his destination in complete silence, and having been given his possessions to carry, which weren't difficult to carry, as they all fit into a small paper package about 1/2 foot square by 3 inches deep, he pulled his cap over his eyes, clutched onto Mr. Bumble's coat sleeve, and was led away to a new scene of suffering. For some time Mr. Bumble pulled Oliver along without notice or comment, as it was at a windy time of day, and the beetle's coat-tails, blowing open, concealed little Oliver completely. But as they neared their destination, Mr. Bumble thought it appropriate to look down, and see that the boy was presentable for his new master, which he did with a suitably patronizing air. "Oliver," said Mr. Bumble. "Yes, sir," replied Oliver in a low, trembling voice. "Take that cap off your eyes and hold your head up, sir." Although Oliver did as he was told immediately and brushed away his tears with the back of his hand, a tear remained in his eye when he looked up at his conductor. As Mr. Bumble stared sternly at him, the tear rolled down his cheek, followed by another, and another. The child made a strong effort to control his emotions, but it was unsuccessful. Pulling his other hand from Mr. Bumble's grip, he covered his face with both hands and cried until the tears poured between his bony fingers. "Well," exclaimed Mr. Bumble, stopping short and giving Oliver a look of intense dislike, "of all the ungrateful, worst-behaved boys I've ever seen, Oliver, you are the—" "No, no, sir," sobbed Oliver, clinging to the hand that held the well-known cane. "I'll be good indeed. I'm a very little boy, sir, and it's so what?" demanded Mr. Bumble, astonished. "So lonely, sir, so very lonely," cried the child. "Everyone hates me. Oh, sir, please don't be angry with me." The child beat his hand against his heart and looked up into his companion's face with tears of real suffering. Mr. Bumble stared at Oliver's pitiful, helpless look with some surprise for a few seconds, coughed 3 or 4 times in a husky manner, and after muttering something about "that troublesome cough," told Oliver to dry his eyes and be a good boy. Then, taking his hand again, he walked on in silence. The undertaker, who had just put up the shutters of his shop, was making some entries in his daybook by the light of a dismal candle when Mr. Bumble entered. "Ah," said the undertaker, looking up from the book and pausing mid-word. "Is that you, Bumble?" "No one else, Mr. Sowerberry," replied the beadle. "Here, I've brought the boy." Oliver bowed. "Oh, this is the boy, is it?" said the undertaker, raising the candle above his head to get a better look at Oliver. "Mrs. Sowerberry, could you come here a moment, dear?" Mrs. Sowerberry emerged from a small room behind the shop, revealing herself to be a short, thin, squashed-up woman with a sharp face. "My dear," said Mr. Sowerberry deferentially, "this is the boy from the workhouse I told you about." Oliver bowed again. "Dear me," said the undertaker's wife, "he's very small." "Well, he is rather small," replied Mr. Bumble, looking at Oliver as if it were his fault he wasn't bigger. "He is small. But he'll grow, Mrs. Sowerberry. He'll grow." "Yes, I suppose he will," replied the lady peevishly, "on our food and drink. I see no savings in parish children. They always cost more to keep than they're worth. But men always think they know best. Come downstairs, little bag of bones." With this, the undertaker's wife opened a side door and pushed Oliver down a steep flight of stairs into a stone cellar they called the kitchen, where a slovenly girl with run-down heels and blue worsted stockings was sitting. "Here, Charlotte," said Mrs. Sowerberry, who had followed Oliver down, "give this boy some of the cold scraps saved for Trip. He hasn't come home since morning, so he can do without them. I assume the boy isn't too particular to eat them. Are you, boy?" Oliver, whose eyes had lit up at the mention of food and who was trembling with eagerness to devour it, answered no. A plate of coarse, broken scraps was set before him. I wish some well-fed philosopher, whose blood runs cold and whose heart is made of iron, could have seen Oliver Twist devouring the food that the dog had refused. I wish he could have witnessed the terrible greed with which the boy tore the pieces apart like a starving animal. There's only one thing I'd rather have seen. That same philosopher eating the same meal with the same pleasure. "Well," said the undertaker's wife when Oliver had finished his supper, which she had watched with silent horror and ominous predictions about his future appetite, "are you done?" Since there was nothing edible left in reach, Oliver said yes. "Then come with me," said Mrs. Sowerberry, picking up a dim, dirty lamp and leading the way upstairs. "Your bed is under the counter. You don't mind sleeping among the coffins, I suppose, but it doesn't matter whether you do or not, because you can't sleep anywhere else. Come on, don't keep me waiting all night." Oliver didn't hesitate any longer, but meekly followed his new mistress. Chapter 5. Oliver Meets New Associates. Going to a funeral for the first time, he forms an unfavorable impression of his master's business. Left alone in the undertaker's shop, Oliver set the lamp down on a workbench and looked around nervously, with a feeling of awe and dread that many people much older than him would understand. An unfinished coffin on black trestles stood in the middle of the shop, looking so gloomy and deathlike, that a cold tremor ran through him every time his eyes wandered in that direction. He half expected some frightful form to rise slowly from it and drive him mad with terror. Against the wall was a long row of elm boards cut into the same shape which, in the dim light, looked like high-shouldered ghosts with their hands in their pockets. Coffin plates, wood chips, bright-headed nails, and pieces of black cloth lay scattered on the floor. The wall behind the counter was decorated with a lively picture of 2 funeral mutes standing at a large front door, with a hearse drawn by 4 black horses approaching in the distance. The shop was hot and stuffy, and the air seemed tainted with the smell of coffins. The small space under the counter where his mattress was stuffed looked like a grave. And these weren't the only gloomy feelings weighing on Oliver. He was alone in a strange place, and we all know how chilled and desolate even the strongest of us sometimes feel in such a situation. The boy had no friends to care for or care about him. He had no fresh grief over a recent separation. No missed face lingered in his memory. But his heart was heavy nonetheless, and as he crawled into his narrow bed, he wished it were his coffin, and that he could be laid peacefully in the churchyard, with the tall grass waving gently above his head and the sound of the old, deep bell to soothe him in his sleep. The next morning, Oliver was awakened by a loud kicking at the shop door. By the time he could pull on his clothes, it had been repeated about 25 times. When he began to undo the chain, the feet stopped, and a voice began. "Open the door, will you?" cried the voice, coming from the legs that had been kicking the door. "I will, right away, sir," replied Oliver, turning the key. "I suppose you're the new boy, aren't you?" said the voice through the keyhole. "Yes, sir," replied Oliver. "How old are you?" asked the voice. "10, sir," replied Oliver. "Then I'm going to whop you when I get in," said the voice. "You just see if I don't, you workhouse brat." And having made this kind promise, the voice began to whistle. Oliver had been too often subjected to the process referred to in this threatening remark to have any doubt that the owner of the voice would keep his word. He nervously drew back the bolts and opened the door. For a moment, Oliver looked up and down the street, thinking the speaker might have walked off to warm himself, since he saw no one except a large charity boy sitting on a post in front of the house, eating a slice of bread and butter which he cut into wedges the size of his mouth with a penknife and then swallowed with amazing dexterity. "Excuse me, sir," said Oliver finally, seeing that no other visitor appeared. "Did you knock?" "I kicked," replied the charity boy. "Did you want a coffin, sir?" asked Oliver innocently. At this the charity boy looked extremely fierce, and said Oliver would need one before long if he made jokes with his superiors like that. "I bet you don't know who I am, workhouse," continued the charity boy, descending from the post and speaking with impressive dignity. "No, sir," replied Oliver. "I'm Mr. Noah Claypole," said the charity boy. "And you're beneath me. Take down the shutters, you lazy young rascal." With that, Mr. Claypole kicked Oliver and strutted into the shop with great dignity. It's hard for a big-headed, small-eyed, heavy-built youth to look dignified under any circumstances. But it's especially difficult when these personal attractions are accompanied by a red nose and yellow trousers. After taking down the shutters, dropping one on the pavement, which made him nervous about getting in trouble, Oliver, with Noah's help, carried them to a small yard behind the house. When he returned, Noah had already set out his breakfast on a small round table near the fire and was slicing a large piece of bread and butter, which Oliver had been watching hungrily as he put the shutters away. "Come near the fire, Noah," said Charlotte. "I saved a nice piece of bacon from the master's breakfast for you. Oliver, close the door behind Mr. Noah, and take those bits I put out on the lid of the bread pan. There's your tea. Go to that box and drink it there, and hurry up. They'll want you to mind the shop. Do you hear?" "Do you hear, workhouse?" said Noah Claypole. "Goodness, Noah," said Charlotte. "What a strange boy you are. Why don't you leave him alone?" "Leave him alone," said Noah. "Why, everyone leaves him alone enough. Neither his father nor mother will ever get in his way. All his relatives let him do just what he wants. Charlotte. Ha ha ha." "Oh, you're such a character," said Charlotte, bursting into a hearty laugh, in which Noah joined. Then they both looked scornfully at poor Oliver Twist as he sat shivering on the box in the coldest corner of the room, eating the stale pieces specially reserved for him. Noah was a charity boy, but not a workhouse orphan. He was not a chance child, but could trace his genealogy back to his parents, who lived nearby. His mother was a washerwoman, and his father a drunken soldier, discharged with a wooden leg, and a daily pension of 2 pence halfpenny, and something more. The local shop boys had long taunted Noah in the streets with offensive names like Leathers and Charity, which he had borne without reply. But now that fortune had placed a nameless orphan in his path, someone even the lowest could scorn, he took his revenge with interest. This provides fascinating food for thought. It shows what a beautiful thing human nature can be, and how the same admirable qualities develop in the finest lord and the dirtiest charity boy. Oliver had been at the undertaker's for about 3 weeks or a month. Mr. and Mrs. Sowerberry, having closed the shop for the evening, were having their supper in the little back parlor when Mr. Sowerberry, after several deferential glances at his wife, said, "My dear." He was about to continue when Mrs. Sowerberry looked up with such a forbidding expression that he stopped short. "Well?" said Mrs. Sowerberry sharply. "Nothing, my dear, nothing," said Mr. Sowerberry humbly. "You beast!" said Mrs. Sowerberry. "Not at all, my dear," said Mr. Sowerberry submissively. "I thought you didn't want to hear. I was only going to say—" "Oh, don't tell me what you were going to say," interrupted Mrs. Sowerberry. "I'm nobody. Don't consult me, please. I don't want to intrude on your secrets." As she said this, Mrs. Sowerberry gave a hysterical laugh that threatened dire consequences. "But, my dear," said Sowerberry, "I want to ask your advice." "No, don't ask mine," replied Mrs. Sowerberry in an emotional manner. "Ask somebody else's." Here there was another hysterical laugh, which frightened Mr. Sowerberry very much. This approach is a common and often effective matrimonial strategy. It quickly reduced Mr. Sowerberry to begging for the special favor of being allowed to say what Mrs. Sowerberry was most eager to hear. After a short period, the permission was graciously granted. "It's only about young Twist, my dear," said Mr. Sowerberry. "A very good-looking boy, that, my dear." "He ought to be, considering he eats enough," observed the lady. "There's a sad expression on his face, my dear," continued Mr. Sowerberry, "which is very interesting. He would make a delightful mute, my love." Mrs. Sowerberry looked up with considerable surprise. Mr. Sowerberry noticed it and continued without giving her time to comment. "I don't mean a regular mute for adults, my dear, but only for children's funerals. It would be quite novel to have a mute in proportion, my dear. You can depend on it, it would have a superb effect." Mrs. Sowerberry, who had a good sense of the artistic aspects of the undertaking business, was much struck by the novelty of this idea. But since it would have compromised her dignity to admit it under the circumstances, she simply asked harshly why this obvious suggestion hadn't occurred to her husband sooner. Mr. Sowerberry correctly interpreted this as agreement to his proposal, so it was quickly decided that Oliver should be initiated into the mysteries of the profession right away, and for this purpose should accompany his master on the next occasion his services were required. The opportunity came soon enough. Half an hour after breakfast the next morning, Mr. Bumble entered the shop and, leaning his cane against the counter, pulled out his large leather pocketbook. From this he extracted a small piece of paper, which he handed to Sowerberry. "Uh-huh," said the undertaker, glancing at it cheerfully. "An order for a coffin, E.H.?" "For a coffin first, and then a parish funeral," replied Mr. Bumble, fastening the strap of the leather pocketbook, which, like himself, was very fat. "Baton," said the undertaker, looking from the paper to Mr. Bumble. "I've never heard the name before." Bumble shook his head. "Stubborn people, Mr. Sowerberry. Proud, too, I'm afraid." "Proud?" exclaimed Mr. Sowerberry with a sneer. "Come on, that's ridiculous." "It's disgusting," replied the beadle. "Outrageous, Mr. Sowerberry." "So it is," agreed the undertaker. "We only heard about the family the night before last," said the beadle, "and we wouldn't have known about them at all if a woman who lodges in the same house hadn't asked the parish committee to send the parish surgeon to see a woman who was very ill. He was out at dinner, but his apprentice, who's quite clever, sent them some medicine in a blacking bottle right away." "Ah, that's efficiency," said the undertaker. "Efficiency indeed," replied the beadle. "But what happened next? What's the ungrateful response of these rebels?" "The husband sends word that the medicine won't work for his wife's condition, so she won't take it. Says she won't take it, sir. Good, strong, healthy medicine that had been given successfully to 2 Irish laborers and a coal heaver just a week before, sent to them for free in a blacking bottle, and he has the nerve to say she won't take it." As the full extent of this atrocity hit Mr. Bumble, he struck the counter sharply with his cane and turned red with indignation. "Well," said the undertaker, "I've never in my life, sir," exclaimed the beadle. "No, and nobody else ever did. But now she's dead, we have to bury her, and that's the direction. The sooner it's done, the better." With that, Mr. Bumble put his hat on backwards in a fever of parish excitement and stormed out of the shop. "He was so angry, Oliver, that he even forgot to ask about you," said Mr. Sowerberry, looking after the beadle as he strode down the street. "Yes, sir," replied Oliver, who had stayed carefully out of sight during the interview, shaking with fear at the mere memory of Mr. Bumble's voice. However, he needn't have hidden from Mr. Bumble, for the beadle, on whom the prediction of the gentleman in the white waistcoat had made a strong impression, felt that now that the undertaker had Oliver on trial, the subject was best avoided until Oliver was firmly bound as an apprentice for 7 years. Then the parish would be legally protected if they ever had to return him. "Well," said Mr. Sowerberry, picking up his hat, "the sooner this job is done, the better. Noah, watch the shop. Oliver, put on your cap and come with me." Oliver obeyed and followed his master on his professional mission. They walked on for some time through the most crowded and densely populated part of town, then turned down a narrow street even dirtier and more miserable than the ones they had passed through. They stopped to look for the house they were seeking. The houses on both sides were tall and large, but very old, and occupied by the poorest people, as their neglected appearance made clear, even without the dejected looks of the few men and women who, with folded arms and hunched bodies, occasionally shuffled along. Many of the buildings had shop fronts, but they were boarded up and decaying, with only the upper rooms inhabited. Some that had become unsafe from age and disrepair were propped up by huge wooden beams driven into the road, but even these dismal dwellings appeared to have been chosen as a last resort by some homeless wretch, as many of the rough boards intended as doors and windows had been pulled away to make openings large enough for a human body to pass through. The gutters were stagnant and filthy. Even the rats that lay rotting in their putrescence were emaciated with hunger. There was neither knocker nor bell handle at the open door where Oliver and his master stopped, so the undertaker walked cautiously through the dark passage, telling Oliver to stay close and not be afraid. He climbed to the top of the first flight of stairs and, bumping into a door on the landing, knocked with his knuckles. A young girl of 13 or 14 opened the door. The undertaker immediately saw enough of the room's contents to confirm it was the one he sought. He stepped in, followed by Oliver. There was no fire in the room, but a man was crouched mechanically over the empty fireplace. An old woman had pulled a low stool to the cold hearth and sat beside him. There were some ragged children in another corner, and in a small alcove opposite the door, something covered with an old blanket lay on the ground. Oliver shuddered as he glanced toward it and instinctively moved closer to his master, for despite its covering, the boy sensed it was a corpse. The man's face was gaunt and very pale. His hair and beard were grizzled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The old woman's face was wrinkled. Her 2 remaining teeth jutted over her lower lip, and her eyes were bright and piercing. Oliver was afraid to look at either of them. They reminded him too much of the rats he had seen outside. "Nobody will come near her," said the man, jumping up fiercely as the undertaker approached the alcove. "Stay back! Damn you! Stay back if you value your life." "Nonsense, my good man," said the undertaker, who was quite used to misery in all its forms. "Nonsense!" "I tell you," said the man, clenching his fists and stamping furiously on the floor, "I won't have her put in the ground. She couldn't rest there. The worms would torment her, not eat her. She's wasted away too much." The undertaker made no reply to this raving, but took out a tape measure and knelt for a moment beside the body. "Ah," said the man, bursting into tears and falling to his knees at the feet of the dead woman. "Kneel down, everyone, and listen to what I say. I tell you she was starved to death. I never knew how bad it was until the fever came upon her. Then her bones started to show through her skin. There was no fire or candle. She died in the dark. In the dark! She couldn't even see her children's faces, though we heard her calling their names. I begged for food for her in the streets, and they put me in prison. When I came back, she was dying, and all the blood in my heart has dried up, for they starved her to death. I swear it before God who witnessed it. They starved her." He grabbed his hair and let out a terrible scream, then rolled on the floor with his eyes fixed and foam covering his lips. The terrified children began to cry bitterly, but the old woman, who had remained completely silent during all the commotion, now silenced them with threats. Having loosened the cravat of the man who still lay on the floor, she tottered toward the undertaker. "She was my daughter," said the old woman, nodding toward the corpse and speaking with a strange grin, more frightening than even the presence of death. "Lord, Lord! To think that I, who gave birth to her, a woman then, should be alive and happy now, while she's lying there so cold and stiff. Lord, Lord, it's like a play, as good as a play." As the wretched old woman mumbled and chuckled in her hideous glee, the undertaker turned to leave. "Wait, wait," said the old woman in a loud whisper. "When will she be buried?" "Tomorrow, the next day, or tonight. I laid her out, and I must walk, you know. Send me a large cloak, a good warm one, for it's bitter cold. We should have cake and wine, too, before we go. Never mind, just send some bread and a cup of water." "Shall we have some bread, dear?" she asked, eagerly, clutching the undertaker's coat as he turned toward the door. "Yes, yes," said the undertaker. "Of course. Anything you want." He freed himself from the old woman's grasp, and, pulling Oliver after him, hurried away. The next day, the family having been given half a loaf of bread and a piece of cheese, left by Mr. Bumble himself, Oliver and his master returned to the miserable home, where Mr. Bumble had already arrived with 4 men from the workhouse who would act as bearers. An old black cloak had been thrown over the rags of the old woman and the man. The bare coffin, having been screwed down, was hoisted on the shoulders of the bearers and carried into the street. "Now, you must put your best leg forward, old lady," whispered Sowerberry in the old woman's ear. "We're running a bit late, and it won't do to keep the clergyman waiting. Move on, men, as quickly as you can." Following these directions, the bearers moved off with their light burden. The 2 mourners kept up with them as best they could. Mr. Bumble and Sowerberry walked briskly in front, and Oliver, whose legs weren't as long as his master's, ran beside them. There wasn't as much need to hurry as Mr. Sowerberry had anticipated, however, for when they reached the obscure corner of the churchyard where the nettles grew and the parish graves were dug, the clergyman hadn't arrived yet. The clerk, who was sitting by the vestry-room fire, seemed to think it was quite likely he might not come for an hour or so. So they set the coffin down at the edge of the grave, and the 2 mourners waited patiently in the muddy clay, with a cold rain drizzling down, while the ragged boys whom the spectacle had attracted into the churchyard played a noisy game of hide-and-seek among the tombstones, or varied their amusement by jumping back and forth over the coffin. Mr. Sowerberry and Bumble, being personal friends of the clerk, sat by the fire with him, reading the newspaper. Finally, after more than an hour, Mr. Bumble, Sowerberry, and the clerk were seen running toward the grave. Immediately afterward, the clergyman appeared, putting on his surplice as he came. Mr. Bumble beat a couple of boys for the sake of appearances, and the reverend gentleman, having read as much of the burial service as could be compressed into 4 minutes, handed his surplice to the clerk and walked away. "Now, Bill, fill it in," said Sowerberry to the gravedigger. It wasn't a difficult task, as the grave was so full that the uppermost coffin was within a few feet of the surface. The gravedigger shoveled in the earth, stamped it loosely down with his feet, shouldered his spade, and left, followed by the boys, who complained loudly that the fun was over too soon. "Come, my good man," said Bumble, tapping the man on the back. "They're going to close the churchyard." The man, who hadn't moved since he'd taken his position by the graveside, started, raised his head, stared at the person who had addressed him, walked a few paces forward, and then fell into a faint. The crazy old woman was too busy lamenting the loss of her cloak, which the undertaker had taken, to pay him any attention, so they threw a bucket of cold water over him. When he recovered, they helped him out of the churchyard, locked the gate, and went their separate ways. "Well, Oliver," said Sowerberry as they walked home, "how did you like it?" "Well enough, thank you, sir," replied Oliver, with considerable hesitation. "Not very much, sir." "You'll get used to it in time, Oliver," said Sowerberry. "Nothing when you're used to it, my boy." Oliver wondered privately whether it had taken Mr. Sowerberry a very long time to get used to it, but thinking it better not to ask, he simply walked back to the shop, reflecting on all he had seen and heard. Chapter 6. Oliver, provoked by Noah's taunts, rouses into action and rather astonishes him. After the month's trial period, Oliver was formally apprenticed. It was a sickly season for business. In commercial terms, coffins were in high demand, and within a few weeks, Oliver gained considerable experience. The success of Mr. Sowerberry's innovative idea exceeded even his most optimistic hopes. The oldest residents couldn't remember a time when measles had been so widespread or so deadly to children, and many were the mournful processions that little Oliver led, wearing a hatband that reached down to his knees, to the profound admiration and emotion of all the mothers in the town. Since Oliver also accompanied his master on most adult funeral expeditions to develop the calm demeanor and complete control of emotions essential to a finished undertaker, he had many opportunities to observe the beautiful resignation and fortitude with which some strong-minded people bear their losses. For instance, when Sowerberry had an order for the burial of some rich elderly lady or gentleman surrounded by a great number of nephews and nieces who had been inconsolable during the illness and overwhelmed with grief even in public, they would be perfectly happy among themselves at home, quite cheerful and contented, talking with as much freedom and gaiety as if nothing had happened. Husbands bore the loss of their wives with the most heroic calmness, and wives dressed in mourning for their husbands as if, far from grieving, they decided to make mourning as attractive as possible. It was also noticeable that ladies and gentlemen who had been in agonies of distress during the funeral recovered almost as soon as they got home and were quite composed before tea was over. All of this was very pleasant and educational to see, and Oliver observed it with great admiration. Whether Oliver's example of these good people inspired him with similar resignation, I cannot say with confidence, since I'm only his biographer. But I can say with certainty that for many months he meekly submitted to the domination and ill treatment of Noah Claypole, who now used him even worse than before, since his jealousy was aroused by seeing the new boy promoted to the black stick and hat band while he, the older one, remained stuck in his leather cap and leggings. Charlotte treated him badly because Noah did, and Mrs. Sowerberry was his declared enemy because Mr. Sowerberry seemed to like him. So, caught between these three on one side and a steady stream of funerals on the other, Oliver wasn't nearly as comfortable as the hungry pig who was accidentally locked in the grain storage room of a brewery. Now I come to a very important passage in Oliver's history, for I have to record an act that, though small and seemingly insignificant, led to a complete change in his future prospects and proceedings. One day, Oliver and Noah had gone down to the kitchen at the usual dinner hour to enjoy a small piece of mutton, 1.5 pounds from the worst end of the neck. Charlotte was called out of the room, and there was a brief interval during which Noah Claypole, being hungry and mischievous, considered he couldn't better spend his time than by tormenting young Oliver Twist. Eager for this innocent enjoyment, Noah put his feet on the tablecloth, pulled Oliver's hair, twisted his ears, called him a sneak, and said he looked forward to seeing him hanged one day. But when Oliver began to cry, Noah tried to be even more amusing by getting personal. "Workhouse," said Noah, "how's your mother?" "She's dead," replied Oliver. "Don't you say anything about her to me." Oliver's face flushed as he spoke. His breathing quickened, and there was a strange working of his mouth and nostrils that Noah thought must be the beginning of tears. Under this impression, he continued his attack. "What did she die of, Workhouse?" said Noah. "Of a broken heart, some of the old nurses told me," replied Oliver, more as if he were talking to himself than answering Noah. "I think I know what it must be like to die of that." "T-R-A-la-la, workhouse," said Noah, as a tear rolled down Oliver's cheek. "What's got you sniveling now?" "Not you," replied Oliver sharply. "Just stop. Don't talk to me about her any more. You'd better not." "Better not?" exclaimed Noah. "Well, better not, Workhouse. Don't be impudent." "Your mother, E.H.? She was a real gem, wasn't she?" "Oh, Lord." And here Noah nodded his head expressively and curled up his small red nose. "I know what you're thinking, Workhouse," continued Noah, seeing that Oliver was still silent, speaking in a jeering tone of affected pity, of all tones the most annoying. "She died when she should have. It couldn't be helped. I'm very sorry for you, but you must know, Workhouse, your mother was a real bad one." "What did you say?" asked Oliver, looking up quickly. "A real bad one, Workhouse," replied Noah coolly. "And it's a good thing she died when she did, or she'd have ended up in prison, hard labor, or been transported, or hanged. Which is more likely, isn't it?" Red with fury, Oliver jumped up, knocked over the chair and table, seized Noah by the throat, shook him violently enough to make his teeth chatter, and then, summoning all his strength into one heavy blow, knocked him to the ground. A minute earlier, the boy had seemed the quiet, mild, dejected creature that harsh treatment had made him, but his spirit was roused at last. The cruel insult to his dead mother had set his blood on fire. His chest heaved, his posture was erect, his eyes bright and vivid. He looked completely transformed as he stood glaring at his cowardly tormentor, defiantly challenging him with an energy he'd never known before. "He'll murder me!" blubbered Noah. "Charlotte! Ma'am, the new boy's killing me! Help, help! Oliver's gone mad! Charlotte!" Noah's shouts were answered by a loud scream from Charlotte, and an even louder one from Mrs. Sowerberry. The former rushed into the kitchen through a side door, while the latter paused on the staircase until she was certain that coming down wouldn't endanger her life. "Oh, you little wretch!" screamed Charlotte, seizing Oliver with all her strength, which was about equal to that of a moderately strong man in good shape. "Oh, you ungrateful, murderous villain!" And with each syllable, Charlotte gave Oliver a blow with all her might, accompanied by a scream for the benefit of the neighbors. Charlotte's fist was by no means light, but in case it wasn't effective enough in calming Oliver's rage, Mrs. Sowerberry plunged into the kitchen and grabbed him with one hand while she scratched his face with the other. In this favorable situation, Noah got up and began punching him from behind. This exercise was too violent to continue for long. When they were all exhausted and could beat and scratch no more, they dragged Oliver, struggling and shouting, into the dust cellar and locked him in. With this done, Mrs. Sowerberry sank into a chair and burst into tears. "Oh, she's going into hysterics!" exclaimed Charlotte. "Quick, Noah, get her some water! Hurry!" "Oh, Charlotte," said Mrs. Sowerberry, speaking as well as she could through a lack of breath and an abundance of cold water, which Noah had poured over her head and shoulders. "Oh, Charlotte, what a mercy we weren't all murdered in our beds!" "Yes, indeed, ma'am," replied Charlotte. "I just hope this teaches the master not to bring any more of these creatures that are born to be murderers and robbers from their very cradle into the house. Poor Noah. He was almost killed, ma'am, when I came in." "Poor fellow," said Mrs. Sowerberry, looking piteously at the charity boy. Noah, whose top waistcoat button was at about the level of Oliver's head, rubbed his eyes with the back of his wrists while this sympathy was directed at him, and produced some appropriate tears and sniffles. "What are we going to do?" exclaimed Mrs. Sowerberry. "Your master isn't home, there's not a man in the house, and he'll kick that door down in 10 minutes. Oliver's vigorous pounding on the door made this prediction seem highly likely. "Dear me, I don't know, ma'am," said Charlotte, "unless we send for the police officers." "Or the military," suggested Mr. Claypole. "No, no," said Mrs. Sowerberry, remembering Oliver's old friend. "Run to Mr. Bumble, Noah, and tell him to come here right away. Don't lose a minute. You can hold a knife to that black eye as you run along. It will keep the swelling down." Noah didn't wait to respond, but took off at full speed, amazing the people who were out walking by the sight of a charity boy, tearing through the streets with no cap on his head and a knife pressed to his eye. Chapter 7. Oliver Remains Defiant. Noah Claypole ran along the streets at his fastest pace, not stopping to catch his breath until he reached the workhouse gate. After resting for a minute to collect a burst of sobs and an impressive display of tears and fear, he knocked loudly at the gate and presented such a woeful face to the old pauper who opened it, that even he, who saw nothing but sad faces at the best of times, recoiled in astonishment. "What's the matter with the boy?" said the old pauper. "Mr. Bumble! Mr. Bumble!" cried Noah, putting on a masterful display of fear and alarm, in tones so loud that they not only caught the ear of Mr. Bumble himself, who happened to be nearby, but actually startled him so much that he rushed into the yard without his cocked hat. A very remarkable and unusual circumstance, showing that even a beetle, when affected by a sudden and powerful impulse, may momentarily lose his self-control and forget his personal dignity. "Oh, Mr. Bumble, sir," said Noah. "Oliver, sir, Oliver has—" "What? What?" interrupted Mr. Bumble, with a gleam of pleasure in his metallic eyes. "Not run away? He hasn't run away, has he, Noah?" "No, sir, no. Not run away, sir, but he's gone bad," replied Noah. "He tried to murder me, sir, and then he tried to murder Charlotte. And then the missus. Oh, what pain I'm in! Such agony, please, sir." And here Noah writhed and twisted his body into a variety of strange positions, letting Mr. Bumble know that due to Oliver Twist's violent and bloodthirsty attack, he was suffering severe internal injuries and excruciating pain. When Noah realized that the news of Oliver's vicious attack had completely paralyzed Mr. Bumble, he intensified the effect by wailing about his terrible wounds 10 times louder than before. Seeing a gentleman in a white waistcoat crossing the yard, he became even more theatrical in his lamentations, correctly sensing it would be advantageous to attract this gentleman's attention and arouse his indignation. The gentleman's attention was indeed quickly attracted, for he hadn't walked 3 paces when he turned angrily and asked why that young cur was howling, and why Mr. Bumble didn't give him something that would stop his noise. "It's a poor boy from the free school, sir," replied Mr. Bumble, "who has been nearly murdered, actually nearly murdered, sir, by young Twist." "By Jove!" exclaimed the gentleman in the white waistcoat, stopping short. "I knew it! I had a strange feeling from the very beginning that that audacious young savage would come to be hanged." "He's also tried to murder the female servant," said Mr. Bumble, with a face as pale as ashes. "And his master, too, I think you said, Noah?" added Mr. Bumble. "No, he's out, or he would have murdered him," replied Noah. "He said he wanted to." "He said he wanted to, did he, my boy?" asked the gentleman in the white waistcoat. "Yes, sir," replied Noah. "And please, sir, the missus wants to know if Mr. Bumble can come up there right away and flog him, because the master's out." "Of course, my boy," said the gentleman in the white waistcoat, smiling benignly and patting Noah's head, which was about 3 inches higher than his own. "You're a good boy, a very good boy. Here's a penny for you. Bumble, just go up to Sourberry's with your cane and see what's best to be done. Don't hold back, Bumble." "No, I won't, sir," replied the beetle, adjusting his hat and cane. Having adjusted his cocked hat to his satisfaction, Mr. Bumble and Noah Claypole quickly headed to the undertaker's shop. The situation had not improved there. Sourberry had not yet returned, and Oliver continued to kick the door with undiminished vigor. The accounts of his ferocity, as related by Mrs. Sourberry and Charlotte, were so alarming that Mr. Bumble felt it would be prudent to negotiate before opening the door. With this in mind, he gave a preliminary kick, and then, putting his mouth to the keyhole, spoke in a deep and impressive tone. "Oliver, let me out," replied Oliver from inside. "Do you know this voice, Oliver?" said Mr. Bumble. "Yes," replied Oliver. "Aren't you afraid of it, sir?" "Aren't you trembling while I speak?" said Mr. Bumble. "No," replied Oliver boldly. An answer so different from what he had expected to elicit, and was accustomed to receiving, startled Mr. Bumble no small amount. He stepped back from the keyhole, drew himself up to his full height, and looked from one bystander to another in silent amazement. "Oh, you know, Mr. Bumble, he must be mad," said Mrs. Sourberry. "No boy in his right mind would dare to speak to you like that." "It's not madness, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble, after a few moments of deep contemplation. "It's meat." "What?" exclaimed Mrs. Sourberry. "Meat, ma'am, meat," replied Bumble with stern emphasis. "You've overfed him, ma'am. You've artificially stimulated a spirit and soul in him that are inappropriate for someone of his lowly station, as the board, who are practical philosophers, will tell you. What do paupers need with soul or spirit? It's quite enough that we let them have living bodies. If you had kept the boy on gruel, ma'am, this would never have happened." "Dear, dear," said Mrs. Sourberry, piously raising her eyes to the kitchen ceiling. "This is what comes of being generous." Mrs. Sourberry's generosity to Oliver had consisted of lavishly giving him all the dirty scraps that nobody else would eat. So there was a great deal of humility and self-sacrifice in her voluntarily accepting the blame for Mr. Bumble's accusations, which she was entirely innocent of in thought, word, or deed. "Ah," said Mr. Bumble, when the lady brought her eyes down to earth again. "The only thing to do now, that I can see, is to leave him in the cellar for a day or two, until he's a little starved down, and then to take him out and keep him on gruel throughout his apprenticeship. He comes from a bad family. The midwife and the doctor both said his mother had made her way here, against difficulties and pain that would have killed any decent woman, weeks before." Just as Mr. Bumble delivered this statement, Oliver, hearing enough to know his mother was being discussed, began kicking the door again with such violence that it drowned out all other sounds. Sourberry returned at this moment. After Oliver's offense had been explained to him, with such exaggerations as the ladies thought best to stimulate his anger, he unlocked the cellar door in an instant and dragged his rebellious apprentice out by the collar. Oliver's clothes were torn from the beating he had received, his face was bruised and scratched, and his hair was scattered over his forehead. His angry determination, however, remained, and when he was pulled from his prison, he scowled boldly at Noah and looked completely unafraid. "So you're quite the tough guy, aren't you?" said Sowerberry, giving Oliver a shake and a box on the ear. "He called my mother names," replied Oliver. "Well, and what if he did, you ungrateful brat?" said Mrs. Sowerberry. "She deserved what he said and worse." "She didn't," said Oliver. "She did," said Mrs. Sowerberry. "It's a lie," said Oliver. Mrs. Sowerberry burst into a flood of tears. This flood of tears left Mr. Sowerberry with no choice. If he had hesitated for an instant to punish Oliver severely, it would have been perfectly clear to any impartial judge that he was, according to all established precedents in domestic disputes, a brutal, unnatural husband, an insulting creature, a base mockery of a man, and other agreeable titles. To his credit, he was generally kind to the boy as far as his power went, which wasn't very extensive, perhaps because it was in his interest to be so, or because his wife disliked Oliver. But the tears left him no option, so he gave Oliver a thrashing that satisfied even Mrs. Sowerberry and rendered Mr. Bumble's use of the parish cane unnecessary. For the rest of the day he was locked in the back kitchen with a pump and a slice of bread. At night, Mrs. Sowerberry, after making various comments outside the door that were not at all complimentary to the memory of his mother, looked into the room and, amid the jeers and pointing of Noah and Charlotte, ordered him upstairs to his dismal bed. It wasn't until he was left alone in the silence and stillness of the gloomy workshop that Oliver gave way to the feelings that the day's treatment would naturally awaken in any child. He had listened to their taunts with a look of contempt. He had borne the whip without a cry, for he felt a swelling pride in his heart that would have kept down a shriek to the last, even if they had roasted him alive. But now, with no one to see or hear him, he fell to his knees on the floor and, hiding his face in his hands, shed such tears as, God be thanked, children rarely have reason to shed. For a long time, Oliver remained motionless in this position. The candle was burning low in its socket when he stood up. After looking cautiously around and listening intently, he gently undid the fastenings of the door and looked out. It was a cold, dark night. The stars seemed farther from the earth than he had ever seen them before. There was no wind, and the dark shadows cast by the trees on the ground looked ghostly and death-like in their stillness. He quietly closed the door again. Having taken advantage of the expiring light to tie up in a handkerchief the few clothes he had, he sat on a bench to wait for morning. With the first ray of light that came through the cracks in the shutters, Oliver got up and unbolted the door again. One timid look around, one moment of hesitation, he closed it behind him and was in the open street. He looked to the right and to the left, uncertain which way to flee. He remembered he had seen the wagons, as they went out, climbing up the hill. He took the same route, and arriving at a footpath across the fields, which he knew eventually led back to the road, he struck into it and walked quickly on. Along this same footpath, Oliver remembered he had once trotted beside Mr. Bumble when he first brought him from the farm to the workhouse. His way led directly past the cottage. His heart beat rapidly when this thought struck him, and he almost decided to turn back. But he had already come a long way, and going back would waste a lot of time. Besides, it was still so early that there was little chance of being seen, so he kept walking. He reached the house. There was no sign of its residents stirring at that early hour. Oliver stopped and peeked into the garden. A child was weeding one of the small flower beds. As he stopped, the child raised his pale face and revealed the features of one of his former companions. Oliver felt glad to see him before leaving, for despite being younger, this boy had been his friend and playmate. They had been beaten, starved, and shut up together many times. "Shh, Dick," said Oliver, as the boy ran to the gate and thrust his thin arm between the rails to greet him. "Is anyone up?" "No one but me," replied the child. "You mustn't say you saw me, Dick," said Oliver. "I'm running away. They beat and mistreat me, Dick, and I'm going to look for my fortune far away somewhere." "I don't know where." "How pale you are!" "I heard the doctor tell them I was dying," replied the child with a faint smile. "I'm very glad to see you, dear, but don't stop. Don't stop." "Yes, I will, to say goodbye to you," replied Oliver. "I'll see you again, Dick. I know I will. You'll be well and happy." "I hope so," replied the child. "After I'm dead, but not before. I know the doctor must be right, Oliver, because I dream so much of heaven and angels and kind faces that I never see when I'm awake." "Kiss me," said the child, climbing up the low gate and flinging his little arms around Oliver's neck. "Goodbye, dear. God bless you." The blessing came from a young child's lips, but it was the first that Oliver had ever heard invoked upon his head. And through all the struggles, sufferings, and changes of his later life, he never once forgot it. Chapter 8. Oliver walks to London. He encounters on the road a strange sort of young gentleman. Oliver reached the stile at the end of the path, and once more found himself on the open road. It was 8 o'clock now. Though he was nearly 5 miles from town, he ran and hid behind hedges by turns until noon, fearing he might be pursued and overtaken. Then he sat down to rest by a milestone, and began to think, for the first time, about where he should go to try to make a living. The stone by which he was sitting had the information that it was exactly 70 miles to London. The name awakened a new train of thought in the boy's mind. London, that great place. No one, not even Mr. Bumble, could ever find him there. He had often heard the old men in the workhouse say that no spirited boy need ever lack in London, and that there were ways of living in that vast city that people raised in country areas couldn't imagine. It was the perfect place for a homeless boy who would die in the streets unless someone helped him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he jumped to his feet and continued walking. He had already covered 4 more miles, so he was now 14 miles from his birthplace before he remembered how much he still had to go through before he could hope to reach his destination. As this thought came to him, he slowed his pace a little and considered how to get there. He had a crust of bread, a coarse shirt, and 2 pairs of stockings in his bundle. He also had a penny, a gift from Sowerberry after some funeral in which he had performed especially well, in his pocket. A clean shirt, thought Oliver, is a very comfortable thing, as are 2 pairs of darned stockings, and so is a penny. But they aren't much help for a 65-mile walk in winter. Like most people, Oliver's thoughts were excellent at pointing out his difficulties, but completely useless when it came to suggesting ways to overcome them. So after thinking to no particular purpose for a while, he shifted his small bundle to the other shoulder and trudged on. Oliver walked 20 miles that day, tasting nothing but the dry crust of bread and a few sips of water he had begged at cottage doors along the way. When night came, he turned into a meadow and, huddling close under a haystack, decided to sleep there until morning. At first he felt frightened, for the wind moaned dismally over the empty fields, and he was cold and hungry and more alone than he had ever felt before. Being very tired, however, he soon fell asleep and forgot his troubles. When he got up in the morning, he felt cold and stiff and so hungry that he had to use his penny to buy a small loaf in the very first village he came to. He had walked no more than 12 miles when night fell again. His feet were sore, and his legs so weak that they trembled beneath him. Another night spent in the cold, damp air made him worse, and when he tried to continue his journey the next morning, he could barely drag himself along. He waited at the bottom of a steep hill until a stagecoach came by, then begged from the outside passengers. But there were very few who took any notice of him, and even those told him to wait until they reached the top of the hill, and then see how far he could run for a halfpenny. Poor Oliver tried to keep up with the coach for a while, but was too weak from hunger and fatigue to do so. When the outsiders saw this, they put their halfpence back in their pockets, declaring that he was a lazy good-for-nothing who didn't deserve anything. Then the coach rattled away, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. In some villages, large painted boards were fixed up, warning that anyone who begged there would be sent to jail. This frightened Oliver greatly, and made him eager to get out of those places as quickly as possible. In others, he would hover around inn yards and look pleadingly at everyone who passed. This usually ended with the landlady ordering one of the idle postboys to drive that strange boy out of town, as she was sure he had come to steal something. If he begged at farmers' houses, they often threatened to set the dog on him. If he tried to peek into shops, they talked about the beetle, which brought Oliver's heart into his mouth, often the only thing he had in there for many hours. In fact, if it hadn't been for the kindness of a toll-keeper and a charitable old lady, Oliver's troubles might have come to the same end as his mother's. In other words, he would have died on the roadside. But the toll-keeper gave him a meal of bread and cheese, and the old lady, who had a grandson wandering barefoot somewhere in the distant world, took pity on the poor orphan and gave him what little she could afford, with such kind and gentle words of compassion that they sank deeper into Oliver's heart than all the suffering he had ever endured. Early on the 7th morning after leaving his native place, Oliver limped slowly into the little town of Barnet. The shutters were still closed, the street was empty, Not a soul had awakened to the business of the day. The sun was rising in all its magnificent beauty, but its light only served to show the boy his own loneliness and desolation as he sat, with bleeding feet and covered with dust, on a doorstep. Gradually the shutters were opened, blinds were pulled up, and people began to move about. Some stopped to glance at Oliver for a moment or turned around to stare at him as they hurried by, but no one helped him or bothered to ask how he came to be there. He had no heart to beg, so he sat there. He had been crouching on the step for some time, wondering at the large number of pubs. Every other house in Barnet was either a large or small tavern, idly watching the coaches as they passed through, and thinking how strange it seemed that they could do so easily in a few hours what had taken him a whole week of courage and determination beyond his years to accomplish, when he was startled by noticing that a boy, who had passed him carelessly a few minutes before, had now come back and was examining him intently from across the street. He initially paid little attention to this, but the boy stayed in the same position for so long that Oliver finally raised his head and returned his steady gaze. At this, the boy crossed over and, coming close to Oliver, said, "Hello, fellow, what's up?" The boy who addressed the young traveler was about his own age, but one of the most peculiar-looking boys Oliver had ever seen. He was short for his age, with bow legs, small, sharp, ugly eyes, and an ordinary face. His hat was perched on top of his head so lightly that it threatened to fall off at any moment, and would have done so very often if its wearer didn't have a knack of giving his head a quick jerk that brought it back to its place. He wore a man's coat that reached nearly to his heels, with the cuffs rolled back halfway up his arms to free his hands. He had evidently planned to eventually put them in the pockets of his corduroy trousers, since that's where they now were. Overall, he was as roguish and swaggering a young gentleman as ever stood 4 feet 6 or less in his heavy boots. "Hello, fellow, what's up?" said this strange boy to Oliver. "I'm very hungry and tired," replied Oliver with tears in his eyes. "I've walked a long way, 7 days." "Walking for 7 days," said the young gentleman. "Oh, I see. By order of the magistrate, E.H. But," he added, noticing Oliver's look of surprise, "I guess you don't know what a magistrate is, my bright-eyed friend." Oliver gently replied that he had always heard a magistrate was a kind of judge. "Huh, you're green," exclaimed the young gentleman. "A magistrate is a judge, and when you walk by a judge's order, you're not heading straight forward but always going up, and never coming down again. Was you ever in the mill?" "What mill?" inquired Oliver. "What mill? Why, the mill. The one that grinds without steam, the one that works inside prison walls and doesn't need much space to do its job. It always works better when the wind is low with people, rather than high, because then they can't get workers." "But come on," said the young gentleman. "You need food, and you'll get it. I'm at low tide myself. Only a bob and a half between us, but as far as it goes, we'll share. Come on, get up." Helping Oliver stand, the young gentleman took him to a nearby shop, where he bought a sufficient amount of ready-cooked ham and a half loaf of bread, or as he called it, a 4-penny bran. Ingeniously making a hole in the loaf by pulling out some of the center, he stuffed the ham inside to protect it from dust. Putting the bread under his arm, he turned into a small pub and led the way to a tap room at the back. Here, a pot of beer was brought at the strange boy's request, and Oliver, falling to at his new friend's bidding, made a long and hearty meal, during which the strange boy studied him from time to time with great attention. "Going to London?" asked the strange boy when Oliver had finally finished. "Yes." "Got any lodgings?" "No." "Money?" "No." The strange boy whistled and put his arms into his pockets, as far as the big coat sleeves would let them go. "Do you live in London?" asked Oliver. "Yes, when I'm at home," replied the boy. "I guess you want some place to sleep tonight, right?" "I do indeed," answered Oliver. "I haven't slept under a roof since I left the country." "Don't worry about that," said the young gentleman. "I have to be in London tonight, and I know a respectable old gentleman who lives there, who will give you lodging for nothing if I introduce you to him. And he'll be glad to help." The young gentleman smiled, as if to indicate that the last fragments of his speech were playfully ironic. Then he finished his beer. This unexpected offer of shelter was too tempting to refuse, especially since it was immediately followed by the assurance that the old gentleman would certainly provide Oliver with a comfortable place to stay. This led to a more friendly and confidential dialogue, from which Oliver discovered that his friend's name was Jack Dawkins, and that he was a special favorite and protege of the elderly gentleman mentioned earlier. Mr. Dawkins's appearance didn't speak well for the comforts that his patron's interest secured for those he took under his protection. But Oliver, having seen the young man's dissolute manner of speaking, and having formed the opinion that it was probably better to have a roof over his head, however lowly, than none at all, was just about to express his satisfaction with the offer when Jack Dawkins prevented him by suddenly announcing they had arrived at their destination. "Don't say anything about seeing the handkerchiefs," said the young gentleman. "It'll upset the old man. But no matter. Summer's coming, and they'll hang well on the line." Making this abstract statement with a knowing wink, they walked on in silence. Since John Dawkins objected to entering London before dark, it was nearly 11 o'clock when they reached the turnpike at Islington. They crossed from the Angel into St. John's Road, went down a small street that ended at Sadler's Wells Theatre, through Exmouth Street and Coppice Row, passing the workhouse, across the classic ground that once bore the name of Hockley in the Hole, and then into Little Saffron Hill, finally reaching Saffron Hill the Great, along which the Dodger, as Jack Dawkins called himself, scurried at a rapid pace, telling Oliver to keep close behind. Although Oliver had enough to occupy his attention just keeping sight of his guide, he couldn't help glancing around at the dirty, depressing area they were passing through. He had never seen a filthier or more wretched place. The street was very narrow and muddy, and the air reeked with offensive smells. There were many small shops, but their only visible stock appeared to be mobs of children, who were crawling in and out of doorways or screaming inside even at that late hour. The only businesses that seemed to be doing well amid the general poverty were the pubs, where the lowest types of Irish were arguing loudly. Narrow covered alleys and courtyards that branched off from the main street revealed small clusters of houses, where drunken men and women were literally wallowing in filth, and from several doorways, sinister-looking men were cautiously emerging, apparently bent on no innocent errands. Oliver was wondering if he shouldn't run away when they reached the bottom of the hill. His conductor, catching him by the arm, pushed open the door of a house near Field Lane, pulled him into the passage, and closed the door behind them. "Who's there?" called a voice from below in response to a whistle from the Dodger. "Plummy and Slam," was the reply. This seemed to be a password or signal that all was right, for the light of a dim candle gleamed from the wall at the far end of the passage, and a man's face peered out from where a part of the old kitchen staircase had been broken away. "There are two of you," said the man, thrusting the candle farther out and shielding his eyes with his hand. "Who's the other one?" "A new pal," replied Jack Dawkins, pulling Oliver forward. "Where'd he come from?" "The country. Is Fagin upstairs?" "Yes. He's sorting the handkerchiefs. Go on up." The candle was withdrawn, and the face disappeared. Oliver, groping his way in the dark with one hand while his companion firmly gripped the other, climbed the dark, broken stairs with difficulty. Jack, meanwhile, seemed to know them so well that he ascended with an ease and speed, indicating a long familiarity. He threw open the door of a back room and drew Oliver in after him. The walls and ceiling were black with age and dirt. In front of the fire was a deal table, with a candle stuck in a ginger beer bottle, 2 or 3 pewter pots, a loaf of bread, and butter. Several dirty handkerchiefs hung drying on a line stretched across the room. In the glow of a small fire, a very old, shriveled Jew stood over a frying pan of sizzling sausages, holding a toasting fork. His face was obscured by a mass of matted red hair. He wore a greasy flannel gown with his throat exposed, and seemed to be dividing his attention between the frying pan and a clothes rack covered with silk handkerchiefs. Several rough beds made of old sacks were arranged on the floor. 4 or 5 boys, none older than the Dodger, sat around the table smoking clay pipes and drinking spirits with the air of middle-aged men. They all crowded around their new associate as he whispered a few words to the Jew, then turned and grinned at Oliver. So did the Jew himself, with the toasting fork still in his hand. "This is him, Fagin," said Jack Dawkins. "My friend Oliver Twist." The Jew grinned and, bowing low to Oliver, took him by the hand and expressed his hope that he would have the honor of getting to know him well. At this, the young gentleman with the pipes came around him and enthusiastically shook both his hands, especially the one holding his small bundle. One young gentleman was eager to hang up his cap for him, and another was so considerate as to put his hands in Oliver's pockets, so that as the boy was tired, he wouldn't have to empty them himself when he went to bed. These attentions would probably have gone further if the Jew hadn't given the eager youth several raps on the head and shoulders with his toasting fork. "We're very glad to see you, Oliver, very," said the Jew. "Dodger, take the sausages off the fire and pull a tub near it for Oliver. Ah, you're admiring the pocket handkerchiefs." There are plenty of them, aren't there? We've just laid them out to dry before washing. That's all, Oliver. Ha ha ha." The latter part of this speech was greeted with a rowdy shout from all the young pupils of the merry old gentleman. Then they sat down to supper. Oliver ate his share, and the Jew then mixed him a glass of hot gin and water, telling him to drink it right away because another gentleman needed the glass. Oliver did as he was told. Soon afterward he felt himself gently lifted onto one of the sacks, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. Further details about the pleasant old gentleman and his hopeful pupils. It was late the next morning when Oliver woke from a sound, deep sleep. There was no one in the room but the old Jew, who was boiling coffee in a saucepan for breakfast and whistling softly to himself as he stirred it. He would pause every now and then to listen when there was the slightest noise from below, and when he was satisfied, he would continue his whistling and stirring as before. Although Oliver was awake, he wasn't fully conscious. There's a drowsy state between sleeping and waking when you can dream more in 5 minutes with your eyes half open and yourself half conscious of everything around you than you would in 5 nights with your eyes tightly closed and your senses wrapped in perfect unconsciousness. In these moments, a person knows just enough of what his mind is doing to form a dim idea of its immense powers, how it can detach itself from physical restrictions and move freely through time and space when freed from the body's confinement. Oliver was in exactly this condition. Through his half-closed eyes he saw the Jew, heard his low whistling, and recognized the sound of the spoon scraping against the saucepan. Yet at the same time, his mind was actively engaged with almost everyone he had ever known. When the coffee was done, the Jew placed the saucepan on the hearth. Then he stood undecided for a few minutes, as if he wasn't sure what to do next. He turned and looked at Oliver, then called him by name. When the boy didn't answer and appeared to be asleep, the Jew walked silently to the door and locked it. Then, from what seemed to Oliver to be a trap door in the floor, he pulled out a small box, which he placed carefully on the table. His eyes sparkled as he raised the lid and looked inside. Pulling an old chair up to the table, he sat down and took out a magnificent gold watch, sparkling with diamonds. "Ah," said the Jew, shrugging his shoulders and distorting his face into a hideous grin. "Clever dogs, loyal to the end. Never told the old parson where they were. Never betrayed old Fagin. And why should they? It wouldn't have loosened the noose or kept the gallows trap door shut a minute longer. No, 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 fine fellows, fine fellows." With these and other muttered reflections of the same kind, the Jew returned the watch to its place of safety. He then took out at least half a dozen more watches from the same box and examined them with equal pleasure, along with rings, brooches, bracelets, and other jewelry of such rich materials and exquisite workmanship that Oliver had no idea what any of them were called. Having put these treasures back in the box, the Jew took out another one so small that it fit in the palm of his hand. There seemed to be some very tiny inscription on it, for the Jew laid it flat on the table and, shading it with his hand, studied it long and intently. Finally he put it down, seemingly defeated, and leaning back in his chair muttered, "What a wonderful thing capital punishment is. Dead men never repent. Dead men never bring awkward stories to light. Ah, it's a fine thing for the trade." 5 of them strung up in a row, and none left to play informer or turn coward. As the Jew uttered these words, his bright dark eyes, which had been staring vacantly in front of him, happened to fall on Oliver's face. The boy's eyes were fixed on his in mute curiosity, and although the recognition lasted only a moment, the briefest instant imaginable, it was enough to show the old man that he had been observed. He slammed the lid of the box shut, and, grabbing a bread knife from the table, jumped up furiously. He trembled very much, though, for even in his terror, Oliver could see that the knife shook in the air. "What's that?" said the Jew. "What are you watching me for? Why are you awake? What have you seen? Speak, boy. Quick, or your life's at stake." "I couldn't sleep any longer, sir," replied Oliver meekly. "I'm very sorry if I've disturbed you." "Were you awake an hour ago?" asked the Jew with a fierce scowl. "No, sir, I wasn't," replied Oliver. "Are you sure?" said the Jew, with an even more menacing look than before, and a threatening stance. "I'm sure I wasn't, sir," replied Oliver, earnestly. "I really wasn't." "All right, my dear," said the Jew. abruptly returning to his old manner and playing with the knife a bit before setting it down, as if to suggest he had only picked it up in fun. "I know that, my dear. I was only testing you, Oliver. You're a brave boy. Ha, you're a brave boy, Oliver." The Jew rubbed his hands with a chuckle but still glanced uneasily at the box. "Did you see any of these pretty things, my dear?" asked the Jew, laying his hand on it after a brief pause. "Yes, sir," replied Oliver. "Ah," said the Jew, turning rather pale. They're mine, Oliver. My little property. All I have to live on in my old age. People call me a miser, my dear. Just a miser, that's all." Oliver thought the old gentleman must be a determined miser to live in such a dirty place with so many watches, but thinking that perhaps his fondness for the Dodger and the other boys cost him a good deal of money, he only glanced respectfully at the Jew and asked if he could get up. "Certainly, my dear, certainly," replied the old gentleman. "There's a pitcher of water in the corner by the door. Bring it here, and I'll give you a basin to wash in." Oliver got up, walked across the room, and stooped for a moment to lift the pitcher. When he turned around, the box was gone. He had barely finished washing and put everything tidy, emptying the basin out the window according to the Jew's directions, when the Dodger returned, accompanied by a very lively young friend whom Oliver had seen smoking the night before, and who was now formally introduced to him as Charlie Bates. The four sat down to breakfast on the coffee, and some hot rolls and ham that the Dodger had brought home in the crown of his hat. "Well," said the Jew, glancing slyly at Oliver and addressing the Dodger, "I hope you've been at work this morning, my dears." "Hard at it," replied the Dodger. "As nails," added Charlie Bates. Good boys," said the Jew. "What have you got, Dodger?" "A couple of pocketbooks," replied that young gentleman. "With anything in them?" asked the Jew eagerly. "Pretty well," replied the Dodger, producing 2 pocketbooks, one green and one red. "Not as full as they might be," said the Jew, after carefully examining the insides, "but very neatly made. Clever workmanship, Oliver?" "Very indeed, sir," said Oliver. At this, Charlie Bates laughed uproariously, much to Oliver's surprise, as he saw nothing to laugh at in anything that had passed. "And what have you got, my dear?" said Fagin to Charlie Bates. "Wipes," replied Master Bates, producing 4 pocket handkerchiefs. "Well," said the Jew, inspecting them closely, "they're very good ones, but you haven't marked them well, Charlie. We'll have to pick out the marks with a needle, and we'll teach Oliver how to do it." "Shall we, Oliver?" "If you'd like me to, sir," replied Oliver. "Would you like to be able to make pocket handkerchiefs as easily as Charlie Bates?" asked the Jew. "Very much indeed, if you'll teach me, sir," replied Oliver. Master Bates found something so extraordinarily funny in this reply that he burst into another laugh, which, combined with the coffee he was drinking, nearly choked him. "He's so green," said Charlie when he recovered, as an apology to the company for his rude behavior. The Dodger didn't say anything, but he smoothed Oliver's hair over his eyes and said he'd understand better after a while. Then the old gentleman, noticing that Oliver was blushing, changed the subject by asking whether there had been many people at the execution that morning. This made Oliver wonder even more, since it was clear from the replies of the 2 boys that they had both been there, and Oliver naturally wondered how they had found time to be so industrious. When breakfast was over, the merry old gentleman and the 2 boys played a very unusual and curious game. It went like this. The old gentleman put a snuff-box in one pocket of his trousers, a notebook in the other, and a watch in his waistcoat pocket, with a guard chain around his neck. He stuck a fake diamond pin in his shirt, buttoned his coat tightly, and put his spectacle case and handkerchief in his pockets. Then he walked around the room with a cane, imitating the way old gentlemen stroll about town. Sometimes he would stop at the fireplace, and sometimes at the door, pretending to stare into shop windows. All the while, he would keep looking around to guard against thieves, and would pat each pocket in turn to make sure he hadn't lost anything, in such a funny and natural way that Oliver laughed until tears ran down his face. The 2 boys followed him closely, getting out of his sight so nimbly every time he turned that it was impossible to follow their movements. Finally, the Dodger accidentally stepped on his toes, and Charlie Bates bumped into him from behind. In that one moment, they took from him the snuff-box, notebook, watch, guard chain, shirt pin, pocket handkerchief, and even the spectacle case with astonishing speed. If the old gentleman felt a hand in any of his pockets, he would call out where it was, and then the game would begin all over again. After the game had been played many times, 2 young ladies came to visit. One was named Bet, and the other Nancy. They had a lot of hair that wasn't very neatly arranged and were somewhat untidy in their shoes and stockings. They weren't exactly pretty, perhaps, but they had a lot of color in their faces and looked quite robust and energetic. Being naturally free and agreeable in their manners, Oliver thought they were very nice girls indeed, as no doubt they were. The visitors stayed for a long time. Spirits were brought out because one of the young ladies complained of feeling cold inside, and the conversation became very lively and pleasant. Finally, Charlie Bates said it was time to pad the hoof, which Oliver thought must be French for going out, because right afterward the Dodger, Charlie, and the two young ladies left together, having been kindly provided with money to spend by the friendly old Jew. "That's a pleasant life, isn't it, my dear?" said Fagin. "They've gone out for the day." "Have they done their work, sir?" inquired Oliver. "Yes," said the Jew, "unless they happen to find any work on their way out, and they won't neglect it if they do, my dear. Trust me for that." "Make them your models, my dear. Make them your models," tapping the fire shovel on the hearth to emphasize his words. "Do everything they tell you, especially the Dodger's advice. He'll be a great man himself someday, and he'll make you one too if you take him as your example." "Is my handkerchief hanging out of my pocket, my dear?" said the Jew, stopping abruptly. "Yes, sir," said Oliver. "Try to take it out without my feeling it, like you saw them do this morning," said the Jew. Oliver held up the bottom of the pocket with one hand, as he had seen the Dodger do, and gently pulled out the handkerchief with the other. "Is it gone?" asked the Jew. "Here it is, sir," said Oliver, showing it in his hand. "You're a clever boy, my dear," said the old gentleman, patting Oliver on the head approvingly. "I never saw a sharper boy. Here's a shilling for you. If you go on like this, you'll be the greatest man of the time. Now, come here, and I'll show you how to remove the marks from the handkerchiefs." Oliver wondered what picking the old gentleman's pocket in play had to do with his chances of becoming a great man. But thinking that the Jew, being so much older, must know best, he followed him obediently to the table and was soon deeply absorbed in his new study. Chapter 10. Oliver gets to know his new associates better. He purchases experience at a high price, in a short but very important chapter in this history. For many days, Oliver remained in the Jew's room, picking the marks out of the pocket handkerchiefs, of which a large number were brought home, and sometimes taking part in the game already described, which the Jew and the two boys played regularly every morning. Finally, he began to long for fresh air, and repeatedly asked the old gentleman to allow him to go out to work with his two companions. Oliver was all the more anxious to be actively employed because he had seen the stern morality of the old gentleman's character. Whenever the Dodger or Charlie Bates returned home empty-handed, he would lecture them at length on the misery of idle and lazy habits, and would send them to bed without supper to enforce the need for an active life. On one occasion he went so far as to knock them both down a flight of stairs, but this was an unusually extreme application of his virtuous principles. At last, one morning, Oliver got the permission he had so eagerly sought. There had been no handkerchiefs to work on for 2 or 3 days, and dinners had been rather meager. These factors may have influenced the old gentleman's decision. Whatever the reason, he told Oliver he could go, and placed him under the joint guardianship of Charlie Bates and his friend the Dodger. The 3 boys set out together. The Dodger walked with his coat sleeves tucked up and his hat cocked as usual, Master Bates with his hands in his pockets, and Oliver between them, wondering where they were going and what trade he would be taught first. They walked at such a slow, lazy pace, and loitered so strangely, that Oliver soon began to think his companions were going to deceive the old gentleman by not going to work at all. The Dodger had a habit of grabbing the caps off small boys' heads and tossing them down basement areas, and Charlie Bates showed some very loose ideas about property rights, by stealing apples and onions from stalls along the curbs and putting them in pockets that seemed impossibly large. These things looked so bad that Oliver was about to announce he was going to try to find his way back on his own, when a very strange change in the Dodger's behavior stopped him. They had just emerged from a narrow court not far from the open square in Clerkenwell, still called, strangely enough, the Green, when the Dodger suddenly stopped, put his finger to his lips, and pulled his companions back very cautiously. "What's wrong?" asked Oliver. "Shh," replied the Dodger. "Do you see that old guy at the bookstall? The old gentleman over there?" said Oliver. "Yes, I see him." "He'll do," said the Dodger. "A prime target," observed Master Charlie Bates. Oliver looked from one to the other in great surprise, but he wasn't allowed to ask any questions, because the 2 boys stealthily crossed the street and crept up behind the unsuspecting old gentleman. Oliver, walking a few paces behind, stood watching in silent amazement, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. The old gentleman was a very respectable-looking person with a powdered head and gold spectacles. He wore a bottle-green coat with a black velvet collar, white trousers, and carried a smart bamboo cane under his arm. He had picked up a book from the stall and was standing there, reading intently, as if he were sitting in his armchair in his study. Very likely he thought he was, for it was obvious from his absorption that he didn't see the bookstall, the street, the boys, or anything but the book itself, which he was reading straight through, turning the page when he reached the bottom, starting at the top of the next, and continuing with the greatest interest and concentration. What was Oliver's horror and alarm when, standing a few steps away and watching with wide eyes, he saw the Dodger thrust his hand into the old gentleman's pocket and pull out a handkerchief. He passed it to Charlie Bates, and then both of them ran around the corner at full speed. In an instant, the whole mystery of the handkerchiefs, watches, and jewelry flashed upon the boy's mind. He stood for a moment, trembling with fear, as the blood rushing through his veins made him feel as if he were on fire. Then, confused and frightened, he turned and ran. This all happened in a minute. Just as Oliver started to run, the old gentleman, putting his hand in his pocket and missing his handkerchief, turned quickly around. Seeing the boy running away so fast, he naturally concluded that Oliver had taken it. Shouting, "Stop, thief!" at the top of his lungs, he began chasing him, still holding his book. But the old gentleman wasn't the only one who raised the hue and cry. The Dodger and Master Bates, not wanting to attract attention by running down the open street, had merely ducked into the first doorway around the corner. They heard the first shout and saw Oliver running, and, immediately understanding the situation, joined the pursuit with great enthusiasm, shouting, "Stop, thief!" as well. Although Oliver had been raised by philosophers, he wasn't familiar with the excellent principle that self-preservation is the first law of nature. If he had been, perhaps he would have been prepared for this situation. Not being prepared, however, he was all the more terrified, so he ran like the wind, with the old gentleman and the two boys roaring and shouting behind him. "Stop, thief! Stop, thief!" There's magic in that sound. The merchant leaves his counter, the laborer his wagon, the butcher his tray, the baker his basket, the milkman his pail, the errand boy his packages, the schoolboy his marbles, the paver his pickaxe, the child his toys. Away they run, pell-mell, helter-skelter, knocking down passers-by as they turn corners, waking dogs, startling chickens, filling streets, squares, and alleys with the sound. "Stop, thief! Stop, thief!" The cry is taken up by 100 voices, and the crowd grows at every turn. On they go, splashing through the mud and rattling over the pavement. Windows fly open, people run out, the crowd surges forward. All the excitement of the chase rushes like a tide down the streets. Everybody joins in, each one helps to keep the frenzied throng moving, and all ask eagerly, "Where is he? Has anyone seen the thief? Stop, thief! Stop, thief!" There's a deep passion for hunting something embedded in the human heart. One poor, exhausted child, panting with fatigue, terror in his eyes, agony on his face, and large drops of sweat running down his face, strains every nerve to escape his pursuers. They gain on him with every stride, and, seeing his strength fading, they cry out in triumph, "Stop, thief!" Yes, stop him for God's sake, even if it's only out of mercy. Caught at last, a clever blow. He goes down on the pavement, and the crowd eagerly gathers around him, pushing and struggling to get a glimpse. "Stand back! Give him some air!" Nonsense, he doesn't deserve it. "Where's the gentleman? Here he comes! Make room for the gentleman! Is this the boy, sir?" "Yes." Oliver lay covered with mud and dust, bleeding from the mouth, looking wildly around at the crowd, when the old gentleman was pushed and dragged into the circle of onlookers. "Yes," said the gentleman, "I'm afraid it is the boy." "Afraid?" murmured the crowd. "That's a good one." "Poor fellow," said the gentleman. "He hurt himself." "I did that, sir," said a big, burly fellow, stepping forward. "And I cut my knuckle on his mouth. I stopped him, sir." The man touched his hat with a grin, expecting something for his trouble. But the old gentleman, looking at him with obvious dislike, glanced around anxiously, as if he were thinking about running away himself. He might have tried it and set off another chase, had not a police officer, who is usually the last person to arrive in such cases, suddenly pushed through the crowd and grabbed Oliver by the collar. "Come on, get up," said the man roughly. "It wasn't me, sir. Really, it was two other boys, said Oliver, clasping his hands desperately and looking around. They're somewhere around here. Oh no, they're not, said the officer. He meant this to be ironic, but it was actually true, because the Dodger and Charlie Bates had taken the first convenient side street they came to. Come on, get up. Don't hurt him, said the old gentleman compassionately. Oh no, I won't hurt him, replied the officer, nearly tearing Oliver's jacket off his back as proof. Come on, kid, get on your feet. Oliver, who could barely stand, made an effort to do so, and was immediately dragged off by the collar at a pace that made it difficult to keep up. The gentleman walked alongside them, and as many of the crowd as could get ahead looked back from time to time, staring at Oliver. The boys shouted with delight, and on they went. Chapter 11. Mr. Fang, the police magistrate, and a small sample of his administration of justice. The offense had been committed within the district, and indeed in the immediate neighborhood of a very notorious metropolitan police office. The crowd had only the satisfaction of accompanying Oliver through 2 or 3 streets and down a place called Mutton Hill, when he was led through a low archway and up a dirty court to the police station. He was brought into a small, paved yard where they encountered a stout man with a bunch of whiskers on his face and a bunch of keys in his hand. "What's going on now?" asked the man carelessly. "A young pickpocket," replied the officer who had Oliver in custody. "Are you the one who was robbed, sir?" inquired the man with the keys. "Yes, I am," replied the old gentleman, "but I'm not sure that this boy actually took the handkerchief. I'd rather not press charges." "Too late for that now," replied the man. "His worship will be ready in a minute. The young scoundrel will have to face the magistrate." The invitation was addressed to Oliver, but it was accompanied by a look that made it clear the man meant business. With that, he led Oliver into a stone cell, searched him, and finding nothing on him, locked him in. The cell was about the same size and shape as a basement coal cellar, but not nearly as light. It was disgustingly dirty, since it was Monday morning, and it had been occupied by 6 drunken people since Saturday night. But that's a minor issue. In our police stations, men and women are confined every night on the most trivial charges in dungeons that make even the worst cells in Newgate Prison, occupied by the most hardened criminals under sentence of death, look like palaces in comparison. Let anyone who doubts this compare the two. The old gentleman looked almost as troubled as Oliver when the key turned in the lock. He sighed and looked at his book, which had been the innocent cause of all this commotion. "There's something in that boy's face," said the old gentleman to himself as he walked slowly away, thoughtfully tapping his chin with the book cover. "Something that touches and interests me. Could he be innocent? He looked like—" "Wait a minute," exclaimed the old gentleman, stopping suddenly and staring up at the sky. "My goodness, where have I seen that look before?" After thinking for a few minutes, the old gentleman walked with the same thoughtful expression into a back room, just off the yard. There, withdrawing into a corner, he tried to recall a long-forgotten memory. It wasn't easy to push aside the curtain that had long concealed it. There were faces of friends and enemies, and of many who had been almost strangers, appearing in the crowd. There were the faces of young, pretty girls, now old women. There were faces that the grave had changed and closed upon, but which the mind, more powerful than death, still dressed in their old beauty, bringing back the brightness of the eyes, the freshness of the smile, the soul shining through the face, whispering of beauty beyond the tomb. Changed, but only to be enhanced. Taken from earth only to shine more brightly in heaven. But the old gentleman couldn't recall a face that matched Oliver's features. He sighed at the memories he had awakened, and being, fortunately for himself, an absent-minded old gentleman, he returned to the book that had started all this trouble. He was roused by a touch on the shoulder and a request from the man with the keys to follow him into the office. He quickly closed his book and was ushered into the imposing presence of the renowned Mr. Fang. The office was a front parlor with a paneled wall. Mr. Fang sat behind a raised desk at the upper end, and on one side of the door was a sort of wooden pen where poor little Oliver was already placed, trembling at the gravity of the scene. Mr. Fang was a lean, middle-sized man with a long, stiff neck and not much hair, which grew on the back and sides of his head. His face was stern and very flushed. If he truly didn't drink more than was good for him, he could have sued his face for slander and collected substantial damages. The old gentleman bowed respectfully and, stepping up to the magistrate's desk, said, while handing over his card, "That's my name and address, sir." He then stepped back a pace or two, and, with another polite and gentlemanly bow, waited to be questioned. Now, as it happened, Mr. Fang was at that moment reading a leading article in a morning newspaper, commenting on one of his recent decisions and recommending him, for the 350th time, to the special attention of the Home Secretary. This had put him in a foul mood, and he looked up with an annoyed scowl. "Who are you?" demanded Mr. Fang. The old gentleman pointed with some surprise to his card. "Officer," said Mr. Fang, tossing the card contemptuously aside along with the newspaper. "Who is this fellow?" "My name, sir," said the old gentleman, speaking like a gentleman, "is Brownlow. Allow me to ask the name of the magistrate who offers a gratuitous and unprovoked insult to a respectable person." With that, Mr. Brownlow looked around the office as if searching for someone who could provide this information. "Officer," said Mr. Fang, throwing the paper aside, "what's this person charged with?" "He's not charged at all, your worship," replied the officer. "He's appearing against the boy, your worship." His worship knew this perfectly well, but it was a good way to annoy people, and a safe one too. "Appearing against the boy, is he?" said Mr. Fang, eyeing Mr. Brownlow contemptuously from head to foot. "Swear him in." "Before I'm sworn, I must beg to say one thing," said Mr. Brownlow, "and that is that I never would have believed." "Hold your tongue, sir," said Mr. Fang peremptorily. "I will not, sir," replied the old gentleman. "Hold your tongue this instant, or I'll have you thrown out of the office," said Mr. Fang. "You're an insolent, impertinent fellow. How dare you bully a magistrate?" "What?" exclaimed the old gentleman, reddening. "Swear this person," said Fang to the clerk. "I won't hear another word. Swear him in." Mr. Brownlow's indignation was greatly roused, but recognizing that he might only harm the boy by expressing it, he suppressed his feelings and submitted to be sworn at once. "Now," said Fang, "what's the charge against this boy? What do you have to say, sir?" I was standing at a bookstall. Mr. Brownlow began. "Hold your tongue, sir," said Mr. Fang. "Policeman! Where's the policeman? Swear in this policeman." "Now, officer, what happened?" The policeman, with proper humility, described how he had taken the charge, searched Oliver, and found nothing on him. That was all he knew about it. "Are there any witnesses?" inquired Mr. Fang. "None, your worship," replied the policeman. Mr. Fang sat silent for some minutes, then turned to the prosecutor and said in a towering rage, "Do you intend to state what your complaint is against this boy, man? Or do you not? You've been sworn. Now, if you stand there refusing to give evidence, I'll punish you for disrespect to the bench. I will by what or by whom, nobody knows," for the clerk and jailer coughed very loudly at that moment, and the former dropped a heavy book on the floor, thus preventing the word from being heard, accidentally, of course. With many interruptions and repeated insults, Mr. Brownlow managed to state his case. He expressed his hope that if the magistrate believed the boy was either the thief or connected with thieves, he would deal with him as leniently as justice allowed. "He has been hurt already," said the old gentleman in conclusion, "and I fear," he added with great energy, looking toward the bar, "I really fear that he is ill." "Oh, yes, I'm sure," said Mr. Fang with a sneer. "Come, none of your tricks here, you young vagabond. What's your name?" Oliver tried to reply, but his voice failed him. He was deathly pale, and the whole place seemed to be spinning around. "What's your name, you hardened scoundrel?" demanded Mr. Fang. "Officer, what's his name?" This was addressed to a burly old fellow in a striped waistcoat, who was standing by the bar. He bent over Oliver and repeated the inquiry, but finding the boy really couldn't understand the question, and knowing that his not answering would only make the magistrate angrier and increase his sentence, he hazarded a guess. "He says his name is Tom White, your worship," said the kind-hearted policeman. "Oh, he won't speak out, will he?" said Fang. "Very well, very well. Where does he live?" "Wherever he can, your worship," replied the officer, again pretending to get this information from Oliver. "Does he have any parents?" inquired Mr. Fang. "He says they died when he was very young, your worship," replied the officer, improvising the usual answer. At this point in the examination, Oliver raised his head and, looking around pleadingly, murmured a feeble request for water. "Nonsense and lies," said Mr. Fang. "Don't try to play games with me." "I think he really is sick, your worship," said the officer. "I know better," said Mr. Fang. "Take care of him, officer," said the old gentleman, raising his hands instinctively. "He's going to fall." "Stand back, officer," cried Fang. "Let him fall if he wants to." Oliver took advantage of the kind permission and collapsed to the floor in a fainting fit. The men in the office looked at each other, but no one dared to move. I knew he was faking, said Fang, as if this were incontestable proof. Let him lie there. He'll get tired of it soon enough. How do you propose to proceed, sir? Inquired the clerk in a low voice. Summarily, replied Mr. Fang. He stands committed for 3 months. Hard labor, of course. Clear the office. The door was opened for this purpose, and 2 men were preparing to carry the unconscious boy to his cell, when an elderly man in a plain black suit rushed hastily into the office and approached the bench. Stop, stop! Don't take him away! For heaven's sake, wait a moment! Cried the new arrival, out of breath from rushing. Although the presiding officials in such a courtroom exercise arbitrary power over the liberties, reputation, character, and almost the lives of Her Majesty's subjects, especially the poorer classes, and although, within such walls, enough outrageous things are done daily to make the angels weep, these proceedings are closed to the public except through the daily press. Mr. Fang was therefore quite upset to see an uninvited guest enter in such an irreverent manner. What is this? Who is this? Clear the office! Cried Mr. Fang. I will speak, cried the man. I will not be turned out. I saw it all. I keep the bookstall. I demand to be sworn. I won't be silenced. Mr. Fang, you must hear me. You must not refuse. The man was right. His manner was determined, and the matter had gone too far to be hushed up. Swear the man, growled Mr. Fang reluctantly. Now what do you have to say? This, said the man. I saw 3 boys, 2 others, and this one, loitering on the opposite side of the street when this gentleman was reading. The robbery was committed by another boy. I saw it done, and I saw that this boy was completely shocked and surprised by it. Having caught his breath a bit, the bookseller went on to describe the exact circumstances of the theft more coherently. Why didn't you come here before? Said Fang after a pause. I didn't have anyone to watch the shop, replied the man. Everyone who could have helped me had joined in the chase. I couldn't get anyone until 5 minutes ago, and I ran all the way here. So the prosecutor was reading, was he? Asked Fang after another pause. Yes, replied the man. The very book he has in his hand. Oh, that book, E.H., said Fang. Has he paid for it? No, he hasn't, replied the man with a smile. Goodness me, I completely forgot about it, exclaimed the absent-minded Mr. Brownlow. A fine person to bring charges against a poor boy, said Fang, with a comical attempt to look humane. I consider, sir, that you have obtained possession of that book under very suspicious circumstances, and you should be thankful that the owner isn't prosecuting you. Let this be a lesson to you, my man, or the law will catch up with you yet. The boy is discharged. Clear the office. Damn me, cried the old gentleman, finally giving in to the rage he had been keeping in check. Damn me, I'll— Clear the office, shouted the magistrate. Officers, do you hear me? Clear the office. The order was obeyed, and the indignant Mr. Brownlow was escorted out with the book in one hand and his bamboo cane in the other, in a perfect frenzy of rage and defiance. He reached the yard, and his anger vanished in a moment. Little Oliver Twist was lying on his back on the pavement, with his shirt unbuttoned and his temples wet with water. His face was deathly white, and a cold tremor ran through his whole body. Poor boy, said Mr. Brownlow, bending over him. Someone call a coach, please. A coach was obtained, and Oliver, having been carefully laid on one of the seats, the old gentleman got in and sat in the other. May I come with you? Asked the bookseller, looking in. Of course, my dear friend, said Mr. Brownlow quickly. I forgot about you. Dear me, I still have that unfortunate book. Jump in. Poor fellow, there's no time to lose. The bookseller got into the coach, and away they drove. Chapter 12. Oliver is taken better care of than ever before, and the narrative returns to the merry old gentleman and his youthful friends. The coach rattled over nearly the same ground that Oliver had traversed when he first entered London with the Dodger. Turning in a different direction when it reached the Angel at Islington, it finally stopped in front of a neat house in a quiet, shady street near Pentonville. Here, a bed was quickly prepared, in which Mr. Brownlow saw his young charge safely and comfortably settled, and here he was tended with a kindness and attention that knew no limits. But for many days Oliver remained unconscious to all the goodness of his new friends. The sun rose and set again, many times, while the boy lay on his bed wasting away with the slow creeping fever. The worm does not work more surely on the dead body than does this slow, consuming disease upon the living frame. Weak, pale, and thin, he finally awoke from what seemed to have been a long and troubled dream. Feebly raising himself from the bed, with his head resting on his trembling arm, he looked anxiously around. "What room is this? Where have I been brought?" said Oliver. "This isn't the place I went to sleep in." He uttered these words in a feeble voice, being very weak, but they were overheard immediately. The curtain at the head of the bed was quickly drawn back, and a motherly old lady, very neatly and precisely dressed, rose from an armchair near by where she had been sitting doing needlework. "Hush, my dear," said the old lady gently. "You must be very quiet, or you'll be ill again. You've been very sick, as bad as you could be nearly. Lie down again, there's a dear." With these words, the old lady gently placed Oliver's head on the pillow, and smoothing back his hair from his forehead, looked so kindly and lovingly at him that he couldn't help placing his little withered hand in hers and drawing it around his neck. "Oh," said the old lady, with tears in her eyes, "what a grateful little dear, pretty child! What would his mother feel if she had sat by him as I have, and could see him now?" "Maybe she does see me," whispered Oliver, folding his hands together. "Maybe she has sat by me. I almost feel as if she had." "That was the fever, my dear," said the old lady mildly. "I suppose it was," replied Oliver, "because heaven is a long way off, and they are too happy there to come down to the bedside of a poor boy. But if she knew I was ill, she must have pitied me even there. She was very ill herself before she died. She can't know anything about me, though," added Oliver after a moment's silence. "If she had seen me hurt, it would have made her sad, and her face has always looked sweet and happy when I've dreamed of her." The old lady made no reply to this, but wiped her eyes first, and then her spectacles, which lay on the counterpane, and then put on the spectacles, as if they were part of the routine of getting ready to cry. She then brought Oliver some cooling drink and patted him on the cheek, telling him he must lie very quiet, or he would be ill again. So Oliver kept very still, partly because he was anxious to obey the kind old lady in everything, and partly, to tell the truth, because he was completely exhausted by what he had said. He soon dozed off again, awoken only by the light of a candle, which, being brought near the bed, showed him a gentleman with a very large and loud-ticking gold watch in his hand, who felt his pulse, and said he was a great deal better. "You're a great deal better, aren't you, my dear?" said the gentleman. "Yes, thank you, sir," replied Oliver. "Yes, I know you are," said the gentleman. "You're hungry, too, I suspect." "No, sir," answered Oliver. Said the gentleman. "No, I know you're not. He's not hungry, Mrs. Bedwin," said the gentleman, looking very wise. The old lady made a respectful bow, which seemed to say that she thought the doctor was a very clever man. The doctor appeared to share this opinion. "You feel sleepy, don't you, my dear?" said the doctor. "No, sir," replied Oliver. "No," said the doctor with a very shrewd and satisfied look. "You're not sleepy. Nor thirsty, are you?" "Yes, sir, rather thirsty," answered Oliver. "Just as I expected, Mrs. Bedwin," said the doctor. "It's very natural that he should be thirsty. You may give him a little tea, ma'am, and some dry toast without any butter. Don't keep him too warm, ma'am, but be careful not to let him get too cold, will you?" The old lady dropped a curtsy. The doctor, after tasting the cooling drink and expressing qualified approval, hurried away, his boots creaking as he went downstairs in a very important and wealthy manner. Oliver soon fell asleep again, and when he woke, it was nearly 12 o'clock. The old lady tenderly said good night shortly after, and left him in charge of a fat old woman who had just arrived, bringing with her a small prayer book and a large nightcap. Putting the latter on her head and the former on the table, the old woman, after telling Oliver that she had come to sit up with him, sat in a chair by the fire and began to doze, interrupted by frequent jerks forward and occasional choking sounds. These, however, had no worse effect than causing her to rub her nose very hard and fall asleep again. The night crept slowly on. Oliver lay awake for some time, counting the little circles of light that the reflection of the nightlight made on the ceiling, or tracing with his languid eyes the pattern of the paper on the wall. The darkness and deep silence of the room were very solemn, and as they brought to the boy's mind the thought that death had been hovering there for many days and nights, and might yet fill the room with its gloomy presence, he turned his face to the pillow and fervently prayed to heaven. Gradually he fell into that deep, peaceful sleep that comes only after pain has passed, that calm and peaceful rest which is painful to wake from. Who, if this were death, would want to be awakened to all the struggles and turmoil of life, to all the worries of the present, the anxieties of the future, and above all, the weary memories of the past? It had been bright daylight for hours when Oliver opened his eyes, He felt cheerful and happy. The crisis of the disease was safely past. He belonged to the world again. In 3 days, he was able to sit in an easy chair, well propped up with pillows, and since he was still too weak to walk, Mrs. Bedouin had him carried downstairs into the little housekeeper's room, which belonged to her. Setting him down by the fireside, the good old lady sat down too, and seeing him looking so much better, burst into tears of joy. "Don't mind me, my dear," said the old lady. "I'm only crying because I'm so happy. It's all over now, and I'm fine." "You're very, very kind to me, ma'am," said Oliver. "Never mind that, my dear," said the old lady. "That has nothing to do with your broth, and it's time you had it. The doctor said Mr. Brownlow might come to see you this morning, and we want to look our best, because the better we look, the happier he'll be." With this, the old lady began warming up a basin of broth, strong enough, Oliver thought, to provide a meal for 350 paupers at the lowest estimate when diluted to regulation strength. "Do you like pictures, dear?" asked the old lady, seeing that Oliver had fixed his eyes intently on a portrait hanging on the wall opposite his chair. "I don't really know, ma'am," said Oliver, without taking his eyes from the canvas. "I've seen so few that I hardly know. What a beautiful, gentle face that lady has." "Ah," said the old lady, "painters always make ladies look prettier than they are, or they wouldn't get any customers, child. The man who invented the machine for taking likenesses might have known it would never succeed. It's much too honest." "A deal too honest," said the old lady, laughing heartily at her own wit. "Is it a portrait, ma'am?" asked Oliver. "Yes," said the old lady, looking up from the broth for a moment. "It's a portrait." "Of whom, ma'am?" asked Oliver. "Really, my dear, I don't know," answered the old lady in good humor. "It's not a portrait of anyone we know. It seems to have caught your interest, though." "It's so pretty," replied Oliver. "Why, you're not afraid of it, are you?" said the old lady, noticing with surprise the look of awe with which the child regarded the painting. "Oh, no, no," replied Oliver quickly. "But the eyes look so sad, and where I'm sitting, they seem to be looking right at me. It makes my heart beat," added Oliver in a low voice, "as if it were alive and wanted to speak to me but couldn't." "Lord, save us!" exclaimed the old lady, starting up. "Don't talk like that, child. You're weak and nervous after your illness. Let me turn your chair around so you can't see it. There," said the old lady, suiting her action to her words. "Now you can't see it at all." Oliver did see it in his mind's eye, as clearly as if he hadn't moved, but he thought it best not to worry the kind old lady, so he smiled gently when she looked at him. Mrs. Bedouin, satisfied that he was more comfortable now, prepared some toast dipped in the broth, with all the bustle appropriate to such an important task. Oliver got through it with remarkable speed. He had barely swallowed the last spoonful when there was a gentle tap at the door. "Come in," said the old lady, and in walked Mr. Brownlow. The old gentleman came in as briskly as could be, but he had no sooner raised his spectacles on his forehead and thrust his hands behind his dressing gown to take a good look at Oliver than his face underwent a variety of strange contortions. Oliver looked very worn and shadowy from his illness, and made an unsuccessful attempt to stand up out of respect to his benefactor, which only resulted in his sinking back into the chair again. The truth is, Mr. Brownlow's heart, being large enough for 6 ordinary old gentlemen of humane disposition, forced a supply of tears into his eyes by some hydraulic process which were not scientific enough to explain. Poor boy," said Mr. Brownlow, clearing his throat. "I'm a bit hoarse this morning, Mrs. Bedouin. I'm afraid I've caught cold." "I hope not, sir," said Mrs. Bedouin. "Everything you've had has been well aired, sir." "I don't know about that, Bedouin. I don't know," said Mr. Brownlow. "I think I had a damp napkin at dinner yesterday. But never mind that. How do you feel, my dear?" "Very happy, sir," replied Oliver, "and very grateful for your goodness to me." "Good boy," said Mr. Brownlow stoutly. "Have you given him any nourishment, Bedouin?" "Any slops, E.H.?" "He's just had a basin of beautiful strong broth, sir," replied Mrs. Bedouin, drawing herself up slightly and emphasizing the last word to indicate that there was no connection whatsoever between slops and the good food she had given Oliver. Said Mr. Brownlow, with a slight shudder. "A couple of glasses of port wine would have done him a lot more good, wouldn't they, Tom White, E.H.?" "My name is Oliver, sir," replied the little invalid with a surprised look. "Oliver?" said Mr. Brownlow. "Oliver what? Oliver White, E.H.?" No, sir, Twist. Oliver Twist. Odd name, said the old gentleman. Why did you tell the magistrate your name was White? I never told him so, sir, returned Oliver, amazed. This sounded so much like a lie that the old gentleman looked somewhat sternly at Oliver. But it was impossible to doubt the boy. There was truth in every line of his face. Some mistake, said Mr. Brownlow. But although his reason for looking steadily at Oliver was now gone, the old idea of a resemblance between his features and some familiar face came so strongly upon him that he couldn't take his gaze away. I hope you're not angry with me, sir, said Oliver, raising his eyes beseechingly. No, no, replied the old gentleman. Good heavens, what's this? Bedouin, look there. As he spoke, he pointed hastily to the picture above Oliver's head, and then to the boy's face. There was its living copy. The eyes, the head, the mouth, every feature was the same. The expression was, for the instant, so exactly alike that the minutest lines seemed copied with startling accuracy. Oliver didn't know the cause of this sudden exclamation, because he wasn't strong enough to withstand the shock it gave him, and he fainted away. In the brief silence that followed, let me use the pause to release the reader from suspense regarding the two young pupils of the merry old gentleman. When the Dodger and his accomplished friend Master Bates joined in the hue and cry which was raised at Oliver's heels as a result of their stealing Mr. Brownlow's handkerchief, they were actuated by a very praiseworthy and becoming regard for themselves. Seeing that the freedom of the individual is among the most treasured rights of every true Englishman, I need hardly point out to the reader that this action should raise them in your esteem. It validates the little code of laws that certain profound philosophers have established as the guiding principles of all nature's dealings. These wise men reduce the good lady's actions to matters of maxim and theory, and through their dedication to her wisdom, completely ignore any considerations of heart or generous impulse, things that are entirely beneath the notice of a female universally acknowledged to be far above the numerous little foibles of her sex. If I needed any further proof of the strictly philosophical nature of these young gentlemen's conduct in their delicate predicament, I would at once find it in the fact that they abandoned the pursuit when public attention was fixed on Oliver, and made their way home by the shortest possible route. Although I don't mean to assert that it's usually the practice of renowned and learned sages to shorten the road to any conclusion, their course being usually to lengthen the distance by various circumlocutions, still I do mean to say that it's the invariable practice of many mighty philosophers to show great wisdom in protecting themselves against every possible contingency. Thus, to do a great right, you may do a little wrong, since the worthiness of the end justifies the means, with the amount of right, the amount of wrong, and indeed the very distinction between the two being left entirely to the philosopher concerned, to be determined by his unique perspective on his own particular case. It wasn't until the two boys had scurried through a tangled maze of narrow streets that they dared to stop and catch their breath. They paused beneath a low, dark archway, and after catching their breath, Master Bates burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, throwing himself on a doorstep and rolling around in delight. "What's so funny?" asked the Dodger. "Ha ha ha ha!" roared Charlie Bates. "Quiet down," said the Dodger, looking cautiously around. "Do you want to get us caught, you idiot?" "I can't help it," said Charlie. "I can't help it." To see him running like that, and cutting around corners, and knocking into posts, and starting up again, as if he was made of iron, and me with the handkerchief in my pocket, yelling after him, "Oh, it's too much." The vivid imagination of Master Bates presented the scene before him too strongly, and he again rolled on the doorstep and laughed louder than before. "What will Fagin say?" asked the Dodger, taking advantage of a pause in Charlie's laughter. "What?" repeated Charlie Bates. "What do you think he'll say?" asked the Dodger. "What should he say?" inquired Charlie, suddenly stopping his laughter as the reality of their situation dawned on him. "What should he say?" Mr. Dawkins whistled for a couple of minutes, then taking off his hat, scratched his head and nodded 3 times. "What do you mean?" said Charlie. "Tooralooroo choo-choo," said the Dodger, with a slight sneer on his intelligent face. This was hardly enlightening, and Master Bates asked again, "What do you mean?" The Dodger didn't reply, but put his hat on again, tucked the flaps of his long coat under his arm, stuck his tongue in his cheek, slapped the bridge of his nose several times in a knowing manner, and then, turning on his heel, slunk down the court. Master Bates followed him with a thoughtful expression, A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps on the creaking stairs roused the merry old gentleman as he sat over the fire with a sausage and a small loaf in his hand, a pocket-knife in his right, and a pewter pot on the trivet. There was a sly smile on his pale face as he turned around and, peering from under his red eyebrows, listened intently with his ear toward the door. "What's this?" muttered the Jew, changing expression. "Only 2 of them? Where's the third? They can't have gotten into trouble. Listen carefully." The footsteps approached nearer. They reached the landing, and the door slowly opened. The Dodger entered, followed by Charlie Bates, who closed the door behind them. Chapter 14. Oliver stays with Mr. Brownlow. Oliver quickly recovered from the fainting spell that Mr. Brownlow's sudden exclamation had caused. Both the old gentleman and Mrs. Bedwin carefully avoided mentioning the portrait during their conversation. They spoke of lighter subjects instead, things that might entertain Oliver without upsetting him. He was still too weak to come down for breakfast, but the next day, when he made it to the housekeeper's room, his first act was to search the wall eagerly, hoping to see the beautiful lady's face again. His hopes were disappointed. The picture was gone. "I see it's been taken down," said Mrs. Bedwin, noticing where Oliver was looking. "Yes, ma'am," replied Oliver. "Why did they remove it?" "Mr. Brownlow said it seemed to upset you," the old lady explained. "He thought it might slow down your recovery." "Oh, it didn't upset me at all," Oliver assured her. "I liked looking at it. I loved it, really." "Well, don't worry," said Mrs. Bedwin kindly. "Once you're better, it'll be hung up again. I promise. Now, shall we talk about something else?" That was all Oliver could learn about the picture. Mrs. Bedwin had been so kind during his illness that he tried not to think about it anymore. Instead, he listened attentively to her stories about her beautiful, married daughter who lived in the country, and her son, a merchant's clerk in the West Indies. She spoke of how good he was, writing dutiful letters 4 times a year that brought tears to her eyes. After describing at length her wonderful children and her late husband, who had been dead 26 years, it was time for tea. Afterward, she taught Oliver to play cribbage, which he picked up quickly. They played with great interest until it was time for the invalid to have some warm wine and water with toast before going to bed. Those days of Oliver's recovery were happy ones. Everything was so quiet and neat and orderly. Everyone so kind and gentle. After the noise and chaos he had always lived in, it seemed like heaven. As soon as he was strong enough to dress properly, Mr. Brownlow ordered a complete new outfit for him, new suit, cap, and shoes. Oliver was told he could do whatever he wanted with his old clothes, so he gave them to a servant who had been kind to him, and asked her to sell them to a second-hand dealer. She gladly did so, and as Oliver watched from the window as the Jewish dealer packed them up and walked away, he felt relieved they were gone. They were just sad rags, after all, and he'd never had new clothes before. One evening, about a week after the incident with the portrait, Oliver was sitting talking with Mrs. Bedwin when a message came from Mr. Brownlow. If Oliver felt well enough, Mr. Brownlow wanted to see him in his study. "Goodness gracious," exclaimed Mrs. Bedwin. "Wash your hands and let me fix your hair properly. Dear me! If we'd known he was going to ask for you, we would have put a clean collar on you and made you look smart," Oliver did as she asked. Although she complained that there wasn't even time to properly arrange his shirt collar, he looked so handsome that she finally admitted it probably wouldn't have been possible to improve his appearance much, even with more notice. Encouraged by this, Oliver knocked at the study door. When Mr. Brownlow called him in, he found himself in a small room packed with books. At a table by the window sat Mr. Brownlow, reading. When he saw Oliver, he pushed his book aside and invited the boy to come sit down. Oliver obeyed, wondering where they found enough people to read all those books. This, of course, is something even adults wonder about. "There are a lot of books, aren't there?" Mr. Brownlow observed, noticing Oliver's curious gaze at the shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling. "Yes, sir. A great many," replied Oliver. "I've never seen so many." "You shall read them if you behave well," said the old gentleman kindly. "You'll enjoy that more than just looking at their covers, at least with some books. The bindings and covers are the best parts of others." "I suppose those are the big heavy ones," said Oliver, pointing to some large books with gilded bindings. "Not always," said Mr. Brownlow, patting Oliver's head with a smile. "There are other equally heavy books that are much smaller. How would you like to grow up to be a clever man and write books?" "I think I'd rather read them, sir," replied Oliver. "What? Wouldn't you like to be a book writer?" the old gentleman asked. Oliver thought for a moment, then said he imagined it would be better to be a bookseller. At this, the old gentleman laughed heartily and declared Oliver had said something very clever, which pleased the boy, though he didn't quite understand why. "Well," said Mr. Brownlow, composing himself, "don't worry. We won't make you an author while there are honest trades to learn or bricks to be laid." "Thank you, sir," said Oliver earnestly. The old gentleman laughed again and mentioned something about a curious instinct, which Oliver didn't understand and didn't pay much attention to. "Now," said Mr. Brownlow in a more serious tone, "I want you to listen carefully to what I'm going to say. I'll speak openly with you because I believe you can understand me, perhaps better than many older people would." "Please don't tell me you're sending me away, sir," cried Oliver, alarmed by the old gentleman's serious tone. "Don't turn me out to wander the streets again. Let me stay here and work for you. Don't send me back to that horrible place. Have mercy on me, sir." "My dear child," said Mr. Brownlow, moved by Oliver's passionate plea, "don't be afraid I'll abandon you unless you give me reason to." "I never will, sir," Oliver promised. "I hope not," continued the old gentleman. "I don't believe you will. I've been deceived before by people I tried to help, but I feel strongly inclined to trust you. I'm more interested in your welfare than I can explain, even to myself. The people I've loved most deeply lie in their graves, but although my happiness is buried with them, I haven't sealed up my heart forever. Suffering has only made my feelings stronger." The old gentleman said this quietly, almost to himself, and remained silent for a moment. Oliver sat still, not daring to interrupt. "Well, well," Mr. Brownlow continued in a more cheerful tone, "I only mention this because you're young, and knowing I've experienced great pain and sorrow might make you more careful not to hurt me again. You say you're an orphan without any friends. All the inquiries I've made confirm this. Tell me your story. Where you come from, who raised you, and how you ended up with the people I found you with. Speak truthfully, and as long as I live, you won't be friendless." Oliver's sobs prevented him from speaking for several minutes. He was about to begin his story when a peculiarly impatient double knock was heard at the door. The servant ran upstairs to announce Mr. Grimwig. "Is he coming up?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "Yes, sir," replied the servant. "He asked if we had any muffins, and when I said yes, he said he'd come for tea." Mr. Brownlow smiled and explained to Oliver that Mr. Grimwig was an old friend of his. Though sometimes rough in his manners, he was a good man at heart. Oliver shouldn't be bothered by his brusqueness. "Should I go downstairs, sir?" Oliver asked. "No," replied Mr. Brownlow. "I'd rather you stayed here." Just then, a stout old gentleman with a slight limp entered the room. He wore a blue coat, striped waistcoat, nankeen breeches, gaiters, and a broad-brimmed white hat with green sides. A small shirt frill stuck out from his waistcoat, and a long steel watch chain, with just a key at the end, dangled below it. His white neckerchief was twisted into a ball about the size of an orange. His face was contorted into all sorts of expressions, and he had a habit of tilting his head to one side when speaking and looking out of the corners of his eyes, rather like a parrot. He struck this pose as soon as he entered, and holding out a small piece of orange peel at arm's length, he exclaimed in a grumpy voice, "Look at this! Isn't it remarkable that I can't visit a man's house without finding a piece of this wretched surgeon's friend on the staircase? I was once lamed by orange peel, and I know it will be the death of me yet, or I'll eat my own head." This strange threat was Mr. Grimwig's favorite way of emphasizing his statements. The oddest thing was that, even if it were possible for a man to eat his own head, which science has yet to achieve, Mr. Grimwig's head was so unusually large that even the most optimistic person couldn't hope to finish it in one sitting, not to mention it was covered with a thick layer of powder. "I'll eat my head, sir," repeated Mr. Grimwig, striking his walking stick on the floor. "Wait, what's this?" he added, noticing Oliver and backing away a step or two. "This is young Oliver Twist, whom we were discussing," said Mr. Brownlow. Oliver bowed. "You don't mean to say this is the boy who had the fever?" asked Mr. Grimwig, recoiling further. "Wait, don't speak. Stop," he continued abruptly, suddenly forgetting his fear of infection as a new thought struck him. "That's the boy who had the orange. If that's not the boy who had the orange and threw the peel on the stairs, I'll eat my head, and his too." No, he hasn't had one," said Mr. Brownlow, laughing. "Come, put down your hat and speak to Oliver." "I feel strongly about this, sir," said the irritable old gentleman, removing his gloves. "There's always orange peel on the pavement in our street. I know it's put there by that surgeon's boy on the corner. A young woman tripped over some last night and fell against my garden railing. As soon as she got up, I saw her look toward his infernal red lamp. 'Don't go to him,' I called from the window. 'He's an assassin, a man-trap, And if he isn't? Here the irascible old gentleman gave a great thump on the floor with his stick, which his friends understood to be his way of saying, "I'll eat my head." Mr. Grimwig sat down, put on his eyeglasses, which he wore on a black ribbon, and examined Oliver. The boy, seeing he was being studied, blushed and bowed again. "So that's the boy, is it?" Mr. Grimwig asked at last. "That's the boy," replied Mr. Brownlow. "How are you, boy?" said Mr. Grimwig. "Much better, thank you, sir," replied Oliver. Mr. Brownlow, sensing his eccentric friend might say something unpleasant, asked Oliver to go downstairs and tell Mrs. Bedwin they were ready for tea. Oliver was happy to go, as he didn't care for the visitor's manner. "He's a nice-looking boy, isn't he?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "I don't know," replied Mr. Grimwig peevishly. "Don't know? No, I don't know. I only recognize two types of boys, pasty, sickly boys and red-faced, beefy boys." "And which is Oliver?" "The pasty kind. I know a friend with a red-faced boy, a fine lad they call him, with a round head, red cheeks, and bulging eyes. A horrible boy with a body bursting out of his blue clothes, the voice of a ship's captain, and the appetite of a wolf. I know him, the wretch." "Come now," said Mr. Brownlow. "Those aren't the characteristics of young Oliver Twist, so you needn't work yourself up about him." "No," replied Mr. Grimwig. "He might have worse." Here Mr. Brownlow coughed impatiently, which delighted Mr. Grimwig immensely. "Yes, he might have worse," repeated Mr. Grimwig. "Where did he come from? Who is he?" "He's had a fever." "So what?" "Fevers aren't exclusive to good people. Bad people get fevers, don't they? I knew a man who was hanged in Jamaica for murdering his master. He'd had fever 6 times. That didn't save him from the gallows. Bah! Nonsense!" The truth was that in his heart, Mr. Grimwig was strongly disposed to admit that Oliver's appearance and manner were unusually appealing. But he had a strong appetite for contradiction, fueled by finding the orange peel on the stairs. Determined that no man would dictate to him whether a boy looked good or not, he had resolved from the start to oppose his friend. When Mr. Brownlow admitted he couldn't yet answer any questions about Oliver's background and had postponed investigating until the boy was stronger, Mr. Grimwig chuckled maliciously. He sarcastically asked if the housekeeper counted the silver every night, because if she didn't, she might find a spoon or two missing some sunny morning, and if that happened, he would be content to, well, you know what? Despite being somewhat impetuous himself, Mr. Brownlow knew his friend's peculiarities and took it all in good humor. As Mr. Grimwig's mood improved over tea, and he expressed his approval of the muffins, things went more smoothly. Oliver, who was part of the party, began to feel more at ease in the fierce old gentleman's presence. When are we going to hear the full, true, and particular account of Oliver Twist's life and adventures? Mr. Grimwig asked Mr. Brownlow as they finished their meal, glancing sideways at Oliver. "Tomorrow morning," replied Mr. Brownlow. "I'd prefer to be alone with him. Come to me at 10 o'clock, my dear." "Yes, sir," replied Oliver, though with some hesitation because Mr. Grimwig was staring hard at him. "I'll tell you what," whispered Mr. Grimwig to Mr. Brownlow. "He won't come to you tomorrow morning. I saw him hesitate. He's deceiving you, my friend." "I'll swear he's not," replied Mr. Brownlow warmly. "If he isn't," said Mr. Grimwig, and down went his walking stick. "I'll answer for that boy's truth with my life," said Mr. Brownlow, striking the table. "And I, for his falsehood, with my head," retorted Mr. Grimwig, also striking the table. "We'll see," said Mr. Brownlow, checking his rising anger. "We will," replied Mr. Grimwig with a provoking smile. "We will." As fate would have it, Mrs. Bedwin returned at that moment with a package of books Mr. Brownlow had purchased that morning from the same bookseller who appeared earlier in this story. Setting them on the table, she prepared to leave the room. "Wait, Mrs. Bedwin," said Mr. Brownlow. "There's something to be returned to the bookseller." "He's gone, sir," replied Mrs. Bedwin. "Call after him," said Mr. Brownlow. "It's important. He's a poor man, and the books haven't been paid for. And there are some books to be returned as well." The street door was opened. Oliver ran one way, the girl ran another, and Mrs. Bedwin stood on the step calling for the boy, but there was no boy in sight. Oliver and the girl returned breathlessly to report they couldn't find him. "Dear me, I'm terribly sorry," said Mr. Brownlow. "I particularly wanted those books returned tonight." "Send Oliver with them," said Mr. Grimwig with an ironic smile. "He'll be sure to deliver them safely." "Yes, please let me take them," said Oliver eagerly. "I'll run all the way." The old gentleman was about to say that Oliver shouldn't go out under any circumstances, But Mr. Grimwig's mocking cough changed his mind. He decided to let Oliver go to prove his friend's suspicions wrong. "You shall go, my dear," said the old gentleman. "The books are on a chair by my table. Bring them down." Oliver, delighted to be useful, brought down the books under his arm in a great hurry and waited with his cap in hand for instructions. "Tell the bookseller," said Mr. Brownlow, looking steadily at Grimwig, "that you've brought those books back and that you've come to pay the £4.10 I owe him. Here's a £5 note, so you'll need to bring me back 10 shillings change." "I won't be 10 minutes, sir," said Oliver eagerly. He buttoned the banknote into his jacket pocket, tucked the books carefully under his arm, made a respectful bow, and left the room. Mrs. Bedwin accompanied him to the street door, giving him detailed directions about the shortest route, the name of the bookseller, and the name of the street. After adding many instructions to be careful not to catch cold, she finally let him go. "Bless his sweet face," said the old lady, watching him leave. "I can't bear to let him out of my sight." Just then, Oliver looked back with a happy smile before turning the corner. The old lady returned his wave, closed the door, and went back to her room. "Let's see, he should be back in 20 minutes at most," said Mr. Brownlow, taking out his watch and placing it on the table. "It will be dark by then." "You really expect him to come back?" asked Mr. Grimwig. "Don't you?" asked Mr. Brownlow, smiling. Mr. Grimwig's contrarian spirit was particularly strong at that moment, especially given his friend's confident smile. "No," he declared, smacking his fist on the table. "I do not. The boy has a new suit of clothes on his back, a set of valuable books under his arm, and a £5 note in his pocket. He'll join his old friends the thieves and laugh at you. If that boy ever returns to this house, I'll eat my head." With these words, he pulled his chair closer to the table, and there the two friends sat in silent anticipation with the watch between them. It's worth noting, as an illustration of how strongly we believe in our own judgments, and how proudly we cling to our hasty conclusions, that although Mr. Grimwig was not a bad-hearted man, and would have been genuinely sorry to see his respected friend duped, he most earnestly hoped at that moment that Oliver Twist would not return. It grew so dark that the numbers on the watch face were barely visible. Still, the two old gentlemen sat in silence, with the watch between them. Chapter 15. How very fond of Oliver Twist the merry old Jew and Miss Nancy were. In the darkest corner of a dirty pub in the filthiest part of Little Saffron Hill, a gloomy place where a gas lamp burned all day in winter and where sunlight never penetrated in summer, sat a man in a velveteen coat, drab shorts, and half boots, nursing a small glass of liquor. At his feet lay a white-coated, red-eyed dog, who alternated between winking at his master with both eyes and licking a fresh cut on the side of his mouth, apparently from a recent fight. "Keep quiet, you mangy beast," said the man, suddenly breaking the silence. Whether his thoughts were disturbed by the dog's winking, or whether he needed to vent his feelings by kicking something defenseless, is debatable. Either way, he delivered a swift kick and curse to the dog simultaneously. Dogs don't usually retaliate against their masters, but this one, sharing his owner's bad temper and possibly feeling especially wronged, promptly sank his teeth into one of the man's boots. After giving it a good shake, he retreated under a bench, just avoiding the pewter mug the man threw at his head. "So that's how it is, huh?" said Sikes, seizing a poker in one hand while opening a large clasp knife with the other. "Come here, you devil. Come on. Do you hear me?" The dog certainly heard, as Sikes spoke in a particularly harsh voice, but he seemed to have strong objections to having his throat cut, and stayed where he was, growling more fiercely and gripping the poker between his teeth like a wild animal. This only further enraged Sikes, who dropped to his knees and began attacking the dog furiously. The dog jumped left and right, snapping and barking. The man swore and struck. The struggle was reaching a critical point when the door suddenly opened. The dog bolted outside, leaving Bill Sikes holding the poker and knife in his hands. As the saying goes, it takes two for a quarrel. Disappointed that the dog had left, Sikes immediately transferred his anger to the newcomer. "What the hell are you doing, coming between me and my dog?" he snarled. "I didn't know, my dear, I didn't know," replied Fagin humbly, for he was the newcomer. "Didn't know, you pale-faced thief?" growled Sikes. "Couldn't you hear the noise?" "Not a sound, I swear, Bill," replied the Jew. "Oh, right, you hear nothing," Sikes replied with a fierce sneer. "Sneaking in and out so nobody notices. I wish you'd been the dog a moment ago." "Why?" asked the Jew nervously. Because the government, which cares about the lives of men like you, who don't have half the courage of dogs, lets a man kill a dog however he wants," replied Sikes meaningfully as he closed his knife. "That's why." Fagin rubbed his hands together and sat down at the table, trying to laugh at his friend's joke. He was clearly uncomfortable, however. "Grin all you want," said Sikes, putting down the poker and looking at him with contempt. "You'll never get the last laugh on me, unless it's from behind a nightcap. I've got the upper hand over you, Fagin, and I'll keep it. If I go down, you do too. Remember that." I know, my dear," said the Jew. "We have a mutual interest, Bill. A mutual interest." Said Sikes, as if he thought the interest favored the Jew more than him. "What do you want?" "It's all gone smoothly through the melting pot," replied Fagin. "And this is your share. It's a bit more than it should be, but I know you'll do me a favor another time, and—" "Cut the nonsense," interrupted the robber impatiently. "Where is it? Hand it over." Yes, Bill, give me a moment," replied the Jew soothingly. "Here it is, all safe." As he spoke, he pulled an old cotton handkerchief from his chest. Untying a large knot in one corner, he produced a small brown paper packet. Sikes snatched it, opened it hastily, and began to count the gold coins inside. "Is this all?" he asked. "All," replied the Jew. "You haven't opened the package and swallowed a couple on the way, have you?" asked Sikes suspiciously. "Don't look offended. You've done it before. Ring the bell." This last command, translated from slang, meant to ring for service. It was answered by another Jew, younger than Fagin, but almost as repulsive in appearance. Bill Sikes simply pointed to his empty glass. The younger Jew, understanding, went to refill it. He exchanged a subtle look with Fagin, who raised his eyes for an instant, as if expecting it, and shook his head very slightly, a gesture so slight that it would have been imperceptible to an observant third person. It was lost on Sikes, who was stooping to tie his bootlace that the dog had torn. Had he noticed, he might have suspected that this exchange of signals didn't bode well for him. "Is anybody here, Barney?" asked Fagin, now that Sikes was watching, keeping his eyes fixed on the ground. "That a shoal," replied Barney, whose words, whether heartfelt or not, came through his nose. "Nobody?" asked Fagin in surprise, perhaps meaning that Barney could speak freely. "Nobody but Bis Dadsy," replied Barney. "Nancy!" exclaimed Sikes. "Where? I swear, I respect that girl for her natural talent." "She's bid have it a plate of boiled beef at the bar," replied Barney. "Send her here," said Sikes, pouring himself a drink. "Send her over." Barney looked nervously at Fagin for permission. The Jew remained silent, staring at the floor, so Barney left and soon returned with Nancy, who was dressed in a bonnet, apron, and market basket, with a door key dangling from her hand. "On the job, are you, Nancy?" asked Sikes, offering her his glass. "Yes, Bill," replied the young woman, finishing the drink. "And tired of it I am too. The kid's been sick, confined to his bed, and—" "Ah, Nancy dear," said Fagin, looking up. Whether something in the Jew's expression, a narrowing of his red eyebrows, or a half-closing of his deep-set eyes, warned Nancy she was being too talkative, isn't important. What matters is that she abruptly stopped herself and, with several friendly smiles toward Sikes, changed the subject. About 10 minutes later, Fagin began coughing, and Nancy pulled her shawl over her shoulders and announced it was time to go. Sikes said he would walk part of the way with her, and they left together, followed at a distance by the dog, who slipped out of a backyard once his master was out of sight. When they had gone, Fagin poked his head out of the room door, watched them walk down the dark passage, shook his fist, muttered a curse, then returned to the table with a horrible grin. He soon became engrossed in the hue and cry newspaper. Meanwhile, Oliver Twist, not suspecting he was so close to the merry old gentleman, was on his way to the bookstore. When he reached Clerkenwell, he accidentally turned down a side street that wasn't quite on his route. Not discovering his mistake until halfway down it, and knowing it must lead in roughly the right direction, he didn't bother turning back but continued walking quickly, the books under his arm. He was thinking about how happy and content he should be, and how much he would give to see poor little Dick again, who might be crying from hunger and beatings at that very moment, when he was startled by a young woman's scream. "Oh, my dear brother," she cried. Before he could look up to see what was wrong, someone threw their arms tightly around his neck. "Don't!" cried Oliver, struggling. "Let go of me! Who is it? Why are you stopping me?" The only answer was a flood of tears and wails from the young woman, who had a small basket and a door key in her hand. "Oh, my goodness!" she sobbed. "I've found him! Oh, Oliver! Oliver! "You naughty boy, to make me suffer such distress. Come home, dear, come." "Oh, I've found him! Thank heavens, I've found him!" she continued, crying hysterically, so dramatically that a couple of women nearby asked a butcher's boy with greasy hair if he thought someone should run for a doctor. The boy, who seemed rather lazy, replied that he didn't think so. "I'm better now," said the young woman, grabbing Oliver's hand. "Come home right away, you cruel boy. Come." "What's wrong?" asked one of the women. "He ran away from his parents almost a month ago," replied the young woman. "They're hard-working, respectable people, and he joined a gang of thieves and criminals, nearly breaking his mother's heart." "Young wretch," said one woman. "Go home, you little monster," said the other. "I'm not who she says," cried Oliver, terrified. "I don't know her. I don't have a sister or parents. I'm an orphan, and I live in Pentonville." "Just listen to how he lies," cried the young woman. "Why, it's Nancy," exclaimed Oliver, now seeing her face clearly. He stepped back in shock. "See? He knows me," cried Nancy, appealing to the bystanders. "He can't help himself. Make him come home, good people, or he'll kill his dear mother and father and break my heart." "What's going on here?" demanded a man, bursting out of a pub with a white dog at his heels. "Young Oliver, come home to your poor mother, you bad boy. Come home at once." "I'm not related to them. I don't know these people." "Help! Help!" cried Oliver, struggling against the man's strong grip. "Help?" repeated the man. "Yes, I'll help you, you little thief. What are these books? You've been stealing them, haven't you? Hand them over." With that, he tore the books from Oliver's grasp and struck him on the head. "That's right," called someone from a garret window. "That's the only way to bring him to his senses." "Sure is," agreed a sleepy-faced carpenter, nodding approvingly at the garret window. "It'll do him good," said the two women, "and he'll get more of it," added the man, hitting Oliver again and grabbing him by the collar. "Come on, you little villain!" "Hey, Bullseye, watch him, boy. Keep an eye on him." Weak from his recent illness, stunned by the blows and the suddenness of the attack, terrified by the dog's fierce growling and the man's brutality, overwhelmed by everyone's conviction that he was indeed a young criminal, what could one poor child do? It was getting dark, they were in a rough neighborhood, and no help was nearby. Resistance was pointless. In moments he was dragged into a maze of dark, narrow courts, and forced along at such a pace that his few cries for help were unintelligible. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. There was no one who would have cared, even if they had heard. The gas lamps were lit. Mrs. Bedwin waited anxiously at the open door. The servant had run up the street 20 times looking for signs of Oliver. And still the two old gentlemen sat stubbornly in the dark parlor with the watch between them. Chapter 16. What became of Oliver Twist after Nancy claimed him? The narrow streets and courts finally opened into a large square scattered with pens for animals, clearly a cattle market. Sikes slowed his pace as Nancy was completely out of breath from their rapid walking. He turned to Oliver and roughly ordered him to take Nancy's hand. "Did you hear me?" growled Sikes as Oliver hesitated and looked around. They were in a dark corner, well away from the main path. Oliver could see resistance was useless. He held out his hand, which Nancy gripped tightly. "Give me the other one," said Sikes, grabbing Oliver's free hand. "Here, Bullseye." The dog looked up and growled. "See this, boy?" said Sikes, putting his hand to Oliver's throat. "If he says even one word too quietly, hold him. Got it?" The dog growled again, licked his lips, and stared at Oliver as if eager to tear out his throat. "He's as ready as any Christian, I swear," said Sikes, looking at the animal with grim approval. "Now you know what to expect, so start walking. Get moving." Bullseye wagged his tail at this unusual show of affection from his master, then led the way forward. They were crossing Smithfield Market, though Oliver wouldn't have known if it was Grosvenor Square. The night was dark and foggy. Shoplights barely penetrated the thick mist that grew heavier by the minute, shrouding the streets and houses in gloom. This made the strange place even more confusing to Oliver, increasing his uncertainty and fear. They had only gone a short distance when a church bell struck the hour. His two captors stopped and turned their heads toward the sound. "8 o'clock, Bill?" said Nancy when the bell fell silent. "What good is telling me that?" replied Sikes. "I can hear it, can't I?" "I wonder if they can hear it too," said Nancy. "Of course they can," replied Sikes. "It was Bartholomew Fair time when I got arrested. There wasn't a carnival trumpet I couldn't hear squeaking. After they locked me up for the night, the noise outside made the prison seem so silent that I could have smashed my brains out against the door." "Poor boys," said Nancy, who was still looking in the direction the bell had sounded from. "Oh, Bill, they're so young." "That's all you women think about," answered Sikes. "Young fellows, well, they're as good as dead, so it hardly matters." With this consolation, Mr. Sikes seemed to suppress a twinge of jealousy. He gripped Oliver's wrist more firmly and told him to keep moving. "Wait a minute," said the girl. "I wouldn't hurry past if it was you being led to the gallows the next time 8 o'clock struck. I'd walk around this place until I dropped, even if it was snowing and I didn't have a shawl." "And what good would that do?" asked the unsentimental Mr. Sikes. "Unless you could throw over a file and 20 yards of good rope, you might as well be 50 miles away for all the help you'd be. Come on, and stop preaching." The girl burst into a laugh, pulled her shawl closer, and they walked on. But Oliver noticed her hand trembling, and when they passed under a gas lamp, he saw her face had turned deathly white. They walked on through dirty, isolated streets for a good half hour, meeting very few people who all seemed as rough as Sikes himself. Finally, they approached a town whose lights were visible in the distance. The dog ran ahead as if he knew his guard duty was over, and stopped at the door of a shop that looked closed and abandoned. The building was in ruins, with a board nailed to the door stating it was for rent, a sign that appeared to have hung there for many years. "All clear," said Sikes, glancing around cautiously. Nancy bent to look under the shutters, and Oliver heard a bell ring. They crossed to the other side of the street and waited under a lamp. Soon a window above them opened, as if someone had gently raised the sash. Shortly after, the door slowly opened. Mr. Sikes grabbed the terrified boy by the collar without ceremony, and all three quickly entered. The hallway was completely dark. They waited while the person who had let them in chained and bolted the door. "Anyone here?" asked Sikes. "No," replied a voice that Oliver thought sounded familiar. "Is the old man in?" asked the robber. "Yes," replied the voice, "and he's been in a foul mood too. Won't he be glad to see you?" "Oh, no." The style of this reply, as well as the voice that delivered it, seemed familiar to Oliver, but it was too dark to identify the speaker. "Let's have a light," said Sikes. "Otherwise we'll break our necks, or the dog will trip us. And watch your legs if you value them." "Wait a second, and I'll get you one," replied the voice. Retreating footsteps were heard, and soon after, the form of John Dawkins, also known as the Artful Dodger, appeared with a tallow candle stuck in a split stick. The young thief only greeted Oliver with a humorous grin before turning away and motioning for them to follow him down a flight of stairs. They crossed an empty kitchen and opened the door to a low, earthy-smelling room that seemed to have been built in a small backyard. They were welcomed with a shout of laughter. "Oh my, look at him!" cried Charlie Bates, who had burst into laughter. "Here he is. Oh, Fagin, you've got to see him. I can't stand it. It's too funny." "Hold me while I laugh myself out." Overcome with mirth, Charlie Bates fell flat on the floor and kicked convulsively for 5 minutes. Then, jumping to his feet, he snatched the stick from the Dodger and circled Oliver, examining him while the Jew removed his nightcap and made a series of low bows to the bewildered boy. Meanwhile, the Artful Dodger, being of a more serious disposition, carefully rifled through Oliver's pockets. "Look at his clothes, Fagin," said Charlie, holding the light so close to Oliver's new jacket that it nearly caught fire. "Look at his fancy outfit, superfine cloth, and a gentleman's cut. And his books, too. Nothing but a proper gentleman, Fagin." "Delighted to see you looking so well, my dear," said the Jew, bowing with mock humility. "The Artful will find you another suit, for fear you might spoil your Sunday best. Why didn't you write and say you were coming? We'd have had something warm waiting for supper." Charlie Bates roared with laughter again. Even the Dodger smiled, especially when he pulled out the 5-pound note, though it's not clear whether he was more amused by the discovery or Charlie's joke. "Hey, what's that?" asked Sikes, stepping forward as the Jew grabbed the note. "That's mine, Fagin." "No, my dear," said the Jew. "Mine, Bill, mine. You can have the books." "If that isn't mine," said Bill Sikes, putting on his hat with determination, "mine and Nancy's. That is, I'll take the boy back." The Jew looked startled. So did Oliver, though for an entirely different reason. He hoped the dispute might actually lead to his return. "Hand it over, will you?" demanded Sikes. "This isn't quite fair, Bill, is it, Nancy?" asked the Jew nervously. "Fair or not," retorted Sikes. "Hand it over, I said." Do you think Nancy and I have nothing better to do with our time than hunt down and kidnap every boy you take a fancy to? Give it here, you greedy old skeleton." With this gentle reprimand, Sikes snatched the note from between the Jew's finger and thumb, folded it small, and tied it in his neckerchief. "That's for our share of the trouble," said Sikes, "and not nearly enough. You can keep the books if you like reading. If not, sell them." "They're very pretty," said Charlie Bates, who had been pretending to read one of the volumes. "Beautiful writing, isn't it, Oliver?" Seeing the dismayed look on Oliver's face, Charlie, who had a lively sense of humor, fell into another fit of laughter even more boisterous than before. "They belong to the kind old gentleman," said Oliver, wringing his hands. "The good, kind gentleman who took me into his house and nursed me when I was dying of fever. Oh, please send them back. And the money, too. Keep me here forever if you must, but please send back the books and money. He'll think I stole them. The old lady and everyone who was so good to me will think I'm a thief." With these words, uttered with all the energy of passionate grief, Oliver fell to his knees at the Jew's feet and clasped his hands desperately. "The boy is right," remarked Fagin, looking around slyly and knitting his shaggy eyebrows into a hard knot. "You're right, Oliver. They will think you stole them." "Ha! Ha!" chuckled the Jew, rubbing his hands. "It couldn't have worked out better if we'd planned it." "Of course not," replied Sikes. "I knew that as soon as I saw him coming through Clerkenwell with the books under his arm. It's all perfect. They're soft-hearted do-gooders, or they wouldn't have taken him in at all. They won't ask questions for fear they'd have to press charges. He's perfectly safe." Oliver had been looking from one man to the other throughout this conversation, as if confused and struggling to understand what was happening. But when Bill Sikes finished speaking, he suddenly leaped to his feet and tore from the room, screaming for help so loudly that the old house echoed with his cries. "Stop the dog, Bill!" cried Nancy, springing to the door and closing it as the Jew and his two young apprentices rushed after Oliver. "He'll tear the boy to pieces!" "Serves him right," shouted Sikes, trying to break free from the girl's grasp. "Let go of me, or I'll crack your head against the wall." "I don't care, Bill," screamed the girl, struggling desperately with the man. "The child won't be torn down by that dog unless you kill me first." "I will if you don't move," said Sikes, setting his teeth. "I'll soon do that if you don't back off." The burglar threw the girl across the room just as the Jew and the two boys returned, dragging Oliver with them. "What's going on here?" asked Fagin, looking around. "The girl's gone mad, I think," replied Sikes savagely. "No, I haven't," said Nancy, pale and breathless from the struggle. "Don't think it, Fagin." "Then stay quiet, will you?" said the Jew threateningly. "No, I won't do that either," replied Nancy, speaking very loudly. "Come on, what do you think of that?" Fagin was well acquainted with the temperament of people like Nancy and knew it would be dangerous to continue the conversation. To divert attention, he turned to Oliver. "So you wanted to get away, did you, my dear?" said the Jew, picking up a knotted club from the corner of the fireplace. "Hmm?" Oliver made no reply, but he watched the Jew's movements and breathed quickly. "Wanted to call for help? Summon the police?" sneered the Jew, catching the boy by the arm. "We'll cure you of that, my young master." The Jew struck Oliver on the shoulders with the club and was raising it for a second blow when the girl rushed forward, wrestled it from his hand, and flung it into the fire with such force that some of the burning coals scattered across the room. "I won't stand by and watch this, Fagin," cried the girl. "You've got the boy. What more do you want? Leave him alone, or I'll put a mark on some of you that will bring me to the gallows before my time." The girl stamped her foot angrily as she made this threat. Her lips were pressed together, her hands clenched, and she glared alternately at the Jew and Sikes, her face white with rage. "Why, Nancy," said the Jew in a soothing tone after an awkward pause, during which he and Sikes had stared at each other in bewilderment. You're more brilliant than ever tonight. Ha ha, my dear, you're acting wonderfully." "Am I?" said the girl. "Be careful I don't overdo it. It'll be worse for you if I do, Fagin, and I'm warning you now to keep away from me." There's something about an enraged woman, especially when she adds recklessness and desperation to her fury, that few men care to provoke. The Jew realized it would be pointless to pretend any further misunderstanding about Nancy's state of mind. He shrank back involuntarily and glanced at Sikes, as if to suggest he was better equipped to continue the dialogue. Mr. Sikes, thus silently appealed to and perhaps feeling his personal pride and influence were at stake, unleashed a stream of curses and threats. When these produced no visible effect on Nancy, he tried more tangible arguments. "What do you mean?" demanded Sikes, backing up his question with a common oath concerning the most beautiful feature of the human face, one which, If it were heard in heaven only once out of every 50,000 times it's uttered on earth, would make blindness as common as measles. What are you doing? Do you know who you are and what you are? Oh yes, I know all about it, replied the girl with a hysterical laugh, tossing her head defiantly. Well then, keep quiet, growled Sikes with a growl like the one he used with his dog, or I'll quiet you for a long time to come. The girl laughed again, less steadily than before, and darting a quick look at Sikes, turned her face away and bit her lip until it bled. You're a fine one, Sikes continued, surveying her with contempt, taking the high moral ground. A perfect mentor for the boy. What an example. God help me, I am, cried the girl passionately. I wish I'd dropped dead in the street, or traded places with those we passed tonight, before I helped bring him here. From this night on, he's a thief, a liar, and everything bad. Isn't that enough for the old miser without beating him too? Come, come, Sikes, said the Jew, appealing to him and gesturing toward the boys, who were watching intently. We must have civil words. Civil words, Bill. Civil words, screamed the girl, whose passion was frightening to see. Yes, you deserve them from me, you villain. I was a child in this business when I was half the boy's age, and I've been your slave for 12 years since. Don't you know that? Speak up. Don't you know it? Well, well, replied the Jew, trying to pacify her. And if you have been, it's your living. It is, cried the girl, not just speaking, but unleashing her words in one continuous scream. It is my living, and the cold, wet, dirty streets are my home. You're the wretch who drove me to them long ago, and who'll keep me there day and night until I die. I'll do you harm, threatened the Jew, goaded by her reproaches. Worse harm than you can imagine, if you say much more. The girl said nothing further, but in a fit of wild passion, she tore at her hair and clothes. She would have attacked the Jew with her nails if Sikes hadn't seized her wrists at the last moment. She struggled briefly, then fainted. She'll be fine now, said Sikes, laying her in a corner. She's uncommonly strong in the arms when she gets worked up like this. The Jew wiped his forehead and smiled, as if relieved the disturbance was over. Neither he, nor Sikes, nor the dog, nor the boys seemed to view it as anything unusual, just a common incident in their line of work. It's the worst part of working with women, said the Jew, putting away his club. But they're clever, and we can't manage our business without them. Charlie, show Oliver to bed. I guess he shouldn't wear his best clothes tomorrow, should he, Fagin? Asked Charlie Bates. Certainly not, replied the Jew, returning Charlie's grin. Charlie Bates, clearly delighted with his task, took the stick and led Oliver into an adjacent kitchen. There he showed him several of the beds he had slept in before. With many uncontrollable bursts of laughter, Charlie produced the identical old clothes that Oliver had so happily left behind at Mr. Brownlow's. The Jew who bought them had unwittingly provided the first clue to Oliver's whereabouts. Take off the fancy outfit, said Charlie. I'll give it to Fagin to take care of. What fun this is. Poor Oliver reluctantly complied. Charlie Bates rolled up the new clothes under his arm and left the room, locking the door behind him. The sound of Charlie's laughter and Nancy's voice being revived by the other girls might have kept many people awake, but Oliver was too exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Chapter 17. Oliver's destiny continues to be unpromising. Theater has a tradition. In good melodramas, tragic and comic scenes alternate as regularly as layers of red and white in streaky bacon. The hero collapses on his prison bed, weighed down by chains and misery. In the next scene, his loyal but oblivious servant entertains the audience with a comic song. We watch, heart-pounding, as the heroine faces a proud and ruthless baron, her virtue and life in danger, as she draws a dagger to protect one at the cost of the other. Just as our suspense reaches its peak, a whistle sounds, and we're immediately transported to the castle's great hall, where a gray-haired servant sings a funny chorus with a jolly band of vassals. These shifts might seem absurd, but they're not so different from real life. The transitions from feasts to deathbeds, from mourning clothes to party outfits, are just as jarring. The difference is that in real life we're active participants rather than passive spectators, and that makes all the difference. Actors on stage who portray sudden emotional changes are often criticized as unrealistic, yet when seen by ordinary people, these same dramatic shifts seem perfectly believable. Scene changes and rapid shifts in time and place are not only accepted in literature, but are considered by many to be the height of authorial skill. An author's talent is often judged by the predicaments in which he leaves his characters at the end of each chapter. So perhaps this brief introduction to the current chapter is unnecessary. If so, Consider it a subtle hint that we're returning to the town where Oliver Twist was born. Mr. Bumble emerged from the workhouse gate early one morning and walked with an important stride up the high street. He was in the full glory of his position as beadle, his cocked hat and coat gleaming in the morning sun as he gripped his cane with the vigor of health and authority. Mr. Bumble always carried his head high, but this morning it was higher than usual. There was a distracted look in his eye and an elevated air about him that might have warned an observant stranger that the beadle's mind was occupied with thoughts too significant to express. Mr. Bumble didn't stop to chat with the small shopkeepers and others who greeted him deferentially as he passed. He merely returned their greetings with a wave of his hand and maintained his dignified pace until he reached the farm where Mrs. Mann looked after the parish's infant paupers. "Curse that beadle," said Mrs. Mann, hearing the familiar rattle at the garden gate. "If it isn't him at this hour. Well, Mr. Bumble, what a pleasure this is. Please come into the parlor." The first sentence was addressed to Susan, and the expressions of delight were for Mr. Bumble as the good lady unlocked the garden gate and showed him respectfully into the house. "Mrs. Mann," said Mr. Bumble, lowering himself grandly into a chair rather than dropping into it like a common person. "Mrs. Mann, good morning." "And good morning to you, sir," replied Mrs. Mann with many smiles. "I hope you're well, sir." "So, Mrs. Mann," replied the beadle. "A parish life isn't a bed of roses, Mrs. Mann." "Ah, that it isn't indeed, Mr. Bumble," the lady agreed. All the infant paupers might have echoed this sentiment had they heard it. "Parish life, ma'am," continued Mr. Bumble, striking the table with his cane, "is a life of worry, trouble, and hardship. But public officials, I might say, must suffer persecution." Mrs. Mann, not quite understanding what the beadle meant, raised her hands sympathetically and sighed. "Ah." "You may well sigh, Mrs. Mann," said the beadle. Finding she had done the right thing, Mrs. Mann sighed again, evidently pleasing the important official, who suppressed a satisfied smile and looked sternly at his hat. "I'm going to London, Mrs. Mann," he announced. "Goodness, Mr. Bumble!" cried Mrs. Mann, starting back. "To London, ma'am," repeated the beadle. "By coach." "Me and 2 paupers, Mrs. Mann. A legal matter about a settlement is coming up, and the board has appointed me, Mrs. Mann, to present the case at the Clerkenwell sessions. And I very much question," added Mr. Bumble, drawing himself up, "whether the Clerkenwell sessions will be happy with the outcome when I'm done with them." "Oh, you mustn't be too hard on them, sir," said Mrs. Mann coaxingly. "The Clerkenwell sessions have brought this on themselves, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble, "and if they find they come off worse than they expected, they only have themselves to blame." There was so much determination and depth of purpose in the menacing way Mr. Bumble spoke that Mrs. Mann seemed quite intimidated. At length she said, "So you're going by coach, sir? I thought paupers were usually sent in carts." "That's only when they're ill, Mrs. Mann," said the beadle. "We put sick paupers in open carts during rainy weather to prevent them from catching cold." "Oh," said Mrs. Mann. "The coach company contracted for these 2 at a discount," said Mr. Bumble. "They're both very weak, and we calculated it would be £2 cheaper to move them than to bury them, that is, if we can pass them off to another parish, which I think we can." "Ha, ha, ha!" When Mr. Bumble had finished laughing, his eyes met his cocked hat again, and he became serious. "We're forgetting business, ma'am," said the beadle. "Here's your monthly parish allowance." Mr. Bumble produced some silver money wrapped in paper from his pocketbook and asked for a receipt, which Mrs. Mann wrote. "It's very blotted, sir," said the foster mother of infants, "but it's official enough, I'm sure." "Thank you, Mr. Bumble, sir. I'm very grateful to you." Mr. Bumble nodded graciously in acknowledgment of Mrs. Mann's curtsy and asked how the children were doing. "Bless their little hearts," said Mrs. Mann emotionally. "They are as well as can be, the dears, of course, except for the 2 who died last week." "And little Dick. Isn't that boy better?" inquired Mr. Bumble. Mrs. Mann shook her head. "He's a troublesome, bad-tempered, rebellious parish child," said Mr. Bumble angrily. "Where is he?" "I'll bring him to you right away, sir," replied Mrs. Mann. "Hey, Dick." After some calling, Dick was found. After having his face washed under a pump and dried on Mrs. Mann's apron, he was led into the terrible presence of Mr. Bumble, the beadle. The child was pale and thin, his cheeks were hollow, and his eyes large and bright. The meager parish uniform, the badge of his poverty, hung loosely on his frail body, and his young limbs had wasted away like those of an old man. This was the little creature who stood trembling beneath Mr. Bumble's glare, not daring to lift his eyes from the floor or to hear the beadle's voice. "Can't you look at the gentleman, you stubborn boy?" said Mrs. Mann. The child meekly raised his eyes and met Mr. Bumble's gaze. "What's wrong with you, parish boy?" inquired Mr. Bumble with well-timed humor. "Nothing, sir," replied the child faintly. "I should think not," said Mrs. Mann, who had of course laughed heartily at Mr. Bumble's joke. "You have everything you need." "I would like—" the child faltered. "Well," interrupted Mrs. Mann, "I suppose you're going to say you need something, aren't you? You little—" "Stop, Mrs. Mann, stop," said the beetle, raising his hand authoritatively. "What is it you want, boy?" "I would like," stammered the child, "if someone who can write would put down a few words on paper for me, seal it up, and keep it for me after I'm buried." "What does the boy mean?" exclaimed Mr. Bumble. The child's earnest manner and wan appearance had made some impression on him, despite his experience with such things. "What do you mean, boy?" "I would like," said the child, "to leave my love to poor Oliver Twist, and let him know how often I've sat alone and cried, thinking about him wandering in the dark with no one to help him. And I want to tell him," the child continued, pressing his small hands together and speaking with great emotion, "that I was glad to die young. Because if I lived to be old, my little sister in heaven might forget me or be different than I remember. It would be much happier if we were both children there together." Mr. Bumble surveyed the small speaker from head to foot with astonishment, then turned to his companion and said, "They're all telling the same story. That troublemaker Oliver has corrupted them all." "I never would have believed it, sir," said Mrs. Mann, raising her hands and looking maliciously at Dick. "I've never seen such a hardened little wretch." "Take him away, ma'am," ordered Mr. Bumble imperiously. "This must be reported to the board, Mrs. Mann." "I hope the gentleman will understand that it's not my fault, sir," said Mrs. Mann, whimpering pathetically. "They will be informed of the true situation, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble. "Now take him away. I can't bear to look at him." Dick was immediately taken away and locked in the coal cellar. Mr. Bumble shortly afterward took his leave to prepare for his journey to London. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Mr. Bumble, having exchanged his cocked hat for a round one and wrapped himself in a blue greatcoat with a cape, took his place on the outside of the coach with the two paupers whose settlement was disputed. In due course, they arrived in London. The only problem he encountered on the journey was the perverse behavior of the two paupers, who insisted on shivering and complaining of the cold in a manner that, as Mr. Bumble declared, made his teeth chatter, despite his heavy coat. Having deposited these miserable creatures for the night, Mr. Bumble settled himself at the coaching inn where they had stopped. He ordered a modest dinner of steaks, oyster sauce, and porter. Placing a glass of hot gin and water on the mantelpiece, he drew his chair to the fire, and, with several moral reflections on the too common sin of discontent, began to read the newspaper. The very first paragraph that caught Mr. Bumble's eye was this advertisement: 5 guineas reward. Whereas a young boy named Oliver Twist absconded or was enticed on Thursday evening last from his home at Pentonville, and has not been heard from since. The above reward will be paid to any person who can provide information leading to his discovery or shedding light on his previous history, in which the advertiser is, for many reasons, deeply interested. This was followed by a detailed description of Oliver's clothes, appearance and disappearance, along with Mr. Brownlow's full name and address. Mr. Bumble's eyes widened. He read the advertisement slowly and carefully 3 times. Within 5 minutes, he was on his way to Pentonville, having left his glass of hot gin and water untouched in his excitement. "Is Mr. Brownlow at home?" inquired Mr. Bumble of the girl who opened the door. To this question, the girl gave the not uncommon but rather evasive reply, "I don't know. Where are you from?" Mr. Bumble had no sooner uttered Oliver's name to explain his visit than Mrs. Bedwin, who had been listening at the parlor door, hurried into the passage in a breathless state. Come in," said the old lady. "I knew we'd hear about him. Poor dear, I was certain of it. Bless his heart. I've been saying so all along." Having said this, the worthy old lady hurried back to the parlor, sat down on a sofa, and burst into tears. Meanwhile, the girl ran upstairs and soon returned with a request for Mr. Bumble to follow her immediately, which he did. He was shown into a small back study, where Mr. Brownlow and his friend Mr. Grimwig sat with decanters and glasses before them. The latter gentleman immediately exclaimed, "A beetle, a parish beetle, or I'll eat my head." "Please don't interrupt just now," said Mr. Brownlow. "Take a seat, will you?" Mr. Bumble sat down, quite bewildered by Mr. Grimwig's strange manner. Mr. Brownlow moved the lamp to get a clear view of the beetle's face and said, somewhat impatiently, "You've come in response to my advertisement?" "Yes, sir," said Mr. Bumble. "And you are a beetle, aren't you?" inquired Mr. Grimwig. "I am a parish beetle, gentlemen," replied Mr. Bumble proudly. "Of course," observed Mr. Grimwig, aside to his friend. "I knew it. A beetle all over." Mr. Brownlow gently shook his head to silence his friend and continued, "Do you know where this poor boy is now?" "No more than anyone," replied Mr. Bumble. "Well, what do you know about him?" asked the old gentleman. "Speak up, my friend, if you have anything to say. What do you know about him?" "You don't happen to know anything good about him, do you?" asked Mr. Grimwig caustically, after carefully studying Mr. Bumble's features. Mr. Bumble, catching the suggestion quickly, shook his head solemnly. "You see," said Mr. Grimwig triumphantly to Mr. Brownlow. Mr. Brownlow looked anxiously at Mr. Bumble's stern face, and asked him to share what he knew about Oliver as briefly as possible. Mr. Bumble placed his hat on the floor, unbuttoned his coat, folded his arms, tilted his head back thoughtfully, and after a few moments' reflection, began his story. It would be tedious to repeat the beetle's exact words, which took about 20 minutes to deliver. The essence was that Oliver was a foundling, born of low and vicious parents. From birth he had shown no qualities other than treachery, ingratitude, and malice. He had ended his brief career in his birthplace by making a cowardly and vicious attack on an innocent boy before running away from his master's house. To prove he was indeed the person he claimed to be, Mr. Bumble laid the papers he had brought on the table, then crossed his arms again and waited for Mr. Brownlow's response. "I fear it's all true," said the old gentleman sadly, after examining the papers. "Here's payment for your information, though I would gladly have given you 3 times as much if it had been favorable to the boy. It's possible that if Mr. Bumble had known this earlier in the conversation, he might have colored his story differently, but it was too late now." He shook his head gravely, pocketed the 5 guineas, and left. Mr. Brownlow paced the room for several minutes, clearly so disturbed by the beetle's account that even Mr. Grimwig refrained from antagonizing him further. At length he stopped and rang the bell violently. "Mrs. Bedwin," said Mr. Brownlow when the housekeeper appeared. "That boy Oliver is an impostor." "It can't be, sir." "It cannot be," said the old lady energetically. "I tell you he is," retorted the old gentleman. "What do you mean by can't be? We've just heard a full account of him from birth, and he's been a thorough-paced little villain all his life." "I'll never believe it, sir," replied the old lady firmly. "Never. You old women never believe anything except quack doctors and lying storybooks," growled Mr. Grimwig. "I knew it all along. Why didn't you take my advice from the beginning?" "You would have if he hadn't had a fever, I suppose. He was interesting, wasn't he?" "Interesting! Bah!" And Mr. Grimwig poked the fire vigorously. "He was a dear, grateful, gentle child, sir," retorted Mrs. Bedwin indignantly. "I know what children are, sir, and have for these 40 years. People who can't say the same shouldn't comment on them. That's my opinion." This was a hard hit at Mr. Grimwig, who was a bachelor. Since it provoked only a smile from him, the old lady tossed her head and smoothed her apron, preparing for another volley, but Mr. Brownlow cut her off. "Silence," said the old gentleman, feigning anger he didn't really feel. "Never let me hear the boy's name again. I rang to tell you that. Never, never for any reason, understood? You may leave the room, Mrs. Bedwin. Remember, I'm serious about this." There were sad hearts at Mr. Brownlow's house that night. Oliver's heart sank when he thought of his good friends. It was fortunate he didn't know what they had heard, or his heart might have broken completely. Chapter 18. How Oliver Spent His Time with His Reputable Friends. Around noon the next day, when the Dodger and Master Bates had gone out on their usual business, Fagin took the opportunity to lecture Oliver extensively on the sin of ingratitude. He clearly demonstrated that Oliver had been guilty of this to an extraordinary degree by willfully absconding from his concerned friends, who had gone to such trouble and expense to find him. Fagin emphasized how significant it was that he had taken Oliver in and cared for him when he might have starved. He then told the sad and affecting story of a young lad he had once helped in similar circumstances, who, proving unworthy of his confidence and wanting to contact the police, had unfortunately been hanged at the Old Bailey one morning. Fagin didn't try to hide his part in this tragedy, but lamented with tears in his eyes that the young person's suspicious and treacherous behavior had made it necessary for him to become a witness for the prosecution, which, if not precisely true, was at least necessary for the safety of Fagin and his close associates. Fagin concluded by painting a rather unpleasant picture of the discomforts of hanging and, with great friendliness, expressed his sincere hope that he would never have to subject Oliver Twist to such an unpleasant procedure. Little Oliver's blood ran cold as he listened to the Jew's words and began to understand the dark threats they contained. He already knew that innocent people could be convicted alongside the guilty when caught together. He thought it entirely possible that the Jew had indeed orchestrated the destruction of inconveniently knowledgeable people on more than one occasion, especially considering the nature of his arguments with Sikes, which seemed to reference similar past schemes. As Oliver looked up timidly and met the Jew's searching gaze, he sensed that his fear and trembling had not gone unnoticed by the wary old gentleman. The Jew, smiling hideously, patted Oliver on the head and said that if he kept quiet and focused on business, they would get along very well. Then, taking his hat and covering himself with an old patched greatcoat, he went out and locked the room door behind him. And so Oliver remained alone all that day, and for most of the following days, seeing no one between early morning and midnight, left to his own thoughts. These inevitably turned to his kind friends and what they must now think of him, thoughts that filled him with sadness. After about a week, the Jew left the door unlocked, and Oliver was free to wander around the house. It was a very dirty place. The upstairs rooms had high wooden chimney pieces and large doors with paneled walls and cornices on the ceilings. Though black with neglect and dust, these features were elaborately decorated. From these signs, Oliver concluded that long before the old Jew was born, the house had belonged to better people and had perhaps once been bright and cheerful, despite its current gloomy state. Spiders had built webs in the corners of walls and ceilings, and sometimes, when Oliver entered a room quietly, mice would scurry across the floor and race back to their holes in terror. Apart from these creatures, there was no sign of any living thing, and often, when it grew dark and he was tired of wandering from room to room, he would crouch in the corner of the hallway by the front door to be as close to living people as possible. There he would remain, listening and counting the hours until the Jew or the boys returned. In all the rooms, the shutters were tightly closed, with the bars screwed firmly into the wood. Light came only through small, round holes at the top, which made the rooms even gloomier and filled them with strange shadows. There was a back garret window with rusty bars outside, but no shutter. Oliver often gazed from this window for hours with a melancholy face, but all he could see was a jumbled mass of rooftops, blackened chimneys, and gable ends. Sometimes a grisly head would appear over a distant parapet wall, but it would quickly withdraw. Since Oliver's window was nailed shut and blurred with years of rain and smoke, he could barely make out the shapes beyond, let alone be seen or heard, his chances of which were about as good as if he had been inside St. Paul's Cathedral. One afternoon, the Dodger, finding himself and Master Bates free for the evening, decided to pay unusual attention to his appearance, not a common concern for him. He commanded Oliver to help him with his toilet, which Oliver was happy to do. He was glad to see any face, however unpleasant, eager to conciliate those around him when he honestly could, and too happy to have some company to object in any way. So he knelt on the floor, while the Dodger sat on the table, and began the job that Mr. Dawkins termed japanning his trotter cases, in plain English, polishing his boots. Whether it was the freedom a rational animal feels when sitting on a table smoking a pipe, with one leg swinging free and his boots being cleaned without effort, or the quality of the tobacco, or the beer, the Dodger became uncharacteristically romantic and philosophical. He gazed down at Oliver thoughtfully for a moment, then raised his head and sighed, saying half to himself and half to Master Bates, "What a shame he isn't a thief." "Ah," said Charlie Bates, "he doesn't know what's good for him." The Dodger sighed again and resumed his pipe, as did Charlie Bates. They both smoked in silence for a few moments. "I suppose you don't even know what a prig is," said the Dodger mournfully. "I think I do," replied Oliver, looking up. "You're one, aren't you?" Oliver checked himself. "I am," replied the Dodger. "I'd be ashamed to be anything else." Mr. Dawkins gave his hat a defiant tilt, then looked at Master Bates as if challenging him to disagree. "So am I," repeated the Dodger. "So's Charlie. So's Fagin. So's Sikes. So's Nancy. So's Bet. So are we all, right down to the dog. And he's the craftiest of the lot." "And the least likely to talk," added Charlie Bates. "He wouldn't bark in a courtroom, even if you tied him up and left him without food for 2 weeks," said the Dodger. Not a chance, agreed Charlie. He's a special dog, continued the Dodger. Just watch how he growls at any stranger who laughs or sings when he's around. Won't he bark when he hears a fiddle playing? And doesn't he hate all dogs that aren't his breed? No way. He's a true Christian, said Charlie. This was meant simply as praise for the dog's abilities, but it was accidentally appropriate in another sense, if only Master Bates had known it. There are many ladies and gentlemen who claim to be true Christians, but who share striking similarities with Sikes's dog. Well, anyway, said the Dodger, returning to the original topic with professional focus, this has nothing to do with young Oliver here. That's right, said Charlie. Why don't you join Fagin, Oliver? And make your fortune right away, added the Dodger with a grin. And retire on your property living like a gentleman, said Charlie Bates, just like I plan to do in the very next leap year, on the 42nd Tuesday in Trinity Week. I don't like it, replied Oliver timidly. I wish they'd let me go. I'd rather leave. And Fagin would rather you didn't, replied Charlie. Oliver knew this too well, but thinking it might be dangerous to express his feelings more openly, he just sighed and continued polishing the boots. Go! Exclaimed the Dodger. Where's your spirit? Aren't you proud at all? Would you rather depend on your friends? Oh, that's too pathetic, said Master Bates, pulling several silk handkerchiefs from his pocket and tossing them into a cupboard. I couldn't do it, said the Dodger, with a look of haughty disgust. But you can abandon your friends, said Oliver with a half-smile, and let them be punished for what you did. That, replied the Dodger, waving his pipe dismissively, was all for Fagin's protection. The police know we work together, and he might have gotten into trouble if we hadn't made our escape. That was the plan, right, Charlie? Master Bates nodded, but before he could speak, the memory of Oliver's escape suddenly struck him so forcefully that the smoke he was inhaling got mixed up with a laugh, went into his lungs the wrong way, and sent him into a fit of coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Look here, said the Dodger, pulling out a handful of shillings and pennies. This is a great life. Who cares where it comes from? Here, take some. No, you're a real fool. It's wrong, isn't it, Oliver? Asked Charlie Bates. He'll end up swinging from a rope, won't he? I don't know what that means, replied Oliver. Something like this, old fellow, said Charlie. As he spoke, he grabbed the end of his neckerchief, held it up in the air, dropped his head on his shoulder, and made a gurgling sound through his teeth, pantomiming a hanging. That's what it means, said Charlie. Look how he stares, Jack. I've never seen such entertainment. He'll be the death of me, I swear. Charlie Bates, having laughed heartily again, resumed smoking with tears in his eyes. You've been raised badly, said the Dodger, admiring his boots after Oliver had polished them. But Fagin will make something of you yet, or you'll be the first he's ever had who didn't turn a profit. You might as well start now. You'll join us sooner or later, and you're only wasting time, Oliver. Master Bates reinforced this advice with various moral admonitions of his own. When these were exhausted, he and his friend launched into a glowing description of the many pleasures of their way of life, sprinkled with hints that the best thing Oliver could do would be to secure Fagin's favor without delay by the same means they had used. And always remember this, Nolly, said the Dodger, as they heard the Jew unlocking the door upstairs. If you don't take handkerchiefs and watches— What's the use of talking like that? Interrupted Master Bates. He doesn't understand. If you don't steal pocket handkerchiefs and watches, said the Dodger, simplifying for Oliver, someone else will. So the people who lose them are no better off, and you're no worse off, and nobody benefits except the people who take them. That's right, said the Jew, who had entered unnoticed by Oliver. It all fits in a nutshell, my dear. Take the Dodger's word for it. Ha 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 ha. He knows the lesson of his trade perfectly. The old man gleefully rubbed his hands together as he confirmed the Dodger's reasoning and chuckled with delight at his pupil's proficiency. The conversation went no further at that point because the Jew had returned with Miss Betsy and a gentleman named Tom Chitling, whom Oliver had never seen before, but whom the Dodger greeted familiarly. Chitling had lingered on the stairs to exchange pleasantries with the young lady, and now made his appearance. Tom Chitling was older than the Dodger, perhaps 18, but there was a certain deference in his manner toward the younger boy that suggested he felt somewhat inferior in genius and professional skills. He had small, twinkling eyes and a pockmarked face. He wore a fur cap, a dark corduroy jacket, greasy trousers, and an apron. His wardrobe was admittedly in poor repair, but he excused himself by explaining that his time had only ended an hour before, and having been forced to wear institutional clothes for 6 weeks, he hadn't been able to attend to his personal wardrobe. Mr. Chitling added, with signs of irritation, that the new method of fumigating clothes up there was unconstitutional because it burned holes in them, and there was no legal remedy. He felt the same about the regulation haircuts, which he considered unlawful. Mr. Chitling concluded by stating that he hadn't touched a drop of anything for 42 long, hard-working days, and that he wished he might be cursed if he wasn't as dry as a lime basket. "Where do you think our new friend has come from, Oliver?" asked the Jew with a grin, as the other set a bottle of spirits on the table. I don't know, sir," replied Oliver. "Who's that?" asked Tom Chitling, looking contemptuously at Oliver. "A young friend of mine, my dear," replied the Jew. "He's lucky then," said the young man, giving Fagin a significant look. "Never mind where I came from, young one. You'll find your way there soon enough, I bet a crown." The boys laughed at this joke. After some whispered conversation with Fagin, they withdrew. After some private words between the newcomer and Fagin, they drew their chairs to the fire. The Jew, telling Oliver to join them, led the conversation to topics most likely to interest his audience. The great advantages of their trade, the Dodger's skills, Charlie Bates's amiability, and his own generosity. Eventually, these subjects showed signs of being exhausted, and Mr. Chitling, who was tired from his stay at the House of Correction, followed Miss Betsy's example and retired for the evening. From that day on, Oliver was rarely left alone. He spent most of his time with the two boys, who played the same game with the Jew every day, either for their own improvement or Oliver's. Only Fagin knew which. Sometimes the old man would tell stories of robberies he had committed in his younger days, mixing in so much that was droll and curious that Oliver couldn't help laughing and showing his interest despite his better judgment. In short, the wily old Jew had the boy in his grasp. Having prepared Oliver's mind through isolation and gloom to prefer any company to his own sad thoughts in such a dreary place, he was now slowly poisoning his soul, hoping to blacken it forever. Chapter 19. A notable plan is discussed and determined on. It was a cold, damp, windy night when the Jew, buttoning his greatcoat tightly around his shriveled body and pulling the collar up over his ears to hide the lower part of his face, emerged from his den. He paused on the step as the door was locked and chained behind him, and after listening to make sure the boys had secured everything and their footsteps had faded away, he hurried down the street as quickly as he could. The house where Oliver had been taken was near Whitechapel. The Jew stopped briefly at the corner, glanced suspiciously around, crossed the road, and headed towards Spitalfields. Mud lay thick on the stones, and a black mist hung over the streets. The rain fell sluggishly, and everything felt cold and clammy to the touch. It seemed the perfect night for a creature like the Jew to be abroad. As he slunk along, keeping close to walls and doorways, the hideous old man looked like some loathsome reptile, born in the slime and darkness through which he moved, crawling out at night in search of something foul to eat. He wound his way through many narrow and twisted streets until he reached Bethnal Green. Then, turning suddenly left, he soon became lost in a maze of the dirty, crowded streets of that densely populated quarter. The Jew was clearly too familiar with this area to be confused by either the darkness or the complicated route. He hurried through several alleys and streets, finally turning into one lit only by a single lamp at the far end. At the door of a house on this street, he knocked. After exchanging a few hushed words with the person who opened it, he went upstairs. A dog growled as he touched the handle of a room door, and a man's voice demanded to know who was there. "Just me, Bill. Only me, my dear," said the Jew, looking in. "Well then, come in," said Sikes. "Lie down, you stupid animal. Don't you recognize the devil when he's wearing a greatcoat?" The dog had apparently been fooled by Fagin's outer garment. As the Jew unbuttoned it and threw it over a chair, the dog retreated to the corner from which he had risen, wagging his tail as if satisfied with the explanation. "Well?" said Sikes. "Well, my dear," replied the Jew. "Ah, Nancy." This last greeting came with a touch of embarrassment, suggesting he wasn't sure of his welcome. He and the young woman hadn't met since she had intervened on Oliver's behalf. Any doubts were quickly resolved by Nancy's behavior. She took her feet off the fender, pushed back her chair, and told Fagin to pull his chair closer without further comment. It was a cold night, after all. "It is cold, Nancy dear," said the Jew, warming his skinny hands over the fire. "It seems to go right through a person," he added, touching his side. "It'll cut right through your heart if it finds one," said Sikes. "Give him something to drink, Nancy. Hurry up. It's enough to make a man sick, watching his bony old carcass shiver like a ghost fresh from the grave. Nancy quickly brought a bottle from a cupboard that contained many others, apparently filled with various liquors. Sikes poured a glass of brandy and ordered the Jew to drink it. "That's enough, thanks, Bill," replied the Jew, barely wetting his lips before putting the glass down. "What? Afraid we'll get the better of you, are you?" asked Sikes, fixing his eyes on the Jew. "Ugh!" With a grunt of contempt, Mr. Sikes seized the glass and threw the rest of its contents into the ashes before refilling it for himself. While his companion downed the second glass, the Jew glanced around the room, not out of curiosity, as he had seen it often before, but with the restless, suspicious manner that was habitual to him. It was a sparsely furnished room, with nothing to suggest its occupant was anything but a working man. There were no suspicious items in view, except for a few heavy clubs in a corner and a life-preserver hanging over the fireplace. "There," said Sikes, smacking his lips. "Now I'm ready." "For business?" inquired the Jew. "Yes, for business," replied Sikes. "So say what you have to say." "About the house at Chertsey, Bill," said the Jew, drawing his chair forward and speaking very quietly. "Yeah, what about it?" inquired Sikes. "Ah, you know what I mean, my dear," said the Jew. "He knows what I mean, doesn't he, Nancy?" "No, he doesn't," sneered Mr. Sikes. "Or he won't, which is the same thing. Speak plainly and call things by their right names. Don't sit there winking and blinking and talking in hints as if you weren't already thinking about the robbery." "What do you mean?" "Hush, Bill, hush," said the Jew, who had tried in vain to stop this outburst. "Someone might hear us." "Let them," said Sikes. "I don't care." But on reflection he lowered his voice as he said this and grew calmer. "There, there," said the Jew coaxingly. "It was just my caution, nothing more. Now about that house at Chertsey. When is it to be done, Bill?" "When? Such beautiful silver, my dear," said the Jew, rubbing his hands and raising his eyebrows in anticipation. "Not at all," replied Sikes coldly. "Not to be done at all?" echoed the Jew, leaning back in his chair. "No, not at all," rejoined Sikes. "At least, it can't be the planned job we expected." "Then it wasn't properly set up," said the Jew, turning pale with anger. "Don't tell me otherwise." "But I will tell you," retorted Sikes. "Who are you to say I can't? I'm telling you that Toby Crackit has been hanging around that place for 2 weeks and can't get any of the servants on our side." "Do you mean to tell me, Bill," said the Jew, softening as Sikes grew heated, "that neither of the 2 men in the house can be bribed?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean," replied Sikes. "The old lady has had them for 20 years, and if you offered them £500, they wouldn't do it." "But surely the women can be persuaded?" asked the Jew. "Not at all," replied Sikes. "Not even by charming Toby Crackit?" said the Jew incredulously. "Think what women are like, Bill." "Not even by him," replied Sikes. "He's been wearing fake whiskers and a yellow waistcoat the whole time he's been lurking down there, and it's done no good." "He should have tried a mustache and military trousers," suggested the Jew. "He did," replied Sikes, "and they were just as useless as everything else." The Jew looked concerned at this news. After thinking deeply for a few minutes, he raised his head and said with a sigh that, if Toby Crackit's report was accurate, he feared the operation was impossible. "And yet," said the old man, dropping his hands on his knees, "it's a shame to lose so much when we had our heart set on it." "True," said Mr. Sikes. "What bad luck?" A long silence followed. The Jew was deep in thought. His face twisted into an expression of truly demonic villainy. Sikes glanced at him occasionally. Nancy, apparently afraid of angering the housebreaker, sat with her eyes fixed on the fire, as if deaf to everything that had been said. "Fagin," said Sikes, abruptly breaking the silence, "is it worth 50 sovereigns extra to do the job from the outside?" "Yes," said the Jew, suddenly alert. "Is that a deal?" asked Sikes. "Yes, my dear, yes," replied the Jew, his eyes gleaming and every facial muscle twitching with excitement. "Then," said Sikes, pushing the Jew's hand away disdainfully, "let's get on with it, as soon as possible. Toby and I climbed over the garden wall the night before last to check the doors and shutters. The place is locked up like a prison at night, but there's one part we can crack safely and quietly." "Which is that, Bill?" asked the Jew eagerly. "Well," whispered Sikes, "as you cross the lawn." "Yes," said the Jew, leaning forward with his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "HMPH," grunted Sikes. stopping short as the girl suddenly looked up and pointed briefly at the Jew's face. "Never mind which part. You can't do it without me, I know. But it's safer not to share too many details when dealing with you." "As you like, my dear, as you like," replied the Jew. "Do you need any help besides yours and Toby's?" "None," said Sikes, "except a center bit and a boy. We've both got the first. You need to find us the second." "A boy!" exclaimed the Jew. "Oh, then it's a panel job?" "Never mind what it is," replied Sikes. "I need a boy, and he can't be too big. Lord," he added reflectively, "if only I still had little Ned, the chimney sweep's boy. He kept him small on purpose for jobs like this, but the father got caught, and then the Juvenile Delinquent Society took the boy away, taught him to read and write, and made him an apprentice. And that's how it goes," continued Sikes, his anger rising at the memory. "If they had enough money, which thankfully they don't, we wouldn't have half a dozen boys left in the whole trade within a year or two." "That's true," agreed the Jew, who had been lost in thought during most of this speech and had only caught the last sentence. "Bill!" "What now?" inquired Sikes. The Jew nodded toward Nancy, who was still staring at the fire, and indicated with a gesture that he wanted her to leave the room. Sikes shrugged impatiently, as if he thought the precaution unnecessary, but complied by asking Nancy to fetch him a jug of beer. "I don't want any beer," said Nancy, folding her arms and keeping her seat. "Go on, Fagin. I know what he's going to say, Bill. He doesn't need to worry about me." The Jew still hesitated, and Sikes looked from one to the other in surprise. "Come on, Fagin, don't mind the girl," he said finally. "You've known her long enough to trust her, haven't you? She's not one to talk, are you, Nancy?" "I should hope not," replied the young woman, drawing her chair up to the table and putting her elbows on it. "I know you're not, my dear," said the Jew, "but—" And he paused again. "But what?" demanded Sikes. "I didn't know if she might still be upset, like she was the other night," replied the Jew. At this confession, Nancy burst into laughter. She swallowed a glass of brandy, tossed her head defiantly, and broke into exclamations of, "Keep the game going!" and "Never say die." This seemed to reassure both gentlemen, as the Jew nodded with satisfaction and returned to his seat, as did Mr. Sikes. "Now, Fagin," said Nancy with a laugh, "tell Bill about Oliver." "You're a clever one, my dear, the sharpest girl I ever saw," said the Jew, patting her on the neck. "It was about Oliver I was going to speak." "Ha, ha, ha!" "What about him?" demanded Sikes. "He's the boy for you, my dear," replied the Jew in a hoarse whisper, putting his finger to the side of his nose and grinning horribly. "Him!" exclaimed Sikes. "Take him, Bill," said Nancy. "I would if I were you. He may not be as experienced as the others, but that's not what you need for just opening a door. Trust me, he's a safe choice." "I know he is," rejoined Fagin. "He's been in good training these last few weeks, and it's time he started earning his keep. Besides, the others are all too big." "Well, he is just the right size," said Mr. Sikes thoughtfully. "And he'll do everything you need, Bill," added the Jew. "He can't help himself, especially if you frighten him enough." "Frighten him?" echoed Sikes. "It won't be pretend fear, I can tell you that. If there's anything suspicious about him once we get to work, I'm not holding back. Remember that before you send him. You'll never see him alive again, Fagin. Think about that," said the robber, balancing a crowbar he had pulled from under the bed. "I've thought it all through," said the Jew energetically. I've been keeping a close eye on him, my dears. Once he realizes he's one of us, once we convince him he's already a thief, he's ours. Ours for life. It couldn't have worked out better." The old man crossed his arms on his chest and, drawing his head and shoulders together, literally hugged himself with joy. "Ours," said Sikes. "You mean yours." "Perhaps I do, my dear," said the Jew with a shrill chuckle. "Mine, if you prefer, Bill." "And why," said Sikes, glaring at his pleasant friend, "do you take so much trouble over one pale-faced kid when there are 50 boys sleeping around Covent Garden every night that you could pick and choose from?" "Because they're no use to me, my dear," replied the Jew with some confusion. "They look guilty as soon as they get into trouble, and I lose them all. With this boy, properly handled, I could do what I can't with 20 others. Besides," said the Jew, regaining his composure, "he's already in trouble with us, even if he could escape again. Him being involved in a robbery is enough for me to have power over him. That's all I need. It's much better this way than having to get rid of the poor little boy, which would be dangerous and lose us money besides." "When is it happening?" asked Nancy, stopping what would have been an angry outburst from Sikes about the Jew's fake concern for humanity. "Yes. When is it, Bill?" echoed the Jew. "I arranged it with Toby for the day after tomorrow," replied Sikes gruffly, "if I don't contact him before then." "Good," said the Jew. "There's no moon that night." "No," replied Sikes. "And you've arranged for getting the goods away?" Sikes nodded. "And about—" "Oh, it's all planned," Sikes interrupted. "Don't worry about the details. Just make sure you have the boy here tomorrow night. I'll leave at an hour after dawn. Keep quiet about it and have the melting pot ready. That's all you need to do." After some discussion involving all three, it was decided that Nancy would go to the Jew's the following evening, when night had fallen, and bring Oliver away with her. Fagin cleverly suggested that Oliver might be more willing to go with Nancy, who had recently stood up for him, than with anyone else. It was also solemnly arranged that poor Oliver would be unconditionally handed over to Mr. William Sikes, who would deal with him as he saw fit. Furthermore, Sikes would not be held responsible by the Jew for any harm that might come to the boy. It was understood that to make this agreement binding, any account given by Mr. Sikes upon his return was to be confirmed in all important details by the testimony of Flash Toby Crackit. These preliminaries settled, Mr. Sikes began drinking brandy at a furious rate and waving the crowbar in an alarming manner, occasionally bellowing fragments of songs mixed with wild curses. Finally, in a fit of professional enthusiasm, he insisted on showing his box of housebreaking tools. No sooner had he pulled it out and opened it to explain the nature and uses of the various implements it contained than he fell over the box onto the floor and immediately fell asleep. "Good night, Nancy," said the Jew, bundling himself up as before. "Good night." Their eyes met, and the Jew studied her carefully. There was no doubt about the girl. She was as committed to the plan as Flash Toby Crackit himself could be. The Jew said good night again, and giving the unconscious Mr. Sikes a sly kick as Nancy's back was turned, made his way downstairs. "Always the way," muttered the Jew to himself as he walked home. The worst thing about these women is that the smallest thing can bring back long-forgotten feelings, and the best thing is that these feelings never last. Ha ha ha. The man against the child for a bag of gold. Entertaining himself with these pleasant thoughts, Mr. Fagin made his way through mud and mire to his gloomy home, where the Dodger was waiting impatiently for his return. "Is Oliver in bed? I need to speak with him," was his first remark as they descended the stairs. "He's been asleep for hours," replied the Dodger, opening a door. "Here he is!" The boy was lying fast asleep on a rough bed on the floor. Worry, sadness, and the stuffiness of his prison had made him so pale that he looked like death itself. Not death as it appears in a shroud and coffin, but as it looks when life has just departed, when a young and gentle spirit has gone to heaven, and the gross air of the world hasn't yet had time to corrupt the body it once inhabited. "Not now," said the Jew, turning softly away. "Tomorrow, tomorrow." Chapter 20. Oliver is delivered over to Mr. William Sikes. When Oliver woke the next morning, he was surprised to find a new pair of strong shoes with thick soles by his bedside, and his old shoes nowhere to be seen. At first he was pleased, hoping this might be a sign he would soon be released. But such thoughts quickly vanished when he sat down to breakfast with the Jew, who told him, in a tone and manner that increased his alarm, that he was to be taken to Bill Sikes's house that night. To stay there, sir?" asked Oliver anxiously. "No, no, my dear, not to stay there," replied the Jew. "We wouldn't want to lose you. Don't worry, Oliver, you'll come back to us. Ha ha ha. We're not so cruel as to send you away, my dear." "Oh, no, no." The old man, who was stooping over the fire toasting a piece of bread, looked around with a grin as he mocked Oliver. The Jew chuckled, as if to show he knew the boy would gladly escape if he could. "I suppose," said the Jew, fixing his eyes on Oliver, "you want to know why you're going to Bill's right, my dear?" Oliver blushed involuntarily to find the old thief had been reading his thoughts, but boldly said yes, he did want to know. "Why do you think?" asked Fagin, avoiding the question. "I really don't know, sir," replied Oliver. "Bah!" said the Jew, turning away with a disappointed look, after studying the boy's face closely. "Wait until Bill tells you, then." The Jew seemed annoyed that Oliver hadn't shown more curiosity on the subject. The truth was, although Oliver felt very curious, he was too confused by the Jew's cunning looks and his own speculations to ask any more questions right then. He had no other opportunity, as the Jew remained surly and silent until nighttime, when he prepared to go out. "You can light a candle," said the Jew, putting one on the table. "Here's a book to read until they come for you." Good night." "Good night," replied Oliver softly. The Jew walked to the door, looking back over his shoulder at the boy. Suddenly stopping, he called Oliver by name. Oliver looked up. The Jew, pointing to the candle, motioned for him to light it. He did so, and as he placed the candlestick on the table, saw that the Jew was staring at him from the dark end of the room with his brows furrowed. "Take care, Oliver, take care," said the old man, shaking his right hand warningly. "He's a rough man who thinks nothing of bloodshed when he's angry. Whatever happens, say nothing and do as he tells you. Mind!" Putting strong emphasis on the last word, he let his features relax into a hideous grin, then nodded and left the room. Once alone, Oliver leaned his head on his hand and pondered anxiously over the Jew's words. The more he thought about them, the more confused he became about their purpose and meaning. He could think of no bad reason for sending him to Sikes that wouldn't be equally well served by keeping him with Fagin. After long consideration, he concluded that he had been chosen to perform some ordinary household tasks for the burglar until a more suitable boy could be found. He was too accustomed to suffering and had endured too much where he was to worry too much about a change of place. He sighed deeply, snuffed the candle, and picking up the book the Jew had left, began to read. He turned the pages carelessly at first, but coming across a passage that caught his attention, he soon became absorbed. It was a history of the lives and trials of great criminals. The pages were worn and thumbed from frequent use. Here Oliver read of dreadful crimes that made his blood run cold. Secret murders committed by lonely roadsides, bodies hidden in deep pits and wells that eventually yielded them up years later, driving the murderers to madness as they confessed their guilt, begging for the gallows to end their torment. He read of men who, lying in their beds in the dead of night, had been tempted and led by their own dark thoughts to such dreadful bloodshed that it made his flesh creep and his limbs tremble to think of it. The terrible descriptions were so vivid that the yellowed pages seemed to turn red with blood, and the words on them seemed to echo in his ears as if spoken by the spirits of the dead. In a fit of terror, Oliver closed the book and pushed it away. Then, falling to his knees, he prayed that heaven would spare him from such deeds, and that he would die at once rather than be reserved for crimes so terrible. Gradually he grew calmer and prayed in a low, broken voice to be rescued from his current dangers. If any help was to be raised for a poor outcast boy who had never known the love of friends or family, he begged that it would come now, when he stood alone among wickedness and guilt. He had finished his prayer but still remained with his head buried in his hands when a rustle at the door startled him. "What's that?" he cried, jumping up and catching sight of a figure in the doorway. "Who's there?" "Me, only me," replied a trembling voice. Oliver raised the candle above his head and peered toward the door. It was Nancy. "Put down the light," she said, turning her face away. "It hurts my eyes." Oliver saw she was very pale and gently asked if she was ill. The girl threw herself into a chair with her back to him and wrung her hands, but didn't answer. "God forgive me," she cried after a while. "I never thought it would come to this." "Has something happened?" asked Oliver. "Can I help you?" "I will if I can. I will indeed." She rocked herself back and forth, clutched at her throat, and made a gurgling sound as she gasped for breath. "Nancy!" cried Oliver, alarmed. "What is it?" The girl beat her hands on her knees and stamped her feet on the ground. Then, suddenly stopping, she pulled her shawl close around her and shivered with cold. Oliver stirred the fire. Drawing her chair close to it, she sat for a while without speaking, but eventually raised her head and looked around. "I don't know what comes over me sometimes," she said, pretending to adjust her dress. "It must be this damp, dirty room. Now, Nolly dear, are you ready?" "Am I going with you?" asked Oliver. "Yes, I've come from Bill," replied the girl. "You're to come with me." "For what purpose?" asked Oliver, backing away. "For what purpose?" echoed the girl, raising her eyes and then quickly averting them when they met his. "Oh, for nothing bad." "I don't believe it," said Oliver, who had been watching her closely. "Have it your way," replied the girl with a laugh. "For no good, then." Oliver could see he had some influence over her better feelings, and, for a moment, thought of appealing to her for help. But then he realized it was barely 11 o'clock, and many people were still in the streets. Surely someone might believe his story. With this thought, he stepped forward and said hastily that he was ready. Neither his brief consideration nor its intent was lost on his companion. She watched him closely and recognized from his expression what was passing through his mind. "Hush," she said, stooping over him and pointing to the door as she looked around cautiously. "You can't help yourself. I've tried hard for you, but it's hopeless. You're surrounded, and everywhere you turn, they're waiting for you. If you're ever going to get free of this place, now is not the time." Struck by her intensity, Oliver looked up into her face in surprise. She seemed to be telling the truth. Her face was pale and agitated, and she trembled with what appeared to be genuine emotion. "I've already saved you from being beaten once, and I'll do it again," she continued loudly. "But those who would have hurt you if I hadn't been there would be much rougher than me. I've promised them you'll be quiet and do as you're told. If you're not, you'll only hurt yourself and me too, and maybe cause my death. Look, I've already suffered this much for you, as God is my witness." She pointed to bruises on her neck and arms and continued rapidly. "Remember this, and don't let me suffer more because of you. If I could help you, I would, but I don't have the power. They don't mean to harm you. Whatever they make you do isn't your fault." "Shh! Every word you say is like a blow to me. Give me your hand. Quick, your hand." She grabbed the hand Oliver instinctively offered, blew out the candle, and pulled him up the stairs behind her. Someone hidden in the darkness quickly opened the door, and it was just as quickly shut once they had passed through. A hackney carriage was waiting. With the same urgency she had shown before, the girl pulled him inside and drew the curtains. The driver needed no instructions. He immediately whipped his horse into a gallop. The girl still held Oliver tightly by the hand and continued to pour warnings and assurances into his ear. Everything happened so fast that he barely had time to realize where he was or how he got there before the carriage stopped at the house they had visited the night Sikes had brought him back after his meeting with Brownlow. For a brief moment, Oliver cast a desperate glance along the empty street, and a cry for help rose to his lips. But the girl's voice pleaded so earnestly for him to remember her that he hesitated. While he delayed, the opportunity was gone. He was already inside the house, and the door was shut behind him. "This way," said the girl, releasing his hand for the first time. "Bill." "Hello," replied Sikes, appearing at the top of the stairs with a candle. "Oh, that's great. Come on." This was high praise from someone of Mr. Sikes's temperament. Nancy, apparently pleased by it, greeted him warmly. "Bullseye's gone home with Tom," Sikes explained as he led them up. He would have been in the way. "That's good," rejoined Nancy. "So you've got the kid," said Sikes when they reached the room, closing the door behind them. "Yes, here he is," replied Nancy. "Did he come quietly?" inquired Sikes. "Like a lamb," rejoined Nancy. "I'm glad to hear it," said Sikes, looking darkly at Oliver. "For his own sake, since otherwise he would have suffered for it. Come here, young'un, and let me read you a lecture, which is best done right away." With these words, Mr. Sikes pulled off Oliver's cap and threw it into a corner. Then, taking him by the shoulder, he sat down at the table and stood the boy in front of him. "First, do you know what this is?" asked Sikes, picking up a pocket pistol from the table. Oliver replied that he did. "Well then, look here," continued Sikes. "This is powder, that's a bullet, and this is a bit of old hat for wadding." Oliver murmured that he understood the different items, and Mr. Sikes proceeded to load the pistol with great care and precision. "Now it's loaded," said Mr. Sikes when he had finished. "Yes, I see it is, sir," replied Oliver. "Well," said the robber, grasping Oliver's wrist tightly and putting the barrel so close to his temple that they touched, which made the boy flinch involuntarily. "If you say a single word when you're outside with me, except when I speak to you, this load will go into your head without warning. So if you do decide to speak without permission, say your prayers first." Having delivered this warning with a fierce glare to emphasize its effect, Mr. Sikes continued, "As far as I know, there's nobody particularly interested in whether you live or die, so I don't need to go through all this trouble to explain things to you, but I'm doing it for your own good, you understand?" "The short version," said Nancy, speaking very firmly and frowning slightly at Oliver to ensure his attention, "is that if you cause any trouble during this job, he'll prevent you from ever telling tales afterward by shooting you through the head. He'll take his chances with hanging for it, just as he does with all his other business activities every month of his life." "That's it," said Mr. Sikes approvingly. "Women always put things in the fewest words, except when they're arguing. Then they never stop. And now that Oliver understands, let's have some supper and get a little sleep before we start." In accordance with this request, Nancy quickly set the table. She disappeared for a few minutes, then returned with a pot of beer and a dish of sheep's heads, which gave rise to several jokes from Mr. Sikes, based on the humorous coincidence that both Jemmy and Jimmy referred to a tool used by thieves. Indeed, the worthy gentleman, stimulated perhaps by the prospect of upcoming work, was in excellent spirits and good humor. He drank all the beer in one go, and by rough calculation, uttered no more than 80 curses during the entire meal. Supper over. It's easy to imagine that Oliver had little appetite for it. Mr. Sikes downed a couple of glasses of spirits and water and threw himself on the bed, ordering Nancy, with many threats in case of failure, to wake him at 5 o'clock precisely. Oliver, who had been ordered by the same authority to lie down fully clothed on a mattress on the floor, complied. The girl mended the fire and sat before it, ready to wake them at the appointed time. For a long time, Oliver lay awake, half hoping that Nancy might seek this opportunity to give him further advice. But she remained motionless by the fire, and eventually, tired from watching and anxiety, he fell asleep. When he awoke, the table was covered with tea things, and Sikes was stuffing various items into the pockets of his greatcoat, which hung over a chair. Nancy was busily preparing breakfast. It wasn't yet daylight, for the candle was still burning, and it was quite dark outside. A sharp rain beat against the window panes, and the sky looked black and cloudy. "Now then," growled Sikes as Oliver sat up, "5:30. Look sharp, or you'll get no breakfast, for it's late as it is." Oliver didn't take long to dress. After having some breakfast, he replied to a surly question from Sikes by saying he was quite ready. Nancy, barely looking at the boy, threw him a handkerchief to tie around his throat. Sikes gave him a large, rough cape to button over his shoulders. Thus attired, Oliver gave his hand to the robber, who merely paused to show him with a threatening gesture that he had the pistol in a side pocket of his coat, then clasped his hand firmly in his, exchanged a farewell with Nancy, and led him away. As they reached the door, Oliver turned for an instant, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. But she had resumed her old seat in front of the fire and sat perfectly motionless before it. Chapter 21. The Expedition. It was a miserable morning when they stepped into the street. The rain fell heavily, and the clouds looked dark and stormy. The night had been very wet. Large puddles of water had collected in the road, and the gutters were overflowing. A faint glow of the coming day showed in the sky, but it only made the gloom deeper, rather than lighter. The grim light dimmed the street lamps without bringing any warmer or brighter tints to the wet rooftops and dreary streets. No one seemed to be stirring in that part of town. All the windows were tightly shuttered, and the streets they passed through were empty and silent. By the time they turned into Bethnal Green Road, day had fully broken. Many of the lamps were already extinguished. A few country wagons were slowly making their way toward London, and now and then a stagecoach, covered with mud, rattled by. The driver would crack his whip at any wagoner who, by keeping to the wrong side of the road, threatened to delay him from arriving at the coaching office on time. The pubs, with gas lights still burning inside, were already open. Gradually, other shops began to open, and occasional pedestrians appeared. Then came groups of workers heading to their jobs, men and women carrying fish baskets on their heads, donkey carts loaded with vegetables, wagons filled with livestock or meat, milkwomen with pails, a steady stream of people heading to the eastern outskirts of the city. As they approached central London, the noise and traffic gradually increased until, by the time they threaded the streets between Shoreditch and Smithfield, it had swelled into a roar of sound and activity. It was now as light as it would be until night fell again, and the busy morning of half of London's population had begun. Turning down Sun Street and Crown Street, crossing Finsbury Square, Mr. Sikes cut through Chiswell Street into Barbican, then into Long Lane, and finally into Smithfield, from which arose a tumult of discordant sounds that astonished Oliver Twist. It was market day. The ground was covered ankle-deep with filth and mire. A thick steam rose from the crowded cattle, mixing with the fog that seemed to rest on the chimney-tops. All the pens in the center of the square, plus as many temporary ones as could be squeezed in, were filled with sheep. Along the gutters, tied to posts, were long lines of oxen and other cattle, 3 or 4 deep. Countrymen, butchers, drovers, hawkers, boys, thieves, idlers, and vagabonds of every low grade mingled together in a mass. The whistling of drovers, barking of dogs, bellowing of oxen, bleating of sheep, grunting and squealing of pigs, cries of hawkers, shouts, curses, and quarreling on all sides, the ringing of bells and roar of voices from every pub, the crowding, pushing, driving, beating, whooping, and yelling, the hideous and discordant noise from every corner of the market, and the unwashed, unshaven, squalid, and dirty figures constantly running to and fro, all created a stunning and bewildering scene that completely overwhelmed. Mr. Sikes, dragging Oliver after him, elbowed his way through the thickest of the crowd, paying little attention to the numerous sights and sounds that so amazed the boy. He nodded briefly to a few passing acquaintances, and refusing several offers to join in a morning drink, pressed on until they were clear of the market, and had made their way through Hosier Lane into Holborn. "Now, young'un," said Sikes, looking up at St. Andrew's church clock. "It's nearly 7. You'd better pick up the pace. Come on, don't lag behind already, lazy legs." Mr. Sikes accompanied this advice with a jerk of Oliver's wrist. Oliver quickened his pace to a sort of trot, half running, trying to keep up with the housebreaker's long strides. They kept up this speed until they had passed Hyde Park Corner and were headed for Kensington, when Sikes slowed down to let an empty cart that was some distance behind catch up with them. Seeing Hounslow written on it, he asked the driver, with as much civility as he could manage, if he would give them a lift as far as Isleworth. "Jump up," said the man. "Is that your boy?" "Yes, he's my boy," replied Sikes, looking hard at Oliver and placing his hand suggestively in the pocket with the pistol. "Your father walks too fast for you, doesn't he, lad?" asked the driver, noticing that Oliver was out of breath. "Not at all," replied Sikes, intervening. "He's used to it. Here, take my hand, Ned. Get in." With that, Sikes helped Oliver into the cart, and the driver, pointing to a pile of sacks, told him to lie down and rest. As they passed successive milestones, Kensington, Hammersmith, Chiswick, Kew Bridge, Brentford, Oliver wondered more and more where his companion was taking him. They continued steadily on, as if they had just begun their journey. At last, they came to a pub called the Coach and Horses, beyond which another road branched off. Here, the cart stopped. Sikes quickly jumped down, still holding Oliver's hand. He gave the boy a menacing look, patted the pocket with the pistol significantly, and led him away. "Goodbye, boy," said the driver. "He's in a bad mood," replied Sikes, shaking Oliver. "He's sulky. A young dog. Don't mind him." "Not me," rejoined the driver, climbing back into his cart. "Lovely day after all," and he drove away. Sikes waited until the cart was out of sight. Then, telling Oliver he could look around if he wanted, he led him on again. They turned left just past the pub and walked for a long time, passing many large houses and gardens on both sides of the road. They stopped only once for a beer until they reached a town. Against the wall of a house, Oliver saw written in large letters, "Hampton." They lingered in the fields for several hours, then returned to the town and entered an old pub with a defaced sign. They ordered dinner by the kitchen fire. It was a low-ceilinged room with a heavy beam across the middle and benches with high backs by the fire. Several rough men in smock frocks sat there, drinking and smoking, but they paid little attention to Oliver and Sikes, who kept to themselves in a corner. They had a cold meat dinner and stayed so long afterward, while Mr. Sikes smoked 3 or 4 pipes, that Oliver began to think they weren't going any further. Being tired from the walk and from getting up so early, he dozed at first, then fell fast asleep, overcome by fatigue and the heavy tobacco smoke. It was completely dark when Sikes woke him with a push. Sitting up and looking around, Oliver found his companion in close conversation with a laborer over a pint of ale. "So you're headed to Lower Halliford, are you?" inquired Sikes. "Yes, I am," replied the man, who seemed slightly drunk. "And not taking my time either. My horse doesn't have the load he had coming up this morning, so he'll make quick work of it." "Here's to him." The man paused to drink. "Could you give my boy and me a lift as far as there?" asked Sikes, pushing the ale toward his new friend. "If you're going that way, I can," replied the man, looking into his pot. "Are you going to Halliford?" "Going on to Shepperton," replied Sikes. "I can take you as far as I go," replied the other. "Is it all paid for, Becky?" "Yes, the other gentleman paid," replied the barmaid. "I say," said the man with drunken gravity. "That's not right, you know." "Why not?" rejoined Sikes. "You're helping us out, so why shouldn't I buy a round or two in return?" The stranger considered this argument with a very solemn face, then seized Sikes by the hand and declared he was a real good fellow, to which Mr. Sikes replied that he was just joking. If the man had been sober, there would have been reason to suspect he was telling the truth. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they bade the company good night and went out. The girl gathered up the empty pots and followed them to the door to see them off. The horse, whose health had been toasted in his absence, was already harnessed to the cart outside. Oliver and Sikes got in without ceremony, and the man who owned the horse, having lingered for a minute or two to keep up his spirits, climbed up as well. Then the hostler was told to let go of the horse's head, and off they went. The driver was in the middle of a rambling speech, proving that his horse was the best in the world, having just left the Marquis of Granby behind, when they arrived at the gate of a large garden. After the driver had rung the bell many times, an old man came out and opened it. "Will you open the other gate?" asked the driver. "Yes, directly," replied the gatekeeper. "The master will be down right away." The other gate was opened, and as the heavy swing gate was being pushed back, the animal's hooves clattered on the pavement below. The cart, with the riders in it, passed into the dark grounds. Sikes jumped down without saying a word, held Oliver tightly by the hand, and led him to a large house that rose dimly before them. For a moment a feeling of sadness came over the boy's heart, but it quickly passed away. They were outside again in the darkness, and a moment's delay might ruin everything. The cart had driven up to a grand mansion where the grounds seemed very spacious. When Sikes had pulled Oliver out of the carriage, they set off at a rapid pace. On one side of the grounds stood a detached building. They headed straight for it. As they approached the door, Sikes, being less cautious or more indifferent under cover of darkness, lit a dark lantern. The front door was secured, but he pointed out a small window nearby. "Get up," whispered Sikes. "There's a shutter, Bill," whispered the other man, who had halted at a respectful distance. "It's all right," said Sikes. "Show the light." With the lantern between his teeth, Sikes climbed carefully up, holding Oliver's hand. They both crouched down to avoid being seen by anyone inside. After a moment, Sikes pulled the window sash gently up with a crowbar he had brought with him. He cleared the opening, and the two men climbed in. Sikes forced the boy through the window first, making him sit on the floor. Then he climbed in himself. Before the boy could catch his breath, Sikes dragged him down the steps, which led from where they were to the rear of the building. It was a kitchen, from what Oliver could make out in the gloom. There was a window there, which had been left partly open for ventilation. After a low whistle, the door of a small closet opened, and a person came out, whom Oliver immediately recognized as the man who had been asleep in the pub the night before. He gestured for them to be quiet. "Any of the servants in the kitchen?" asked Sikes. The man shook his head. "Parlor, E.H.?" There was another nod. Sikes motioned for the other man to wait. Then he drew Oliver after him. He seemed to know the place well. They passed through a short passage, went up a flight of stairs, and came to a room where a large iron safe stood open on a table in the middle of the room. Sikes drew Oliver in. 3 men were at the safe, one holding the door open, another on his knees before it, and the third standing by, ready to receive what they handed to him. "All right, Bill," said the man at the safe. "It's almost done." Sikes placed Oliver on a chair by the table and stayed close to the door as if intending to leave. Suddenly, a tremendous crash was heard below. The men looked at each other, startled. Another crash, louder than the first. Sikes hurried to the door and opened it. "The alarm's been raised," he said. "We're discovered." "What of it?" replied one of the men. "Let them come. We can hold them off." "Nonsense," replied Sikes. "We must be gone. There's no time to lose." So saying, Sikes caught the boy around the waist, and all 3 men rushed down the stairs, Sikes dragging Oliver with him. "Here they are!" cried a voice as they reached the bottom. "This way, men! This way!" The sound of many footsteps came from outside, and torches flashed in through the broken shutters. "Stop, or I'll fire!" cried a stern voice. "Fire away!" said Sikes, pushing Oliver in front of him as a shield. A blinding flash, a loud noise, a sensation of darkness and failing, and Oliver saw and heard no more. Chapter 22. A pleasant conversation between Mr. Bumble and a lady. The night was bitterly cold. Snow lay on the ground, frozen into a hard, thick crust. Only in drifts and corners was it affected by the sharp wind that howled abroad, a wind that seemed to expend its increased fury on such prey, catching it savagely, whirling it into 1,000 misty eddies, and scattering it in the air. Bleak, dark, and piercing cold, it was a night for the well-housed and well-fed to draw around the bright fire and thank God they were at home, and for the homeless, starving wretch to lie down and die, many hunger-worn outcasts, closed their eyes in our bare streets that night, who, let their crimes have been what they may, would have a hard time opening them in a more bitter world. Such was the state of things outside when Mrs. Corney, the matron of the workhouse where Oliver Twist was born, sat down before a cheerful fire in her own little room. She looked with no small degree of satisfaction at a small round table on which stood a tray with all necessary materials for the most enjoyable meal that matrons like. In fact, Mrs. Corney was about to indulge in a cup of tea. As she glanced from the table to the fireplace, where the smallest of kettles was singing a small song in a small voice, her satisfaction visibly increased, so much so that Mrs. Corney actually smiled. "Well," said the matron, leaning her elbow on the table and gazing reflectively at the fire, "we all have a great deal to be thankful for, if we only knew it, a great deal indeed." Mrs. Corney shook her head mournfully, as if pitying the poor souls who were unaware of this, and probing the depths of a tin tea-caddy with a silver spoon, she proceeded to make her tea. How the smallest things disturb our fragile minds! The black teapot, being very small, overflowed while Mrs. Corney was reflecting, and the water slightly scalded her hand. "Damn the pot," said the worthy matron, quickly setting it down on the hob. "Stupid little thing that only holds 2 cups. What use is it to anyone except," she paused, "except to a poor, lonely creature like me? Oh dear." With these words, the matron dropped into her chair and, once again resting her elbow on the table, thought about her solitary fate. The small teapot and single cup had brought back sad memories of Mr. Corney, who had been dead for just 25 years, and she felt overwhelmed. "I'll never find another," Mrs. Corney said irritably. "Never another like him." Whether this referred to her husband or the teapot isn't clear. She might have meant the latter, since she was looking at it as she spoke and picked it up immediately afterward. She had just tasted her first cup when a soft tap at the door disturbed her. "Come in already," said Mrs. Corney sharply. "Some old woman dying, I suppose." "They always die when I'm eating." "Don't stand there letting the cold air in. What is it now?" "Nothing, ma'am, nothing," replied a man's voice. "Oh my!" exclaimed the matron, her tone much softer. "Is that Mr. Bumble?" "At your service, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble, who had been wiping his shoes outside, and now appeared with his cocked hat in one hand and a bundle in the other. "Shall I shut the door, ma'am?" The lady hesitated modestly to reply, lest there be some impropriety in having a closed-door meeting with Mr. Bumble. The beadle, taking advantage of her hesitation and feeling cold himself, shut the door without permission. "Hard weather, Mr. Bumble," said the matron. "Hard indeed, ma'am," replied the beadle. "Anti-parish weather this is. We've given away, Mrs. Corney, 20 quarter loaves and a cheese and a half this very blessed afternoon, and yet those paupers aren't satisfied." "Of course not. When would they be, Mr. Bumble?" said the matron, sipping her tea. "When indeed, ma'am?" rejoined Mr. Bumble. "There's one man who, in consideration of his large family, received a whole quarter loaf and a good pound of cheese, full weight. Is he grateful, ma'am? Not in the least. He asks for coals. If it's only a pocketful, he says, 'Coals? What would he do with them?' Toast his cheese and come back for more. That's how they are. Give them an apronful of coals today, and they'll come back for another the day after tomorrow, as bold as brass." The matron expressed her complete agreement with this comparison, and the beadle continued, "I've never seen anything like it. The other day, a man, you being a married woman, ma'am, I can mention this to you, a man with barely a rag on his back comes to our overseer's door while he has dinner guests. He says he must have relief. Since he wouldn't leave and was upsetting the company, our overseer sent him a pound of potatoes and half a pint of oatmeal. 'My God,' says the ungrateful villain, 'what's the use of this to me? You might as well give me iron spectacles.' 'Very well,' says our overseer, taking it back. 'You won't get anything else here.' 'Then I'll die in the street,' says the vagrant. 'Oh, no, you won't,' says our overseer. 'Ha, ha, that was excellent. So like Mr. Granette, wasn't it?" interjected the matron. "What happened then, Mr. Bumble?" "Well, ma'am," replied the beadle, "he left, and he did die in the streets. That's how stubborn these paupers are." "It's beyond belief," observed the matron emphatically. "But don't you think outdoor relief is a bad system anyway, Mr. Bumble? You're a man of experience. You ought to know." "Mrs. Corney," said the beadle, smiling as men do when they're conscious of superior knowledge, "outdoor relief, properly managed, and I emphasize properly managed, is the great parish safeguard. The main principle of outdoor relief is to give the paupers exactly what they don't want. and then they get tired of coming back." "My goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Corney. "Well, that is clever." "Yes, between you and me, ma'am," returned Mr. Bumble, "that's the great principle. That's why, if you notice any cases reported in those scandalous newspapers, you'll see that sick families are always given slices of cheese. That's the standard practice now, Mrs. Corney, all across the country." "But," said the beadle, pausing to unpack his bundle, "these are administrative secrets, not to be spoken of except among parish officials like ourselves. This is the port wine, ma'am, that the board ordered for the infirmary. Real, fresh, genuine port wine, just drawn from the cask this morning, clear as a bell, no sediment." Having held the first bottle up to the light and shaken it to test its quality, Mr. Bumble placed both bottles on a chest of drawers, folded the handkerchief they had been wrapped in, carefully tucked it into his pocket, and took up his hat as if to leave. "You'll have a very cold walk, Mr. Bumble," said the matron. "It's bitter out there, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble, turning up his coat collar. "Enough to cut one's ears off." The matron looked from the little kettle to the beadle who was moving toward the door. As he coughed, preparing to say good night, she bashfully asked whether he wouldn't like a cup of tea. Mr. Bumble instantly turned his collar down again, placed his hat and stick on a chair, and drew another chair up to the table. As he slowly seated himself, he looked at the lady. She fixed her eyes on the teapot. Mr. Bumble coughed again and smiled slightly. Mrs. Corney rose to get another cup and saucer from the cupboard. As she sat down, her eyes once more met those of the gallant beadle. She blushed and applied herself to making his tea. Mr. Bumble coughed again, this time more noticeably than before. "Sweet, Mr. Bumble?" inquired the matron, taking up the sugar bowl. "Very sweet indeed, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble. As he said this, he fixed his eyes on Mrs. Corney, and if ever a beadle looked tender, Mr. Bumble was that beadle at that moment. The tea was made and handed over in silence. Mr. Bumble, having spread a handkerchief over his knees to prevent crumbs from falling on his immaculate shorts, began to eat and drink. Occasionally he sighed deeply, but this didn't seem to affect his appetite, which was excellent. "You have a cat, ma'am, I see," said Mr. Bumble, glancing at one who was sitting with her kittens in front of the fire. "And kittens, too." "I'm so fond of them, Mr. Bumble," replied the matron. "You can't imagine. They're so happy, playful, and cheerful that they're like companions to me." "Very nice animals, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble approvingly. "Very domestic." "Oh, yes," replied the matron enthusiastically. "And they love their home so much that it's a pleasure to see them." "Mrs. Corney, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble slowly, tapping his teaspoon for emphasis, "I mean to say this. Any cat or kitten that could live with you and not be fond of its home must be a fool. I would personally drown such a creature with pleasure." "Oh, Mr. Bumble," protested Mrs. Corney. "It's no use denying facts, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble, flourishing his teaspoon with dignified affection, making him doubly impressive. "I would drown it myself with pleasure." "Then you're a cruel man," said the matron vivaciously, extending her hand for the beadle's cup. "And a very hard-hearted one besides." "Hard-hearted, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble. "Hard?" Mr. Bumble surrendered his cup without another word, squeezed Mrs. Corney's little finger as she took it, and then gave 2 open-handed slaps to his laced waistcoat, followed by a deep sigh and a slight move of his chair away from the fire. It was a round table, and Mr. Bumble and Mrs. Corney had been sitting opposite each other, without much space between them. By moving away from the fire, Mr. Bumble actually increased the distance. Some prudent readers may admire this as an act of heroism, since Mr. Bumble was being tempted by time, place, and opportunity to express tender feelings that might be fine for the light-hearted, but seemed beneath the dignity of a beadle, who, as is well known, should be the sternest and most inflexible of all officials. But whatever Mr. Bumble's intentions, which were undoubtedly honorable, the table was round, and by moving his chair gradually, he soon began to diminish the distance between himself and the matron. Traveling around the outer edge of the table, he eventually brought his chair right next to hers. Indeed, the 2 chairs touched. When this happened, Mr. Bumble stopped. If the matron had moved her chair to the right, she would have been scorched by the fire. If to the left, she would have fallen into Mr. Bumble's arms. Being a discreet woman who foresaw these consequences, she remained where she was and handed Mr. Bumble another cup of tea. "Hard-hearted, Mrs. Corney?" said Mr. Bumble, stirring his tea and looking up into the matron's face. "Are you hard-hearted, Mrs. Corney?" "Dear me!" exclaimed the matron. "What an odd question from a single man. Why would you want to know that, Mr. Bumble?" The beadle drank his tea to the last drop, finished a piece of toast, brushed the crumbs from his knees, wiped his lips, and deliberately kissed the matron. "Mr. Bumble!" cried the discreet lady in a whisper. She was so startled she had lost her voice. "Mr. Bumble, I'll scream!" Mr. Bumble made no reply, but slowly and with dignity put his arm around the matron's waist. Since the lady had said she would scream, she would have done so at this additional boldness, but the effort became unnecessary because of a hasty knock at the door. Mr. Bumble darted over to the wine bottles with remarkable agility and began dusting them vigorously, while the matron sharply demanded who was there. It's worth noting, as a curious physical example of how a sudden surprise can counteract extreme fear, that her voice had fully recovered its official sharpness. "Please, ma'am," said a withered old female pauper with a hideously ugly face, poking her head in at the door. "Old Sally is dying fast." "Well, what's that to me?" the matron angrily demanded. "I can't keep her alive, can I?" "No, no, ma'am," replied the old woman. "Nobody can. She's beyond help. I've seen many people die, tiny babies and strong men, and I know when death is coming. She's troubled in her mind, and when she's not having fits, which isn't often, as she's dying hard, she says she has something to tell that you must hear. She'll never die peacefully until you come, ma'am." At this news, the worthy Mrs. Corney muttered several invectives against old women who couldn't even die without bothering their betters. Wrapping herself in a thick shawl that she had hastily grabbed, she asked Mr. Bumble to stay until she returned, in case anything unusual happened. Then, telling the messenger to walk quickly and not spend all night hobbling up the stairs, she followed her from the room with obvious reluctance. Mr. Bumble's behavior once left alone was rather odd. He opened the closet, counted the teaspoons, weighed the sugar tongs, carefully inspected a silver milk pot to ensure it was genuine, and having satisfied his curiosity on these points, put on his cocked hat at a jaunty angle and danced with great dignity 4 times around the table. After this extraordinary performance, he took off his cocked hat again, and spreading himself in front of the fire with his back to it, seemed to be mentally taking inventory of the furniture. Chapter 23. A very poor subject, but a short one that may be important in this history. The messenger of death, who had disturbed the matron's quiet, was well suited to her role. Her body was bent with age, her limbs trembled with palsy, and her face was distorted into a mumbling leer that resembled more the grotesque creation of some wild artist than the work of nature's hand. Alas, how few of nature's faces are left untouched to gladden us with their beauty. The cares, sorrows, and hungers of the world change them just as they change hearts. It is only when those passions sleep and have lost their hold forever that the troubled clouds pass off, leaving heaven's surface clear. It's common for the faces of the dead, even in their rigid state, to settle back into the long-forgotten expression of sleeping infancy, the very look of early life. They grow so calm and peaceful again that those who knew them in their happy childhood kneel by the coffin in awe, seeing the angel even upon earth. The old crone shuffled along the passages and up the stairs, muttering indistinct answers to the matron's scolding. Finally, short of breath, she gave the light to her companion and remained behind to follow at her own pace, while the more nimble matron hurried to the sick room. It was a bare garret room with a dim light burning at the far end. Another old woman was watching by the bed. The parish apothecary's apprentice stood by the fire, making a toothpick from a quill. "Cold night, Mrs. Corney," said the young man as the matron entered. "Very cold indeed, sir," replied the mistress politely, dropping a curtsy. "You should get better coal from your suppliers," said the apothecary's deputy, breaking a lump on the top of the fire with the rusty poker. "This isn't nearly good enough for a cold night." "It's the board's choice, sir," returned the matron. "They should at least keep us warm, since our positions are hard enough already." The conversation was interrupted by a moan from the sick woman. "Oh," said the young man, turning toward the bed as if he had forgotten the patient. "It's all over for her, Mrs. Corney." "You think so, sir?" asked the matron. "If she lasts another couple of hours, I'll be surprised," said the apothecary's apprentice, intent on his toothpick. "It's a complete breakdown of her system. Is she dozing, old lady?" The attendant bent over the bed to check and nodded. "Then she might go that way, if you don't make a noise," said the young man. "Put the light on the floor. She won't see it there." The attendant did as she was told, shaking her head to suggest the woman wouldn't die so easily. Having done so, she resumed her seat beside the other nurse, who had by now returned. The matron, impatient, wrapped herself in her shawl and sat at the foot of the bed. The apothecary's apprentice, having finished his toothpick, stood in front of the fire for about 10 minutes, then apparently growing bored, wished Mrs. Corney joy of her task, and left on tiptoe. The two old women sat by the bed for a while, then rose and crouched over the fire, holding out their withered hands to catch the heat. The flame cast a ghastly light on their shriveled faces, making their ugliness terrifying as they began to whisper to each other. "Did she say anything else, Annie dear, while I was gone?" asked the messenger. "Not a word," replied the other. "She pulled at her arms for a while, but I held her hands, and she soon settled down. She's not very strong, and I easily kept her quiet. I may be on parish allowance, but I'm not as weak as some might think." "Did she drink the hot wine the doctor ordered?" asked the first. "I tried to get it down," replied the other, "but her teeth were clenched so tight, and she gripped the cup so hard I could barely get it back. So I drank it myself, and it did me good." Looking cautiously around to make sure they weren't overheard, the two hags moved closer to the fire and laughed heartily. "I remember when she would have done the same," said the first speaker, "and had a good laugh about it afterward." "Of course she would," replied the other. "She had a merry heart. She laid out many beautiful corpses, neat as waxwork. My old eyes have seen them, and these hands have touched them too. I've helped her dozens of times." The old woman stretched out her trembling fingers as she spoke, and shook them triumphantly in the air. Then, reaching into her pocket, she took out an old snuff-box and shared a few grains with her companion. While they were thus engaged, the matron, who had been impatiently watching until the dying woman would awaken from her stupor, joined them by the fire and sharply asked how much longer she would have to wait. "Not long, mistress," replied the second woman, looking up at her. "None of us have long to wait for death. Patience, patience. He'll be here soon enough for all of us." "Shut up, you babbling fool," said the matron sternly. "You, Martha, tell me, has she been like this before?" "Often," answered the first woman. "But never again after this time," added the second. "That is, she'll never wake again but once. And mind, mistress, that won't be for long." "Long or short," snapped the matron. "She won't find me here when she does wake. Take care, both of you, not to bother me again for nothing. It's not my duty to watch all the old women in the house die, and I won't do it. That's final. Remember, you impudent old hussies, if you make a fool of me again, I'll make you sorry." She was heading for the door when a cry from the two women, who had turned toward the bed, caused her to look back. The patient had raised herself upright and was stretching her arms toward them. "Who's that?" she cried in a hollow voice. "Hush, hush," said one of the women, bending over her. "Lie down, lie down." "I'll never lie down again alive," said the woman, struggling. "I must tell her. Come here, closer. Let me whisper in your ear." She clutched the matron by the arm and forced her into a chair by the bedside. She was about to speak when, looking around, she caught sight of the two old women bending forward eagerly. "Send them away," said the woman drowsily. "Quick, quick!" The two old crones began wailing that the poor dear was too far gone to recognize her oldest friends, and protesting they would never leave her. But when excluded, they changed their tone and whined through the keyhole that old Sally was drunk, not unlikely, since, in addition to a dose of opium prescribed by the apothecary, she had been secretly given some gin and water by the two old women out of the kindness of their hearts. "Now listen to me," said the dying woman aloud, as if making a great effort to revive one last spark of energy. "In this very room, in this very bed, I once nursed a pretty young girl who had been brought here with cut and bruised feet, covered with dust and blood. She gave birth to a boy and died. Let me think, what year was that?" "Never mind the year," said the impatient matron. "What about her?" "Yes," murmured the sick woman, relapsing into her former drowsy state. "What about her? What about—" "I know," she cried, suddenly sitting up, her face flushed and her eyes bulging. "I robbed her, I tell you. She wasn't cold when I stole it." "Stole what?" cried the matron, gesturing as if she would call for help. "It," replied the woman, putting her hand over the matron's mouth. "The only thing she had. She needed clothes to keep her warm and food to eat, but she had kept it safe, hidden in her bosom. It was gold, I tell you. Rich gold that might have saved her life." "Gold," echoed the matron, bending eagerly over the woman as she fell back. Go on, go on. What about it? Who was the mother? When was it?" "She made me promise to keep it safe," replied the woman with a groan, "and I trusted her as the only woman around. I stole it from her heart when she first showed it to me hanging around her neck. And the boy's death, perhaps, is on my conscience too." They would have treated him better if they had known it all. Known what? Asked the other. Speak. The boy was so like his mother, said the woman, rambling on and ignoring the question, that I could never forget her when I saw his face. Poor girl. So young, too. Such a gentle lamb. Wait, there's more to tell. I haven't told you all, have I? No, no, replied the matron, inclining her head to catch the words as they came more faintly from the dying woman. Be quick, or it may be too late. The mother, said the woman, making a more violent effort than before, the mother, when she felt death coming, whispered in my ear that if her baby lived and wasn't too ashamed of her, the day might come when he wouldn't feel so disgraced by his poor young mother. Oh, kind heaven, she said, folding her thin hands together, whether boy or girl, please raise up some friends for this orphan child in this cruel world, and take pity on a lonely little one abandoned to its mercy. The boy's name? Demanded the matron. They called him Oliver, replied the woman feebly. The gold I stole was— Yes, yes, what? Cried the other. She was leaning eagerly over the woman to hear her reply, when she suddenly rose up stiffly into a sitting position, clutched the bedclothes with both hands, mumbled a few indistinct sounds in her throat, and fell lifeless onto the bed. She's dead, said one of the old women, hurrying in as soon as the door was opened. And nothing to tell after all, added the matron, walking away carelessly. The two old crones, too busy with preparations for their gruesome duties to reply, were left alone, hovering over the body. Chapter 24, wherein Oliver is delivered over to Mr. William Sikes. When Oliver awoke the next morning, he was surprised to find a new pair of shoes with thick soles by his bedside, and his old shoes missing. At first he was pleased, hoping this might be the first step toward his release. But these hopes were quickly crushed when he sat down to breakfast with the Jew, who told him in an alarming tone that he was to be taken to Bill Sikes's house that night. To stay there, sir? Asked Oliver anxiously. No, no, my dear, not to stay, replied the Jew. We wouldn't want to lose you. Don't worry, Oliver. You'll come back to us again. Ha, ha. We're not so cruel as to send you away forever, my dear. Oh, no, no. The old man, who was bending over the fire toasting a piece of bread, turned around as he mocked Oliver this way and chuckled, as if to show he knew the boy would still like to escape if he could. I suppose, said the Jew, fixing his eyes on Oliver, you'd like to know why you're going to Bill's place, wouldn't you, my dear? Oliver blushed involuntarily, finding that the old thief had been reading his thoughts, but boldly said yes, he did want to know. Why, do you think? Asked Fagin, parrying the question. I really don't know, sir, replied Oliver. Bah, said the Jew, turning away disappointed after studying the boy's face closely. Wait until Bill tells you then. The Jew seemed vexed by Oliver's lack of curiosity on the subject, but the truth was that, although Oliver was very curious, he was too confused by Fagin's cunning looks to ask any more questions right then. He had no other opportunity, as Fagin remained grumpy and silent until nightfall, when he prepared to go out. You can light a candle, said the Jew, putting one on the table. Here's a book to read until they come for you. Good night. Good night, replied Oliver softly. The Jew walked to the door, looking back over his shoulder at the boy as he went. Suddenly stopping, he called Oliver by name. Oliver looked up. The Jew, pointing to the candle, motioned for him to light it. He did so, and as he placed the candlestick on the table, saw that the Jew was glaring at him from the dark end of the room with his eyebrows knitted together. Take care, Oliver. Take care, said the old man, shaking his right hand warningly. He's a rough man who thinks nothing of bloodshed when he's angry. Whatever happens, say nothing and do what he tells you. Remember, emphasizing the last word strongly, he allowed his features to relax into a hideous grin, then nodded and left the room. Oliver leaned his head on his hand when the old man disappeared and pondered anxiously over what he had just heard. The more he thought about the Jew's warning, the more confused he was about its purpose and meaning. He could think of no sinister reason for sending him to Sikes that couldn't be equally served by keeping him with Fagin. After long deliberation, he concluded that he had been selected to perform some ordinary household task for the burglar until a more suitable boy could be found. He was too accustomed to suffering and had endured too much where he was to lament the prospect of a change very deeply. He sighed heavily, snuffed the candle, and picking up the book the Jew had left, began to read. He turned the pages carelessly at first, but coming across a passage that caught his attention, he soon became absorbed. It was a history of the lives and trials of great criminals. The pages were worn and thumbed from frequent use. Here Oliver read of dreadful crimes that made his blood run cold, secret murders on lonely roadsides, bodies hidden in deep pits and wells that would not keep them down, but yielded them up after many years, driving the murderers to madness at the sight, so that they confessed their guilt and begged for the gallows to end their torment. He read of men who, lying in their beds at night, had been tempted by their own dark thoughts to commit such terrible acts of violence that it made his flesh creep and his limbs tremble to think of it. The vivid descriptions were so real that the yellowed pages seemed to turn red with gore, and the words upon them to sound in his ears as if whispered by the spirits of the dead. In a rush of terror the boy closed the book and thrust it away. Then, falling to his knees, he prayed that heaven would spare him from such deeds and that he might die at once, rather than be preserved for crimes so horrible and appalling. Gradually he became calmer and in a low, broken voice begged to be rescued from his current dangers. He prayed that if any help were to be raised for a poor outcast boy who had never known the love of friends or family, it might come to him now when, desolate and abandoned, he stood alone amid wickedness and guilt. His prayer concluded, he still knelt with his head buried in his hands when a rustling noise startled him. "What's that?" he cried, jumping up and seeing a figure in the doorway. "Who's there?" "Me." "Only me," replied a trembling voice. Oliver raised the candle above his head and looked toward the door. It was Nancy. "Put down the light," said the girl, turning her face away. "It hurts my eyes." Oliver noticed she was very pale and gently asked if she was ill. The girl threw herself into a chair with her back to him and wrung her hands, but made no reply. "God forgive me," she cried after a while. "I never thought it would come to this." "Has something happened?" asked Oliver. "Can I help you?" "I will if I can. Indeed I will." She rocked herself back and forth, clutched at her throat, and made a gurgling sound as she gasped for breath. "Nancy!" cried Oliver, startled. "What is it?" The girl beat her hands on her knees and stamped her feet on the ground. Then she suddenly stopped, drew her shawl close around her, and shivered as if with cold. Oliver stirred the fire. She drew her chair closer to it and sat there for a while in silence, but finally raised her head and looked around. "I don't know what comes over me sometimes," she said, pretending to busy herself with her dress. "It must be this damp, dirty room. Now, Nolly dear, are you ready?" "Am I going with you?" asked Oliver. "Yes, I've come from Bill," replied the girl. "You're to come with me." "For what?" asked Oliver, backing away. "For what?" echoed the girl, raising her eyes and immediately averting them when they met Oliver's face. "Oh, for nothing bad." "I don't believe it," said Oliver, who had been watching her closely. "Suit yourself," replied the girl with a forced laugh. "For no good, then." Oliver saw that he had some influence over her better feelings, and for a moment thought of appealing to her compassion. But then he realized it was barely 11 o'clock, and many people were still in the streets. Surely someone would believe his story. With this thought, he stepped forward and said hastily that he was ready. Neither his brief consideration nor its purpose escaped his companion. She watched him closely and immediately understood what he was thinking. "Hush," she said, stooping over him and pointing to the door while glancing cautiously around. "You can't help yourself. I've tried hard for you, but it's all useless. You're surrounded. If you're ever going to get away from here, this is not the time." Struck by her earnestness, Oliver looked up into her face with surprise. She seemed to be telling the truth. Her face was pale and agitated, and she trembled with what appeared to be genuine emotion. "I've already saved you from one beating, and I'll do it again," she continued. "But those who would have hurt you worse than me if I hadn't been there would be much rougher than I am. I've promised that you'll be quiet and do as you're told. If you're not, you'll only hurt yourself and me too, and might even get me killed. Look, I've already suffered this much for you, as truly as God sees me show it." She pointed hastily to some bruises on her neck and arms and continued rapidly. "Remember this, and don't make me suffer more for you. If I could help you, I would, but I don't have the power. They don't mean to harm you. Whatever they make you do isn't your fault. Quiet now. Every word from you is like a blow to me. Give me your hand! Quick!" She grabbed the hand that Oliver instinctively offered, blew out the light, and led him up the stairs. Someone hidden in the darkness quickly opened the door, which was closed just as quickly after they passed through. A hackney cab was waiting. With the same urgency she had shown before, the girl pulled Oliver inside and drew the curtains tightly. The driver needed no instructions. He immediately whipped his horse to a gallop. The girl still held Oliver firmly by the hand and continued pouring warnings and assurances into his ear. Everything happened so quickly that he barely had time to realize where he was or how he got there before the carriage stopped at the house to which Sikes had brought him the previous night. For a brief moment, Oliver cast a hurried glance along the empty street, and a cry for help rose to his lips. But the girl's voice was in his ear, begging him so desperately to remember her that he didn't have the heart to call out. While he hesitated, the opportunity was gone. He was already inside the house, and the door was shut behind him. "This way," said the girl, releasing his hand for the first time. "Bill!" "Hey," replied Sikes, appearing at the top of the stairs with a candle. "Oh, that's perfect. Come on." This was high praise indeed from someone of Mr. Sikes's temperament. Nancy, clearly gratified by it, greeted him warmly. "Bullseye has gone home with Tom," Sikes explained as he lit them up the stairs. "He would have been in the way." "That's good," replied Nancy. "So you've got the kid," said Sikes when they had all reached the room and shut the door behind them. "Yes, here he is," replied Nancy. "Did he come quietly?" inquired Sikes. "Like a lamb," rejoined Nancy. "I'm glad to hear it," said Sikes, giving Oliver a threatening look. "For his own sake, since otherwise he'd have suffered for it. Come here, young'un, and let me read you a lesson, which we might as well get over with now." With these words, Mr. Sikes pulled off Oliver's cap and threw it into a corner. Then, taking him by the shoulder, he sat down at the table and positioned Oliver in front of him. "First, do you know what this is?" asked Sikes, taking a pocket pistol from the table. Oliver replied that he did. "Well then, look here," continued Sikes. "This is powder, that's a bullet, and this is a piece of old hat for wadding." Oliver murmured that he understood, and Mr. Sikes began to load the pistol with great care and deliberation. "Now it's loaded," said Mr. Sikes when he had finished. "Yes, I see it is, sir," replied Oliver. "Well," said the robber, grasping Oliver's wrist tightly and putting the pistol so close to his temple that they touched, at which Oliver involuntarily flinched. "If you speak even one word when you're out with me, except when I speak to you, that bullet will go into your head without warning. So if you do decide to speak without permission, you'd better say your prayers first." Having emphasized this warning with a fierce glare, Mr. Sikes continued, "As far as I know, there's no one who would particularly miss you if you disappeared. So I wouldn't be going through all this trouble to explain if it wasn't for your own good. Do you understand me?" "The simple version," said Nancy, speaking firmly and frowning slightly at Oliver to ensure he was paying attention, "is that if you cause any problems during this job, he'll quiet you permanently with a bullet to the head. He'll take his chances with the hangman, just like he does with all his other business every month of the year." "That's it," said Mr. Sikes approvingly. "Women always put things in the fewest words, except when they're arguing. Then they never stop. Now that he understands, let's have some supper and catch a bit of sleep before heading out." Nancy quickly laid the table. Disappearing for a few minutes, she soon returned with a pot of beer and a dish of sheep's heads, which gave rise to several jokes on Mr. Sikes's part. Despite, or perhaps because of the prospect of upcoming action, the worthy gentleman was in excellent spirits. He drank all the beer at once and, by rough calculation, only swore about 80 times during the entire meal. Supper over, it's understandable that Oliver had little appetite for it. Mr. Sikes downed a couple of glasses of spirits and water and threw himself on the bed, ordering Nancy, with various threats if she failed, to wake him at 5 o'clock precisely. Oliver, ordered by the same authority to lie down fully clothed on a mattress on the floor, obeyed. Nancy sat by the fire, ready to wake them at the appointed time. For a long time, Oliver lay awake, half hoping that Nancy might find this opportunity to give him further advice. But she remained motionless before the fire, and eventually, tired from watching and worry, he fell asleep. When he awoke, the table was covered with tea things, and Sikes was putting various items into the pockets of his greatcoat that hung over a chair. Nancy was busily preparing breakfast. It wasn't yet daylight, for the candle was still burning, and it was quite dark outside. A sharp rain beat against the window panes, and the sky looked black and cloudy. "Come on, then," growled Sikes as Oliver sat up. "5:30. Hurry up, or you'll get no breakfast, for it's already late." Oliver didn't take long to get ready. After having some breakfast, he replied to a surly question from Sikes by saying he was quite ready. Nancy, barely looking at the boy, threw him a handkerchief to tie around his throat. Sikes gave him a large, rough cape to button over his shoulders. Dressed like this, Oliver gave his hand to the robber, who paused only to show him with a threatening gesture that the pistol was in a side pocket of his coat, then gripped his hand firmly, said goodbye to Nancy, and led him away. As they reached the door, Oliver turned briefly, hoping to catch the girl's eye. But she had resumed her old place by the fire and sat perfectly motionless before it. Oliver's thoughts on following these people are not known, but it was only a step to taking life, and the line between the two is less than fine. Chapter 25, wherein this history reverts to Mr. Fagin and Company. While all this was happening at the country workhouse, Fagin sat brooding in his old den, the same place from which Oliver had been taken by Nancy. He held a pair of bellows on his knee, apparently trying to coax the dull smoky fire to life, but his mind had wandered. With his arms folded and chin resting on his thumbs, he stared absently at the rusty grate. Behind him, the Artful Dodger, Charlie Bates, and Mr. Chitling were deeply focused on a game of whist, with the Dodger playing against Bates and Chitling. The Dodger's naturally intelligent face became even more interesting as he carefully observed the game, paying particular attention to Chitling's cards and adjusting his strategy accordingly. Despite the cold night, he wore his hat indoors, as was his habit. A clay pipe hung from his mouth, removed only when he needed a sip from the gin and water that stood ready on the table. Charlie Bates was also watching the game closely, but being more excitable than his composed friend, he drank more frequently and kept making inappropriate jokes. The Artful had already tried several times to lecture his friend about this behavior, which Bates took in good humor, responding only by telling him to get lost, or stick his head in a sack, or with some other clever comeback that made Mr. Chitling laugh appreciatively. It was notable that Chitling and his partner always lost, a fact that, far from annoying Charlie, seemed to delight him. He laughed uproariously after each hand and declared he'd never had such fun in his life. "That's 2 doubles in the wind," said Chitling with a long face, pulling half a crown from his pocket. "I've never seen anyone like you, Jack. You win everything. Even when Charlie and I have good cards, we can't make anything of them." Either this comment, or the way he said it, delighted Charlie Bates so much that his burst of laughter stirred Fagin from his thoughts. "What is it, Fagin?" cried Charlie. "You should have watched us play. Tommy Chitling hasn't won a single point, and I was his partner against Dodger and the dummy hand." "Yes, yes," said Fagin with a knowing grin. "Try again, Tom. Give it another go." "I've had enough, thanks," replied Chitling. "That Dodger has such a streak of luck there's no beating him." "Ha! You'd have to get up very early to outsmart the Dodger," said Fagin. "Morning. You'd need to sleep with your boots on, with a telescope at each eye and opera glasses between your shoulders if you wanted to have any chance against him," Charlie added. Dodger took these compliments philosophically and offered to play anyone for the first picture card at $1 a time. When nobody accepted, he finished his pipe and began sketching a map of Newgate Prison on the table with a piece of chalk he'd been using as a counter, whistling sharply as he worked. "You're in a gloomy mood tonight, Tommy," said the Dodger, breaking a long silence. "What do you think he's brooding about, Fagin?" "How should I know?" replied Fagin, working the bellows. "His losses, maybe? Or perhaps that little vacation in the country he just finished." "Ha! Is that it?" "Not even close," replied the Dodger as Chitling started to answer. "What do you think, Charlie?" "I'd say," replied Charlie with a grin, "that he's sweet on Betsy. Look how he's blushing. Oh my, what a sight. Tommy Chitling in love. What a laugh." So amused by the idea of Chitling being lovesick, Charlie threw himself back in his chair with such force that he lost his balance and fell to the floor. This didn't dampen his spirits at all. He just lay there laughing and then climbed back into his chair to continue. "Never mind him," said Fagin, winking at Dodger and tapping Charlie lightly with the bellows. "Betsy's a fine girl, Tom. Stick with her." "What I mean to say," replied Chitling, his face reddening, "is that it's nobody's business here." "Of course not," said Fagin. "Charlie can't help himself. Don't mind him. Betsy's a fine girl. Do what she tells you, and you'll make your fortune." "I do follow her advice," replied Chitling. "I wouldn't have been locked up if it weren't for her suggestions. But it worked out well for you, didn't it, Fagin? And what's 6 weeks behind bars? It's bound to happen sooner or later, and why not in winter, when you don't feel like going out much anyway, right?" "Absolutely, my dear," replied Fagin. "You wouldn't mind doing another stretch, would you, Tom?" asked the Dodger, winking at Charlie and Fagin. "If Bet was okay with it." "No, I wouldn't," Tom replied angrily. "There, that's something, isn't it? Who else would say as much?" "Nobody, my dear," said Fagin. "Not one of them would do it besides you." "I could have walked away if I'd ratted her out, couldn't I, Fagin?" continued the poor fool. "Just one word from me would have done it." "Of course," said Fagin. "But I kept quiet, didn't I?" demanded Tom. "Sure you did," replied Fagin. "You were too loyal for that." "Maybe I was," said Tom, looking around. "And if I was, what's there to laugh at?" Seeing that Chitling was getting worked up, Fagin quickly assured him nobody was laughing. To prove it, he asked Charlie Bates to confirm they were all being serious. Unfortunately, when Charlie opened his mouth to answer, he couldn't hold back an enormous laugh. Chitling, without any warning, lunged across the room to hit him. Charlie ducked, and the blow landed on Fagin's chest instead, sending the old man staggering against the wall, gasping for breath while Chitling looked on in horror. "Listen!" cried the Dodger suddenly. "I heard the bell!" Grabbing the light, he crept quietly upstairs. The bell rang again impatiently while they waited in darkness. After a moment, the Dodger reappeared and whispered something to Fagin. "What?" cried Fagin. "Alone?" The Dodger nodded and, shielding the candle flame, gave Charlie a silent signal that this wasn't the time for jokes. Then he fixed his eyes on Fagin, waiting for instructions. The old man bit his yellow fingers and thought for a few seconds, his face twitching with anxiety as if he dreaded bad news. Finally, he lifted his head. "Where is he?" he asked. The Dodger pointed upward and made a gesture, suggesting they should leave the room. "Yes," said Fagin, answering the silent question. "Bring him down. Quiet now, Charlie." "Gently, Tom. Careful, careful." Charlie and Chitling immediately obeyed. The Dodger went back upstairs with the light, followed by a man in a rough coat who, after glancing around the room, pulled off the large scarf hiding his face to reveal the unshaven, haggard features of Toby Crackit. "How are you, Fagin?" said Toby, nodding to the old man. "Stash that scarf in my hat, Dodger, so I can find it when I need to make a quick exit. You'll be quite the professional thief before you know it." With that, he tucked the coat around his waist, pulled a chair to the fire, and put his feet up on the hearth. "Look at me, Fagin," he said, pointing sadly at his boots. "Not a drop of polish since who knows when. But don't stare at me like that. I can't talk business until I've had something to eat and drink. So bring out some food, and let's have a proper meal, the first in 3 days." Fagin motioned for the Dodger to put whatever food they had on the table. Then, sitting opposite Toby, he waited for him to speak. From all appearances, Toby was in no hurry to talk. At first, Fagin just watched his face, trying to read any clues about what news he'd brought, but found nothing. Toby looked tired and worn, but his features still had their usual smug, self-satisfied look, visible even through the dirt and stubble. Frustrated, Fagin began watching every bite Toby took, pacing the room in agitated anticipation. It was no use. Toby continued eating calmly until he was full. Then he sent the Dodger out, closed the door, mixed a drink, and settled in to talk. "First things first, Fagin," Toby began. "Yes, yes," said Fagin eagerly, pulling his chair closer. Toby paused to take a slow sip of his drink and comment on the excellent quality of the gin before continuing. "First things first," he repeated. "How's Bill?" "What?" screamed Fagin, jumping up. "You don't mean—" began Toby, turning pale. "Mean what?" cried Fagin, stamping the floor furiously. "Where are they? Sikes and the boy! Where are they? Where have they been? Why haven't they come here?" "The job failed," said Toby weakly. "I know that," replied Fagin, pulling a newspaper from his pocket and pointing to it. "What else?" "They spotted us and fired at the boy. We ran across the fields with him between us. They gave chase. The whole countryside was awake. Dogs after us. The boy. Bill had him on his back and ran like the wind. We tried to carry him together, but his head was hanging down and he felt cold. They were closing in, every man for himself. We split up and left the kid in a ditch. Alive or dead, that's all I know." The Jew didn't wait to hear more. With a loud cry, he clutched his hair and rushed from the room and out of the house. Chapter 26, in which a mysterious character appears upon the scene. The old man had reached the street corner before he started to recover from the shock of Toby's news. He hadn't slowed his frantic pace and was still pushing forward in a wild, disordered way, when the sudden rush of a carriage and shouts from pedestrians who saw his danger drove him back onto the sidewalk. Avoiding main streets as much as possible, he skulked through back alleys until he emerged onto Snow Hill. Here he walked even faster than before, and didn't slow down until he'd turned into a small court, where he seemed to breathe more easily and fell into his usual shuffling gait. Near the spot where Snow Hill and Holborn Hill meet, on the right as you leave the city, there's a narrow, dismal alley leading to Saffron Hill. In its filthy shops, huge bundles of second-hand silk handkerchiefs hang for sale, goods purchased from pickpockets. Hundreds of these handkerchiefs dangle from pegs outside windows or hang from doorposts, with shelves inside piled high with them. Despite Field Lane's confined space, it has its own barber, coffee shop, beer shop, and fish restaurant. It's like a little criminal colony, a marketplace for petty theft, visited in the early morning and at dusk by silent merchants who do business in dark back rooms and come and go like ghosts. Here, pawnbrokers, cobblers, and rag dealers display their goods as advertisements to small-time thieves, and piles of old iron, bones, and moldy cloth rust and rot in grimy cellars. It was into this place that Fagin turned. The sallow inhabitants knew him well. Those who were out to buy or sell nodded as he passed, and he responded in kind, but didn't stop until he reached the far end of the alley. There, he paused to speak with a small merchant who had squeezed himself into a child-sized chair and was smoking a pipe outside his shop. "Just the sight of you would cure eye disease, Mr. Fagin," said the merchant in greeting. "The area was getting a bit too hot lively," said Fagin, raising his eyebrows and crossing his arms. "I've heard that complaint before," the trader replied, "but it usually cools down quickly, don't you find?" Fagin nodded. Then, pointing towards Saffron Hill, he asked if anyone was up there tonight. "At the Cripples?" asked the man. Fagin nodded again. "Let me think," the merchant said. "Yes, about half a dozen of them went in, as far as I know. I don't think your friend's there, though." "Sikes isn't around, I assume?" asked Fagin, looking disappointed. "Non estuentus, as the lawyers say," replied the little man, shaking his head with an exaggerated wink. "Got anything for me tonight?" "Nothing tonight," said Fagin, turning away. "Heading to the Cripples, Fagin?" called the little man. "Wait, I don't mind joining you for a drink." But Fagin waved him off, indicating he preferred to be alone. Since the little man couldn't easily get out of his chair, the Cripples had to do without Mr. Lively's company for a while. By the time he struggled to his feet, Fagin had disappeared. Mr. Lively, after standing on tiptoe hoping to spot him, squeezed back into his chair, exchanged a suspicious glance with the woman in the shop across the way, and resumed smoking with a serious expression. The Three Cripples, or simply the Cripples, as regulars called it, was the pub where Sikes and his dog had appeared earlier. Fagin merely nodded to a man at the bar, then walked straight upstairs. Opening a door, he slipped quietly into a room and looked around anxiously, shielding his eyes as if searching for someone specific. The room was lit by 2 gas lamps, but the barred shutters and faded red curtains prevented the light from being visible outside. The ceiling was blackened to protect it from the lamp smoke, and the place was so thick with tobacco haze that at first it was hard to see anything. Gradually, as some smoke drifted out through the open door, a crowd of heads became visible around a long table. At the head sat a chairman with a gavel, while in a far corner, a man with a bluish nose, and his face wrapped up for a toothache, played a jingling piano. As Fagin entered quietly, the pianist ran his fingers across the keys, prompting calls for a song. When everyone settled down, a young woman entertained them with a 4-verse ballad. Between each verse, the pianist played the melody as loudly as possible. After this, the chairman made a toast, and then 2 men volunteered to sing a duet, which was met with great applause. It was fascinating to watch the different faces in the crowd. The chairman himself, the pub landlord, was a rough, heavy-built man who appeared jovial during the songs, but kept a sharp eye on everything happening and an ear for every word spoken. Near him sat the singers, accepting compliments with professional indifference and helping themselves to drinks offered by enthusiastic admirers. The faces in the crowd displayed every vice in every degree, cunning, violence, and drunkenness in all its stages. The women were the saddest part of the scene, some still showing the last fading traces of youth, others with every mark of femininity beaten out of them, some mere girls, others young women, none past middle age, forming the darkest portion of this grim picture. Fagin, unbothered by such heavy thoughts, looked eagerly from face to face but apparently didn't find the one he sought. Eventually, he caught the chairman's eye, signaled to him slightly, and left as quietly as he'd entered. "What can I do for you, Mr. Fagin?" asked the man as he followed him out to the landing. "Won't you join us? Everyone would be delighted." Fagin shook his head impatiently and whispered, "Is he here?" "No," replied the man. "Any news of Barney?" Fagin asked. None, replied the cripple's landlord. He won't move until it's safe. They're definitely looking for him down there, and if he showed his face, the whole thing would fall apart. Barney's fine, or I'd have heard otherwise. Trust me, he's handling things properly. Will he be here tonight? Asked Fagin, emphasizing the pronoun just as before. You mean Monks? Asked the landlord hesitantly. Hush, said Fagin. Yes. Definitely, replied the man, checking his gold pocket watch. I expected him here by now. If you'll wait 10 minutes, he'll be. No, no, said Fagin quickly, seeming almost relieved by the man's absence. Tell him I came to see him, and that he should come to me tonight. No, make it tomorrow. Since he's not here, tomorrow will be soon enough. Good, said the man. Anything else? Not a word now, said Fagin, heading downstairs. Hey, said the other, leaning over the railing and speaking in a hoarse whisper. What an opportunity this would be for a swindle. I've got Phil Barker here, so drunk a child could rob him. Ah, but it's not Phil Barker's time yet, said Fagin, looking up. Phil still has work to do before we can afford to lose him. Go back to your friends and tell them to enjoy life while they can. Ha 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 ha. The landlord laughed in return and went back to his guests. Once alone, Fagin's face resumed its anxious, thoughtful expression. After a brief reflection, he called a cab and directed the driver toward Bethnal Green. He got out about a quarter mile from Sikes's home and walked the rest of the way. Now, muttered Fagin as he knocked on the door, if there's any trickery going on here, I'll get it out of you, my girl, clever as you are. The woman who answered said she was in her room. Fagin crept quietly upstairs and entered without knocking. The girl was alone, lying with her head on the table, her hair spilling around her. She's been drinking, thought Fagin coldly. Or perhaps she's just miserable. As he turned to close the door, the noise woke the girl. She studied his cunning face carefully as he recounted Toby Crackett's story. When he finished, she didn't speak but sank back into her former position, pushing the candle away impatiently and shifting her feet restlessly on the floor. During the silence, Fagin looked nervously around the room, as if checking for signs that Sikes might have returned secretly. Apparently satisfied, he coughed a few times and tried to start a conversation. When those attempts failed, he tried again, rubbing his hands together and saying in his most conciliatory tone, "And where do you think Bill is now, my dear?" The girl moaned something unintelligible and seemed to be crying. "And the boy, too," said Fagin, straining to see her face. "Poor little child. Left in a ditch, Nancy. Just think." "The child," said the girl, suddenly looking up, "is better off where he is than with us. If no harm comes to Bill because of this, I hope the boy is dead in that ditch and his young bones rot there." "What?" cried Fagin, astonished. "Yes, I do," she said, meeting his gaze. "I'll be glad to have him gone from my sight and to know the worst is over. I can't stand having him around. The sight of him turns me against myself and all of you." "Nonsense," said Fagin scornfully. "You're drunk." "Am I?" she cried bitterly. "It's not your fault if I'm not. You'd never want me any other way except now. This mood doesn't suit you, does it?" "No," replied Fagin furiously. "It doesn't." "Then change it," she shot back with a laugh. "Change it!" exclaimed Fagin, enraged by his companion's unexpected defiance and the night's frustrations. "I will change it. Listen to me, you wretch. Listen to me." With 6 words, I could have Sikes strangled as surely as if I had his bull's throat between my fingers now. If he comes back without the boy, or if the boy isn't returned to me, dead or alive, murder him yourself if you want him to escape the hangman. And do it the moment he steps into this room, or it will be too late. "What is all this?" cried the girl involuntarily. "What is it?" Fagin continued, mad with rage. "When that boy is worth hundreds of pounds to me, am I going to lose what chance threw my way because of the whims of a drunken gang that I could have killed with a word? And me bound to a devil who only wants the power to—" Gasping for breath, the old man struggled for words. In that instant, he checked his fury and completely changed his demeanor. A moment before, his clenched fists had been raised in the air, his eyes dilated, his face livid with passion. Now he shrank into a chair, cowering, trembling with the fear of having revealed some hidden villainy. After a brief silence, he ventured to look at his companion, somewhat reassured to find her in the same listless position from which he'd first roused her. "Nancy, dear," croaked Fagin in his usual voice, "did you hear me?" "Don't bother me now, Fagin," she replied, raising her head wearily. "If Bill hasn't done it this time, he will another. He's done many good jobs for you, and will do more when he can. And when he can't, he won't. So that's enough about that. What about this boy, my dear?" said Fagin, nervously rubbing his palms together. "The boy must take his chances with the rest," Nancy interrupted hastily. "And I say again, I hope he's dead and out of harm's way. And yours too, if Bill comes to no harm. If Toby got away safely, Bill's probably fine. Bill's worth twice what Toby is, any day." "And about what I was saying, my dear?" Fagin persisted, keeping his glittering eyes fixed on her. "You'll have to say it all again if you want me to do something," Nancy replied. "And if you do, you'd better wait until tomorrow. You got me worked up for a minute, but now I'm too tired to think." Fagin asked several more questions, all trying to determine if the girl had understood his earlier hints. But she answered so readily and seemed so unmoved by his searching looks that he became convinced she was indeed drunk. Nancy, like many of Fagin's female pupils, was prone to this weakness, which they were encouraged, rather than discouraged, from developing in their younger years. Her disheveled appearance and the strong smell of gin in the room provided convincing evidence of Fagin's assumption. After her brief show of defiance, she had fallen back into dullness and then a mix of emotions, crying one minute, declaring, "Never say die," the next, and then making strange calculations about odds and wagers. Fagin, experienced in such matters, was quite satisfied that she was very intoxicated indeed. Having eased his mind with this discovery and accomplished his double goal of telling Nancy what he'd learned and confirming with his own eyes that Sikes hadn't returned, Fagin headed home, leaving the young woman asleep with her head on the table. It was nearly midnight. The weather was dark and bitterly cold, giving him little temptation to linger. The sharp wind that swept the streets seemed to have cleared them of pedestrians as well as dust and mud. Few people were out, and those who were seemed to be hurrying home. The wind blew in Fagin's direction, driving him forward with each powerful gust as he went trembling on his way. He had reached his own street corner and was already reaching into his pocket for his door key when a dark figure emerged from a shadowy doorway, crossed the road, and approached him unnoticed. "Fagin," whispered a voice close to his ear. "Ah," said Fagin, turning quickly. "Is that—" "Yes," interrupted the stranger. "I've been waiting here for 2 hours." "Where the devil have you been?" "On your business, my dear," replied Fagin, glancing uneasily at his companion and slowing his pace. "On your business all night." "Oh, of course," said the stranger with a sneer. "Well, what came of it?" "Nothing good," said Fagin. "Nothing bad, I hope?" asked the stranger, stopping suddenly and turning a startled look toward Fagin. The Jew shook his head and was about to answer when the stranger, pointing to the house they'd reached, suggested they continue the conversation inside. His blood was chilled from standing outside so long, and the wind was cutting right through him. Fagin looked like he would have preferred not to invite a visitor in at such a late hour, and muttered something about having no fire. But his companion repeated his request firmly, so Fagin unlocked the door and asked him to close it quietly while he found a light. "It's dark as a grave in here," said the man, feeling his way forward. "Hurry up!" "Shut the door," Fagin whispered from the end of the passage. As he spoke, it closed with a loud bang. "That wasn't me," said the other man, still feeling his way along. "The wind blew it shut, or it closed on its own. Hurry with that light, or I'll crack my skull on something in this cursed hole." Fagin crept quietly down to the kitchen and returned shortly with a lit candle and news that Toby Crackit was asleep in the back room while the boys were in the front. Motioning for the man to follow, he led the way upstairs. "We can talk in here, my dear," said Fagin, opening a door on the first floor. "There are holes in the shutters, and since we never show lights to our neighbors, we'll put the candle on the stairs." "There!" With those words, Fagin placed the candle on an upper step, directly opposite the room door. He then led the way into the room, which contained nothing but a broken armchair and an old couch behind the door. The stranger sat heavily on the couch like an exhausted man, and Fagin pulled up the armchair to sit facing him. The room wasn't completely dark. The door was partially open, and the candle outside cast a faint glow on the opposite wall. They spoke in whispers for some time. Though only a few disconnected words were audible, a listener might have noticed that Fagin seemed to be defending himself against accusations from the stranger, who appeared quite irritated. They might have been talking this way for 15 minutes or more when the man Fagin had called Monks raised his voice slightly. I tell you again, it was poorly planned. Why not keep him here with the others and turn him into a sniveling pickpocket from the start? Just listen to him, exclaimed Fagin, shrugging. Are you saying you couldn't have done it if you'd wanted to? Monks demanded sternly. Haven't you done it with other boys dozens of times? If you'd been patient for a year at most, couldn't you have had him convicted and safely transported out of the country, perhaps for life? Who would that have helped, my dear? Asked Fagin humbly. Me, replied Monks. But not me, said Fagin submissively. He might have become useful to me. When there are two parties to a deal, it's only reasonable that both interests are considered, isn't it? So what happened? Demanded Monks. I found he wasn't easy to train for the business, replied Fagin. He wasn't like other boys in his situation. Damn right he wasn't, muttered the man, or he'd have been a thief long ago. I had no leverage to make him worse. Fagin continued anxiously, watching his companion's face. I had nothing to frighten him with, which we always need at the beginning, or we work for nothing. What could I do? Send him out with Dodger and Charlie? We tried that at first, but it was too risky. I was worried for all of us. That wasn't my fault, Monks pointed out. No, my dear, Fagin quickly replied. And I'm not complaining now. After all, if it hadn't happened, you might never have noticed the boy and discovered he was the one you were looking for. Well, I got him back for you through the girl, and then she started to take his side. Strangle the girl, said Monks impatiently. We can't afford to do that right now, replied Fagin with a smile. Besides, that's not our way. One day I might be glad to have it done, though. I know these girls, Monks. As soon as the boy hardens, she'll care no more for him than for a block of wood. You want him made into a thief. If he's alive, I can do that from now on. And if, said Fagin leaning closer. It's unlikely, mind you. But if the worst happens and he's dead, it's not my fault if he is, interrupted the other man, looking terrified and clutching Fagin's arm with trembling hands. Remember that, Fagin. I had nothing to do with it. Anything but his death. I told you from the start. I won't shed blood. It's always discovered and haunts a man forever. If they shot him dead, I wasn't the cause. Do you hear me? Damn this place. What's that? What? Cried Fagin, grabbing the coward with both arms as he jumped to his feet. Where? There, replied the man, staring at the opposite wall. The shadow. I saw the shadow of a woman in a cloak and bonnet pass along the wall like a breath. Fagin released him, and they rushed from the room. The candle, flickering in the draught, still stood where it had been placed. It showed them only the empty staircase and their own pale faces. They listened intently, but complete silence filled the house. It was your imagination, said Fagin, picking up the light. I swear I saw it, replied Monks, still trembling. It was leaning forward when I first spotted it, and when I spoke, it darted away. Fagin looked contemptuously at his associate's pale face and suggested he could follow if he wanted as he headed up the stairs. They searched all the rooms, finding them cold, bare, and empty. They went down to the passage and into the cellars below. Green mold clung to the damp walls, and snail trails glistened in the candlelight. But everything was still as death. What do you think now? Asked Fagin when they returned to the passage. Besides us, there's nobody in the house except Toby and the boys, and they're secure. Look. To prove his point, Fagin produced 2 keys from his pocket and explained that he'd locked them in when he first went downstairs to prevent any interruption to their meeting. This evidence effectively silenced Mr. Monks. His protests had gradually become less intense as they searched without finding anything, and now he managed a grim laugh and admitted it must have been his imagination. He declined to continue their conversation that night, suddenly remembering it was past 1 o'clock, and so the pair parted ways. Chapter 27. Atones for the unpoliteness of a former chapter. Since it would be improper for a humble author to keep an important person like a beetle waiting, standing with his back to the fire and his coattails gathered up under his arms, until it suited the author's convenience to return to him. And since it would be even more improper to neglect the beetle's love interest, a lady who had received his tender words and affections, the historian hastens to show these characters proper respect. Indeed, he had planned to include a dissertation on the divine authority of beetles, and to prove that beetles can do no wrong, which would surely delight and edify the right-minded reader. Unfortunately, Limitations of time and space force him to postpone this discussion until a more suitable opportunity, when he will demonstrate that a properly appointed parish beadle possesses all the finest human qualities, qualities that company beadles, law court beadles, or even chapel beadles cannot possibly claim. Mr. Bumble had counted the teaspoons, weighed the sugar tongs, closely inspected the milk pot, and thoroughly examined the furniture, right down to the horsehair seats of the chairs, at least half a dozen times before he began to wonder why Mrs. Corney was taking so long to return. Thinking leads to more thinking, and in the continuing absence of Mrs. Corney, it occurred to Mr. Bumble that it would be an innocent and virtuous way to pass the time if he satisfied his curiosity with a quick look inside Mrs. Corney's chest of drawers. After listening at the keyhole to make sure no one was approaching, Mr. Bumble began at the bottom drawer and worked his way through the contents of the 3 long drawers. They were filled with nice clothing, carefully preserved between layers of old newspaper sprinkled with dried lavender, which seemed to please him greatly. When he reached the top right drawer, which contained the key, and found a small padlocked box that made a pleasing chinking sound when shaken, Mr. Bumble returned to his place by the fire with a dignified walk and declared, "I'll do it!" He followed this remarkable statement by wagging his head for 10 minutes, as if scolding himself for being such a pleasant fellow, and then admired the shape of his legs in profile with apparent satisfaction. He was still engaged in this self-inspection when Mrs. Corney hurried into the room, threw herself breathlessly into a chair by the fireside, covered her eyes with one hand, placed the other over her heart, and gasped for breath. "Mrs. Corney," said Mr. Bumble, bending over her, "what is it, ma'am? Has something happened? Please tell me I'm on." Mr. Bumble, in his alarm, couldn't immediately think of the word tenterhooks, so he said broken bottles instead. "Oh, Mr. Bumble," cried the lady, "I've been so terribly upset." "Upset, ma'am?" exclaimed Mr. Bumble. "Who has dared to?" "I know," he said, checking himself with natural dignity. "It's those vicious paupers." "It's dreadful to think about," said the lady, shuddering. "Then don't think about it, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble. "I can't help it," whimpered the lady. "Then have something to calm your nerves," said Mr. Bumble, soothingly. "A little wine, perhaps?" "Not for the world," replied Mrs. Corney. "I couldn't. Oh, the top shelf in the right-hand corner. Oh." As she spoke, the good lady pointed frantically at the cupboard, while apparently suffering from internal spasms. Mr. Bumble rushed to the cabinet and, grabbing a green glass bottle from the shelf she'd indicated, filled a teacup with its contents and held it to her lips. "I'm feeling better," said Mrs. Corney, falling back after drinking half the cup. Mr. Bumble raised his eyes gratefully to the ceiling, then brought them down to the cup's rim and took a sniff. "Peppermint," exclaimed Mrs. Corney faintly, smiling gently at the beetle. "Try it. There's a little something special in it." Mr. Bumble cautiously tasted the medicine, smacked his lips, took another sip, and then emptied the cup. "It's very comforting," said Mrs. Corney. "Very much so, ma'am," agreed the beetle. As he spoke, he pulled his chair next to hers and tenderly asked what had upset her. "Nothing," replied Mrs. Corney. "I'm just a foolish, emotional, weak creature." "Not weak, ma'am," protested Mr. Bumble, moving his chair even closer. "Are you a weak creature, Mrs. Corney?" "We're all weak creatures," said Mrs. Corney, stating a general principle. "So we are," agreed the beetle. Nothing was said on either side for a minute or two. By the end of that time, Mr. Bumble had demonstrated his point by moving his left arm from the back of Mrs. Corney's chair, where it had been resting, to her apron string, around which it gradually became entwined. "We're all weak creatures," said Mr. Bumble. Mrs. Corney sighed. "Don't sigh, Mrs. Corney," said Mr. Bumble. "I can't help it," said Mrs. Corney, and sighed again. "This is a very comfortable room, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble, looking around. "Another room added to this one would make it perfect." "It would be too much for one person," murmured the lady. "But not for two, ma'am," replied Mr. Bumble softly. "Don't you agree, Mrs. Corney?" Mrs. Corney lowered her head when the beetle said this. The beetle lowered his to see her face. Mrs. Corney, with great propriety, turned her head away and freed her hand to reach for her handkerchief, but unconsciously let it return to Mr. Bumble's grasp. "The board provides you with coal, don't they, Mrs. Corney?" inquired the beetle, affectionately squeezing her hand. "And candles," replied Mrs. Corney, slightly returning the pressure. "Coal, candles, and rent-free housing," said Mr. Bumble. "Oh, Mrs. Corney, what an angel you are!" The lady couldn't resist this emotional outburst. She collapsed into Mr. Bumble's arms, and, in his excitement, he planted a passionate kiss on her respectable nose. "Such parish perfection!" exclaimed Mr. Bumble rapturously. "You know that Mr. Slout is worse tonight, my enchantress." "Yes," replied Mrs. Corney shyly. "He can't live a week, according to the doctor," continued Mr. Bumble. "He's the master of this workhouse. His death will create a vacancy that must be filled. Oh, Mrs. Corney, what an opportunity this presents! What a chance for joining hearts and households!" Mrs. Corney sobbed. "Say the little word," said Mr. Bumble, leaning over the bashful beauty. "That one little word, my precious Corney?" Yes, sighed the matron. "One more thing," pursued the beetle. "Compose your feelings for just one more question. When should it happen?" Mrs. Corney tried twice to speak and failed both times. Finally, gathering her courage, she threw her arms around Mr. Bumble's neck and said it could be whenever he wanted, and that he was an irresistible duck. With matters so pleasantly and satisfactorily arranged, they sealed the agreement with another cup of the peppermint mixture, made necessary by the lady's agitated state. While they enjoyed the drink, she informed Mr. Bumble about the old woman's death. "Very good," said Mr. Bumble, sipping his peppermint. "I'll stop by Sourberry's on my way home and tell him to send for the body in the morning. Was that what upset you, love?" "It wasn't anything in particular, dear," said the lady evasively. "It must have been something," urged Mr. Bumble. "Won't you tell your own bee?" "Not now," replied the lady. "One of these days. After we're married, dear." "After we're married," exclaimed Mr. Bumble. "It wasn't some impudence from one of those male paupers, was it?" No, dear," the lady quickly interjected. "If I thought anyone had dared to lift his vulgar eyes to that lovely face," continued Mr. Bumble. "They wouldn't have dared, love," replied the lady. "They'd better not," said Mr. Bumble, clenching his fist. "Let me catch any man, parish or non-parish, who would try it. I can promise he wouldn't do it a second time." Without any dramatic gestures, this might not have seemed like much of a compliment to the lady's charms. But since Mr. Bumble accompanied his threat with several warlike movements, she was deeply touched by this proof of his devotion, and declared with great admiration that he was truly a dove. The dove then turned up his coat collar, put on his cocked hat, and, after a long and affectionate embrace with his future wife, once again braved the cold night. He paused briefly in the pauper's ward to verbally abuse them a little, just to satisfy himself that he could perform the duties of workhouse master with the necessary harshness. Assured of his qualifications, Mr. Bumble left the building with a light heart and bright visions of his future promotion, which occupied his mind until he reached the undertaker's shop. Since Mr. and Mrs. Sourberry had gone out for tea and supper, and Noah Claypole never took on more physical exertion than necessary for the basic functions of eating and drinking, the shop remained open, despite being past the usual closing time. Mr. Bumble tapped his cane on the counter several times, but getting no response and seeing a light through the window of the small parlor at the back of the shop, he decided to peek in and see what was happening. What he saw surprised him considerably. The table was set for supper, covered with bread and butter, plates and glasses, along with a pot of porter and a wine bottle. At the head of the table, Noah Claypole slouched in an easy chair with his legs draped over one arm. He held an open pocket knife in one hand and a chunk of buttered bread in the other. Beside him stood Charlotte, opening oysters from a barrel, which Noah swallowed with remarkable enthusiasm. His unusually red nose and slight wink in one eye suggested he was somewhat intoxicated, a conclusion supported by the intense pleasure he took in his oysters, which could only be explained by an appreciation of their cooling properties for internal fever. "Here's a delicious fat one, Noah dear," said Charlotte. "Try it, just this one." "What a delicious thing an oyster is," remarked Noah after swallowing it. "What a pity that eating too many makes you sick, isn't it, Charlotte?" "It's really unfair," said Charlotte. "True," agreed Noah. "Don't you like oysters?" "Not that much," replied Charlotte. "I prefer watching you eat them, Noah dear, more than eating them myself." "Well," said Noah thoughtfully. "That's strange." "Have another," said Charlotte. "Here's one with such a beautiful, delicate beard." "I can't manage any more," said Noah. "I'm really sorry. Come here, Charlotte, and I'll kiss you." "What?" exclaimed Mr. Bumble, bursting into the room. "Say that again, sir." Charlotte screamed and hid her face in her apron. Noah, without changing his position except to let his legs fall to the floor, stared at the beetle in drunken terror. "Say it again, you vile, audacious fellow," said Mr. Bumble. "How dare you mention such a thing, sir, and how dare you encourage him, you insolent minx?" "Kiss her," exclaimed Mr. Bumble, deeply indignant. "Disgusting!" "I didn't mean to do it," said Noah, blubbering. "She's always kissing me, whether I like it or not." "Oh, Noah," cried Charlotte reproachfully. "Yes, you are. You know you are," retorted Noah. "She's always doing it, Mr. Bumble, sir. She grabs me by the chin and makes all sorts of advances." "Silence!" cried Mr. Bumble sternly. "Go downstairs, miss. Noah, close the shop. Don't say another word until your master gets home, or you'll regret it. And when he does return, tell him Mr. Bumble said to send an old woman's coffin over after breakfast tomorrow. Do you understand me?" "Kissing!" cried Mr. Bumble, raising his hands. "The sin and wickedness of the lower classes in this parish is frightful. If Parliament doesn't address their disgraceful behavior, this country is ruined, and the character of its common people gone forever." With these words, the beetle strode away from the undertaker's premises, with a lofty and gloomy air. Now that we've accompanied him back toward his home, and made all necessary arrangements for the old woman's funeral, let's try to find out what happened to young Oliver Twist, and discover whether he's still lying in the ditch where Toby Crackit left him. Chapter 28 Looks after Oliver, and proceeds with his adventures. "Wolves, tear your throats," muttered Sikes, grinding his teeth. "I wish I was among some of you. You'd howl louder then." As Sikes growled this curse with desperate ferocity, he propped the wounded boy's body across his bent knee and looked back briefly at their pursuers. There wasn't much to see through the mist and darkness, but the loud shouts of men echoed through the air, and the barking of neighborhood dogs, awakened by the alarm bell, resounded from every direction. "Stop, you coward!" shouted the robber after Toby Crackit, who was already ahead, making good use of his long legs. "Stop!" The repeated command brought Toby to a sudden halt. He wasn't entirely sure he was beyond pistol range, and Sikes was in no mood for games. "Help me with the boy," Sikes called, gesturing frantically to his partner. "Get back here!" Toby made a show of returning, but managed to communicate considerable reluctance as he approached, breathless. "Faster!" ordered Sikes, laying Oliver in a dry ditch at his feet and pulling a pistol from his pocket. "Don't play games with me!" At that moment, the noise grew louder. Looking around again, Sikes could see their pursuers climbing the gate of the field where he stood, with a couple of dogs just ahead of them. "It's over, Bill," cried Toby. "Drop the kid and run." With this advice, Toby, preferring the risk of being shot by his friend to the certainty of being caught by their enemies, turned and ran at full speed. Sikes clenched his teeth, took one last look around, threw his cape over Oliver's motionless form, ran along the hedge as if to distract attention from where the boy lay, paused briefly at another hedge that met it at right angles, fired his pistol into the air, leaped over the barrier, and vanished. "Over here," called a trembling voice from behind. "Pincher, Neptune, come here, boy." The dogs, who seemed as reluctant as their masters to join this chase, immediately obeyed. Three men who had advanced some distance into the field stopped to consult with each other. "My advice, or rather my orders, are that we go home immediately," said the fattest of the group. "I'll agree to whatever Mr. Giles decides," said a shorter but equally plump man, who was very pale and excessively polite, as frightened men often are. "I wouldn't want to seem rude, gentlemen," said the third man, who had called the dogs back, "but Mr. Giles should make the decision." "Certainly," replied the shorter man. "Whatever Mr. Giles says, it's not our place to argue." No, I know my position. Thank heavens, I know my position." In truth, the little man did seem to understand his position, and to recognize it wasn't a desirable one. His teeth chattered as he spoke. "You're afraid, Brittles," said Mr. Giles. "I am not," Brittles replied. "You are," insisted Giles. "That's a lie, Mr. Giles," said Brittles. "You're a liar, Brittles," said Mr. Giles. These 4 retorts stemmed from Mr. Giles' taunt, which itself had arisen from his indignation at being told to go home under the guise of a compliment. The third man settled the argument philosophically. "I'll tell you what, gentlemen," he said, "we're all afraid." "Speak for yourself, sir," said Mr. Giles, who was the palest of the 3. "I am," replied the man. "It's natural and appropriate to be scared in this situation." "I am." "So am I," admitted Brittles, "but there's no need to say it so rudely." These frank admissions softened Mr. Giles, who promptly confessed his own fear. At this, all 3 turned around and ran back with perfect unanimity, until Mr. Giles, who had the shortest wind and was carrying a pitchfork, insisted on stopping to apologize for his earlier sharp words. "It's amazing," said Mr. Giles, after explaining himself, "what a man will do when his blood is up. I would have committed murder. I know I would have if we'd caught one of those criminals." Since the other 2 felt the same conviction, and their blood, like his, had now cooled, they speculated on what had caused this sudden change in their courage. "I know what it was," said Mr. Giles. "It was the gate." "I bet that's it," exclaimed Brittles, seizing the idea. "You can count on it," said Giles. The gate stopped the flow of excitement. I felt mine draining away as I was climbing over it. By a remarkable coincidence, the other 2 had experienced the exact same sensation at precisely that moment. It was obvious, therefore, that the gate was responsible, especially since they all clearly remembered coming into sight of the robbers at the exact instant their courage failed. This conversation took place between the 2 men who had surprised the burglars and a traveling tinker who had been sleeping in an outhouse and had been roused, along with his 2 mongrel dogs, to join the pursuit. Mr. Giles served as both butler and steward to the old lady of the mansion. Brittles was a man of all work who, having entered her service as a child, was still treated as a promising young boy, despite being well past 30. Encouraging each other with such talk, but staying very close together and looking nervously around whenever a fresh gust rattled the branches, the 3 men hurried back to the tree where they'd left their lantern, so its light wouldn't show the thieves where to aim. Retrieving the light, they made their way home at a brisk trot. Long after they'd vanished from sight, the lantern could still be seen twinkling and bobbing in the distance, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the damp, gloomy air. The air grew colder as dawn slowly approached. The mist rolled across the ground like dense smoke. The grass was wet. The paths and low spots were all mud and water, and the damp breath of an unhealthy wind drifted by with a hollow moan. Yet Oliver still lay motionless and unconscious where Sikes had left him. Morning drew closer. The air became sharper and more piercing as its first dull hue, more the death of night than the birth of day, glimmered faintly in the sky. Objects that had looked dark and threatening in the darkness became more defined, gradually taking on their familiar shapes. The rain fell heavily, pattering noisily among the leafless bushes, but Oliver didn't feel it beating against him. He still lay stretched out, helpless and unconscious, on his bed of clay. At last, a low cry of pain broke the stillness, and with that sound, the boy awoke. His left arm, crudely bandaged in a shawl, hung useless and heavy at his side. The bandage was soaked with blood. He was so weak that he could barely sit up. When he managed to do so, he looked feebly around for help and moaned in pain. Trembling in every joint from cold and exhaustion, he tried to stand but fell back to the ground, shuddering from head to toe. After briefly slipping back into the stupor that had gripped him for so long, Oliver, driven by a growing sickness in his heart that warned him he would die if he stayed there, struggled to his feet and tried to walk. His head spun, and he staggered like a drunk. But he kept going, his head drooping against his chest, stumbling forward with no idea where he was headed. A flood of confusing, chaotic thoughts rushed through his mind. He seemed to be walking again between Sikes and Crackit. As they argued, he could hear their exact words. When he caught himself losing focus, as if about to fall, he realized he'd been talking to them out loud. Then he was alone with Sikes again, trudging along as they had the day before. Shadowy figures passed them, and he felt the robber's grip on his wrist. Suddenly he jerked backward at the sound of gunfire. There were loud shouts and cries. Lights flashed before his eyes. Everything was noise and chaos, as if invisible hands were carrying him swiftly away. Through all of these disjointed visions, there ran a constant awareness of pain that exhausted and tormented him. He stumbled on, crawling almost automatically through gates or hedge gaps as he came upon them, until he reached a road. Here the rain began to fall so heavily that it roused him from his daze. He looked around and saw a house not far away. Perhaps he could reach it. They might take pity on him. If not, he thought it would be better to die near other people than alone in the open fields. Gathering his last bit of strength for one final effort, he directed his faltering steps toward the building. As he drew nearer, a strange feeling came over him that he'd seen this place before. He couldn't recall any details, but the shape and appearance of the house seemed familiar. That garden wall! He had fallen to his knees on the grass inside it just last night, begging those two men for mercy. This was the very house they had tried to rob. Oliver felt such terror when he recognized the place that he momentarily forgot the agony of his wound and thought only of escape. But escape where? He could barely stand, and even if he'd been in perfect health, where could he go? He pushed against the garden gate. It was unlocked and swung open. He staggered across the lawn, climbed the steps, knocked weakly at the door, and, his strength completely failing, collapsed against one of the pillars of the small portico. As it happened, around this time, Mr. Giles, Brittles, and the tinker were recovering from the night's frights and terrors with tea and snacks in the kitchen. It wasn't Mr. Giles's usual habit to be too familiar with the lower servants. He typically maintained a lofty affability that reminded them of his superior social position while still seeming gracious. But death, fires, and burglaries make all men equal, so Mr. Giles sat with his legs stretched out before the kitchen fire, his left arm on the table, while with his right he illustrated a detailed account of the robbery to his audience, especially the cook and housemaid, who listened with breathless interest. "It was about 2:30, said Mr. Giles, "or maybe closer to 3 when I woke up. Turning over in bed like this," here Mr. Giles turned in his chair and pulled the tablecloth over him to simulate bedsheets, "I thought I heard a noise." At this point in the story, the cook turned pale and asked the housemaid to close the door. She asked Brittles, who asked the tinker, who pretended not to hear. "I heard a noise," continued Mr. Giles. "At first I said to myself, 'It's just my imagination,' and was settling back to sleep when I heard it again, very distinct." "What kind of noise?" asked the cook. "A sort of crashing sound," replied Mr. Giles, looking around. "More like someone grinding an iron bar on a nutmeg grater," suggested Brittles. "It was like that when you heard it," said Mr. Giles, "but at that moment it was more of a crash. I pushed back the covers." Here Giles rolled back the tablecloth, sat up in bed, and listened. The cook and housemaid simultaneously gasped, "Lord!" and pulled their chairs closer together. "I could hear it clearly now," Giles went on. "Someone," I said to myself, "is breaking in through a door or window. What should I do? I'll wake up poor Brittles and save him from being murdered in his bed, or having his throat cut from ear to ear without even knowing it." All eyes turned to Brittles, who stared at the speaker with his mouth open, his face expressing pure terror. "I threw off the covers," said Giles, tossing aside the tablecloth and looking hard at the cook and housemaid. "Got quietly out of bed, put on my—" "Ladies present, Mr. Giles," murmured the tinker. "Shoes, sir," said Giles, turning on him and emphasizing the word. I grabbed the loaded pistol that always goes upstairs with the silverware and walked on tiptoe to his room. "Brittles," I said after I woke him, "don't be frightened." "That's true," observed Brittles in a low voice. "We're dead men, I think, Brittles," I said, continued Giles, "but don't be frightened." "Was he scared?" asked the cook. "Not a bit," replied Mr. Giles. "He was as steady, well, almost as steady as I was." "I would have died right then and there," remarked the housemaid. "You're a woman," retorted Brittles, finding some courage. "Brittles is right," said Mr. Giles, nodding approvingly. "A woman's reaction would naturally be different." We men took a dark lantern from Brittles's fireplace and felt our way downstairs in complete darkness. Something like this. Mr. Giles had stood up and taken 2 steps with his eyes closed to demonstrate, when he suddenly jumped, along with everyone else in the company, and hurried back to his chair. The cook and housemaid screamed. "It was a knock," said Mr. Giles, regaining his composure. "Somebody opened the door." Nobody moved. "It seems strange to have a knock at this hour in the morning," said Mr. Giles, surveying the pale faces around him, and looking rather pale himself. "But someone must open the door. Do you hear me?" Mr. Giles looked at Brittles as he spoke, but the young man, being naturally modest, probably considered himself a nobody and didn't think the question applied to him. At any rate, he didn't answer. Mr. Giles gave the tinker a questioning look, but the tinker had suddenly fallen asleep. The women were out of the question for such a task. "If Brittles would prefer to open the door with witnesses present," said Mr. Giles after a brief silence, "I'm ready to join him." "So am I," said the tinker, waking as suddenly as he'd fallen asleep. Brittles surrendered to these terms, and the party, somewhat reassured by the discovery, made after opening the shutters, that it was now broad daylight, headed upstairs. The dogs went first, and the two women, too afraid to stay below, brought up the rear. At Mr. Giles's suggestion, they all talked very loudly to warn any villains outside that they were numerous and well prepared. And in a stroke of tactical genius from the same clever gentleman, the dogs' tails were pinched in the hallway to make them bark fiercely. These precautions in place, Mr. Giles held firmly onto the tinker's arm, to prevent him from running away, as he jokingly said, and gave the order to open the door. Brittles obeyed, and the group, peering nervously over each other's shoulders, saw nothing more frightening than poor little Oliver Twist, speechless and exhausted, raising his heavy eyes to silently plead for their compassion. "A boy!" exclaimed Mr. Giles, bravely pushing the tinker back. "What's wrong with— Wait, Brittles, look here. Don't you recognize him?" Brittles, who had hidden behind the door to open it, no sooner saw Oliver than he let out a loud cry. Mr. Giles, seizing the boy by one leg and one arm, fortunately not the broken limb, dragged him straight into the hallway and deposited him at full length on the floor. "Here he is!" yelled Giles excitedly up the staircase. "One of the thieves, ma'am. Here's a thief, miss. Wounded, miss. I shot him," and Brittles held the light. "In a lantern, miss," shouted Brittles, putting one hand to the side of his mouth to project his voice better. The two servant women ran upstairs to spread the news that Mr. Giles had captured a robber, while the tinker tried to revive Oliver so he wouldn't die before he could be hanged. Amid all this noise and confusion came a sweet female voice that instantly quieted the commotion. "Giles!" the voice called softly from the top of the stairs. "I'm here, miss," replied Mr. Giles. "Don't be alarmed, miss. I wasn't badly hurt. He didn't put up much of a fight. I quickly overpowered him." "Hush," replied the young lady. "You're frightening my aunt as much as the thieves did. Is the poor creature badly hurt?" "Wounded desperately, miss," replied Giles, with obvious satisfaction. "He looks like he's dying, miss," shouted Brittles in the same manner as before. "Would you like to come see him, miss, just in case?" "Quiet, please. There's a good man," said the lady. "Wait just a moment while I speak to my aunt." With footsteps as soft and gentle as her voice, she hurried away. She soon returned with instructions that the wounded person should be carefully carried upstairs to Mr. Giles's room, and that Brittles should saddle the pony and ride immediately to Chertsey to fetch a constable and a doctor as quickly as possible. "But won't you take just one look at him first, miss?" asked Mr. Giles, as proud as if Oliver were some rare bird he had skillfully brought down. "Just one little peek, miss? Not now for anything in the world," replied the young lady. "Poor fellow! Oh, treat him kindly, Giles, for my sake." The old servant looked up at the speaker as she turned away with a gaze as proud and admiring as if she were his own daughter. Then, bending over Oliver, he helped carry him upstairs with the care and gentleness of a woman. Chapter 29 has an introductory account of the inmates of the house. In an elegant room, though one furnished more for old-fashioned comfort than modern style, two ladies sat at a well-set breakfast table. Mr. Giles, dressed meticulously in a full black suit, attended them. He stood between the sideboard and the breakfast table, his body drawn up to full height, head tilted slightly backward and to one side, left leg forward, right hand tucked into his waistcoat, left hand hanging down holding a serving tray, the very picture of a man who keenly appreciated his own importance. Of the two ladies, one was elderly but sat as upright as the high-backed oak chair she occupied, dressed with perfect neatness and precision in a curious mix of old-fashioned clothing with slight modern touches, which enhanced rather than diminished the vintage style. She sat stately, her hands folded on the table. Her eyes, which age had barely dimmed, were fixed attentively on her young companion. The younger lady was in the beautiful bloom of early womanhood, at that age when, if angels ever take human form for God's purposes, they might well inhabit a form like hers. She was barely 17, built with such a delicate, exquisite frame, so gentle and pure and beautiful, that earth hardly seemed her proper place, nor its rough inhabitants her fitting companions. The intelligence that shone in her deep blue eyes and was stamped on her noble features seemed beyond her years, yet the ever-changing expressions of sweetness and good humor, the thousand lights that played across her face leaving no shadow, and above all, her cheerful, happy smile, were made for home and fireside happiness. She was busy with various small tasks at the table. Happening to look up and notice the older lady watching her, she playfully brushed back her simply braided hair and gave such a look of affection and innocent loveliness that heavenly spirits might have smiled to see it. "And Brittles has been gone for over an hour?" asked the old lady after a pause. "An hour and 12 minutes, ma'am," replied Mr. Giles, checking his silver pocket watch, which hung from a black ribbon. "He's always slow," remarked the old lady. "Brittles has always been a slow boy, ma'am," replied the attendant. Considering that Brittles had been a slow boy for more than 30 years, there wasn't much chance of him becoming a fast one. "He gets worse instead of better, I think," said the elder lady. "It's very wrong of him if he stops to play with other boys," said the young lady with a smile. Mr. Giles was considering whether to smile himself when a gig pulled up to the garden gate. A fat gentleman jumped out, ran to the door, and somehow managed to enter the house so quickly that he almost knocked over Mr. Giles and the breakfast table. "I've never heard of such a thing!" exclaimed the fat gentleman. "My dear Mrs. Maylie, goodness me, in the middle of the night, too! I have never heard of such a thing." With these sympathetic words, the fat gentleman shook hands with both ladies and pulled up a chair, asking how they were feeling. "You should be dead, absolutely dead with fright," said the fat gentleman. "Why didn't you send for me? My man would have come at once, and so would I, or my assistant. Anyone would have under such circumstances. My goodness, so unexpected. In the middle of the night, too." The doctor seemed particularly bothered by the fact that the robbery had been unexpected and attempted at night, as if professional burglars customarily operated at noon and made appointments by mail a day or two in advance. "And you, Miss Rose," said the doctor, turning to the young lady. "Oh, I'm quite well," said Rose, interrupting him. "But there's a poor creature upstairs whom my aunt wants you to see." "Ah, yes, of course," replied the doctor. "That was your handiwork, Giles, from what I hear." Mr. Giles, who had been nervously adjusting the teacups, blushed deeply and said he'd had that honor. "Honor, E.H., said the doctor. "Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just as honorable to shoot a thief in a back kitchen as to hit your target at 12 paces in a duel. Imagine he fired into the air and you fought a duel, Giles." Mr. Giles, thinking this belittled his achievement, respectfully replied that it wasn't his place to judge such matters, but he thought the situation was no joke to the other party. "You're right," said the doctor. "Where is he? Show me the way." "I'll check on him again on my way down, Mrs. Maylie. That's the little window he climbed through, E.H. Well, I never would have believed it." Talking nonstop, he followed Mr. Giles upstairs. While he does so, the reader might want to know that Dr. Losburn, a surgeon known throughout the surrounding 10 miles as simply the doctor, had grown fat more from good humor than good living. He was as kind and hearty, and as eccentric a bachelor, as anyone might hope to find in an area 5 times that size. The doctor was gone much longer than either he or the ladies had expected. A large box was brought from the gig, a bedroom bell rang frequently, and the servants ran up and down stairs constantly, all signs that something important was happening above. Finally, he returned and, in answer to their anxious inquiry about his patient, looked very mysterious and closed the door carefully. "This is quite extraordinary, Mrs. Maylie," said the doctor, standing with his back to the door as if to keep it shut. "He's not in danger, I hope?" asked the old lady. "Well, that wouldn't be so extraordinary under the circumstances," replied the doctor. "But I don't think he is. Have you seen the thief?" "No," the old lady answered. "Or heard anything about him?" "No." "I beg your pardon, ma'am," interrupted Mr. Giles. "I was about to tell you about him when Dr. Losburn arrived." The truth was that Mr. Giles hadn't initially been able to admit he'd only shot a boy. With all the praise his bravery had received, he couldn't help postponing the explanation for a few delicious minutes, during which he'd enjoyed the peak of a brief reputation for undaunted courage. "Rose wanted to see the man," said Mrs. Maylie, "but I wouldn't allow it." Replied the doctor. "There's nothing very alarming about his appearance. Would you object to seeing him in my presence?" "If it's necessary," replied the old lady, "certainly not." "Then I think it is necessary," said the doctor. "I'm certain you'd deeply regret not doing so if you postponed it." He's perfectly quiet and comfortable now. Allow me, Miss Rose, may I? There's absolutely nothing to fear. I give you my word. Chapter 30. What Oliver's new visitors thought of him. You're in for a pleasant surprise, the doctor assured them as he led the two women upstairs. With one arm linked through the young ladies and his free hand extended to Mrs. Maylie, he guided them toward the bedroom with ceremonious care. Wait till you see him. Hasn't had a proper shave recently, but he doesn't look dangerous in the slightest. Hold on, let me make sure he's presentable first. The doctor stepped ahead and peered into the room. Satisfied, he motioned them forward and closed the door behind them. Then he gently pulled back the bed curtains. Instead of the rough, scowling criminal they'd expected, a child lay before them, a mere boy, worn down by pain and exhaustion, deep in sleep. His injured arm, bandaged and splinted, rested across his chest. His head lay on his other arm, partially hidden by long hair that spilled across the pillow. The doctor stood silently watching the patient. As he did, the younger lady moved quietly past him and sat in a chair by the bedside. She brushed Oliver's hair away from his face, and as she leaned over him, her tears fell on his forehead. The boy stirred and smiled in his sleep, as if her compassion had sparked a pleasant dream, perhaps of love and affection he'd never known in real life. Like how a strain of soft music, the sound of water rippling in a quiet place, the scent of a flower, or the mention of a familiar word, sometimes triggers faint memories of scenes that never existed, that vanish as quickly as they appear, as if awakening some brief memory of a happier life long forgotten, impossible to recall by conscious effort. What can this mean? Mrs. Maylie whispered. This poor child couldn't possibly have been raised by criminals. Vice, replied the surgeon, replacing the curtain, takes up residence in many different places. Who can say that a pleasant appearance doesn't sometimes hide darkness within? But at such a young age, Rose protested. My dear, the surgeon replied with a sad shake of his head, crime, like death, doesn't target only the old and withered. The youngest and fairest are too often its chosen victims. But can you really believe this delicate boy willingly associated with the worst criminals in society? Rose asked. The surgeon shook his head in a way that suggested he feared it was entirely possible. Noting that they might disturb the patient, he led them to the adjoining room. But even if he has done wrong, Rose continued, think how young he is. He may never have known a mother's love or the comfort of a real home. Abuse, hunger, and desperation might have driven him into the company of men who forced him into wrongdoing. Aunt, please think about this before letting them drag this sick child to prison, which would surely destroy any chance he has of becoming a better person. For my sake, and because you've been so good to me when I might have been as helpless as this poor child, please have mercy on him before it's too late. My darling, the older woman said, folding the tearful girl into her arms, do you think I would harm a hair on his head? Of course not, Rose replied eagerly. I'm nearing the end of my days, the old lady said, and I pray that mercy will be shown to me as I show it to others. What can I do to help him, doctor? Let me think, said the doctor, suddenly deep in thought. Dr. Losburn shoved his hands into his pockets and paced back and forth, stopping occasionally to rock on his toes with a fierce frown. After several false starts muttering, I've got it now, followed by, no I haven't, and much more pacing, he finally stopped and announced his plan. I believe I can handle this if you authorize me to intimidate Giles and that boy Brittles. Giles is a faithful servant who's been with you for years, I know, but you can make it up to him later, even reward him for being such a good shot. You don't object to that approach, do you? Unless there's another way to protect the child, Mrs. Maylie replied. There isn't, the doctor said firmly. Trust me on this. Then my aunt gives you full authority, said Rose, smiling through her tears. But please don't be harder on those poor men than absolutely necessary. You seem to think everyone's heartless today except you, Miss Rose, the doctor teased. I only hope the first eligible young man who appeals to your compassion finds you just as vulnerable and soft-hearted. In fact, I wish I were young enough to take advantage of such a golden opportunity myself. You're as much a boy as poor Brittles, Rose replied, blushing. Well, said the doctor with a hearty laugh, that's not difficult. But back to this child. Here's the important part of our agreement. He'll wake up in an hour or so, I expect, though I've strictly forbidden that thick-headed constable downstairs from moving or speaking to him on pain of death. I think we can safely talk with him. I propose this condition, that I examine him in your presence, and if I can prove to your satisfaction that he's genuinely wicked, which is entirely possible, he'll be left to face the consequences without further interference from me." "Oh no, Aunt," Rose pleaded. "Oh yes, Aunt," the doctor insisted. "Do we have a deal?" "He can't possibly be hardened in wickedness," said Rose. "It's impossible." "Excellent," replied the doctor. "Then you have even more reason to accept my proposal." The agreement was made, and they settled in to wait for Oliver to wake up. Their patience was tested longer than the doctor had led them to expect. Hour after hour passed while Oliver slept deeply. It was evening before the doctor brought news that the boy was finally well enough to speak. Though Oliver was very ill and weak from blood loss, the doctor felt his desire to tell his story was so strong that it would be better to let him speak now rather than insist he wait until morning. The conversation was lengthy. Oliver shared his entire simple history, often forced to pause from pain and exhaustion. It was a solemn experience to hear the feeble voice of the sick child recounting the long list of cruelties and hardships that had been inflicted on him. If only, when we mistreat our fellow humans, we could spare a moment to consider the dark evidence of human error rising slowly but surely to heaven, storing up future vengeance against us. If we could hear, even for a moment, the silent testimony of those we've wronged, voices no power can silence and no pride can ignore, how much less suffering, misery, cruelty, and injustice would each day bring. That night, gentle hands smoothed Oliver's pillow, and kindness and virtue watched over him as he slept. He felt peaceful and happy, so much so that he could have died without complaint. As soon as their important conversation with Oliver ended, and the boy was settled back to rest, the doctor wiped his eyes, scolded himself for getting emotional, and headed downstairs to confront Mr. Giles. Finding no one in the parlors, he decided the kitchen might be a better stage for his performance. In this lower chamber of the household, he found the women servants, Mr. Brittles, Mr. Giles, and the tinker, who had been specially invited to stay for dinner as a reward for his services, plus the constable. The latter was a large man in every respect: large staff, large head, large features, and large half-boots, who looked as if he'd been enjoying a considerable amount of ale, which indeed he had. Everyone was still discussing the previous night's adventure. Mr. Giles was in the middle of boasting about his quick thinking when the doctor entered. "Stay where you are," the doctor said, waving his hand. "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Giles. "Mrs. Maylie ordered some ale to be served, and since I wasn't in the mood for my own quarters and wanted company, I'm having mine down here with everyone." Brittles led a murmur of appreciation from the staff, who were clearly delighted by Mr. Giles's willingness to socialize with them. Giles looked around with a patronizing air, as if to say that as long as they behaved properly, he would continue to grace them with his presence. "How's the patient tonight, sir?" Giles asked. "So-so," replied the doctor. "I'm afraid you've landed yourself in hot water, Mr. Giles." "You don't mean he's going to die, do you, sir?" Giles asked, trembling. "If I thought that, I'd never be happy again. I wouldn't take a boy's life, not even Brittles here, not for all the valuables in the county." "That's not the issue," said the doctor mysteriously. "Mr. Giles, are you a Protestant?" "Yes, sir, I hope so," stammered Giles, who had gone very pale. "And what about you, boy?" the doctor asked, turning sharply to Brittles. "Good heavens, sir," Brittles replied with a violent start. "I'm the same as Mr. Giles, sir." "Then tell me this, both of you," said the doctor. "Are you prepared to swear under oath that the boy upstairs is the same one who came through that small window last night? Out with it. Come on. We're ready for you." The doctor, widely considered one of the most good-natured men alive, delivered this demand with such terrifying anger that Giles and Brittles, already confused by alcohol and excitement, stared at each other in stunned silence. "Pay attention to their answer, constable," said the doctor, shaking his finger solemnly and tapping the bridge of his nose to emphasize the need for keen observation. This could have serious consequences. The constable tried to look as wise as possible as he picked up his staff of office, which had been resting lazily in the corner by the fireplace. "It's a simple question of identity," said the doctor. "That's exactly what it is, sir," replied the constable, coughing violently after drinking his ale too quickly. "Here's the situation," the doctor continued. "The house was broken into, and two men caught a brief glimpse of a boy through gunpowder smoke, in all the confusion of darkness and panic. The next morning, a boy comes to this same house, and just because his arm happens to be bandaged, these men grab him, nearly killing him in the process, and swear he's the thief. Now, the question is whether they are justified in making that identification. If not, what kind of legal trouble might they be in? The constable nodded wisely, saying that if that wasn't the law, he'd like to know what was. "I'll ask you again," thundered the doctor. "Can you, on your solemn oaths, positively identify that boy?" Brittles looked uncertainly at Mr. Giles, who returned the same doubtful look. The constable cupped his hand behind his ear to catch their answer. The two maids and the tinker leaned forward, listening intently. The doctor glanced keenly around the room when suddenly a bell rang at the gate, accompanied by the sound of wheels on the drive. "It's the runners!" Brittles cried, clearly relieved. "The what?" exclaimed the doctor, now alarmed himself. "The Bow Street officers, sir," Brittles explained, picking up a candle. "Mr. Giles and I sent for them this morning." "You what?" cried the doctor. "Yes," Brittles continued. "I sent a message with the coachman. I'm surprised they weren't here sooner." "Did you, indeed? Well, confound these slow coaches out here in the countryside," muttered the doctor, as he stormed out of the room. Chapter 31. A Critical Situation. "Who's there?" Brittles called through the barely opened door, peeking out with his candle shielded in his hand. "Open up," replied a man outside. "It's the officers from Bow Street you sent for." Reassured, Brittles opened the door wide. A portly man in a greatcoat walked in without another word and wiped his shoes on the mat as casually as if he lived there. "Send someone out to help my partner, will you?" said the officer. "He's in the carriage watching the horse." "You wouldn't happen to have a coach house where we could put it up for 5 or 10 minutes? Brittles answered yes and pointed toward the building. The portly man went back to the garden gate and helped his companion park the carriage, while Brittles lit their way, watching in awe. When they finished, they returned to the house and, once shown to a parlor, removed their greatcoats and hats, revealing their true appearance. The man who had knocked was a stout, middle-aged fellow of average height, around 50, with shiny black hair cut quite short, half-whiskers, a round face, and sharp eyes. His companion was red-headed and bony, wore high boots, and had an unpleasant face with a turned-up, sinister-looking nose. "Tell your boss that Blathers and Duff are here," said the stouter man, smoothing down his hair and placing a pair of handcuffs on the table. "Oh, good evening, sir. Could I have a word with you in private?" This last remark was addressed to Dr. Losberne, who had just entered. The doctor sent Brittles away and brought in the two ladies before closing the door. "This is the lady of the house," said Dr. Losberne, gesturing toward Mrs. Maylie. Mr. Blathers bowed. When invited to sit down, he placed his hat on the floor, took a chair, and motioned for Duff to do the same. The latter, who seemed less comfortable in polite company, sat down awkwardly and stuck the head of his walking stick in his mouth, fidgeting with embarrassment. "Now, about this robbery, sir," said Blathers. "What are the circumstances?" Dr. Losberne, apparently trying to stall for time, gave an excessively detailed and roundabout account. Throughout his explanation, Blathers and Duff exchanged knowing looks and occasional nods. "I can't say for certain until I examine the scene," said Blathers, "but my first impression, and I don't mind committing myself this far, is that this wasn't done by an amateur. What do you think, Duff?" "Definitely not," replied Duff. "I believe," said the doctor with a smile, "that by amateur you mean this wasn't done by a local person?" "Exactly, sir," replied Blathers. "Is that everything about the robbery?" "That's all," replied the doctor. "Now, what's this I hear the servants talking about regarding a boy?" asked Blathers. "Nothing at all," replied the doctor. "One of the frightened servants got it into his head that the boy was somehow involved in the break-in attempt. It's complete nonsense. Totally absurd. Easy enough to clear up then," remarked Duff. "What he says makes perfect sense," observed Blathers, nodding confidently and casually playing with the handcuffs as if they were castanets. "But who is this boy? What's his story? Where did he come from? He didn't just fall from the sky, did he?" "Of course not," replied the doctor, glancing nervously at the two ladies. "I know his entire history, but we can discuss that later. First, I assume you'd like to see where the thieves attempted to break in." "Certainly," answered Blathers. "We should inspect the premises first, and question the servants afterward. That's the standard procedure." Lamps were brought, and Blathers and Duff, accompanied by the local constable, Brittles, Giles, and practically everyone else in the house, examined the small room at the end of the hallway. They looked out the window, then went outside to inspect it from the lawn, then had a candle passed out to examine the shutters, followed by a lantern to track footprints, and finally a pitchfork to poke through the bushes. With everyone watching breathlessly, they returned inside, and Giles and Brittles were made to reenact their roles in the previous night's events 6 times over. They contradicted each other on only one major point the first time through, but by the final retelling, they disagreed on at least a dozen details. Finally, Blathers and Duff cleared the room for a private conference that was conducted with more secrecy and gravity than a meeting of top doctors discussing a complicated medical case. Meanwhile, the doctor paced anxiously in the next room, while Mrs. Maylie and Rose looked on with worried faces. "I honestly don't know what to do," he said, stopping after numerous rapid circuits of the room. "Surely," said Rose, "if we faithfully repeat the child's story to these men, that will be enough to clear him." "I doubt it, my dear," said the doctor, shaking his head. "I don't think it would satisfy them or any higher legal authorities. After all, what is he to them but a runaway? Judged by worldly standards, his story sounds very questionable." "But you believe him, don't you?" Rose interrupted. "Yes, strange as it is, and perhaps I'm an old fool for doing so," replied the doctor. "But I don't think it's a story that would convince a professional police officer." "Why not?" asked Rose. "Because, my inquisitive young lady," the doctor explained, "when viewed through their eyes, his story has many suspicious elements. He can only prove the parts that make him look guilty, not the parts that would clear his name. These officers want every detail explained and take nothing on faith. By his own admission, he's been in the company of thieves for some time. He was arrested for picking a pocket, then forcibly taken from that gentleman's house to a place he can't identify or locate. Then he's brought here by men who seem determined to involve him, willingly or not, and push through a window to rob a house. And just when he's about to raise the alarm, the very action that would have proven his innocence, some bumbling servant shoots him. It's as if the universe is conspiring to make him look guilty. Don't you see the problem?" "I see it perfectly," replied Rose, smiling at the doctor's intensity. "But I still don't see anything that actually incriminates the poor child." "No," replied the doctor. "Of course you don't. Bless the bright eyes of women. They never see more than one side of any question, and that's always whichever side they encounter first." Having delivered this bit of wisdom, the doctor shoved his hands into his pockets and resumed pacing even more rapidly than before. "The more I think about it," he said, "the more I see that letting these men hear the boy's real story will only create endless trouble. I'm certain they won't believe it. Even if they can't ultimately harm him, the publicity and the doubts that will be raised could seriously interfere with your charitable plan to rescue him from misery." "Oh, what can we do?" cried Rose. "Why did they have to send for these people?" "I wish we could have prevented it," exclaimed Mrs. Maylie. "I wouldn't have wanted them here for anything." "All I know," said Dr. Losberne, finally sitting down with an air of desperate calm, "is that we need to put on a brave face. Our intentions are good, and that will have to be our excuse. Fortunately, the boy has symptoms of fever and is in no condition to be questioned further. We'll have to make the best of the situation, and if the best isn't very good, that's not our fault. Come in." "Well, sir," said Blathers, entering with his colleague and closing the door firmly, "this wasn't a planned job." "And what exactly is a planned job?" demanded the doctor impatiently. "We call it a planned robbery, ladies," said Blathers, turning to them as if pitying their ignorance while looking down on the doctor, "when the servants are involved." "Nobody suspected the servants in this case," said Mrs. Maylie. "Probably not, ma'am," replied Blathers, "but they could still have been part of it. Even more likely because of that," added Duff. "We've determined it was a professional," said Blathers, continuing his report. "The work is first-rate." "Very elegant indeed," remarked Duff under his breath. "There were 2 of them," continued Blathers, "and they had a boy with them. That's clear from the size of the window. That's all we can say for now. We'd like to see this boy you've got upstairs immediately, if you don't mind." "Perhaps they'd like something to drink first, Mrs. Maylie," suggested the doctor, his face brightening as if a new idea had occurred to him. "Oh, of course," exclaimed Rose eagerly. "You shall have refreshments right away." "Thank you, miss," said Blathers, wiping his mouth with his coat sleeve. "It's thirsty work, this kind of duty. Anything convenient, miss. Don't go to any trouble on our account." "What would you like?" asked the doctor, following Rose to the sideboard. "A small glass of spirits, sir, if it's all the same," replied Blathers. "It's a cold ride from London, ma'am, and I always find that spirits warm the heart better." This charming remark was addressed to Mrs. Maylie, who received it graciously. While the drinks were being prepared, the doctor slipped out of the room. "Ah," said Mr. Blathers, holding his wine-glass not by the stem but gripped at the bottom between his thumb and forefinger and placing it against his chest. "I've handled many similar cases in my time, ladies." "Like that break-in down the back lane in Edmonton, Blathers," said Duff, helping his colleague's memory. "That was something like this, wasn't it?" replied Blathers. "That was Conky Chickweed's work." "You always give him credit for that," replied Duff. "It was the family pet who did it. Conky had nothing to do with it, no more than I did." "Get out of here," retorted Blathers. "I know better. Remember when Conky was robbed of his money? Now that was a case. Better than any novel I've ever read." "What happened?" asked Rose, eager to encourage any sign of good humor in their unwelcome visitors. "It was a robbery that few would have suspected," said Blathers. "This fellow Conky Chickweed—" "Conky means nosy, ma'am," Duff interrupted. "The lady knows that, doesn't she?" snapped Blathers. "You're always interrupting, partner." "Anyway, this Conky Chickweed, miss, ran a pub near Battlebridge. He had a cellar where young lords would gather for cockfighting and badger baiting. Very sophisticated entertainment, I assure you, having seen it often. He wasn't the original owner, but one night someone stole 327 guineas in a canvas bag from his bedroom. A tall man with a black patch over one eye had hidden under the bed and jumped out the window after taking the money, though it was only 1 story high. He moved quickly, but so did Conky, who fired a blunderbuss after him and woke the whole neighborhood. They raised the alarm, and when they searched, they found that Conky had hit the robber, because there were blood trails leading to some palings a good distance away, where the trail disappeared. But the thief had escaped with the money, so Conky's name appeared in the bankruptcy listings, and all sorts of charity fundraisers were organized. He was devastated by his loss and walked the streets for days, pulling at his hair so frantically that people feared he might kill himself. One day he rushed into the police office and had a private meeting with the magistrate, who rang for Jem Spires, one of our best officers, and told him to help Chickweed catch the man who'd robbed him. "I saw him pass my house yesterday morning," said Chickweed. "Why didn't you grab him then?" asked Spires. "I was so shocked you could have cracked my skull with a toothpick," said Chickweed. "But we'll get him for sure. He passed by again between 10 and 11 at night." Spires immediately packed a change of clothes and a comb in case he had to stay out for a day or two. He set himself up at a window in the pub, behind the little red curtain with his hat on, ready to rush out at a moment's notice. He was smoking his pipe late that night when suddenly Chickweed shouted, "There he is! Stop, thief! Murder!" Spires dashed out and saw Chickweed racing down the street. Spires followed. Chickweed kept running. People gathered around. Everyone shouted, "Thief!" and Chickweed himself kept yelling like a madman. Spires lost sight of him for a minute when he turned a corner, but quickly caught up, saw a small crowd, pushed his way in, and asked, "Which one is he?" "Damn it," says Chickweed, "I've lost him again." Strangely, the man wasn't anywhere to be seen, so they went back to the pub. The next morning, Spires returned to his post and watched for a tall man with a black eye patch until his eyes ached. When he finally had to close them for a moment's rest, he heard Chickweed shouting again, "Here he is!" Off Spires went, with Chickweed already halfway down the street, and after twice the distance of the previous chase, the man disappeared again. This happened several more times, until half the neighbors claimed Mr. Chickweed had been robbed by the devil, who was now playing tricks on him, while the other half thought poor Mr. Chickweed had gone mad with grief. "And what did Jem Spires think?" asked the doctor, who had returned during the story. "Jem Spires," continued the officer, "said nothing for a long time and just listened to everything without appearing to pay attention, which showed he knew his job. But one morning he walked into the bar, took out his snuff-box, and said, 'Chickweed, I've found out who committed this robbery.' 'Have you?' said Chickweed. 'Oh, my dear Spires, just let me have revenge, and I'll die happy. Where is the villain?' 'Come on now,' said Spires, offering him some snuff. 'Cut the act. You did it yourself.' And he had. Made a good bit of money from it, too. No one would ever have discovered the truth if he hadn't been so desperate to maintain the charade," concluded Blathers, setting down his glass and clinking the handcuffs together. "Most interesting," observed the doctor. "Now, if you're ready, we can go upstairs." "Whenever you like, sir," replied Blathers. Following Dr. Losberne closely, the two officers ascended to Oliver's bedroom, with Giles leading the way with a lighted candle. Oliver had been dozing but looked worse and more feverish than before. With the doctor's help, he managed to sit up in bed for a minute or so and gazed at the strangers without understanding what was happening. In fact, without seeming to remember where he was or what had transpired. "This," said Dr. Losberne, speaking softly but with great intensity, "is the boy who was accidentally wounded by a spring gun during some childish trespassing on Mr. What's-His-Name's property nearby. He came to this house for help this morning and was immediately seized and mistreated by that clever gentleman with the candle, who has placed the boy's life in serious danger, as I can professionally certify." Blathers and Duff looked at Mr. Giles, thus singled out for their attention. The bewildered butler glanced from them to Oliver, then to the doctor, with a comical mixture of fear and confusion. "You don't mean to deny that, I assume?" said the doctor, gently laying Oliver back down. "It was all done with good intentions, sir," answered Giles. "I truly thought it was the boy who broke in, or I wouldn't have touched him. I'm not a cruel person, sir." "Which boy did you think it was?" asked the senior officer. "The burglar's boys, sir," replied Giles. "They definitely had a boy with them." "Well, do you still think so?" inquired Blathers. "Think what?" replied Giles, staring blankly at his questioner. "That it's the same boy, you idiot," Blathers said impatiently. "I don't know. I really don't know," said Giles with a miserable expression. "I couldn't swear to it." "What do you think?" asked Blathers. "I don't know what to think," replied poor Giles. "I don't think it's the boy. In fact, I'm almost certain it isn't. You know it can't be." "Has this man been drinking, sir?" Blathers asked the doctor. "What a muddled fool you are," said Duff, addressing Mr. Giles with utter contempt. Dr. Losberne had been checking the patient's pulse during this brief exchange. Now he rose from the bedside chair and suggested that if the officers had any doubts, perhaps they'd like to interview Brittles in the next room. Acting on this suggestion, they moved to a neighboring room where Brittles, upon being questioned, tangled himself and Mr. Giles in such an extraordinary web of fresh contradictions and impossibilities that he clarified nothing, except the fact that he was thoroughly confused. He declared he wouldn't recognize the real culprit if confronted with him, that he'd only identified Oliver as the burglar because Mr. Giles had said so, and that Mr. Giles had admitted just 5 minutes earlier in the kitchen that he feared he might have been too hasty in his judgment. Among other clever theories, someone raised the question of whether Mr. Giles had actually hit anyone at all. Upon examining the companion pistol to the one he had fired, they discovered it contained nothing more harmful than gunpowder and brown paper, a finding that impressed everyone except the doctor, who had extracted the bullet about 10 minutes earlier. No one was more affected by this revelation than Mr. Giles himself, who, after spending hours fearing he had mortally wounded a fellow human being, eagerly embraced this new possibility and supported it enthusiastically. Finally, without concerning themselves much about Oliver, the officers left the local constable at the house and went to spend the night in town, promising to return the next morning. With the new day came news that 2 men and a boy had been detained in Kingston under suspicious circumstances. Blathers and Duff immediately traveled there to investigate. However, the suspicious circumstances turned out to be nothing more than the fact that the 3 had been discovered sleeping under a haystack. While this was technically a crime, it was only punishable by imprisonment, and, in the merciful view of English law, was not sufficient proof, without additional evidence, that the sleepers had committed a violent burglary worthy of the death penalty. So Blathers and Duff returned no wiser than when they left. In short, after more questioning and much discussion, a neighboring magistrate accepted the joint bail of Mrs. Maylie and Dr. Losberne for Oliver's appearance if ever required. The 2 officers, rewarded with a couple of guineas, returned to London with differing opinions. Duff inclined to blame the family pet for the attempted burglary, while Blathers gave full credit to the great conky chickweed. Meanwhile, Oliver slowly recovered under the combined care of Mrs. Maylie, Rose, and the kind-hearted Dr. Losberne. If sincere prayers flowing from hearts overflowing with gratitude are heard in heaven, and if they aren't, what prayers are? The blessings the orphan boy called down upon his benefactors sank deep into their souls, bringing them peace and happiness. Chapter 32. The happy life Oliver began to lead with his kind friends. Oliver's ailments were neither minor nor few. Beyond the pain and delay caused by his broken arm, Exposure to cold and wet had triggered fever and chills that lingered for many weeks and left him severely weakened. Eventually, though, he began to improve enough to occasionally express, in tearful words, how deeply grateful he was for the kindness of the two ladies. He hoped that when he was strong and well again, he could do something to show his gratitude, even something small that would prove their compassion hadn't been wasted, and that the poor boy they had rescued from misery or death was eager to serve them with all his heart. "Poor boy," said Rose one day when Oliver had been struggling to express his thanks. "You'll have plenty of chances to help us if you want to. We're going to the countryside, and my aunt intends for you to come with us. The peaceful setting, fresh air, and all the beauty of spring will restore you in just a few days. We'll find 100 ways for you to help once you're strong enough." "Help? Oh, dear lady, if I could just work for you!" cried Oliver. "If I could give you even the smallest pleasure by watering your flowers, or tending your birds, or running errands all day long to make you happy, what wouldn't I give to do that?" "You needn't give anything at all," said Miss Maylie with a smile. "As I said, we'll find 100 ways to keep you busy. And if you take even half the trouble to please us that you're promising now, you'll make me very happy indeed." "Happy, ma'am?" cried Oliver. "How kind of you to say so." "You'll make me happier than I can express," replied the young lady. "Just thinking that my dear aunt has rescued someone from the terrible misery you've described would bring me unspeakable joy. But knowing that person is truly grateful and devoted because of her kindness would delight me more than you can imagine. Do you understand?" she asked, watching Oliver's thoughtful face. "Oh, yes, ma'am, yes," replied Oliver eagerly. "But I was thinking that I'm being ungrateful right now." "To whom?" asked the young lady. "To the kind gentleman and the dear old nurse who cared for me before," Oliver replied. "If they knew how happy I am now, I'm sure they'd be pleased." "I'm sure they would," agreed his benefactress. "And Dr. Losberne has already promised that when you're well enough to travel, he'll take you to visit them." "Has he, ma'am?" cried Oliver, his face lighting up with pleasure. "I don't know what I'll do for joy when I see their kind faces again." In time, Oliver recovered enough to make the journey. One morning, he and Dr. Losberne set out in a small carriage belonging to Mrs. Maylie. When they reached Chertsey Bridge, Oliver turned very pale and let out a cry. "What's wrong, boy?" asked the doctor, immediately alert. "Do you see something, hear something, feel something?" "That, sir," cried Oliver, pointing out of the carriage window. "That house." "Yes? What about it?" "Stop, driver. Pull up here," called the doctor. "What about the house, my boy?" "The thieves. The house they took me to," Oliver whispered. "The devil it is!" exclaimed the doctor. "Wait, let me out." But before the driver could even climb down from his seat, the doctor had already tumbled out of the carriage and was pounding on the door of the abandoned building like a madman. "Hello," said a small, ugly, hunchbacked man, opening the door so suddenly that the doctor nearly fell forward into the hallway from the force of his last kick. "What's the problem here?" "Problem!" exclaimed the doctor, grabbing the man by the collar without a second thought. "A big one. Robbery is the problem." "It'll be murder, too," replied the hunchback coolly, "if you don't take your hands off me, understand?" "I hear you," said the doctor, giving his captive a firm shake. What's that scoundrel's name?" "Sikes. That's it. Where's Sikes, you thief?" The hunchback stared in apparent amazement and indignation. Then, twisting free from the doctor's grasp with surprising agility, he unleashed a stream of vicious curses and retreated into the house. Before he could close the door, however, the doctor pushed his way into the parlor without invitation. He looked around anxiously, but nothing matched Oliver's description. Not a single piece of furniture, not a trace of anything living or dead, not even the arrangement of the cupboards. "Now," said the hunchback, who had been watching him closely, "what do you mean by breaking into my house like this? Are you trying to rob me or murder me? Which is it?" "Do robbers and murderers usually arrive in a carriage and pair, you ridiculous old vampire?" snapped the irritable doctor. "What do you want, then?" demanded the hunchback. "Will you leave before I do you harm? Curse you!" "When I'm good and ready," said Dr. Losberne, peering into the other parlor, which also bore no resemblance to Oliver's description, "I'll find you out some day, my friend." "Will you?" sneered the ill-favored cripple. "If you ever need me, I'm here. I haven't lived here alone and half-mad for 25 years to be frightened by the likes of you. You'll pay for this. You'll pay dearly." With that, the misshapen little man let out a yell and danced on the ground as if wild with rage. "What a waste of time," the doctor muttered to himself. "The boy must have made a mistake. Here, put this in your pocket and go back to your isolation." With these words, he tossed the hunchback a coin and returned to the carriage. The man followed him to the door, hurling the most violent curses all the way. As the doctor turned to speak to the driver, the hunchback glanced into the carriage and fixed Oliver with such a sharp, fierce, and simultaneously furious and vindictive look that Oliver couldn't forget it for months afterward. The man continued shouting the most dreadful threats until the driver had resumed his seat. As they drove away, they could see him in the distance, stamping his feet and tearing at his hair in what appeared to be a fit of genuine, or perhaps pretended, rage. "I'm an ass," said the doctor after a long silence. "Did you know that already, Oliver?" "No, sir." "Well, remember it for next time." "An ass," the doctor repeated after several more minutes of silence. "Even if it had been the right place, and the right man had been there, what could I have done alone? And if I'd had help, I don't see what good it would have done, except exposing myself and creating a situation where I'd have to explain how I'd been covering up this whole business. I'd have deserved that. I'm always getting myself into trouble by acting impulsively, though maybe a little trouble would do me good." In truth, the excellent doctor had never acted on anything but impulse his entire life, and it was a testament to the quality of his impulses that, far from landing him in trouble, they had earned him the warm respect and esteem of all who knew him. He was a bit irritated at having missed the chance to corroborate Oliver's story on their very first opportunity. However, when he found that Oliver's answers to his questions remained as straightforward, consistent, and apparently sincere and truthful as ever, he decided to believe the boy completely from that point forward. Since Oliver knew the name of the street where Mr. Brownlow lived, they were able to drive directly there. When the coach turned onto the street, his heart beat so violently he could hardly breathe. "Which house is it, my boy?" asked Dr. Losberne. "That one, that one!" cried Oliver, pointing eagerly out the window. "The White House! Oh, hurry, please! I feel like I might die. I'm trembling so much." "Come now," said the good doctor, patting him on the shoulder. "You'll see them right away, and they'll be overjoyed to find you safe and well." "Oh, I hope so," cried Oliver. "They were so good to me, so very, very good." The coach rolled on, then stopped. No, that was the wrong house. It was the next one. They moved forward a few more yards and stopped again. Oliver looked up at the windows, tears of happy anticipation running down his face. But the White House was empty, with a "To Let" sign in the window. "Knock at the next door," said Dr. Losberne, taking Oliver's arm. "Do you know what happened to Mr. Brownlow, who used to live in the adjoining house?" The servant didn't know, but offered to inquire. She soon returned with news that Mr. Brownlow had sold all his possessions and moved to the West Indies 6 weeks earlier. Oliver clasped his hands and sank back weakly. "Has his housekeeper gone too?" asked Dr. Losberne after a moment. "Yes, sir," replied the servant. "The old gentleman, the housekeeper, and a gentleman friend of Mr. Brownlow's all left together." "Then turn around and head for home," the doctor told the driver. "And don't stop to rest the horses until we're well out of this confounded London." "The bookstall keeper, sir?" said Oliver. "I know the way there. Please, sir, let's see him." "My poor boy, this is disappointment enough for one day," said the doctor. "Quite enough for both of us. If we go to the bookstall keeper's, we'll probably find he's either dead, burned his house down, or run away. No, straight home." And following the doctor's impulsive decision, home they went. This bitter disappointment caused Oliver deep sorrow, even amid his newfound happiness. During his illness, he had often thought about what Mr. Brownlow and Mrs. Bedwin would say to him, and how wonderful it would be to tell them about the long days and nights he'd spent thinking of them and grieving over their separation. The hope of eventually clearing his name and explaining how he'd been forcibly taken away had kept his spirits up during many recent trials. Now the thought that they had gone so far away, believing him to be a thief and impostor, a belief that might remain uncorrected for the rest of his life, was almost more than he could bear. However, this setback didn't change the attitude of his benefactors. After another 2 weeks, when the warm weather had truly arrived, and every tree and flower was showing fresh leaves and blossoms, they prepared to leave the house at Chertsey for several months. They sent the silver plate that had so excited Fagin's greed to a banker for safekeeping, left Giles and another servant to watch the house, and departed for a cottage in the countryside, taking Oliver with them. Who can describe the pleasure and delight, the peace of mind and tranquility the sickly boy felt in the fresh air, among the green hills and rich woods of that inland village? Who can explain how scenes of peace and quietude affect those who have lived in crowded, noisy places, how they carry their own freshness deep into tired hearts? Even men who have spent their entire lives in cramped, crowded streets, never wanting change, men to whom familiarity has truly become second nature, who have grown to love every brick and stone of their daily surroundings, even they, when facing death, have been known to long for one brief glimpse of nature. Carried far from the scenes of their everyday pains and pleasures, they seem to enter a new state of being. Venturing out day by day to some sunny green spot, they find such memories awakened by the sky, hills, plains, and glistening water, that a foretaste of heaven soothes their rapid decline, and they slip into their graves as peacefully as the sun they watch setting from their bedroom window, only hours before fades from feeble sight. The memories that peaceful country scenes awaken aren't of this world, or its thoughts and hopes. Their gentle influence might teach us to weave fresh garlands for the graves of those we loved, might purify our thoughts and dissolve old enmities and hatreds. But beneath all this, even in the least thoughtful mind lingers a vague, half-formed awareness of having held such feelings long before, in some distant time, an awareness that stirs solemn thoughts of distant times to come and humbles our pride and worldliness. The place they went to was lovely. Oliver, whose days had been spent among squalid crowds amid noise and fighting, seemed to enter a new existence there. Roses and honeysuckle clung to the cottage walls, ivy wrapped around the tree trunks, and garden flowers perfumed the air with delicious scents. Nearby stood a small churchyard, not crowded with tall, unsightly gravestones, but filled with humble mounds covered with fresh grass and moss, beneath which the old village residents rested. Oliver often wandered there, and thinking of the miserable grave where his mother lay, would sometimes sit down unseen and weep. But when he raised his eyes to the deep sky above, he would cease to think of her as lying in the ground, and would cry for her, sadly but without pain. It was a happy time. The days were peaceful and serene, the nights brought neither fear nor worry. No languishing in a wretched prison, no associating with miserable men, nothing but pleasant and happy thoughts. Every morning he visited a white-haired old gentleman who lived near the little church, who taught him to read better and to write. The old man spoke so kindly and took such pains that Oliver was eager to please him. Then he would walk with Mrs. Maylie and Rose, listening to them talk about books, or sometimes sit nearby in the shade while the young lady read aloud. This he could have done until it grew too dark to see the letters. Afterward, he had his lessons to prepare for the next day, and he worked hard in a small room overlooking the garden until evening, when the ladies would walk out again, and he with them, happy to fetch a flower they wanted, to run any errand, listening to all they said with pleasure, and feeling so happy when they needed something he could climb to reach or had forgotten something he could run to fetch. When it became quite dark and they returned home, the young lady would sit down at the piano and play some gentle melody or sing, in a low, sweet voice, some old song that pleased her aunt. At such times there would be no candles lit, and Oliver would sit by one of the windows, listening to the sweet music in perfect rapture. And on Sundays! How differently the day was spent from any way Oliver had ever spent it before, and how happily, too. In the morning there was a little church, with green leaves fluttering at the windows, birds singing outside, and the sweet-smelling air drifting in through the low doorway, filling the modest building with its fragrance. The poor people were so neat and clean, and knelt so reverently in prayer, that it seemed a pleasure rather than a tedious duty to be there. Though the singing might have been rough, it was sincere and sounded more musical, at least to Oliver's ears, than any he had heard in a church before. Then there were the walks, as usual, and many visits to the clean homes of the laborers. In the evening, Oliver read a chapter or two from the Bible, which he had been studying all week, and felt prouder and more pleased in performing this duty than if he had been the clergyman himself. In the morning, Oliver would be up by 6 o'clock, roaming the fields and searching the hedges for wildflowers to bring home. He took great care in arranging these to decorate the breakfast table. There was also fresh groundsel from Miss Maylie's birds, which Oliver, under the village clerk's guidance, would use to decorate their cages in the most artistic fashion. When the birds were made neat and clean for the day, there was usually some small act of charity to perform in the village. If not, there was sometimes cricket on the green, or work to do in the garden or among the plants, all of which Oliver had learned about from the same teacher, who was a gardener by trade. He applied himself to these tasks with hearty goodwill, until Rose appeared, and then there were 1,000 new compliments to be paid to all he had accomplished. So 3 months passed, 3 months which, in the life of the most blessed and favored of mortals, might have been unmingled happiness, and which for Oliver were true felicity. With the purest and most amiable generosity on one side, and the truest, warmest, most heartfelt gratitude on the other, it's no wonder that by the end of that short time, Oliver Twist had become completely integrated into the old lady's family circle, and that the fervent attachment of his young and sensitive heart was repaid by their pride in and deep affection for him. Chapter 33, wherein the happiness of Oliver and his friends experiences a sudden check. Spring rushed by, and summer arrived in full glory. The village, beautiful even before, now glowed with vibrant life. Trees that had stood bare just months ago burst with lush green canopies, their branches stretching over the ground like protective arms, creating peaceful, shady spots from which to admire the sun-drenched landscape. The earth wore its brightest green coat and released its sweetest perfumes. Everything thrived in the prime of the year. At the little cottage, life continued its peaceful rhythm. Oliver had grown strong and healthy, though his physical transformation hadn't changed his warm heart and affectionate nature. He remained the same gentle, devoted boy he'd been during his sickness, when he depended completely on others for care and comfort. One beautiful evening, after an unusually warm day, they took a longer walk than normal. Rose had been especially cheerful, and they'd wandered farther than usual, chatting happily. Mrs. Maylie grew tired, so they headed home at a slower pace. Back at the cottage, Rose simply removed her bonnet and sat at the piano, as usual. After absently running her fingers over the keys for a moment, she began playing a solemn, melancholy tune. As she played, Mrs. Maylie heard what sounded like quiet sobbing. "Rose, my dear," she called. Rose didn't answer but played faster, as if trying to push away troubled thoughts. "Rose, my love." Mrs. Maylie hurried over and leaned down beside her. "What's wrong? You're crying. What's upset you?" "Nothing, Aunt, nothing," Rose replied. "I don't know what it is. I can't explain it, but I feel— Are you sick?" Mrs. Maylie interrupted. "No, no, not sick," Rose insisted, though a visible shudder passed through her body. "I'll be fine in a minute. Please close the window." Oliver rushed to shut it. Rose tried to play something more cheerful, but her fingers suddenly lost their strength. She covered her face with her hands, sank onto the sofa, and gave in to tears she could no longer hold back. "My child!" Mrs. Maylie embraced her. "I've never seen you like this." "I didn't want to worry you," Rose said, "but I've been trying so hard to hide it. I think I might be ill, Aunt." She was right. When they brought in candles, they saw her face had turned ghostly white in just the short time since they'd returned home. Her beauty remained, but her expression had changed. Her gentle features now showed an anxious, haunted look they'd never seen before. A moment later her face flushed crimson, and a wild, feverish look came into her blue eyes. Then that vanished too, leaving her pale again. Oliver watched Mrs. Maylie's reaction closely. He could tell she was alarmed, and so was he. But they both tried to appear calm when Rose agreed to go to bed, claiming she felt better already and was sure she'd be fine by morning. "I hope nothing's really wrong," Oliver said when Mrs. Maylie returned. "She doesn't look well tonight, but—" Mrs. Maylie motioned for him to stop. She sat in a dark corner of the room and remained quiet for some time. Finally she spoke, her voice trembling. "I hope not, Oliver. I've been so happy with her for years. Maybe too happy. Perhaps it's time for some misfortune, but I hope it's not this." "What?" Oliver asked. "The terrible blow," Mrs. Maylie said, "of losing the dear girl who has been my comfort and joy." "No, God forbid," Oliver cried. "Amen to that, child," she replied, wringing her hands. "Surely there's no danger of that," Oliver said. "She was perfectly fine just 2 hours ago." "She's very ill now," Mrs. Maylie answered. "And will get worse, I'm afraid. My dear, dear Rose, what will I do without her?" She broke down completely. Oliver, fighting his own tears, tried to comfort her, begging her to calm down for Rose's sake. "Think about it," he said, his eyes filling despite his best efforts. "She's so young and good. Think about all the happiness she brings to everyone around her. I'm absolutely certain she won't die. Heaven couldn't take someone so young." "Hush," Mrs. Maylie said, placing her hand on Oliver's head. "You think like a child, dear boy. But you're teaching me my duty, aren't you? I forgot myself for a moment, but I hope I'll be forgiven. I'm old, and I've seen enough death to know the pain of losing someone you love. I've also learned that it's not always the youngest and best who survive. But that should comfort us, because it reminds us that there's a world beyond this one. God's will be done. I love her, and He knows how much." Oliver was amazed to see how quickly Mrs. Maylie pulled herself together. With what seemed like a single effort, she stopped crying and became composed and steady. Even more impressive was how this strength lasted through the long hours that followed. She performed every duty calmly and, at least outwardly, almost cheerfully. But Oliver was young and didn't yet understand what strong minds can endure in crisis. How could he, when even those who possess such strength rarely recognize it in themselves? An anxious night followed. By morning, Mrs. Maylie's worst fears were confirmed. Rose had fallen into a dangerous fever. "We have to act, Oliver, not give in to useless grief," Mrs. Maylie said, pressing a finger to her lips as she looked into his eyes. "This letter must go to Dr. Losberne immediately. You need to take it to the market town, 4 miles across the fields. From there, it can be sent by express rider to Chertsey. The innkeeper will arrange it, and I know I can count on you to see it done." Oliver couldn't speak, but nodded eagerly, ready to leave at once. "Here's another letter," Mrs. Maylie said, hesitating. "But I'm not sure whether to send it now or wait to see how Rose progresses. I don't want to send it unless I fear the worst." "Is it going to Chertsey too?" Oliver asked, holding out his trembling hand. "No," she replied, absently handing it to him. Oliver noticed it was addressed to Harry Maylie, Esquire, at some grand house in the country, though he couldn't make out where. "Should I take it?" Oliver asked impatiently. "I think not," Mrs. Maylie said, taking it back. "I'll wait until tomorrow." She gave Oliver her purse, and he set off immediately, running as fast as he could. He raced across fields and down narrow lanes, sometimes hidden by high corn growing on both sides, sometimes emerging into open meadows where farmhands worked. He only stopped occasionally to catch his breath, finally arriving hot and dusty in the small market town. He looked around for the inn. The town square held a white bank, a red brewery, and a yellow town hall. In one corner stood a large house with green-painted woodwork and a sign reading, "The George." Oliver headed straight for it. He spoke to a sleepy postboy at the gateway, who directed him to the ostler, who sent him to the landlord, a tall man in a blue necktie and white hat, picking his teeth by the stable door. The man strolled leisurely into the bar to prepare the bill, a process that took forever. After payment, a horse needed saddling and a rider needed dressing, consuming another 10 minutes. Oliver was so desperate with anxiety that he felt like jumping on the horse himself and galloping off. At last, everything was ready. The package was handed up with urgent instructions for speedy delivery. The rider spurred his horse and clattered over the cobblestones, disappearing down the turnpike road in moments. Relieved that help was on its way, Oliver hurried back through the inn-yard with a slightly lighter heart. As he was leaving, he accidentally bumped into a tall man in a cloak who was just coming out. "Hey!" the man shouted, fixing his eyes on Oliver and recoiling. "What the devil?" "I'm sorry, sir," Oliver said. "I was in such a hurry to get home. I didn't see you." "Death!" the man muttered, glaring at Oliver with dark eyes. "Who would have thought it? I should grind him to dust. He'd crawl out of a stone coffin to haunt me." "I'm really sorry," Oliver stammered, confused by the man's wild expression. "I hope I didn't hurt you." "Curse you," the man snarled through clenched teeth. "If I'd had the courage to say the word, I could have been rid of you in one night. Curse you. Black death upon your heart, you imp. What are you doing here?" The man shook his fist incoherently, advancing toward Oliver as if to strike him, but suddenly collapsed, writhing and foaming in what looked like a seizure. Oliver stared for a moment at the convulsing man, then ran inside for help. After seeing him safely carried into the hotel, Oliver turned homeward, running as fast as possible to make up for lost time, bewildered and somewhat frightened by the strange encounter. But the incident soon faded from his mind. When he reached the cottage, there were far more urgent concerns that pushed all thoughts of himself away. Rose had grown much worse. By midnight, she was delirious. The local doctor attended her constantly and had taken Mrs. Maylie aside to deliver grave news. Rose's condition was extremely serious. It would be little short of a miracle if she recovered, he'd said. How many times that night did Oliver jump from his bed and creep, with silent footsteps, to the staircase, listening for any sound from the sick room? How often did he tremble, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, when sudden footsteps made him fear the worst had happened? And what were all the prayers he'd ever said, compared to the desperate, passionate pleas he offered now for the gentle girl teetering on the edge of death? Oh, the terrible suspense of standing helplessly by while someone you love hovers between life and death. The torturous thoughts that crowd the mind, making the heart race and breath come shallow as vivid, terrible images flash through the imagination. The desperate need to do something, anything, to ease the pain or reduce the danger, coupled with the crushing awareness that you can do nothing at all. What torture could equal this? What thought or effort could possibly calm such fears? Morning arrived, and the little cottage remained unnaturally quiet. People spoke in whispers. Worried faces appeared at the gate throughout the day. Women and children left in tears. All day long, and well into the night, Oliver paced the garden, looking up constantly at the sick-room window, shuddering each time he saw the darkened glass, as if death itself waited inside. Late that night, Dr. Losberne arrived. "It's hard," the good doctor said, turning away as he spoke. "So young, so loved, but there's very little hope." Another morning dawned. The sun shone brilliantly, seeming indifferent to human suffering. With every leaf and flower blooming around her, with life and health and joy evident in every sight and sound, the beautiful young girl lay wasting away. Oliver slipped out to the old churchyard and sat on one of the grassy mounds, weeping and praying silently for her. There was such peace and beauty in the scene, such brightness in the landscape, such cheerful music in the bird songs, such freedom in the flight of a rook soaring overhead, such vibrant life everywhere, that Oliver, raising his tearful eyes, couldn't help thinking this couldn't be a time for death. Rose couldn't die when everything around her buzzed with life and joy. Graves belonged to cold, dreary winter, not to sunshine and fragrance. He almost convinced himself that burial shrouds were meant for the old and withered, that they could never wrap someone so young and graceful in their grim folds. The harsh toll of the church bell shattered these youthful thoughts. Another rang, and another. It was the funeral bell. A group of humble mourners entered the cemetery gate, wearing white ribbons. The corpse was young. They gathered, heads uncovered, around a grave. Among them stood a woman, once a mother, weeping bitterly. Yet the sun still shone brightly, and the birds continued their songs. Oliver headed home, thinking of all the kindnesses Rose had shown him, wishing he could somehow show his gratitude and devotion. He had no reason for self-reproach. He'd been completely devoted to her. And yet 100 little moments flashed through his mind when he wondered if he could have done more, been more attentive, more helpful. We must be careful how we treat those around us. Every death carries with it thoughts of things left undone, words unsaid, misunderstandings that could have been repaired. There is no deeper remorse than that which comes too late. If we wish to avoid such torment, we must remember this while there's still time. When Oliver reached home, Mrs. Maylie was sitting in the small parlor. His heart sank at the sight of her. She hadn't left Rose's bedside at all. Whatever had drawn her away must be terrible news. Then he learned that Rose had fallen into a deep sleep from which she would either wake to recovery or to say her final goodbyes. They sat listening, afraid to speak, for hours. Their untouched meal was removed. They watched the sun sink lower in the sky, casting brilliant colors across the horizon. Their alert ears caught the sound of approaching footsteps. Both of them instinctively rushed to the door as Dr. Losberne entered. "How is Rose?" cried Mrs. Maylie. "Tell me now. I can bear anything but not knowing. Please, tell me." "You must stay calm," the doctor said, supporting her. "Please, my dear madam, let me go, my dear child. She's dead or dying." "No," cried the doctor passionately. "As God is good and merciful, she will live to bless us all for years to come." The old lady fell to her knees and tried to clasp her hands in prayer, but the strength that had sustained her so long finally gave way. She collapsed into the waiting arms extended to catch her. Chapter 34 contained some introductory particulars relative to a young gentleman who now arrives upon the scene, and a new adventure which happened to Oliver. It was almost too much happiness to absorb. Oliver felt stunned by the unexpected news. He couldn't cry or speak or even rest. He could barely comprehend what had happened until, after a long walk in the evening air, tears finally came. With them, he awoke to the full realization of the joyful change and the unbearable weight that had been lifted from his heart. Night was falling when he headed home, carrying flowers he'd carefully selected to decorate Rose's room. As he walked along the road, he heard a vehicle approaching at tremendous speed. Looking back, he saw a post-chaise racing toward him. With a narrow road offering little room, Oliver pressed himself against a gate until it passed. As the carriage flew by, Oliver glimpsed a familiar-looking face, a man in a white nightcap. Before he could place him, the nightcap suddenly poked out of the window, and a booming voice ordered the driver to stop. Once the horses were reined in, the nightcap reappeared, and the same voice called Oliver by name. "Here," the voice shouted. "Oliver, what's the news? Miss Rose, Master Oliver." "Is that you, Giles?" Oliver called, running to the carriage door. Giles stuck his nightcap out again, about to answer when he was yanked back by another passenger, a young gentleman occupying the other corner of the chaise who anxiously demanded an update. "In one word," the gentleman said urgently, "better or worse?" "Better. Much better," Oliver replied quickly. "Thank heaven," the man exclaimed. "You're certain?" "Absolutely, sir," Oliver assured him. "The change happened just a few hours ago. Dr. Losberne says all danger has passed." Without another word, the gentleman leaped from the carriage, took Oliver by the arm, and led him a short distance away. "Are you completely sure?" he asked in a shaky voice. "Please don't give me false hope." "I wouldn't dream of it, sir," Oliver replied. "You can trust me. Dr. Losberne said she'll live to make us all happy for many years. I heard him say it myself." Oliver's eyes filled with tears as he recalled the scene that had brought such happiness. The gentleman turned away and remained silent for several minutes. Oliver thought he heard him sob but didn't interrupt, understanding what the man must be feeling. All this time, Giles sat on the carriage steps with his nightcap on, elbows on knees, wiping his eyes with a blue cotton handkerchief dotted with white spots. His red-rimmed eyes proved his emotion was genuine when he finally looked up at the young gentleman. "I think you should go ahead to my mother's in the carriage, Giles," the gentleman said. "I'd rather walk slowly and take some time before seeing her. You can tell her I'm coming." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Harry," Giles replied, giving his face a final wipe with the handkerchief. "But if you could have the postboy deliver that message, I'd appreciate it. It wouldn't be right for the maids to see me like this. I'd never have any authority with them again." "Well," Harry Maylie said with a slight smile, "do as you wish. Let the driver go ahead with the luggage, and you can follow with us. But first, swap that nightcap for something more appropriate. Or, people will think we're mad." Giles, suddenly remembering his unusual headwear, snatched off the nightcap and stuffed it in his pocket, replacing it with a proper hat he took from the carriage. After that, the postboy drove off, while Giles, Mr. Maylie, and Oliver followed at a leisurely pace. As they walked, Oliver studied the newcomer with interest. He appeared to be about 25, of medium height, with an open, handsome face and easy, confident manner. Despite the difference in their ages, he bore such a strong resemblance to Mrs. Maylie that Oliver would have easily guessed their relationship, even if Harry hadn't already referred to her as his mother. Mrs. Maylie was anxiously waiting when they reached the cottage. Their reunion was emotional on both sides. "Mother," Harry whispered, "why didn't you write sooner?" "I did," she replied, "but on reflection, I decided to wait until I heard Dr. Losberne's opinion." "But why risk what nearly happened?" the young man pressed. "If Rose had— I can't even say the word— if this illness had ended differently, how could you have forgiven yourself? How could I ever have known happiness again?" "If that had happened, Harry, Mrs. Maylie said gently. "I fear your happiness would have been shattered anyway. Whether you arrived a day earlier or later wouldn't have mattered much." "And why is that, Mother?" he asked. "Or should I even ask?" "It is what it is. You know it, Mother. You must know it." "I know she deserves the purest, deepest love a man can offer," Mrs. Maylie said. "I know her devotion requires an equally profound commitment in return. If I didn't believe this, and didn't know that a change in behavior from someone she loved would break her heart, I wouldn't find my position so difficult. I wouldn't struggle so much with what I believe is my duty." "This isn't fair, Mother," Harry said. "Do you still think I'm a boy who doesn't understand his own heart?" "I think, my dear son," Mrs. Maylie replied, placing her hand on his shoulder, "that youth has many generous impulses that fade with time. Some of these, once satisfied, vanish even faster. More importantly," she continued, fixing her eyes on his face, "if an ambitious young man marries a woman whose name carries a stain, through no fault of her own, that stain might be thrown back at him and their children by cruel people. And the more successful he becomes, the more they'll use it against him. Even with the kindest heart, he might one day regret the connection he made in his youth. And she would suffer, knowing he felt that way." "Mother," the young man said impatiently, "anyone who behaved that way would be a selfish beast, unworthy of both the name of man and the woman you describe." "You think so now, Harry?" his mother replied. "And always will," he insisted. "The agony I've suffered these past 2 days has confirmed what you already know. My love for Rose isn't new or casual. She is everything to me. I have no thought, no hope, no future beyond her. If you stand against me in this, you're gambling with my happiness. Mother, please reconsider. Don't dismiss what matters most to me." "Harry," Mrs. Maylie said, "it's precisely because I care about passionate hearts that I want to protect them from being wounded. But we've said enough about this for now." "Let Rose decide then," Harry suggested. "You won't press your concerns so far as to create obstacles for us?" "I won't," she agreed, "but I would like you to consider." "I have considered," he interrupted. "Mother, I've thought about this for years. My feelings haven't changed and never will. Why should I delay expressing them when nothing good can come from waiting? Before I leave this place, Rose will hear how I feel." "She will," Mrs. Maylie conceded. "I sense from your tone that she might reject me," Harry said anxiously. "Not coldly," his mother assured him. "Far from it." "Then how? Has she formed an attachment to someone else?" "No, indeed," Mrs. Maylie replied. "You already have a strong hold on her affections. What I'm trying to say," she continued, stopping him as he began to speak, "is this. Before you risk everything on this chance, before you let your hopes soar too high, think about Rose's background. Consider how knowledge of her uncertain birth might affect her decision. She's devoted to us with her whole heart, and she's always put others before herself, in matters both great and small." "What do you mean?" "That's for you to discover," Mrs. Maylie said. "I must go back to her now. God bless you." "Will I see you tonight?" Harry asked eagerly. "Later," she replied, "when I leave Rose." "You'll tell her I'm here?" "Of course. And you'll tell her how anxious I've been, how much I've suffered, how desperately I want to see her. You won't refuse me that, Mother?" "No," the old lady said. "I'll tell her everything." She squeezed her son's hand affectionately and hurried from the room. Dr. Losberne and Oliver had been talking at the other end of the room during this conversation. Now the doctor came forward to shake Harry's hand warmly. Then he gave detailed answers to Harry's many questions about Rose's condition. His report matched what Oliver had said, encouraging and full of promise. Mr. Giles, pretending to be busy with the luggage but actually listening intently, heard it all. "Have you shot anything interesting lately, Giles?" the doctor asked when he'd finished his update. "Nothing special, sir," Giles replied, blushing to his ears. "Caught any thieves? Identified any burglars?" the doctor continued. "None at all, sir," Giles answered solemnly. "That's too bad," said the doctor, "because you do that sort of thing so well. How's Brittles?" "The boy is fine, sir," Giles said, recovering his usual patronizing tone. "He sends his respects." "Good," said the doctor. "Seeing you reminds me, Mr. Giles, that just before I was called away so urgently, I carried out a small commission for your mistress that concerns you. Step over here for a moment, would you?" Giles followed him to a corner, puffed up with self-importance. After a brief whispered conversation, he bowed several times and walked away with exaggerated dignity. The subject of their talk wasn't shared in the parlor, but the kitchen soon heard all about it. Giles marched straight there, called for a mug of ale, and announced majestically that, in recognition of his bravery during the attempted robbery, his mistress had deposited £25 in the local savings bank for his personal use. The two female servants raised their hands in astonishment. When they suggested he might become haughty after such recognition, Giles pulled out his shirt frill and replied, "No, no. If they ever caught him acting superior, they should tell him so." He then made several other equally humble remarks, which were received with similar approval, and were about as original as most statements from important people tend to be. Upstairs, the rest of the evening passed happily. The doctor was in excellent spirits, and though Harry Maylie might have been tired or preoccupied at first, he couldn't resist the good doctor's humor. Dr. Losberne shared professional stories and countless small jokes that struck Oliver as the funniest things he'd ever heard. The doctor laughed hardest at his own wit, which made Harry laugh almost as much simply out of sympathy. Their cheerful mood continued late into the night, and when they finally went to bed, they did so with light, thankful hearts, much in need of rest after their recent ordeal. Oliver woke the next morning feeling more hopeful than he had in days. He went about his usual activities with renewed pleasure. The birds were hung outside in their cages to sing again, and the most beautiful wildflowers were gathered to brighten Rose's room. The melancholy that had seemed to darken every object for days, even beautiful things, had vanished like magic. The dew sparkled more brightly on the leaves, the air rustled through them with sweeter music, the sky looked bluer and more vibrant. Our thoughts have incredible power to transform how we see the world around us. People who look at nature and other humans and see only darkness aren't wrong, exactly, but those gloomy colors are reflections of their own jaundiced perspective. The true colors of life are delicate and require clearer vision to appreciate. Oliver couldn't help noticing that his morning flower-gathering expeditions were no longer solitary. Harry Maylie, right from the first morning when he encountered Oliver returning with his floral treasures, developed such an enthusiasm for flowers and such skill in arranging them that he quickly surpassed Oliver. But if Oliver lacked Harry's artistic touch, he knew exactly where to find the best blooms. Morning after morning, they explored the countryside together, bringing home the most beautiful blossoms they could find. Rose's window was open now. She loved to feel the fresh summer air revive her, but there was always one special little bouquet positioned just inside her window, arranged with particular care each morning. Oliver noticed that the withered flowers were never thrown away, even though the vase was refilled daily. He also observed that whenever the doctor came into the garden, he always glanced up at that special corner and nodded knowingly as he set out for his morning walk. Meanwhile, the days flew by, and Rose recovered rapidly. Oliver found plenty to occupy him, though Rose hadn't yet left her room, and their evening walks had been reduced to brief strolls with Mrs. Maylie. He applied himself with renewed dedication to the white-haired gentleman's lessons, working so diligently that his progress surprised even himself. It was during one of these study sessions that something completely unexpected and distressing occurred. The small room where Oliver usually studied was on the ground floor at the back of the house. It was a cozy space with a lattice window surrounded by climbing jasmine and honeysuckle that filled the air with sweet fragrance. It overlooked a garden with a small gate that opened onto a paddock. Beyond stretched meadows and woodland. There were no other houses nearby in that direction, and the view was expansive. One beautiful evening, as twilight began to settle, Oliver sat at the window absorbed in his books. He had been studying for some time, and since the day had been unusually hot and he had exerted himself considerably, it's no criticism of the authors to say that he gradually dozed off. Sometimes we experience a peculiar kind of sleep that immobilizes the body but doesn't fully free the mind from awareness. This half-sleep combines overwhelming drowsiness, physical weakness, and inability to control our thoughts or movements. Yet we remain somewhat conscious of our surroundings, and if we dream, actual sounds or words around us weave themselves into our visions until reality and imagination become so blended that it's nearly impossible to separate them later. Even more remarkable is how our sleeping thoughts can be influenced by objects that weren't present when we fell asleep, yet somehow affect our dreams without waking us. Oliver knew perfectly well that he was in his room, with his books on the table before him, and the sweet air stirring the vines outside the window, and yet he was asleep. Suddenly the scene shifted. The air felt stale and confined, and with a jolt of terror, he thought he was back in Fagin's house. There sat the horrible old man in his usual corner, pointing at Oliver and whispering to another man beside him whose face was turned away. "Hush, my dear," he thought he heard Fagin say. "It's him, all right. Come away." "Him," the other man seemed to answer. "Could I mistake him? If 100 ghosts took his exact shape and he stood among them, I'd still know which one was him. If you buried him 50 feet deep and I walked over his grave, I'd know he was buried there even without a marker." The man spoke with such vicious hatred that Oliver jerked awake in fear. Good heavens! What was that which sent blood rushing to his heart and froze his voice and movement? There, right there, at the window, so close he could almost touch him, with eyes peering into the room, stood Fagin. And beside him, white with either rage or fear or both, was the scowling face of the man who had confronted Oliver at the inn-yard. It lasted only an instant, a flash before his eyes, and then they were gone, but they had recognized him, and he them. Their faces were burned into his memory as if carved in stone and placed before him since birth. He stood frozen for a moment, then leaped from the window into the garden, shouting desperately for help. Chapter 35, containing the unsatisfactory result of Oliver's adventure, and a conversation of some importance between Harry Maylie and Rose. When Oliver's cries attracted the household, they rushed to find him pale and trembling, pointing toward the meadows, and barely able to stammer, "The Jew! The Jew!" Mr. Giles couldn't understand what the commotion was about, but Harry Maylie, quicker to grasp the situation and familiar with Oliver's history from his mother, understood immediately. "Which way did they go?" he asked, grabbing a heavy stick from the corner. "That way," Oliver pointed, "but I lost sight of them instantly." "Then they must be hiding in the ditch," Harry said. "Follow me and stay close." He vaulted over the hedge and took off at such speed that the others struggled to keep up. Giles followed as best he could, with Oliver right behind. Within moments, Dr. Losberne, who had been out walking and just returned, tumbled over the hedge after them. He picked himself up with surprising agility for a man his size, and raced to catch up, shouting to know what was happening. They ran without stopping until Harry veered into the section of field Oliver had indicated. He began searching the ditch and nearby hedge thoroughly, giving the others time to catch up and Oliver a chance to explain to Dr. Losberne what had prompted their frantic pursuit. The search proved fruitless. There wasn't even a footprint to be found. Standing on a small hill that offered a view of open fields for miles around, they reviewed their options. The village lay in one direction, but to reach it following Oliver's route, the men would have needed to cross open ground, impossible in such a short time. A dense wood bordered the meadow in another direction, but they couldn't have reached that either. "You must have dreamed it, Oliver," Harry suggested. "No, sir, I definitely didn't," Oliver replied, shuddering at the memory of the old criminal's face. "I saw them both as clearly as I see you now." "Who was the other person?" Harry and Dr. Losberne asked together. "The same man who appeared so suddenly at the inn," said Oliver. "We looked straight at each other. I'm certain it was him." "And they went this way?" Harry asked. "You're absolutely sure?" "As sure as I am that those men were at the window," Oliver replied, pointing to the hedge separating the cottage garden from the meadow. The tall man jumped over right there, and the Jew ran a few steps to the right and squeezed through that gap. The two gentlemen studied Oliver's earnest face as he spoke, then glanced at each other, seemingly convinced by his sincerity. Yet the evidence contradicted him. The grass was long, but trampled only where they themselves had walked. The damp clay of the ditches showed no footprints or any sign that anyone had passed that way for hours. "This is bizarre," Harry said. "Bizarre indeed," echoed the doctor. "Even Blathers and Duff couldn't make sense of this one." Despite the obviously futile nature of their search, they continued until nightfall made further efforts impossible. Even then, they gave up reluctantly. Giles was sent to check the village taverns with the best description Oliver could provide of the strangers. The Jew would certainly be memorable if anyone had seen him, but Giles returned empty-handed. The next day they searched again and made fresh inquiries, but with no success. The day after that, Oliver and Harry visited the market town, hoping to find some trace of the men there, but this effort also failed. After a few days, the incident began to fade from memory, as most mysteries do when there's nothing new to sustain curiosity. Meanwhile, Rose was recovering rapidly. She had left her room, could go outside, and once again brought joy to everyone around her. But despite this positive change and the return of cheerful voices to the cottage, Oliver noticed a strange tension affecting some members of the household, even Rose herself. Mrs. Maylie and her son often spent long periods in private conversation, and more than once Oliver spotted Rose with tears in her eyes. After Dr. Losberne set a date for his departure to Chertsey, these signs increased, making it clear that something was troubling the young lady and at least one other person in the house. One morning, when Rose was alone in the breakfast room, Harry Maylie entered and hesitantly asked to speak with her for a few minutes. "Just a few moments will be enough, Rose," he said, pulling his chair closer. "What I have to say won't surprise you. You already know my deepest hopes, though I haven't spoken them aloud." Rose had turned pale at his entrance, but that might have been due to her recent illness. She merely nodded and, bending over some nearby plants, waited silently for him to continue. I should have left before this," Harry said. "Yes, you should have," Rose replied. "Forgive my frankness, but I wish you had gone." "I was driven here by a terrible fear," he said, "the fear of losing the one person who means everything to me." "You were dying, Rose, caught between earth and heaven. When the young and good fall ill, their spirits naturally turn toward their eternal home. Heaven knows that the best people often leave us too soon." Tears filled Rose's gentle eyes. When one fell onto a flower she was tending, glistening in its center and making it more beautiful, it seemed as if her pure young heart naturally connected with the loveliest things in nature. A creature as innocent and perfect as an angel hovered between life and death, Harry continued passionately. Who could hope, when the next world was already opening to welcome her, that she would return to all the sorrow here? To know you might slip away like a shadow, to have no hope of keeping you with us, to have no reason why you should stay, to feel you belong to a better place, and yet to pray desperately that you might live, these thoughts nearly destroyed me. Day and night I was tortured by them, along with the selfish fear that you might die never knowing how deeply I loved you." He paused, then continued more softly. "But you recovered. Every day, every hour brought back some small measure of health, mingling with the weak current of life until it flowed strong again. I've watched you change from near death to vibrant life, with eyes blinded by love and relief. Don't tell me you wish I hadn't experienced this. It has made me kinder toward everyone." "That's not what I meant," Rose said, wiping away tears. "I only wish you had left, so you could return to the important work you were meant for. Work worthy of you. Nothing is more worthy of me, or any good person, than trying to win your heart," Harry said, taking her hand. "Rose, my darling, for years I've loved you, hoping to build a name for myself and then return proudly to share it with you. In my daydreams, I imagined reminding you of all the silent ways I showed my devotion when we were younger, and claiming your hand as the fulfillment of an unspoken promise between us. That time hasn't come yet, but I'm offering you my heart now, just as it is, and staking everything on your answer." "You've always been kind and noble," Rose said, mastering her emotions. "Since you believe I'm neither ungrateful nor unfeeling, please hear my answer." "It's yes, isn't it? Tell me it's yes, dear Rose." "It is," she replied, "that you must try to forget me, not as your dear friend, for that would hurt me deeply, but as the object of your love. Look around you. So many worthy hearts would be proud to have you. Confide in me about someone else if you wish. I'll be your most loyal and devoted friend." There was a pause. Rose had covered her face with one hand, letting her tears flow freely. Harry still held her other hand. "Rose," he said softly, "why have you decided this?" "You deserve to know," she answered. "It's my duty. To others and to myself." "To yourself?" "Yes, Harry. I cannot let myself, a friendless, penniless girl with a tainted name, give your family reason to think I trapped you out of self-interest. I can't become a burden on your future. I owe it to you and your family to prevent you from sacrificing your prospects out of misguided generosity." "If your feelings align with this sense of duty," Harry began. "They don't," Rose interrupted, blushing deeply. "Then you do love me," Harry exclaimed. "Just say that much, Rose. It would make this disappointment easier to bear." "If I could admit that without hurting the man I love," Rose said, "I would have received my proposal differently," Harry finished for her. "Please don't hide that from me." "I might have," admitted Rose. She pulled her hand away. "But why prolong this painful conversation? It's agony for me, yet will bring lasting happiness. Knowing I once held a special place in your heart will give me strength through every challenge ahead. Every success you achieve will renew my courage. Goodbye, Harry. We won't meet like this again, but in different roles we may share many happy years together. May every blessing that an earnest heart can pray for guide and protect you. One more thing, Rose, Harry said. I want to hear your reason in your own words. Your future is brilliant, Rose answered firmly. All the advantages that come with talent and connections in public life await you. But those connections are proud. I won't associate with people who might look down on my mother, nor bring disgrace to the son of the woman who has been a mother to me. There's a stain on my name, one that society unfairly places on innocent heads. I'll carry that burden alone, not pass it to anyone else. One final word, Rose, Harry pleaded, throwing himself before her. If I had been less fortunate, if I'd been destined for a simple, obscure life, if I were poor or sick or helpless, would you have turned from me then? Or is it my potential wealth and status that created this obstacle? Please don't press me, Rose answered. That question doesn't apply and never will. It's unfair to ask it. If your answer is what I think it might be, Harry persisted, it would give me hope in my loneliness. Please, Rose, in the name of my love and all I've suffered for you, answer me. If things had been different, Rose said finally, if you had been just a little closer to my station, not so far above me, if I could have been your support in a simple, quiet life instead of a liability in your ambitious world, I would have been spared this pain. I have every reason to be happy now, but yes, Harry, I would have been happier then. Memories of girlhood hopes flooded Rose's mind as she confessed this. They brought tears with them, as old dreams do when they return broken, but the tears brought relief. I can't help this weakness, she said, extending her hand, but it makes my resolve stronger. I must go now. Just one promise, Harry said. Sometime within the next year, maybe much sooner. Let me speak to you about this once more, for the last time. Not to try changing my mind, Rose replied with a sad smile. It would be pointless. No, said Harry, only to hear you repeat your decision if you still feel the same way. I'll lay whatever success or position I achieve at your feet, and if you stand by your choice, I won't try to change it. As you wish, Rose agreed. It will be one more moment of pain, but perhaps by then I'll bear it better. She offered her hand again. Harry pulled her close and pressed one kiss to her forehead before hurrying from the room. Chapter 36 is a very short one, and may appear of no great importance in its place, but it should be read nonetheless as a sequel to the last and a key to one that will follow when its time arrives. So you've decided to be my traveling companion this morning? Said the doctor as Harry joined him and Oliver at breakfast. You never stick with one plan for more than an hour. You'll change your tune someday, Harry replied, blushing without obvious reason. I hope I'll have good cause to, Dr. Losberne said, though I doubt it. Yesterday morning you insisted on staying here with your mother for a seaside trip. By noon you decided to accompany me part of the way to London. And last night you mysteriously urged me to leave before the ladies are even awake. Poor Oliver here is stuck eating breakfast when he should be exploring the meadows for plants. Terrible, isn't it, Oliver? I would have been sorry to miss saying goodbye to you both, Oliver replied politely. That's a good lad, said the doctor. Come visit me when you return. But seriously, Harry, has some message from your high society connections prompted this sudden need to leave? The high society connections, by which I assume you mean my imposing uncle, haven't contacted me since I arrived, Harry answered. And this time of year, nothing urgent would require my presence. Well, said the doctor, you're a strange one. But of course, they'll get you into Parliament before Christmas, and all this rushing about is good practice for political life. There's something to that. Good training is valuable, whether you're running for office or racing horses. Harry looked like he could have responded with something quite cutting, but simply said, We'll see, and didn't pursue the topic. The post-chaise arrived shortly after, and Giles came in for the luggage while the doctor bustled out to supervise the packing. Oliver, Harry said quietly, can I have a word? Oliver walked over to the window recess where Harry beckoned, surprised by the mixture of sadness and forced cheerfulness in the young man's manner. You write well now, don't you? Harry asked, touching Oliver's arm. I think so, sir, Oliver replied. I won't be back for a while, perhaps a long while. Would you write to me? Maybe once every 2 weeks. Alternate Mondays to the General Post Office in London. Could you do that? Of course, sir. Oliver exclaimed, delighted with the responsibility. "I'd be honored." "I'd like to know how my mother and Miss Maylie are doing," Harry continued. "You can fill the letter with details about your walks, what you talk about, whether they seem happy and well. You understand?" "Perfectly, sir," Oliver assured him. "I'd rather you didn't mention this to them," Harry added hastily. "It might worry my mother into writing more often, which would be difficult for her. Let's keep this between us, and make sure you tell me everything. I'm counting on you." Oliver, thrilled by his important role, solemnly promised to be discreet and thorough. Harry said goodbye with many assurances of his regard and protection. The doctor was already in the carriage. Giles, who was staying behind, held the door open, while the female servants watched from the garden. Harry cast one brief glance toward the latticed window, then jumped into the carriage. "Drive on!" he shouted. "Hard and fast! Nothing short of flying can match my mood today." "Hold on!" called the doctor, lowering the front window in a hurry and shouting to the driver. "Something considerably less than flying will do for me, thank you very much." With jingling and clattering, the vehicle sped down the road, almost hidden in a cloud of dust, disappearing and reappearing as curves and obstacles allowed. Only when even the dust cloud had vanished did the onlookers disperse. But one observer remained, eyes fixed on the spot where the carriage had disappeared, long after it was miles away. Behind the white curtain that had hidden her when Harry looked up at the window sat Rose herself. "He seems happy and in good spirits," she said finally. "I worried he might not be. I was wrong. I'm very, very glad." Tears can express joy as well as sorrow, but those that streamed down Rose's face as she sat by the window, still gazing in the same direction, seemed more like grief than happiness. Chapter 37, in which the reader may perceive a contrast not uncommon in matrimonial cases. Mr. Bumble sat in the workhouse parlor, moodily staring at the cold, empty fireplace that reflected only the sickly summer sunlight. A paper fly cage hung from the ceiling, drawing his occasional gloomy glance. As the insects buzzed around the gaudy netting, Mr. Bumble would heave deep sighs, while his expression grew even darker. He was deep in thought. Perhaps the trapped insects reminded him of some painful chapter in his own life. But Mr. Bumble's gloom wasn't the only sign that his circumstances had changed dramatically. The elegant laced coat and imposing cocked hat he once wore, where were they? He still wore knee breeches and dark cotton stockings, but they weren't his former dignified garments. His coat had wide skirts similar to his old one, but otherwise, how different. The magnificent cocked hat had been replaced by a modest round one. Mr. Bumble was no longer a beetle. Some promotions in life, beyond their practical benefits, derive special value from the uniforms that accompany them. A field marshal has his distinctive dress, a bishop his silk apron, a counselor his silk gown, a beadle his cocked hat. Strip away these symbols, what remains? Mere men. Dignity, even holiness, sometimes depends more on clothes than people realize. Mr. Bumble had married Mrs. Corney and become master of the workhouse. A new beadle had taken his place, inheriting the cocked hat, gold-laced coat, and staff of authority. 2 months ago tomorrow, said Mr. Bumble with a sigh. Feels like a lifetime. His sigh carried volumes of meaning. Perhaps he had concentrated a lifetime of happiness into 8 weeks, or perhaps it suggested something else entirely. "I sold myself," Mr. Bumble continued, following the same train of thought, "for 6 teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs and a milk pot, plus some second-hand furniture and 20 pounds. Quite reasonable. Cheap. Dirt cheap." "Cheap!" cried a sharp voice behind him. "You would have been overpriced at any amount, and I paid far too much for you, heaven knows." Mr. Bumble turned to face his charming wife, who had overheard his complaint and fired back a retort. "Mrs. Bumble, ma'am?" he said with attempted sternness. "Yes?" she snapped. "Look at me," commanded Mr. Bumble, fixing his eyes on her. "If she can withstand this stare," he thought to himself, "she can handle anything. It's never failed with paupers. If it doesn't work on her, my authority is gone." Whether a stern look is enough to intimidate the underfed poor, or whether the former Mrs. Corney was particularly resistant to intimidating glances, is debatable. What's certain is that the workhouse matron wasn't remotely cowed by Mr. Bumble's scowl. On the contrary, she met it with contempt and even laughed, a genuine-sounding laugh. Hearing this unexpected response, Mr. Bumble first looked disbelieving, then astonished. Finally, he slipped back into his gloomy state, not rousing until his wife spoke again. "Are you going to sit snoring there all day?" Mrs. Bumble demanded. "I'm going to sit here as long as I please," retorted Mr. Bumble. "And while I wasn't snoring, I might snore, yawn, sneeze, laugh, or cry as the mood strikes me. That's my right." "You're right," Mrs. Bumble sneered contemptuously. "I said right, ma'am," Mr. Bumble insisted. "A man's right is to command." "And what's a woman's right, pray tell?" cried the widow of the late Mr. Corney. "To obey, ma'am," thundered Mr. Bumble. "Your unfortunate former husband should have taught you that. Perhaps he'd still be alive if he had." "I wish he were, poor man." Mrs. Bumble saw that the decisive moment had arrived, that one side must establish dominance once and for all. Hearing this reference to her dead husband, she collapsed into a chair with a loud scream that Mr. Bumble was a heartless brute, then burst into violent tears. But tears couldn't penetrate Mr. Bumble's defenses. His heart was waterproof. Like certain hats that improve with rain, his resolve only strengthened under the shower of her tears. Seeing her weakness as proof of his power pleased him greatly. He watched her with satisfaction and encouraged her to cry harder, explaining that crying was considered healthy by medical experts. It opens the lungs, cleans the face, exercises the eyes, and softens the temper, Mr. Bumble explained cheerfully. So cry away. Having delivered this witticism, Mr. Bumble took his hat from a peg and placed it at a jaunty angle on his head, as befitted a man who had properly asserted his authority. Hands in pockets, he swaggered toward the door with an air of easy triumph. Now, Mrs. Corney had tried tears because they required less effort than physical combat, but she was fully prepared to employ the latter if necessary, as Mr. Bumble soon discovered. His first clue came in the form of a hollow thud, immediately followed by his hat flying across the room. This preliminary move exposed his head, allowing the expert lady, while gripping his throat firmly with one hand, to deliver a series of blows with the other, striking with remarkable vigor and skill. For variety, she then scratched his face and pulled his hair. Having administered what she considered sufficient punishment, she pushed him over a conveniently placed chair and dared him to mention his rights again. "Get up," Mrs. Bumble commanded, "and get out of here unless you want me to do something truly drastic." Mr. Bumble rose with a pitiful expression, wondering what something drastic might entail. He retrieved his hat and glanced toward the door. "Are you leaving?" demanded Mrs. Bumble. "Certainly, my dear, certainly," Mr. Bumble replied, edging toward the exit. "I didn't mean to. I'm going now. You're so violent that really At that moment, Mrs. Bumble hurried forward to straighten the carpet, which had been disturbed during their scuffle. Mr. Bumble seized the opportunity to dash from the room without finishing his sentence, leaving his wife in complete control of the battlefield. Mr. Bumble had been caught off guard and thoroughly defeated. He had always enjoyed bullying others and derived pleasure from petty cruelty. Consequently, he was, unsurprisingly, a coward. This isn't meant as criticism. Many respected officials share similar weaknesses. The observation is actually in his favor, highlighting his qualifications for public office. But his humiliation wasn't complete yet. After wandering through the workhouse, thinking, for the first time, that the poor laws were perhaps too harsh, and that men who abandoned wives who then became dependent on the parish deserved rewards rather than punishment, Mr. Bumble came to a room where female paupers were washing the parish linens. He heard voices talking inside. "Ahem," he said, summoning his remaining dignity. "These women, at least, will respect my authority. Hello there. What's all this noise about, you hussies?" With these words, Mr. Bumble flung open the door and strode in with an intimidating air, which instantly transformed into a cowering, humiliated demeanor as he spotted his wife. "My dear," he stammered, "I didn't know you were here." "Didn't know I was here?" Mrs. Bumble repeated. "What are you doing here?" "I thought they were talking too much to be working properly," he replied, glancing nervously at two old women by the washtub who were gleefully watching his discomfort. "You thought they were talking too much," said Mrs. Bumble. "What business is that of yours?" "But my dear," Mr. Bumble began meekly. "What business is it of yours?" Mrs. Bumble demanded again. "You're the matron here, that's true," Mr. Bumble conceded, "but I thought you might not be around just now." "I'll tell you something, Mr. Bumble," his wife declared. "We don't need your interference. You're too fond of poking your nose into matters that don't concern you, making everyone laugh behind your back and making yourself look foolish. Now go." Mr. Bumble, seeing with agonizing clarity the delight of the two old paupers who were giggling together, hesitated momentarily. Mrs. Bumble, whose patience was limited, grabbed a bowl of soapy water and ordered him to leave immediately or wear it on his portly frame. What could Mr. Bumble do? He glanced around helplessly and slunk away, As he reached the door, the pauper's giggles erupted into unrestrained laughter. This was the final blow. He had lost all dignity in their eyes, fallen from the magnificent heights of beetlehood to the depths of henpecked submission. All in 2 months. Mr. Bumble thought dismally as he left. Just 2 months ago, I was not only my own master but everyone else's, as far as this parish workhouse was concerned. And now, it was too much. Mr. Bumble boxed the ears of the boy who opened the gate for him. He'd reached the entrance lost in thought, and wandered distractedly into the street. He walked aimlessly, up one street and down another, until physical exertion had cooled his initial anger. Then, the emotional reversal made him thirsty. He passed many taverns before pausing at one in a side street. Peering through the blinds, he saw the parlor was empty, except for one lone customer. It began raining heavily just then, which made up his mind. Mr. Bumble went in, ordered a drink at the bar, and entered the room he'd observed from outside. The man seated there was tall and dark, wearing a large cloak. He had the look of a stranger, and from his haggard appearance and the dust on his clothes, seemed to have traveled some distance. He glanced sideways at Bumble when he entered, but barely acknowledged his greeting. Mr. Bumble had enough dignity for two, especially if the other person was aloof, so he drank his gin and water in silence and read the newspaper with exaggerated importance. Yet it happened, as it often does when men meet under such circumstances, that Mr. Bumble felt a powerful urge to steal glances at the stranger. Each time he did, he found the stranger looking back at him, forcing him to turn away in embarrassment. This awkwardness was compounded by the stranger's unusual eyes, keen and bright, but overshadowed by a scowl of distrust and suspicion unlike anything Bumble had seen before. After they had caught each other's gaze several times, the stranger broke the silence in a harsh, deep voice. "Were you looking for me when you peered through the window?" he asked. "Not that I'm aware of, unless you're Mr." Bumble stopped, hoping the stranger would fill in his name. "I see you weren't," the stranger said with quiet sarcasm. "Or you'd know my name. You don't know it. I suggest you don't ask for it." "I meant no harm," Mr. Bumble said loftily. "And you've done none," the stranger replied. After another silence, the stranger spoke again. "I've seen you before, I think. You were dressed differently then. We just passed on the street, but I'd recognize you. You were once the beadle here, weren't you?" "I was," Mr. Bumble confirmed, surprised. "Parish beadle." "Exactly," the stranger nodded. "That's how I saw you. What are you now?" "Master of the workhouse," Mr. Bumble announced slowly and impressively, to discourage any over-familiarity. "Master of the workhouse, young man." "You still have an eye for your own advantage, I see," the stranger continued, looking intently at Bumble. "Don't hesitate to answer honestly. I know your type pretty well." "I suppose," Mr. Bumble replied, shading his eyes to study the man, "that a married man is no less interested in honest profit than a single one. Parish officials aren't paid so well that they can afford to turn down a little extra fee, as long as it's offered properly." The stranger smiled and nodded, as if confirming he had the right man, then rang the bell. "Fill this again," he told the landlord, handing over Bumble's empty glass. "Make it strong and hot. That's how you like it, I assume?" "Not too strong," Bumble answered with a delicate cough. "You know what that means," the stranger told the landlord dryly. The innkeeper smiled, disappeared, and soon returned with a steaming drink that brought tears to Mr. Bumble's eyes at the first sip. "Now listen," the stranger said after closing the door and window. "I came here today, specifically, to find you. By one of those lucky chances that sometimes happen, you walked into the very room where I was sitting while I was thinking about you. I need information, and I'm not asking for it free, small as it is. Take this to start with." He pushed 2 gold sovereigns across the table carefully, as if to avoid making noise. After Mr. Bumble had examined the coins to confirm they were genuine and tucked them away with satisfaction, the stranger continued. "Think back. Let's see. 12 years last winter." "A long time," said Mr. Bumble. "But I've done it. The setting, the workhouse. Got it. The time, night. Yes. The place, that miserable hole where desperate women gave birth to children they couldn't care for, babies for the parish to raise, where they hid their shame until death took them." "You mean the maternity ward?" Mr. Bumble asked, not following the stranger's dramatic description. Yes, a boy was born there. Many boys were, Mr. Bumble observed, shaking his head sadly. Damn them all, the stranger snapped. I'm talking about one specific boy, a quiet, pale-faced child who is apprenticed to a coffin maker here. I wish he'd made his own coffin and been buried in it. He later ran away to London, they say. You must mean Oliver. Oliver Twist, Mr. Bumble exclaimed. I remember him, of course. There never was a more stubborn young. I don't want to hear about him, the stranger interrupted, cutting off Bumble's tirade. I've heard enough already. I'm asking about a woman. The old nurse who attended his mother. Where is she? Where is she? Mr. Bumble repeated, feeling witty from the gin. Hard to say. No need for midwives where she's gone, so I suppose she's out of work either way. What do you mean? The stranger demanded harshly. She died last winter, Mr. Bumble replied. The man stared at him intently after receiving this information. Though he held his gaze for some time, his expression gradually became distant and unfocused, lost in thought. For a while he seemed uncertain whether to be relieved or disappointed by the news. Finally, he sighed and observed that it didn't much matter. Then he rose as if to leave. But Mr. Bumble was shrewd enough to recognize an opportunity. He immediately recalled the night old Sally died, the same night he had proposed to Mrs. Corney. Although his wife had never shared what Sally had confessed to her in those final moments, he had overheard enough to know it involved Oliver Twist's mother. Quickly assembling these facts, he informed the stranger with an air of mystery that one woman had been alone with the old nurse just before she died, and could probably shed light on his inquiry. How can I find her? The stranger asked, momentarily dropping his guard and revealing his anxiety. Only through me, Mr. Bumble replied. When? The stranger demanded. Tomorrow, said Bumble. 9 in the evening, the stranger said, producing a scrap of paper and writing down an obscure address by the waterfront. His handwriting betrayed his agitation. Bring her there at 9. I don't need to tell you to keep this secret. It's in your interest, too. With that, he led the way to the door, pausing only to pay for their drinks. Noting that their paths went in different directions, he left with no more ceremony than an emphatic reminder of their appointment time. Glancing at the address, Mr. Bumble noticed it contained no name. The stranger hadn't gone far, so he hurried after him to ask. What do you want? The man demanded, spinning around as Bumble touched his arm. Are you following me? Just asking a question, Bumble replied, pointing to the paper. What name should I ask for? Monks, the man answered, and strode quickly away. Chapter 38, containing an account of what passed between Mr. and Mrs. Bumble and Mr. Monks at their nocturnal interview. It was a gloomy, muggy summer evening. The threatening clouds had gathered into a thick blanket of fog, already dropping fat raindrops and promising a violent thunderstorm. Mr. and Mrs. Bumble turned off the main street and headed toward a shabby cluster of rundown houses about 1.5 miles away, built on an unhealthy swamp near the river. They both wore old, tattered coats that served the dual purpose of protecting them from the rain and hiding their identities. Mr. Bumble carried an unlit lantern and walked a few steps ahead, as if hoping his wife could step in his footprints to avoid the mud. They walked in total silence. Every now and then, Mr. Bumble would slow down and glance back to make sure his wife was still following. Seeing her right behind him, he'd speed up again, hurrying toward their destination. This was definitely not a respectable neighborhood. It had long been known as home to thieves and criminals who pretended to work honest jobs but actually lived on robbery and crime. The place was just a jumble of hovels, some hastily built with loose bricks, others made from rotting ship timber, all thrown together with no sense of order, most sitting just feet from the riverbank. A few leaky boats were pulled up onto the muddy shore and tied to a low wall. Scattered oars and coils of rope might suggest the residents worked on the river, but a closer look at these broken, useless items would quickly reveal they were just for show, not for actual use. In the middle of this cluster of shacks stood a large building that had once been some kind of factory. It had probably once provided jobs for the locals, but it had long since fallen into ruin. Rats, worms, and constant dampness had weakened and rotted the wooden pilings it stood on. A good portion of the building had already collapsed into the water, while what remained leaned precariously over the dark river, looking like it might follow at any moment. The Bumble stopped in front of this crumbling building, just as the first rumble of distant thunder shook the air and the rain began pouring down. "This should be the place," said Bumble, checking a scrap of paper in his hand. "Hello there," called a voice from above. Looking up, Mr. Bumble saw a man peering out from a door on the second floor. "Wait a minute," the voice called. "I'll be right down." The head disappeared and the door closed. "Is that him?" asked Mrs. Bumble. Mr. Bumble nodded. "Remember what I told you," said his wife. "Be careful to say as little as possible, or you'll give us away immediately." Pay. Mr. Bumble, who had been eyeing the building nervously, seemed about to express doubts about this whole venture when Monks appeared. He opened a small door near where they stood and impatiently waved them inside. "Come in," he snapped, stamping his foot. "Don't keep me waiting out here." Mrs. Bumble, who had hesitated at first, now walked boldly through the door. Mr. Bumble, too ashamed or afraid to lag behind, followed reluctantly, clearly uncomfortable, and with little of his usual pompous dignity. "Why the hell were you standing out there in the rain?" demanded Monks, turning to face Bumble after bolting the door behind them. We were just cooling off," stammered Bumble, glancing nervously around. "Cooling off?" Monks sneered. "All the rain in the world couldn't put out the hellfire a man carries inside him. You won't cool off so easily, trust me." With these unpleasant words, Monks turned to Mrs. Bumble and stared at her so intensely that even she, not easily intimidated, had to look away. "This is the woman?" he asked. "Yes, this is her," replied Mr. Bumble, mindful of his wife's warning. "I suppose you think women can't keep secrets," said Mrs. Bumble, returning Monk's searching gaze. "I know they always keep one secret until it's discovered," said Monks. "And what's that?" Mrs. Bumble asked. "The loss of their reputation," Monks replied. "So, by that logic, if a woman knows something that could get her hanged or transported, I'm not worried about her talking. Do you understand?" "No," Mrs. Bumble said, blushing slightly. "Of course you don't," said Monks. "How could you?" With something between a smile and a frown, Monks motioned for them to follow him across the large but low-ceilinged room. He was about to climb a steep ladder leading to another floor when a bright flash of lightning lit up the space, followed by a crash of thunder that shook the rickety building. "Hear that?" he cried, shrinking back. "Hear it rolling and crashing like it's echoing through 1,000 caves where devils are hiding. I hate that sound." He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly dropped his hands from his face, revealing to Mr. Bumble's horror that it was twisted and discolored. "I get these fits sometimes," Monks explained, noticing Bumble's alarm. "Thunder sometimes brings them on. Don't worry about me now, it's past." He led them up the ladder, quickly shutting the window above them. He lowered a lantern hanging from a rope and pulley attached to one of the ceiling beams, casting a dim light on an old table and 3 chairs underneath. "Now," said Monks once they were all seated, "let's get to business. The woman knows what this is about, right?" The question was directed at Bumble, but his wife answered first, saying she knew everything. "He's right in saying you were with that old hag the night she died, and that she told you something," Monks began. "About the mother of the boy you mentioned," Mrs. Bumble interrupted. "Yes. First question. What exactly did she tell you?" asked Monks. "That's the second question," Mrs. Bumble replied coolly. "The first is, how much is this information worth?" "How the devil can I know without knowing what it is?" Monks snapped. "Nobody knows better than you, I'm sure," Mrs. Bumble answered confidently, showing more spirit than her husband could have managed. Said Monks with an eager look. "So there might be something valuable to gain?" "Perhaps," she replied calmly. "Something that was taken from her," said Monks. "Something she wore. Something that—" "You'd better make an offer," Mrs. Bumble interrupted. "I've heard enough to know you're the person I should be talking to." Mr. Bumble, who hadn't been told the full secret by his wife, listened with wide eyes and a stretched neck, looking back and forth between Monks and Mrs. Bumble in complete shock. His surprise grew even more when Monks demanded to know how much they wanted for the information. "What's it worth to you?" asked Mrs. Bumble, still keeping her composure. "It might be worth nothing, or it might be worth 20 pounds, replied Monks. "Tell me which. Add 5 pounds to what you've offered?" "Give me 25 pounds in gold," said Mrs. Bumble, "and I'll tell you everything I know. Not before." £25, exclaimed Monks, drawing back. I was clear enough, replied Mrs. Bumble. It's not a large amount. Not large for a worthless secret that might be nothing, and that's been buried for 12 years or more. Monks said impatiently, Such things age well, like fine wine, often doubling in value over time, answered Mrs. Bumble, maintaining her cool demeanor. As for being buried, there are those who will lie buried for 12,000 years, or 12 million, who might tell strange tales in the end. What if I pay and get nothing? Monks hesitated. You can easily take it back, replied Mrs. Bumble. I'm just a woman, alone here and unprotected. Not alone, my dear, and certainly not unprotected. Mr. Bumble chimed in, his voice shaking with fear. I'm here, and besides, his teeth were chattering. Mr. Monks is too much of a gentleman to try any violence against parish officials. Mr. Monks knows I'm not a young man, and perhaps a bit out of shape, but he must have heard that I'm a very determined officer, with uncommon strength when provoked. I just need a little provoking, that's all. As Mr. Bumble spoke, he made a sad attempt to grip his lantern with fierce determination, but his terrified expression clearly showed that he would need quite a lot of provoking before making any kind of stand, unless it was against helpless paupers who couldn't fight back. You're a fool, said Mrs. Bumble. You'd be better off keeping quiet. He should have cut his tongue out before coming if he can't speak more quietly, said Monks grimly. So, he's your husband? He my husband, Mrs. Bumble laughed. I thought as much when you came in, Monks replied, noticing the angry look she gave her spouse. That makes things easier. I'm more comfortable dealing with two people when I know only one of them has any brains. Here! He reached into his pocket, pulled out a canvas bag, and counted out 25 gold sovereigns onto the table, pushing them toward Mrs. Bumble. Now, he said, gather these up, and once this damn thunderstorm passes, tell me your story. The thunder, which seemed much closer now, and ready to break directly overhead, soon subsided. Monks leaned forward eagerly to hear what Mrs. Bumble had to say. All three faces nearly touched as they huddled over the small table, the men anxious to hear every word, the woman leaning in to whisper. The sickly light from the lantern fell directly on their faces, highlighting their paleness and anxiety, surrounded by deep shadows, making them look truly ghostly. When the woman we called Old Sally died, Mrs. Bumble began, she and I were alone. Was nobody else there? Asked Monks in the same hollow whisper. No sick person or idiot in another bed? Nobody who could hear and possibly understand? Not a soul, replied Mrs. Bumble. We were completely alone. I stood beside the body when death came. Good, said Monks, watching her closely. Go on. She spoke of a young woman, Mrs. Bumble continued, who had given birth to a child some years before, not just in the same room, but in the same bed where she was dying. Ah, said Monks, his lip quivering as he glanced over his shoulder. Blood! How things come full circle. The child was the one you mentioned to him last night, said Mrs. Bumble, nodding casually toward her husband. The mother was the one this nurse had robbed. In life? Asked Monks. In death, replied Mrs. Bumble with a slight shudder. She stole from the corpse, practically before it was cold, something the dead mother had begged her with her final breath to keep for the child's sake. She sold it, cried Monks eagerly. Did she sell it? Where? When? To whom? How long before? Just as she told me she had done this, said Mrs. Bumble, she fell back and died. Without saying anything else? Monks demanded, his suppressed voice making him sound even more furious. That's a lie. I won't be played with, she said more. I'll tear the life out of both of you if you don't tell me everything. She didn't say another word, said Mrs. Bumble, apparently unmoved by Monk's violence, though Mr. Bumble certainly wasn't. But she grabbed my dress violently with one hand, which was partly closed. When I saw she was dead and tried to pull it away, I found she was clutching a small piece of dirty paper, which contained— Monks leaned forward eagerly. Nothing, replied Mrs. Bumble. It was a pawnbroker's ticket. For what? Demanded Monks. I'll tell you in good time, said Mrs. Bumble. I believe she had kept the item for some time, hoping to make better use of it. Then she pawned it but saved enough money to pay the interest year after year so it wouldn't be sold. Nothing ever came of it, though, and as I said, she died with that worn, tattered piece of paper in her hand. The ticket would expire in 2 days. I thought something might come of it someday, so I redeemed the item myself. Where is it now? Monks asked quickly. Here, replied Mrs. Bumble. As if glad to be rid of it, she hastily tossed a small leather bag onto the table, barely large enough to hold a pocket watch. Monks pounced on it and tore it open with trembling hands. Inside was a small gold locket containing 2 locks of hair and a plain gold wedding ring. "It has the name Agnes engraved inside," said Mrs. Bumble. "There's a blank space for the surname, then the date, which is within a year before the child was born. I figured that out." "And this is all?" asked Monks, after carefully examining the contents. "All," replied Mrs. Bumble. Mr. Bumble let out a long breath, relieved the story was over, with no mention of taking back the 25 pounds. Now he felt brave enough to wipe away the sweat that had been running freely down his nose throughout the conversation. "I don't know anything about this story beyond what I can guess," said Mrs. Bumble, after a short silence, "and I don't want to know anything else. It's safer that way. But may I ask 2 questions?" "You may ask," said Monks, showing some surprise, "but whether I answer is another matter." "Which makes 3, observed Mr. Bumble, attempting to be witty. "Is that what you expected from me?" asked Mrs. Bumble. "It is," replied Monks. "Your second question? What do you plan to do with it? Can it be used against me?" "Never," replied Monks. "Nor against me either. Look here. But don't move a step closer, or your life won't be worth a straw." With these words, he suddenly pushed the table aside and, pulling an iron ring in the floorboards, threw back a large trapdoor that opened right at Mr. Bumble's feet, causing him to scramble backward in terror. "Look down," said Monks, lowering the lantern into the dark hole. "Don't be afraid. I could have dropped you in easily enough when you were sitting over it, if that had been my plan." Encouraged by this, Mrs. Bumble approached the edge, and even Mr. Bumble, driven by curiosity, ventured to do the same. The murky water below, swollen by the heavy rain, rushed rapidly past. All other sounds were drowned out by its splashing against the green, slimy pilings. There had once been a watermill there. The tide foamed and churned around the few rotting stakes and pieces of machinery that remained, seeming to move even faster once it passed these useless obstacles. "If you threw a man's body down there, where would it be by tomorrow morning?" asked Monks, swinging the lantern back and forth over the dark water. 12 miles downriver and cut to pieces," replied Bumble, recoiling at the thought. Monks took the little packet from his coat, where he had quickly tucked it away. He tied it to a lead weight that had been part of some pulley mechanism and was lying on the floor, then dropped it into the stream. It fell straight and true, cutting through the water with a faint splash before disappearing. The 3 looked at each other, seeming to breathe easier. "There," said Monks, closing the trapdoor, which fell heavily back into place. "If the sea ever gives up its dead, like books say it will, it can keep its gold and silver, and this trash too. We have nothing more to say. Time to end our pleasant little gathering." "Absolutely," agreed Mr. Bumble eagerly. "You'll keep quiet about this, won't you?" Monks said with a threatening look. "I'm not worried about your wife." "You can count on me, young man," answered Mr. Bumble, bowing as he edged toward the ladder with excessive politeness. "For everyone's sake, young man, and my own, of course, Mr. Monks." "I'm glad to hear it for your sake," remarked Monks. "Light your lantern and get out of here as fast as you can." It was fortunate the conversation ended there, or Mr. Bumble, who had bowed himself to within 6 inches of the ladder, would have fallen headfirst into the room below. He lit his lantern from the one Monks now held, and making no attempt to continue the conversation, silently descended the ladder with his wife following. Monks came last, pausing on the steps to make sure he couldn't hear anything beyond the beating rain outside and the rushing water below. They moved through the lower room, slowly and cautiously. Monks jumped at every shadow, while Mr. Bumble, holding his lantern a foot above the ground, walked with remarkable care and surprisingly light steps for a man of his size, nervously checking for hidden trapdoors. Monks quietly unlocked the gate where they had entered. With just a nod to their mysterious host, the Bumbles stepped out into the darkness and rain. As soon as they were gone, Monks, who seemed to hate being alone, called to a boy who had been hiding somewhere below. Ordering him to go first with the light, Monks returned to the upstairs room they had just left. Chapter 39 introduces some respectable characters with whom the reader is already acquainted, and shows how Monks and the Jew laid their worthy heads together. The evening after the 3 people mentioned in the last chapter concluded their little business, Bill Sikes awoke from a nap and growled a question about what time it was. The room where Sikes asked this question wasn't one he had occupied before the Chertsey robbery, though it was in the same part of town and not far from his old lodgings. It wasn't nearly as nice as his previous place. Just a small, poorly furnished room lit by a single tiny window in the sloping roof, facing a narrow, dirty alley. There were other signs that Sikes had fallen on hard times lately. The room had almost no furniture and no comforts at all, and the absence of spare clothes and linens showed extreme poverty. Sikes himself looked terribly thin and sickly, which confirmed this if any further proof was needed. The burglar lay on the bed wrapped in his white greatcoat as a makeshift robe. His face, already unpleasant, was made worse by the pallor of illness and a week's worth of stubble. His dog sat beside the bed, sometimes looking at his master with concern, sometimes pricking up his ears and growling at noises from the street or elsewhere in the house. By the window, busy patching an old waistcoat that was part of the robber's regular outfit, sat a woman. She was so pale and worn out from constant worry and deprivation that it would have been hard to recognize her as the same Nancy we've met before, if not for the way she answered Sikes's question. "Just past 7, said the girl. "How are you feeling tonight, Bill?" "Weak as water," replied Sikes with a curse. "Come on, give me a hand. I need to get off this damn bed somehow." Illness hadn't improved Sikes's temper. As the girl helped him up and guided him to a chair, he muttered curses about her clumsiness and hit her. "Are you whining?" he said. "Come on, don't stand there sniveling. If you can't do anything better than that, just leave. You hear me?" "I hear you," replied the girl, turning her face away and forcing a laugh. "What are you going on about now?" "Oh, you've thought better of it, have you?" growled Sikes, noticing the tear in her eye. "Good for you." "You wouldn't be so harsh with me tonight, would you, Bill?" asked the girl, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Why not?" Sikes demanded. "All the nights I've been patient with you," said the girl, with a touch of feminine tenderness that made even her voice sound gentler. "All the nights I've nursed and cared for you like a child. And now that you're finally yourself again, you wouldn't have treated me like you just did if you'd thought about that, would you? Come on, say you wouldn't have." "Well then, I wouldn't," Sikes admitted reluctantly. "But damn it, now the girl's crying again." "It's nothing," said the girl, throwing herself into a chair. "Don't pay attention to me. It'll pass soon." "What will?" demanded Sikes harshly. "What foolishness are you up to now? Get up and stop bothering me with your womanish nonsense." At any other time, this scolding and the tone it was delivered in would have had the desired effect. But the girl, truly weak and exhausted, dropped her head over the back of the chair and fainted before Sikes could even finish his cursing. Not knowing what to do in this unusual situation, Nancy's hysterics were usually the kind where the person fights and struggles rather than needing help. Sikes tried a little more swearing. Finding that completely ineffective, he called for help. "What's the matter here, my dear?" asked Fagin, looking in. "Help the girl, can't you?" replied Sikes impatiently. "Don't just stand there chattering and grinning." With a cry of surprise, Fagin rushed to help Nancy, while John Dawkins, also known as the Artful Dodger, who had followed his elderly friend into the room, quickly set down a bundle he was carrying. He grabbed a bottle from Charles Bates, who was right behind him, uncorked it with his teeth, and poured some of the contents down Nancy's throat, but not before taking a sip himself, just to be safe. "Give her some fresh air with the bellows, Charlie," said the Dodger, "and you slap her hands, Fagin, while Bill loosens her clothes." These combined efforts, performed with great energy, especially by Master Bates, who seemed to consider his role great fun, soon had the desired effect. Nancy gradually regained consciousness and staggered to a chair by the bedside, hiding her face in the pillow. This left Sikes facing the newcomers, clearly surprised by their unexpected appearance. "What evil wind blew you here?" he asked Fagin. "No evil wind at all, my dear. Evil winds never blow any good, but I've brought something good you'll be happy to see. Dodger, my dear, open the bundle and show Bill the little treats we spent all our money on this morning." Following Fagin's request, the Artful untied the large bundle, which was made from an old tablecloth, and handed the items inside one by one to Charlie Bates, who placed them on the table with enthusiastic praise for their quality and excellence. "Such a rabbit pie, Bill," exclaimed the young man, revealing a huge pastry. "Such delicate creatures with such tender limbs, Bill, that the very bones melt in your mouth. No need to pick them. Half a pound of the strongest green tea at 7 6, so powerful that if you mix it with boiling water, it'll nearly blow the teapot lid off. 1.5 pounds of the finest sugar the slaves ever produced. Oh, yes. 2 half-quarter loaves of bread, a pound of fresh butter, a piece of double Gloucester cheese, and to top it all off, some of the richest spirits you've ever tasted. With this final tribute, Master Bates produced a full-sized wine bottle from one of his enormous pockets, while the Dodger poured a glass of raw spirits from the bottle he carried, which the invalid downed without hesitation. "Ah," said Fagin, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. "You'll be fine now, Bill." "Fine!" exclaimed Sikes. "I could have died 20 times over before you'd have done anything to help me. What do you mean by abandoning a man like this for 3 whole weeks, you lying old scoundrel?" "Just listen to him, boys," said Fagin, shrugging his shoulders. "And here we are, bringing him all these beautiful things." "The things are fine enough," observed Sikes, slightly mollified as he glanced over the table. "But what do you have to say for yourself? Why did you leave me here, sick, broke, and miserable, and take no more notice of me this whole time than if I was that dog over there? Get him out of here, Charlie." "I've never seen such a happy dog," cried Master Bates, doing as told. "Smelling the food like an old lady going to market. That dog could make his fortune on stage, he could. He'd bring back theater, all by himself." "Shut up," snapped Sikes, as the dog retreated under the bed, still growling angrily. "What do you have to say for yourself, you withered old fence?" "I was away from London for over a week, my dear, on a job," replied Fagin. "And what about the other fortnight?" demanded Sikes. "The other 2 weeks you left me lying here like a sick rat in its hole?" "I couldn't help it, Bill. I can't give a long explanation with everyone here, but I couldn't help it, I swear." "Swear on what?" growled Sikes with extreme disgust. "Someone cut me a piece of that pie to get the taste of that out of my mouth, or it'll choke me." "Don't be angry, my dear," Fagin urged submissively. "I never forgot about you, Bill, never once." "No, I'll bet you didn't," replied Sikes with a bitter grin. "You've been scheming and plotting every hour I've been lying here, shivering and burning with fever. Bill will do this and Bill will do that, all dirt cheap as soon as he's well, when I'm poor enough for your dirty work. If it hadn't been for the girl, I might have died." "There now, Bill," protested Fagin, eagerly seizing on that point. "If it hadn't been for the girl, who but poor old Fagin arranged for you to have such a helpful girl around?" "He's right about that," said Nancy, stepping forward quickly. "Leave him alone." Nancy's intervention changed the conversation. The boys, receiving a sly wink from the crafty old Jew, began offering her drinks, though she took very little. Meanwhile, Fagin, suddenly appearing in high spirits, gradually improved Sikes's mood by laughing off his threats as jokes, and chuckling heartily at a couple of Sikes's crude remarks, which came more freely after several drinks. "That's all well and good," said Sikes, "but I need some money from you tonight." "I don't have a penny on me," replied Fagin. "Then you've got plenty at home," retorted Sikes, "and I need some of it." "Plenty?" cried Fagin, throwing up his hands. "I haven't got enough to—" "I don't know how much you have, and I doubt you know yourself, since it would take forever to count," said Sikes. "But I need some tonight, and that's final." "Well, well," sighed Fagin, "I'll send the Artful over soon." "You'll do nothing of the sort," replied Sikes. "The Artful is too clever by half. He'd forget to come, or get lost, or be stopped by the police, or make up some excuse. Nancy will go to your place and get it to make sure. I'll lie down and take a nap while she's gone." After much haggling and arguing, Fagin managed to reduce the loan amount from 5 pounds to 3 pounds, 4 and 6 pence, swearing solemnly that this would leave him just 18 pence to live on. Sikes solemnly remarked that if he couldn't get more, he'd have to go with them. The Dodger and Master Bates put the food away in the cupboard. Then Fagin, bidding farewell to his dear friend, left with Nancy and the boys, while Sikes lay down on the bed to sleep until Nancy returned. In due course, they arrived at Fagin's place, where they found Toby Crackit and Mr. Chitling deep into their 15th game of cribbage. Predictably, Chitling lost the game along with his 15th and last sixpence, much to the amusement of his young friends. Mr. Crackit, seemingly embarrassed to be caught relaxing with someone so inferior in status and intelligence, yawned and asked after Sikes, before picking up his hat to leave. "Has anyone been by, Toby?" asked Fagin. "Not a soul," answered Mr. Crackit, turning up his collar. "It's been dead boring. You really should compensate me for holding down the fort so long, Fagin." "I swear, I'm as numb as a jury member. I would have fallen asleep faster than a Newgate prisoner if I hadn't been kind enough to entertain this youngster." Terribly dull, I tell you." With these and similar complaints, Mr. Toby Crackit swept up his winnings and stuffed them into his vest pocket with a haughty air, as though such small coins were beneath a man of his importance. With that done, he swaggered out of the room with such elegance that Mr. Chitling, admiring his legs and boots until they disappeared, assured everyone that he considered Crackit's friendship a bargain at 15 sixpences a meeting, and that he didn't care about his losses one bit. "What a weird guy you are, Tom," said Master Bates, highly amused by this declaration. "Not at all," replied Mr. Chitling. "Am I, Fagin?" "A very clever fellow, my dear," said Fagin, patting him on the shoulder and winking at his other pupils. "And Mr. Crackit is a real gentleman, isn't he, Fagin?" asked Tom. "No doubt about that, my dear." "And it's good to know him, isn't it, Fagin?" Tom continued. "Very good indeed, my dear. The others are just jealous because he won't give them the time of day." "Ah!" cried Tom triumphantly. "That's it! He cleaned me out, but I can always go earn more, can't I, Fagin?" "Of course you can, and the sooner the better, Tom. So make up for your losses right away. Don't waste any more time. Dodger, Charlie, it's time you were out working. Come on, it's nearly 10, and you haven't done anything yet." Taking this hint, the boys nodded to Nancy, picked up their hats, and left the room. The Dodger and his lively friend made several jokes at Mr. Chitling's expense as they went, though in fairness there was nothing particularly unusual about his behavior. There are plenty of young men about town who pay much more than Mr. Chitling for the privilege of being seen in good company, and plenty of fine gentlemen who build their reputations on exactly the same basis as flashy Toby Crackit. "Now," said Fagin when they had left, "I'll go get you that money, Nancy. This is just the key to a small cupboard where I keep a few odd things the boys bring in. I never lock up my money because I don't have any to lock up, my dear. Ha ha ha. It's a poor business with no rewards, but I like having young people around me, so I put up with it all." "Shh," he said, hastily hiding the key in his shirt. "Who's that? Listen." The girl, sitting at the table with her arms folded, showed no interest in whoever might be arriving until she heard a man's voice. The instant she recognized it, she tore off her bonnet and shawl with lightning speed and shoved them under the table. When Fagin turned around, she complained about the heat in a languid tone that contrasted sharply with her frantic actions, which Fagin hadn't noticed since his back was turned. "Bah," he whispered, annoyed by the interruption. "It's the man I was expecting. He's coming downstairs. Not a word about the money while he's here, Nancy. He won't stay long. 10 minutes at most." Putting a bony finger to his lips, Fagin carried a candle to the door as footsteps approached. He reached it just as the visitor entered the room, almost bumping into Nancy before noticing her. It was Monks. "Just one of my young people," said Fagin, seeing Monks draw back at the sight of a stranger. "Don't move, Nancy." The girl moved closer to the table and glanced at Monks with apparent indifference, then looked away. But as he turned toward Fagin, she stole another look at him, so keen, searching, and purposeful that anyone watching would hardly have believed both looks came from the same person. "Any news?" asked Fagin. "Big news. And good?" asked Fagin hesitantly, as if afraid of upsetting Monks. "Not bad, anyway," replied Monks with a smile. "I've been quick this time. I need to talk to you." The girl moved even closer to the table and made no move to leave, though she could see Monks pointing at her. Fagin, perhaps worried she might mention the money if he tried to get rid of her, gestured upward and led Monks out of the room. "Not that awful hole we were in before," she heard Monks say as they went upstairs. Fagin laughed and said something she couldn't catch, and their footsteps creaked up to the second floor. Before the sound of their steps had faded, Nancy slipped off her shoes, loosely draped her dress over her head to muffle her arms, and stood by the door, listening intently. The moment it was quiet, she glided from the room, crept upstairs with incredible stealth and silence, and disappeared into the darkness. The room remained empty for about 15 minutes. Then Nancy slipped back with the same ghostly tread. Almost immediately afterward, the two men came down. Monks went straight out into the street, while Fagin went back upstairs for the money. When he returned, Nancy was adjusting her shawl and bonnet as if preparing to leave. "Why, Nancy," exclaimed Fagin, startled as he set down the candle, "how pale you are! Pale? Echoed the girl, shading her eyes with her hands as if to see him better. Absolutely ghostly. What have you been doing to yourself? Nothing that I know of, except sitting in this stuffy place forever, replied the girl casually. Come on, let me get back. With a sigh for each coin, Fagin counted the money into her hand. They parted with just a simple good night. When Nancy reached the street, she sat down on a doorstep, momentarily confused and unsure which way to go. Suddenly, she got up and hurried off in a direction completely opposite to where Sikes was waiting, gradually breaking into a run. After completely exhausting herself, she stopped to catch her breath. Then, as if suddenly remembering something important she couldn't do, she wrung her hands and burst into tears. Maybe the tears relieved her, or perhaps she finally accepted the hopelessness of her situation, but she turned around and hurried back the way she had come. Partly to make up for lost time, and partly to keep pace with her racing thoughts, she soon reached the house where she had left Sikes. If she showed any distress when she saw him, he didn't notice it. He merely asked if she had brought the money, and when she said yes, he grunted with satisfaction, laid his head back on the pillow, and resumed sleeping. It was lucky for her that the money kept him busy the next day with eating and drinking, which had the added benefit of improving his temper. Sikes had neither the time nor the inclination to watch her behavior closely. The fact that she seemed distracted and nervous, like someone about to take a dangerous step, would have been obvious to the sharp-eyed Fagin, who would probably have been instantly suspicious. But Sikes, lacking such perception and being in an unusually good mood, saw nothing unusual in her behavior and paid little attention to her. Even if her agitation had been more obvious than it was, he probably wouldn't have noticed. As the day ended, Nancy grew more anxious. When night fell and she sat watching Sikes drink himself to sleep, there was an unusual paleness in her cheeks and a fire in her eyes that even he noticed with surprise. Sikes, still weak from fever, was lying in bed drinking gin with hot water to make it less inflammatory. He had pushed his glass toward Nancy to be refilled for the third or fourth time when he first noticed these signs. "What the hell?" he said, propping himself up on his hands and staring at her face. "You look like a corpse that's come back to life. What's wrong?" "Wrong?" replied the girl. "Nothing. Why are you staring at me like that?" "What nonsense is this?" demanded Sikes, grabbing her arm and shaking her roughly. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" "Many things, Bill," replied the girl with a shiver, pressing her hands to her eyes. "But what does it matter?" The forced cheerfulness of her last words seemed to disturb Sikes more than her earlier strange behavior. "I'll tell you what," said Sikes. "If you haven't caught my fever, then something weird is going on, something dangerous. You're not planning to— No, damn it, you wouldn't do that." "Do what?" asked the girl. "There isn't," said Sikes, fixing his eyes on her and muttering to himself, "a more loyal girl anywhere, or I'd have cut her throat 3 months ago. She's getting sick. That's it." Reassuring himself with this thought, Sikes drained his glass and then, with more grumbling, called for his medicine. Nancy jumped up eagerly, poured it quickly with her back to him, and held it to his lips while he drank. "Now," said the robber, "come sit beside me and put on your normal face, or I'll change it so much you won't recognize it." The girl obeyed. Sikes took her hand in his and fell back on the pillow watching her face. His eyes closed, then opened, then closed again, then opened once more. He shifted restlessly, and after dozing on and off for a few minutes, each time waking with a startled look, he suddenly fell into a deep sleep. His grip relaxed, his raised arm fell limply to his side, and he lay as if in a trance. "The laudanum has finally worked," murmured the girl as she rose from the bedside. "I might be too late, even now." She hurriedly put on her bonnet and shawl, glancing fearfully around as if, despite the sleeping drug, she expected to feel Sikes's heavy hand on her shoulder at any moment. Then, bending softly over the bed, she kissed the robber's lips and, silently opening and closing the door, hurried from the house. A watchman was calling 9:30 in a dark alley she had to pass through to reach the main street. "Is it much past half hour?" asked the girl. "It'll strike 10 in another quarter hour," said the man, raising his lantern to her face. "And I can't get there in less than an hour," muttered Nancy, rushing past him and hurrying down the street. Many shops were already closing in the back lanes she traveled through on her way from Spitalfields toward London's West End. The clock struck 10, making her even more impatient. She raced along the narrow sidewalk, pushing past other pedestrians and darting between horses to cross crowded streets where groups of people were looking for a chance to do the same. "The woman is mad," people said, turning to watch her rush away. When she reached the wealthier part of town, the streets were less crowded. Here, her headlong rush attracted even more curiosity from the scattered passers-by. Some quickened their pace to see where she was going in such a hurry. Others moved ahead to look back at her, surprised that she kept up her speed. But they all fell away one by one, and by the time she neared her destination, she was alone. It was a family hotel on a quiet but elegant street near Hyde Park. As the bright lamplight outside its door guided her to the spot, the clock struck 11. She had hesitated for a few steps, uncertain whether to go in, but the sound decided her, and she stepped into the hall. The porter's seat was empty. She looked around uncertainly and moved toward the stairs. "Can I help you?" asked a smartly dressed woman, looking out from a door behind her. "I need to see a lady staying in this house," answered the girl. "A lady?" the woman replied scornfully. "Which lady?" "Miss Maylie," said Nancy. The young woman, who had by this time taken in Nancy's appearance, replied with a look of virtuous disgust and called a man to deal with her. Nancy repeated her request to him. "What name should I give?" asked the waiter. "It won't do any good to give one," replied Nancy. "Or your business?" said the man. "No, that won't help either," Nancy answered. "I must see the lady." "Come on," said the man, pushing her toward the door. "None of this. Get out of here." "I'll have to be carried out if I go," said the girl fiercely. "And that's a job two of you won't enjoy." "Isn't there anybody here?" she asked, looking around. "Who will help a poor woman like me deliver a simple message?" This plea caught the attention of a good-natured cook who had been watching with the other servants and now stepped forward. "Take it up for her, Joe, will you?" he said. "What's the point?" replied the man. "You don't think the young lady will see someone like her, do you?" This reference to Nancy's questionable character provoked a flood of righteous anger from 4 housemaids, who declared that she was a disgrace to her sex and strongly suggested throwing her into the gutter. "Do whatever you want with me," said the girl, turning back to the men. "But please do what I'm asking first. For the love of God, deliver this message." The soft-hearted cook added his support, and eventually the first man agreed to take her message. "What should I say?" he asked, with one foot on the stairs. "Tell her a young woman desperately needs to speak with Miss Maylie alone," said Nancy. "And if the lady will just hear the first word I have to say, she'll know whether to listen to me or have me thrown out as a fraud." "That's quite a claim," said the man. "Just deliver the message," said the girl firmly, "and let me hear the answer." The man went upstairs. Nancy stood there, pale and almost breathless, listening to the very audible insults from the housemaids, which increased when the man returned and said the young woman was to come upstairs. "Being proper gets you nowhere in this world," said the first housemaid. "Brass works better than gold that's been tested by fire," said the second. The third just wondered what ladies were made of, and the fourth started a chorus of "shameful" that the rest joined in. Ignoring all this, because she had more important concerns, Nancy followed the man with trembling legs to a small anteroom lit by a ceiling lamp. There he left her and went away. Chapter 40, A Strange Interview, which is a sequel to the last chapter. Nancy had spent her life in the streets and worst slums of London, but something of her original womanly nature remained. When she heard light footsteps approaching the opposite door and thought of the stark contrast that would soon fill the small room, she felt overwhelmed by shame and shrank back, as if she could hardly bear to face the woman she had come to see. But fighting against these better feelings was pride, that vice of both the lowest and highest creatures. The miserable companion of thieves and criminals, the fallen outcast of the lowest haunts, the associate of jailbirds and convicts, living in the shadow of the gallows. Even this degraded being felt too proud to show what she considered a weakness, the feminine feeling that was her last connection to the humanity that her harsh life had nearly erased since childhood. She raised her eyes just enough to see that the figure before her was a slender, beautiful young woman. Then, looking down again, she tossed her head with pretended carelessness and said, "It's hard work getting to see you, lady. If I'd been offended and left, like many would have, you'd be sorry about it one day, and with good reason." "I'm very sorry if anyone has been rude to you," replied Rose. "Please don't think about that. Tell me why you wanted to see me. I'm the person you asked for." The kindness in this answer, the sweet voice, the gentle manner, and the complete lack of haughtiness or displeasure took Nancy completely by surprise, and she burst into tears. "Oh, lady, lady," she cried, clasping her hands passionately before her face. "If there were more people like you, there would be fewer like me. There would, there would." "Please sit down," said Rose earnestly. "If you're in trouble or need help, I'll gladly assist if I can. Please sit." "Let me stand, lady," said the girl, still crying, "and don't speak so kindly to me until you know me better. It's getting late. Is that door closed?" "Yes," said Rose, stepping back slightly to be closer to help if needed. "Why?" "Because," said the girl, "I'm about to put my life and the lives of others in your hands. I'm the girl who dragged little Oliver back to old Fagin's on the night he left the house in Pentonville." "You!" exclaimed Rose. "Me, lady," replied the girl. "I'm that infamous creature you've heard about, who's lived among thieves and never known anything better since the first moment I can remember seeing London streets. I've never heard kinder words than theirs, I swear to God. Don't worry about shrinking away from me, lady. I'm younger than I look, but I'm used to it. Even the poorest women step back when I walk past on the crowded streets." "How terrible," said Rose, instinctively moving away from her strange companion. "Thank heaven on your knees, dear lady," cried the girl, "that you had friends to care for you as a child, and that you never knew cold, hunger, violence, and drunkenness, and worse things, like I have since I was born. I can say that because the alley and gutter have been my home, and they'll be my deathbed too." "I pity you," said Rose in a broken voice. "It breaks my heart to hear you." "God bless you for your goodness," replied the girl. "If you knew what I'm like sometimes, you would truly pity me. But I've sneaked away from people who would kill me if they knew I was here, to tell you what I overheard. Do you know a man called Monks?" "No," said Rose. "He knows you," replied the girl, "and knew you were here. That's how I found you, by hearing him mention this place." "I've never heard that name," said Rose. "Then he uses a different name with us," Nancy continued. "I suspected that before. Some time ago, right after Oliver was brought to your house the night of the robbery, I was suspicious of this man, and listened to a conversation between him and Fagin in the dark. I found out that Monks, the man I just asked about—" "Yes," said Rose. "I understand. That Monks," the girl went on, "had seen Oliver by accident with two of our boys on the day we first lost him, and recognized him immediately as the child he'd been looking for, though I couldn't figure out why. He made a deal with Fagin that if Oliver was brought back, he'd pay a certain amount, with more money if Oliver became a thief, which Monks wanted for some reason of his own." "For what purpose?" asked Rose. "He spotted my shadow on the wall while I was listening," said the girl. "Not many people could have escaped in time, but I did. I didn't see him again until last night." "And what happened then?" "I'll tell you, lady. Last night he came again. They went upstairs, and I wrapped myself up so my shadow wouldn't give me away, and listened at the door again. The first words I heard Monks say were, 'So the only proofs of the boy's identity are at the bottom of the river, and the old woman who got them from the mother is rotting in her coffin.' They laughed about how successful he'd been. Monks, getting worked up about the boy, said that even though he had the boy's money safely now, he'd rather have had it the other way, because it would have been so satisfying to destroy the father's pride by dragging his son through every jail in town and finally getting him hanged for some serious crime that Fagin could arrange, after making a good profit off him first." "What does all this mean?" asked Rose. "The truth, lady, even though it comes from me," replied the girl. "Then he said, swearing in ways common to my ears, but not yours, that if he could satisfy his hatred by killing the boy without risking his own neck, he would. But since he couldn't, he'd watch for any chance to harm him. 'In short, Fagin,' he said, 'Jew as you are, you've never set traps like the ones I'll create for my young brother Oliver.'" "His brother!" exclaimed Rose. "Those were his words," said Nancy, glancing nervously around as she had throughout the conversation, haunted by the fear of Sikes. "And there's more. When he mentioned you and the other lady, he said it seemed like heaven or hell had arranged for Oliver to end up with you, just to torment him. He laughed and said there was some comfort in that too, because you would give thousands or hundreds of thousands of pounds, if you had them, to know who your two-legged spaniel really was." "You don't mean," said Rose, turning very pale, "that he was serious?" "He spoke with deadly seriousness," replied the girl, shaking her head. "He's a dangerous man when he's angry. I know many who do worse things, but I'd rather listen to them a dozen times than to Monks once." It's getting late, and I need to get home without making anyone suspicious. I have to hurry back." "But what can I do?" asked Rose. "How can I use this information without you? Why do you want to go back to companions you described so terribly? If you repeat this to a gentleman I can call from the next room, we can get you to safety within half an hour." "I want to go back," said the girl. "I must go back because— how can I explain this to an innocent lady like you? Because among the men I've told you about, there's one, the most dangerous of all, that I can't leave. No, not even to escape the life I'm living now." "You've helped this boy before," said Rose. "You've come here at great risk to tell me what you've heard. Your manner convinces me you're telling the truth. Your obvious regret and shame all make me believe you could still be saved." "Oh," she cried, folding her hands as tears ran down her face. "Please don't ignore the pleas of another woman, probably the first who has ever spoken to you with kindness and compassion. Listen to me, and let me help you find a better life." "Lady," cried the girl, sinking to her knees, "dear, sweet, angel lady, you're the first person who has ever blessed me with such words. If I had heard them years ago, they might have turned me away from a life of sin and sorrow. But it's too late now. Too late." "It's never too late," said Rose, "for repentance and atonement." "It is for me," cried the girl, writhing in mental agony. "I can't leave him now. I couldn't bear to cause his death." "Why would you?" asked Rose. "Nothing could save him," cried the girl. "If I told others what I've told you, and they were arrested, he would surely die. He's the boldest, and he's been so cruel." "Is it possible," cried Rose, "that for such a man you would give up all hope for your future and the certainty of immediate rescue? That's madness." "I don't know what it is," answered the girl. "I only know that's how it is. Not just for me, but for hundreds of others as bad and miserable as I am. I have to go back. Whether it's God's punishment for the wrong I've done, I don't know. But I'm drawn back to him through every kind of suffering and abuse. And I would be even if I knew he would kill me in the end." "What should I do?" said Rose. "I shouldn't let you leave like this." "You should, lady, and I know you will," replied the girl, rising. "You won't stop me because I've trusted in your goodness and haven't forced any promises from you, though I could have." "What good is the information you've given me?" asked Rose. "This mystery must be investigated, but how will telling me help Oliver, whom you want to protect? You must have some kind gentleman you can trust, who will keep this secret and advise you what to do," replied the girl. "But how will I find you again when necessary?" asked Rose. "I don't want to know where these awful people live, but where could I meet you at a regular time?" "Will you promise to keep my secret and to come alone or with just one other person who knows about this and not to have me watched or followed?" asked the girl. "I solemnly promise," answered Rose. "Every Sunday night, between 11 and midnight," said the girl without hesitation, "I'll walk on London Bridge if I'm alive." "Wait one more moment," said Rose as the girl hurried toward the door. "Think again about your situation and your chance to escape. You have a claim on me not just as the bearer of this information, but as a woman who's nearly beyond saving. Will you go back to these robbers and this man when a single word could save you? What power pulls you back to wickedness and misery? Isn't there anything in your heart I can appeal to against this terrible obsession?" "When ladies as young, good, and beautiful as you are give their hearts away," replied the girl steadily, "love will drive you to any length. Even you, who have a home, friends, admirers, everything to make you happy. When someone like me, with no roof but a coffin lid, and no friend in sickness or death except a hospital nurse, sets her heart on a man and lets him fill the emptiness of her miserable life, who can hope to change us? Pity us, lady, pity us for having just one womanly feeling left, and for having that feeling turned from a comfort and pride into a source of new violence and suffering. Will you," said Rose after a pause, "take some money from me to help you live honestly, at least until we meet again?" "Not a penny," replied the girl, waving her hand. "Don't close your heart to my efforts to help you," said Rose, stepping forward gently. "I truly want to help you." "You would help me most, lady," replied the girl, wringing her hands, "if you could end my life right now. I've felt more shame tonight about what I am than I ever have before, and it would be a relief not to die in the hell I've been living in. God bless you, sweet lady, and send you all the happiness I've brought shame on myself." With these words, sobbing aloud, the unhappy girl turned away, while Rose Maylie, overwhelmed by this extraordinary meeting that seemed more like a strange dream than reality, sank into a chair, and tried to gather her scattered thoughts. Chapter 41. Fresh Discoveries and Surprising Developments. Rose Maylie found herself in an impossible situation. She desperately wanted to uncover the mystery surrounding Oliver's past, but she felt equally obligated to protect the confidence of Nancy, the troubled woman who had just confided in her. Nancy's words and obvious distress had touched Rose deeply. Mixed with her love for Oliver was an almost equally powerful desire to save Nancy from her life of crime. The problem was timing. They were scheduled to leave London in just 3 days for several weeks at the coast. What could she possibly accomplish in just 48 hours? And how could she delay their journey without raising suspicion? Dr. Losberne was staying with them for the next 2 days, but Rose knew his hot-headed nature too well. She could already imagine his explosive reaction if he learned about the criminals who had once captured Oliver. She couldn't risk telling him the secret when there was no experienced person to support her pleas on Nancy's behalf. For similar reasons, she hesitated to tell Mrs. Maylie, whose first instinct would be to consult with the doctor. As for seeking legal advice, she wouldn't even know where to begin, and for the same reasons, it seemed too risky. She briefly considered asking Harry for help, but this thought brought back memories of their last painful parting. It seemed selfish to call him back when, her eyes filled with tears at the thought, he might have finally begun to forget her and find happiness elsewhere. After a sleepless night filled with these conflicting thoughts, Rose came to a difficult decision. She would write to Harry. If it's painful for him to return, she thought, how painful it will be for me. But perhaps he won't come. He might just write back. Or he might come but avoid seeing me, like he did when he left. She put down her pen and turned away so that even the paper wouldn't witness her tears. She had picked up the pen and put it down 50 times, still stuck on the first line of her letter, when Oliver burst into the room. He had been out walking with Mr. Giles as his bodyguard and was now breathless with excitement, looking like he had astonishing news. "What's got you so worked up?" Rose asked, walking toward him. "I can hardly breathe," the boy gasped. "But I've seen him at last. Now you'll know I've been telling the truth all along." "I never doubted you were telling the truth," Rose said soothingly. "But what's happened? Who are you talking about?" "I've seen the gentleman who was so kind to me," Oliver managed to say between breaths. "Mr. Brownlow, the one we've talked about so many times." "Where?" Rose asked quickly. "Getting out of a coach and going into a house," Oliver said, tears of joy welling up. "I couldn't speak to him. I was shaking too much, and he didn't even see me. But Giles asked someone if he lived there, and they said yes. Look." He opened a scrap of paper. "Here's the address. I want to go there right away." "Oh, what will I say when I see him again?" Rose barely heard Oliver's excited rambling as she read the address, Craven Street in the Strand. Her mind was already forming a plan. "Quick," she said. "Tell them to get a coach ready. I'll take you there immediately. I'll just tell my aunt we're going out for an hour. Be ready as soon as you can." Within 5 minutes they were on their way. When they arrived at Craven Street, Rose left Oliver in the coach, pretending she wanted to prepare Mr. Brownlow for his arrival. She sent her card in with the servant and asked to see Mr. Brownlow on urgent business. Soon she was shown upstairs, where she met an elderly gentleman with a kind face wearing a bottle green coat. Nearby sat another older gentleman in tan breeches and gaiters, looking considerably less friendly as he sat with his hands resting on a thick walking stick. "Oh my," said the man in the green coat, rising politely. "I apologize, young lady. I thought you might be someone bothering me. Please excuse me. Do sit down." "Mr. Brownlow, I believe?" Rose asked, glancing between the two men. "That's me," the kinder gentleman answered. "This is my friend, Mr. Grimwig." "Grimwig, would you mind giving us some privacy?" "Actually," Rose interjected, "he can stay. If I understand correctly, he already knows about the matter I wish to discuss." Mr. Brownlow nodded. Mr. Grimwig, who had half risen from his chair, sat back down with another stiff bow. "I'm sure I'll surprise you," Rose began nervously, "but you once showed great kindness to a young friend of mine, and I know you'll be interested to hear about him again." "Indeed," said Mr. Brownlow. "Oliver Twist was his name," Rose replied. The moment she spoke those words, Mr. Grimwig, who had been pretending to read a large book on the table, knocked it over with a crash. He fell back in his chair with a look of pure shock on his face, then quickly composed himself and let out a long, low whistle. Mr. Brownlow was equally stunned, but showed it differently. He moved his chair closer to Rose and said earnestly, "Please, my dear young lady, forget any kindness you mentioned. No one else knows about that anyway." If you have any evidence that might change my poor opinion of that boy, I beg you to share it." "He's a bad one, I'll eat my head if he's not," growled Mr. Grimwig, somehow speaking without moving his lips. "He has a noble nature and a warm heart," Rose said, her cheeks flushing. "Whatever hardships he's faced at such a young age have only strengthened the goodness in him. He has more character than many people 6 times his age." "I'm only 61, Mr. Grimwig muttered. "And since the boy must be at least 12, I don't see how that math works." "Don't mind my friend," Mr. Brownlow said. "He doesn't mean what he says." "Yes, I do," growled Mr. Grimwig. "No, you don't," Mr. Brownlow insisted, clearly getting annoyed. "I'll eat my head if I don't," Mr. Grimwig declared. "You deserve to have it knocked off," retorted Mr. Brownlow. "I'd like to see someone try," Mr. Grimwig shot back, thumping his stick on the floor. Having reached this impasse, both gentlemen took snuff and shook hands, apparently their usual way of resolving arguments. "Now, Miss Maylie," said Mr. Brownlow, "back to Oliver. What news do you have of him? I should tell you that I tried everything to find him. When I couldn't, I initially believed he had deceived me and returned to a life of crime. But since returning to England, I have begun to doubt that conclusion." Rose carefully explained everything that had happened to Oliver since he left Mr. Brownlow's house, leaving out Nancy's information for a private conversation. She ended by saying that Oliver's greatest sadness these past months had been not finding his former benefactor. "Thank God," the old gentleman exclaimed. "This brings me such joy." "But where is he now? You haven't told me that. Why didn't you bring him with you?" "He's waiting in a coach outside," Rose replied. "At the door?" Mr. Brownlow cried, rushing out of the room without another word. When the door closed behind him, Mr. Grimwig raised his head, spun around 3 times in his chair using his stick and the table for leverage, then got up and limped around the room at least a dozen times. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Rose and kissed her without warning. "Don't be alarmed," he said as Rose jumped up in surprise. "I'm old enough to be your grandfather. You're a sweet girl, and I like you. Here they come." He dived back into his seat just as Mr. Brownlow returned with Oliver, whom Mr. Grimwig greeted warmly. Seeing this reunion, Rose felt fully rewarded for all her worry and effort on Oliver's behalf. "We're forgetting someone," said Mr. Brownlow, ringing the bell. "Send Mrs. Bedwin in, please." The elderly housekeeper answered the summons quickly, curtsying at the door as she waited for instructions. "You're getting blinder every day, Bedwin," Mr. Brownlow said irritably. "That I am, sir," the old lady replied. "Eyes don't improve with age." "I could have told you that," Mr. Brownlow said. "Put on your glasses and see if you can figure out why I called you in." The old woman began searching her pocket for her spectacles, but Oliver couldn't contain himself any longer. He ran forward and threw himself into her arms. "Good heavens!" cried the old lady, hugging him. "It's my innocent boy." "My dear nurse!" Oliver exclaimed. "I knew he'd come back," said Mrs. Bedwin, holding him tight. "Look how healthy he looks, and dressed like a proper gentleman. Where have you been all this time? The same sweet face, not so pale now. The same gentle eyes, not so sad. I've never forgotten them, or your quiet smile. I've seen them every day alongside memories of my own children, long gone." She alternated between hugging him close and holding him at arm's length to look at him properly, laughing and crying at the same time. Leaving them to catch up, Mr. Brownlow took Rose to another room where she told him everything about her meeting with Nancy. The news astonished and troubled him. Rose explained why she hadn't told Dr. Losberne, and Mr. Brownlow agreed she had acted wisely. He offered to speak to the doctor himself, and they arranged for him to visit their hotel at 8 that evening. In the meantime, Mrs. Maylie would be carefully informed of everything. Dr. Losberne's reaction was exactly as predicted. The moment he heard about Nancy, he unleashed a torrent of threats and curses. He was ready to call in the police officers Blathers and Duff immediately, and would have rushed out to do so if Mr. Brownlow, who had quite a temper himself, hadn't restrained him with forceful arguments. "What are we supposed to do, then?" the doctor demanded when they rejoined the ladies. "Send thank-you notes to these criminals? Offer them £100 each as a token of our gratitude for their kindness to Oliver?" "Not exactly," Mr. Brownlow replied with a smile, "but we must proceed carefully." "Carefully," exclaimed the doctor. "I'd send them all to—" "Never mind where," Mr. Brownlow interrupted. "Consider whether that would actually help us achieve our goal." "What goal?" asked the doctor. "Discovering Oliver's parentage, and recovering the inheritance he's apparently been cheated out of, if this story is true. "Ah," said Dr. Losberne, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "I almost forgot about that. You see," Mr. Brownlow continued, setting aside Nancy's safety for a moment, "what good would come from arresting these criminals? Hanging some of them, I expect," the doctor suggested, "and shipping the rest off to the colonies. They'll likely achieve that on their own eventually," Mr. Brownlow said with a grim smile. "If we interfere now, we'd be working against our own interests, or rather, against Oliver's interests, which amount to the same thing." "How so?" asked the doctor. "It's clear we'll have tremendous difficulty solving this mystery unless we can force this man Monks to cooperate. That can only happen through careful strategy, catching him when he's not surrounded by his criminal associates. Even if we arrested him now, we have no evidence against him. As far as we know, he isn't directly involved in any robberies. If he were arrested, he'd likely be charged as a vagrant at most, and afterward, he'd never speak a word to us again. For our purposes, he might as well be deaf and mute." "Then," said the doctor impatiently, "I ask you again whether this promise to the girl should be considered binding, a promise made with good intentions, but really—" "Please don't debate this point," Mr. Brownlow said, cutting off Rose as she was about to speak. "We will honor the promise. I don't think it will interfere with our plans. But before we decide exactly what to do, we need to speak with Nancy again, to see if she'll identify Monks for us, with the understanding that we'll handle him ourselves, not turn him over to the law. If she won't or can't do that, we need a description of him and his usual haunts, so we can find him ourselves. We can't see her until Sunday night, and today is Tuesday. I suggest we keep everything quiet until then, even from Oliver." Although Dr. Losberne grimaced at the 5-day delay, he admitted he couldn't think of a better plan. Rose and Mrs. Maylie agreed with Mr. Brownlow, so his proposal was unanimously accepted. "I'd like to bring in my friend Grimwig," he added. "He's an odd character, but quite shrewd, and could be very helpful. He trained as a lawyer, though he quit in disgust after getting only one case in 20 years. Whether that recommends him or not, you can decide." "I have no objection to your friend if I can bring mine," said the doctor. "We'll put it to a vote," replied Mr. Brownlow. "Who might that be?" "This lady's son," the doctor said, gesturing to Mrs. Maylie, "and this young lady's very old friend." He nodded meaningfully toward Rose. Rose blushed deeply but didn't object, perhaps realizing she was outnumbered. So Harry Maylie and Mr. Grimwig were added to their group. "We'll stay in London," Mrs. Maylie declared, "as long as there's any chance of success. I'll spare no effort or expense for something so important to us all. I'm willing to remain here for a year if necessary, as long as there's hope." "Excellent," said Mr. Brownlow. "And since I see curious looks about why I wasn't around to confirm Oliver's story, and why I left England so suddenly, let me ask that you don't question me about it until I'm ready to explain. I have good reasons for this request. I don't want to raise hopes that might never be fulfilled or add to the difficulties we already face. Now, dinner has been announced, and poor Oliver is waiting alone next door. He must think we've grown tired of his company and are plotting to send him away again." With that, the old gentleman offered his arm to Mrs. Maylie and escorted her to the dining room. Dr. Losberne followed with Rose, and their impromptu council adjourned for the evening. Chapter 42. An old acquaintance of Oliver's becomes a public figure in London. The night that Nancy drugged Sikes and hurried to meet Rose Maylie, two figures were approaching London along the Great North Road. These were a man and a woman, or perhaps more accurately, a male and a female. The man was a lanky, knock-kneed, awkward-looking person whose age was hard to guess. He had that quality some people have of looking like an underdeveloped adult when they're boys, and an overgrown boy when they're men. The woman was young but sturdy, as she needed to be to carry the heavy bundle strapped to her back. Her companion carried much less, just a small parcel wrapped in a handkerchief hanging from a stick over his shoulder. This, combined with his unusually long legs, allowed him to stay several paces ahead of her. Occasionally he'd turn with an impatient jerk of his head, as if scolding her slowness and urging her to hurry. They had trudged along the dusty road, barely noticing their surroundings except to step aside for mail coaches racing out of town. When they passed through Highgate Archway, the man stopped and called back impatiently. "Come on, can't you? What a lazybones you are, Charlotte." "It's a heavy load, I can tell you," the woman replied, breathless with exhaustion. "Heavy? What are you talking about?" "What are you made for?" he shot back, shifting his tiny bundle to his other shoulder. "Oh, there you go, resting again. You'd try anyone's patience." "Is it much farther?" she asked, leaning against a bank and looking up with sweat streaming down her face. Much farther. We're practically there, said the long-legged traveler, pointing ahead. Look, those are the lights of London. They're a good 2 miles away at least, the woman said hopelessly. Who cares if they're 2 miles or 20, said Noah Claypole, for that was his name. Just get up and keep moving, or I'll kick you. Consider yourself warned. As Noah's already red nose grew redder with anger, and as he crossed the road like he was fully ready to carry out his threat, the woman stood up without another word and trudged on beside him. Where are we staying tonight, Noah? She asked after they'd walked a few hundred yards. How should I know? Snapped Noah, whose mood had worsened with the walking. Somewhere close, I hope, said Charlotte. No, not close, replied Noah. There, definitely not close, so don't even think about it. Why not? When I say I don't want to do something, that's enough without needing reasons, Noah said with forced dignity. Well, you don't have to be so nasty about it, Charlotte replied. Wouldn't it be brilliant if we stopped at the very first inn outside of town? Noah said sarcastically. Then if Sowerberry came looking for us, he could stick his nose in and have us dragged back in handcuffs. No. I'm going to lose myself in the narrowest streets I can find and keep walking until I spot the most out-of-the-way place possible. Thank your lucky stars I've got brains. If we hadn't deliberately taken the wrong road at first and doubled back across the countryside, you'd have been locked up a week ago. And you'd have deserved it for being such an idiot. I know I'm not as clever as you, Charlotte replied, but don't blame everything on me. If I'd been caught, you would have been too. You're the one who took the money from the till, Noah reminded her. I took it for you, dear, Charlotte countered. Did I keep it? Asked Noah. No, you trusted me to carry it because you're so sweet, she said, playfully chucking him under the chin and taking his arm. This was true, but it should be noted that Noah hadn't entrusted the money to Charlotte out of blind faith. His plan was that if they were caught, the money would be found on her, leaving him free to claim innocence and improve his chances of escape. Of course, he didn't explain this reasoning as they walked on together. Following his cautious strategy, Noah continued without stopping until they reached the Angel at Islington, where the crowds of people and vehicles convinced him that London proper had begun. After observing which streets seemed busiest, and therefore best avoided, he crossed into St. John's Road and soon disappeared into the maze of dirty alleys between Gray's Inn Lane and Smithfield, one of the worst areas that city improvements had yet to reach. Noah dragged Charlotte through these streets, occasionally stepping into the gutter to get a better look at some small pub, then moving on if it seemed too public for his purposes. Finally, he stopped in front of one that looked shabbier and dirtier than the rest. After studying it from across the road, he announced they would stay there for the night. Give me the bundle, said Noah, unfastening it from Charlotte's shoulders and slinging it over his own. And don't speak unless someone talks to you. What's the name of this place? THR. 3 what? Cripples, said Charlotte. 3 cripples, Noah repeated. Good name. Now, stay close and follow me. With that, he pushed open the rattling door and entered, Charlotte following behind. The bar was empty except for a young Jewish man who leaned on the counter reading a dirty newspaper. He stared hard at Noah, and Noah stared back just as hard. If Noah had been wearing his charity school uniform, the man staring might have made sense. But since Noah had gotten rid of his telltale coat and badge, and now wore a short smock over his leather breeches, there seemed no particular reason for such scrutiny. Is this the 3 cripples? Noah asked. That is the dabe of this house, replied the man, speaking with a cold. A gentleman we met on the road recommended it to us, said Noah, nudging Charlotte, partly to draw her attention to his clever story, and partly to warn her not to act surprised. We need a room for tonight. I've dot certed you cad, said Barney the attendant, but I'll inquire. Show us the back room and bring us some cold meat and beer while you're checking, will you? Noah asked. Barney led them to a small back room and brought their food, then informed them that they could indeed stay the night before leaving them to their meal. This back room was directly behind the bar but several steps lower. Anyone working in the bar could observe guests in this room by looking through a small glass panel set in the wall about 5 feet from the floor. The observer had to squeeze between the wall and a large beam, but could not only see the back room but also hear conversations quite clearly by pressing an ear to the wall. The inn's landlord had been watching through this peephole for about 5 minutes and Barney had only just returned from taking the new guests their food, when Fagin entered the bar on his evening rounds to check on his young pickpockets. "Hush," said Barney. "Strategers in the next roob." "Strangers?" Fagin whispered. "Yes, ad rub ones too," Barney added. "From the country, but I think they're in your line of work." Fagin showed great interest in this news. He climbed onto a stool and peered carefully through the glass panel. From this hidden spot he could see Noah helping himself to the cold beef and beer, occasionally giving small portions to Charlotte, who ate and drank patiently while he served himself. "Ah," Fagin whispered, turning to Barney. "I like the look of that fellow. He could be useful to us. He already knows how to handle the girl. Stay quiet as a mouse so I can hear them talk." He pressed his ear to the partition and listened intently, a cunning look on his face that made him resemble an old goblin. "So I plan to be a gentleman," Noah was saying, stretching out his legs and continuing a conversation that Fagin had missed the beginning of. "No more coffin-making for me, Charlotte. I'll live a gentleman's life, and if you want, you can be a lady." "I'd like that," Charlotte replied, "but we can't empty cash registers every day and get away with it." "Cash registers? Who cares about those?" exclaimed Noah. "There are plenty of other things to empty." "Like what?" asked Charlotte. "Pockets, women's purses, houses, mail coaches, banks," Noah declared, warming to his subject as he sipped his porter. "But you can't do all that yourself," Charlotte pointed out. "I'll find people who can," Noah replied. "They'll make us useful somehow. And you're worth 50 normal women. I've never seen anyone as sneaky and sly as you when I let you be." "Oh, I love hearing you say that," Charlotte exclaimed, planting a kiss on his ugly face. "That's enough," said Noah, pushing her away with exaggerated dignity. "Don't get too affectionate, or I might get cross. I'd like to be the leader of some gang, bossing them around and following them secretly. That would suit me, especially if the money was good. If we could join up with the right sort of people, it would be worth that 20-pound note you've got, particularly since we don't really know how to spend it safely ourselves." After this profound observation, Noah peered into his beer with a look of deep wisdom. He took a satisfying gulp and was about to take another when the door suddenly opened and a stranger entered. The stranger was Fagin, who looked very friendly as he bowed low, sat at the nearest table, and ordered a drink from the grinning Barney. "Pleasant night, sir, though a bit cool for this time of year," Fagin said, rubbing his hands. "From the country, I see?" "How can you tell?" asked Noah. "We don't have that much dust in London," Fagin replied, pointing from Noah's shoes to Charlotte's, and then to their bundles. "You're a sharp one," said Noah. "Ha! Did you hear that, Charlotte?" "One needs to be sharp in this town, my dear," Fagin replied, lowering his voice confidentially. "That's the truth." Fagin emphasized this by tapping the side of his nose with his right finger, a gesture Noah tried to imitate, though not very successfully, since his nose wasn't large enough. Nevertheless, Fagin seemed to take this as agreement, and shared the drink Barney brought in a very friendly manner. "Good stuff," observed Noah, smacking his lips. "Dear me, yes," said Fagin. "A man doesn't need to be constantly emptying tills, or pockets, or women's purses, or houses, or mail coaches, or banks, if he drinks it regularly." When Noah heard his own words repeated back to him, he fell back in his chair and looked from Fagin to Charlotte with a face gone pale with terror. "Don't worry about me, my dear," said Fagin, moving his chair closer. "Ha! It's lucky it was only me who overheard you. Very lucky indeed." "I didn't take it," Noah stammered, no longer lounging with his legs stretched out but curling them under his chair. "It was all her doing." "Tell him, Charlotte. You know it was you." "It doesn't matter who took it or did it, my dear," replied Fagin, glancing shrewdly at the girl and their bundles. "I'm in the same line of work myself, and I like you for it." "What line of work?" asked Noah, recovering slightly. "The business you were just discussing," Fagin replied. "And so are the people who run this place. You've hit the nail on the head, and you're as safe here as anywhere in London. There's no safer place than the Three Cripples when I want it to be. I've taken a liking to you and the young lady, so I've put in a good word, and you can rest easy." Noah might have felt reassured by these words, but his body language suggested otherwise. He shuffled uncomfortably in his seat, eyeing his new friend with a mixture of fear and suspicion. "I'll tell you more," said Fagin, after calming Charlotte with friendly nods and encouraging murmurs. "I have a friend who can help with your ambitions. He can put you in the right line of work, whatever part of the business suits you to start with, and teach you all the rest." "You sound serious," replied Noah. "Why would I be anything else?" asked Fagin with a shrug. "Here, let's talk privately." "We don't need to move," said Noah, gradually stretching his legs out again. "She can take the luggage upstairs in the meantime. Charlotte, go take care of the bags." Charlotte obeyed immediately, while Noah held the door for her, watching until she was out of sight. "She's pretty well trained, isn't she?" he asked as he sat back down, sounding like an animal tamer who'd broken a wild beast. "Perfect," Fagin replied, patting him on the shoulder. "You're a genius, my dear." "Well, I'd have to be, wouldn't I? Or I wouldn't be here," replied Noah. "But hurry up, she'll be back soon." "So what do you think?" asked Fagin. "If you like my friend, could you do better than to join him?" "Is he doing well?" asked Noah, winking conspiratorially. "At the top of his profession, with many employees and the very best connections in the business." "All city men? No country bumpkins?" asked Noah. "Not a countryman among them. And frankly, he probably wouldn't take you even on my recommendation if he weren't short of assistance just now," replied Fagin. "Would I have to hand over my money?" asked Noah, slapping his pocket. "It couldn't possibly be done without that," Fagin said firmly. £20 is a lot of money." Noah protested. "Not when it's a banknote you can't safely use," retorted Fagin. "I assume they've recorded the number and date? And stopped payment at the bank? It's not worth much to him. He'd have to send it abroad, and even then he couldn't get much for it." "When could I meet him?" Noah asked hesitantly. "Tomorrow morning." "Where?" "Here." Said Noah. "What's the pay?" "You'll live like a gentleman, room and board, tobacco and alcohol included. You keep half of what you earn, and half of what the young lady earns," replied Fagin. It's doubtful whether Noah would have accepted these terms if he'd been completely free to choose. But remembering that this new acquaintance could turn him in to the authorities at any moment, and stranger things had happened, he gradually relented. "I think that would work for me," he said. "But since she'll be doing a good deal of the work, I'd like something fairly easy for myself." "A bit of light lifting?" suggested Fagin. "Yes, something like that," replied Noah. "Not too physically demanding, and not very dangerous, that kind of thing." "I heard you mention spying on the others," said Fagin. "My friend desperately needs someone good at that." "I did mention that," Noah said slowly, "and I wouldn't mind doing it sometimes. But it wouldn't pay enough on its own." "That's true," said Fagin, appearing to think it over. "No, probably not." "What do you suggest?" asked Noah anxiously. "Something sneaky but low risk, where the money's good." "What about old ladies?" asked Fagin. "There's good money in grabbing their bags and packages and running around the corner." "Don't they scream and scratch?" asked Noah, shaking his head. "I don't think that's for me." "Isn't there something else?" "Wait," said Fagin, laying his hand on Noah's knee. "The kinchin lay." "What's that?" asked Noah. "The kinchins, my dear," Fagin explained, "are young children sent on errands by their mothers, carrying sixpences and shillings. The job is to take their money. They always have it ready in their hands, then knock them into the gutter and walk away slowly, as if nothing happened except a child falling and hurting itself." "Ha! Ha!" roared Noah, kicking his legs in delight. "That's perfect." "Isn't it?" replied Fagin. "And we can map out some good spots in Camden Town, Battle Bridge, and similar areas where kids are always running errands. You can rob as many children as you want, any hour of the day. Ha! Ha!" Fagin poked Noah in the side, and they both burst into long, loud laughter. "Well, that's settled then," said Noah when he'd recovered, and Charlotte had returned. "What time tomorrow should we meet?" "Is 10 o'clock good?" asked Fagin. As Noah nodded, he added, "What name shall I tell my friend?" "Mr. Bolter," replied Noah, who had prepared for this question. "Morris Bolter, and this is Mrs. Bolter." "Mrs. Bolter's humble servant," said Fagin, bowing with grotesque politeness. "I hope to know her better very soon." "Did you hear the gentleman, Charlotte?" Noah thundered. "Yes, Noah dear," replied Charlotte, extending her hand. "She calls me Noah as a kind of pet name," explained Noah. Now Morris Bolter, turning to Fagin. "You understand?" "Oh, yes, perfectly," replied Fagin, for once telling the truth. "Good night, good night." After many goodbyes, Fagin left. Noah Claypole explained the arrangement to Charlotte with all the haughtiness and superiority fitting for a man who now had a special appointment in the kitchen, lay in London and its vicinity. Chapter 43. How the Artful Dodger Got into Trouble. "So you were your own friend last night, were you?" asked Noah, now known as Bolter, when he moved into Fagin's house the next day as agreed. "I thought as much." "Every man is his own friend, my dear," replied Fagin with his most insinuating grin. "He hasn't a better one anywhere." "Except sometimes," replied Morris Bolter with worldly wisdom. "Some people are nobody's enemies but their own, you know." "Don't believe that," said Fagin. "When a man's his own enemy, it's only because he's too much his own friend, not because he cares about others. There's no such thing." "Well, there shouldn't be if there is," replied Bolter. "Exactly. Some magicians say 3 is the magic number, others say 7. But it's neither. It's number 1. "Ha! Ha!" cried Bolter. "Number 1 forever." "In our little community," said Fagin, feeling the need to qualify his position, "we have a general number 1 that includes me and all our young people." "Oh, come on," exclaimed Bolter. "You see," Fagin continued, ignoring the interruption, "we're so interconnected that it has to be that way. For instance, you want to take care of number 1, meaning yourself." "Of course," replied Bolter. "You've got that right." "Well, you can't take care of yourself without taking care of me, number 1. "You mean number 2, said Bolter, who had plenty of selfishness himself. "No, I don't," retorted Fagin. "I'm just as important to you as you are to yourself." "Now wait," interrupted Bolter. "I like you and all, but we're not that close." "Just think about it," said Fagin, shrugging and spreading his hands. "You've done a very pretty thing, which I admire you for, but it's also something that could put a noose around your neck. In plain English, the gallows." Bolter touched his neckerchief as if it felt too tight and mumbled agreement, more in tone than substance. "The gallows," continued Fagin, "is an ugly signpost pointing to a very short, sharp turn that has ended many a bold fellow's journey. Keeping that signpost distant is your number 1 priority." "Of course it is," replied Bolter. "Why are you talking about such things?" "Just making my point clear," said Fagin, raising his eyebrows. "To stay safe, you depend on me. To keep my business running smoothly, I depend on you. Your safety is your number 1 concern. My safety is mine. The more you value your safety, the more you must value mine. So we come back to what I said at first. Looking after number 1 keeps us all together. Otherwise, we all fall apart." "That makes sense," admitted Bolter. "You sly old fox." Fagin was delighted to see that this was no empty compliment. He had genuinely impressed his recruit. To strengthen this useful impression, he described his operations in detail, mixing truth and fiction to serve his purpose. He applied both with such skill that Bolter's respect visibly increased, tempered with a healthy fear that Fagin found most desirable. "It's this mutual trust that comforts me when I have losses," said Fagin. "I lost my best man yesterday morning." "You don't mean he died?" Bolter asked with alarm. "No, no," replied Fagin. "Not that bad." "I suppose he was wanted," Fagin supplied. "Yes, he was wanted." "For something serious?" inquired Bolter. "No," replied Fagin. "Not very. He was charged with attempted pickpocketing, and they found a silver snuff box on him. His own, actually. He used snuff himself, and was quite fond of it. They've held him until today because they think they know who owns the box. Ah! He was worth 50 boxes, and I'd give the price of as many to have him back." "You should have known the Dodger, my dear. You should have known the Dodger." "Well, I will know him, won't I?" said Bolter. "I'm not sure," replied Fagin with a sigh. "If they don't get more evidence, it'll just be a minor conviction, and we'll have him back in 6 weeks or so. But if they do find evidence, it's a case of lagging. They know how clever he is. He'll be a lifer. They'll make the Artful nothing less than a lifer." "What do you mean by lagging and lifer?" demanded Bolter. "What's with all this jargon? Speak so I can understand you." Fagin was about to translate these terms, transportation for life, when they were interrupted by the arrival of Charlie Bates, hands in his pockets and a look of comic misery on his face. "It's all over, Fagin," said Charlie after being introduced to the newcomer. "What do you mean?" "They found the owner of the box. 2 or 3 more are coming to identify him. The Artful's booked for a one-way trip," replied Charlie. "I'll need a full set of morning clothes and a black armband to visit him before he sets sail. To think of Jack Dawkins, Lummy Jack, the Dodger, the Artful Dodger, going abroad for a cheap snuff-box. I always thought he'd at least steal a gold watch, chain, and seals before getting caught. Why couldn't he rob some rich old gentleman of all his valuables and go out with some honor and glory instead of like a common thief?" Having expressed his feelings for his unfortunate friend, Charlie sat in the nearest chair with a look of pure dejection. "What's this about him having no honor or glory?" exclaimed Fagin, glaring angrily at his pupil. "Wasn't he the best among you all? Could any of you touch him, or even come close to his skill?" "Well?" "Not one," replied Charlie in a husky voice. "Not one." "Then what are you complaining about?" Fagin snapped. "Why are you blubbering?" "Because it won't go down in history, will it?" said Charlie, driven to defiance by his regret. "Because it won't be in the official records. Because no one will ever know half of what he was capable of. How will he be remembered in the Newgate prison records? Maybe he won't even be listed at all. What a tragedy." "Ha! Ha!" cried Fagin, turning to Bolter with a fit of chuckling that shook his entire body. "See how proud they are of their profession. Isn't it wonderful?" Bolter nodded agreement, and Fagin, after enjoying Charlie's distress for a few moments, walked over and patted the young man's shoulder. "Don't worry, Charlie," he said soothingly. "People will know how clever he was. He'll show them himself and not let down his old friends and teachers. And think how young he is. What a distinction to be transported at his age." "It is an honor when you put it that way," Charlie admitted, somewhat consoled. "He'll have everything he needs," continued Fagin. "He'll be kept in prison like a gentleman, with beer every day and money in his pocket to gamble with if he doesn't want to spend it." "Will he really?" cried Charlie. "Of course," replied Fagin. "And we'll get him a top lawyer with a gift for talking. He can even make a speech himself if he wants, and we'll read about it in the papers. Artful Dodger, courtroom erupts in laughter, the judge couldn't contain himself. Right, Charlie?" "Ha, ha!" laughed Charlie. "What a show that would be! The Artful would really confuse them, wouldn't he?" "Would he?" cried Fagin. "He shall. He will. Of course he will," Charlie agreed, rubbing his hands. "I can see him now," said Fagin, his eyes lighting up. "So can I," cried Charlie. "I can picture the whole scene. What a game! All those fancy lawyers trying to look serious, and Jack Dawkins chatting with them as comfortably as if he were the judge's son making an after-dinner speech. Ha, ha, ha!" Fagin had so successfully humored his young friend that Charlie, who had initially seen the Dodger as a victim, now viewed him as the star of a brilliant comedy. He could hardly wait to see how it would play out. "We need to find out what's happening with him today," said Fagin. "Let me think." "Should I go?" asked Charlie. "Not for anything in the world," replied Fagin. "Are you mad? That's the last place you should go. One loss at a time is enough." "You're not thinking of going yourself?" asked Charlie with a sly grin. "That wouldn't work either," replied Fagin, shaking his head. "Then why not send the new guy?" suggested Charlie, putting his hand on Noah's arm. "Nobody knows him." "Well, if he wouldn't mind," Fagin said thoughtfully. "Mind?" interrupted Charlie. "What would he have to mind?" "Nothing, really," said Fagin, turning to Bolter. "Nothing at all." "Oh, I'm sure it's fine," observed Noah, backing toward the door and shaking his head nervously. "But that's not my department." "What department does he have, Fagin?" inquired Charlie, looking at Noah's skinny form with disgust. "Running away when there's trouble, and eating everything in sight when things are good. Is that his specialty?" "Watch it," retorted Bolter. "Don't get fresh with your betters, little boy, or you'll regret it." Charlie laughed so hard at this threat that it took some time before Fagin could explain to Bolter that there was no danger in visiting the police office. No report of his theft or description of his person had been sent to London yet, so it was unlikely anyone suspected he was there. And if he was properly disguised, the police station would be as safe as anywhere else. In fact, it would be the last place anyone would expect him to go voluntarily. Partly persuaded by these arguments, but much more motivated by his fear of Fagin, Bolter reluctantly agreed to go. Following Fagin's instructions, he changed into a wagoner's frock, velveteen breeches, and leather leggings that the old man had ready. He completed his disguise with a felt hat decorated with toll tickets and a carter's whip. Thus equipped, he was to wander into the office as if he were some curious country fellow from Covent Garden Market. And since he was already an awkward, ungainly, raw-boned fellow, Fagin had no doubt he'd play the part perfectly. With the arrangements complete, Charlie Bates led him through dark, winding streets until they were very close to Bow Street. After explaining exactly where the office was located and giving detailed instructions, walk straight down the passageway, pull off your hat when you enter the room, Charlie sent him on alone, promising to wait for him at that spot. Noah Claypole, or Morris Boulter, carefully followed the directions, which were so accurate, Charlie knew the area well, that he reached the magistrate's chamber without having to ask questions or face any interruptions. He found himself in a crowded, dirty room, filled mostly with women. At the far end was a raised platform with a railed dock for prisoners on the left, a witness box in the middle, and the magistrate's desk on the right. This last area was screened from public view, leaving ordinary people to imagine the full majesty of justice happening behind it. Only 2 women were in the dock, nodding to their friends, while the clerk read some documents to several policemen and a plainclothes officer leaning over the table. A jailer stood against the dock rail, absently tapping his large key against his nose, except when he called for silence or ordered some woman to take that baby out when its cries disturbed the proceedings. The room smelled stuffy and unwholesome, with dirt-stained walls and a blackened ceiling. An old, smoke-darkened bust sat on the mantelpiece, and a dusty clock hung above the dock, the only thing that seemed to be working properly. Poverty and depravity had tainted everything and everyone in the room, creating an atmosphere as unpleasant as the greasy film covering every surface. Noah looked eagerly for the Dodger, but although there were several women who could have been the famous pickpocket's mother or sister, and more than one man who resembled his father, there was no one matching the description of Dawkins. He waited anxiously until the women were committed for trial and let out, then was relieved when another prisoner entered who could only be the person he sought. It was indeed Mr. Dawkins, who shuffled into the office with his coat sleeves rolled up as usual, his left hand in his pocket, and his hat in his right. He walked ahead of the jailer with an indescribable swagger and, taking his place in the dock, asked loudly why he had been placed in such a disgraceful situation. "Be quiet," ordered the jailer. "I'm an Englishman, aren't I?" retorted the Dodger. "Where are my rights?" "You'll get your rights soon enough," the jailer shot back, with a bit of extra punishment thrown in. "We'll see what the Home Secretary has to say about that," replied Dawkins. "Now then, what's this all about? I'd appreciate it if the magistrates would handle this little matter quickly. I don't want to be kept waiting while they read the newspaper. I have an appointment with a gentleman in the city, and since I'm a man of my word and very punctual in business matters, he'll leave if I'm not there on time. Then perhaps there'll be a lawsuit against whoever kept me from my appointment. Oh yes, most certainly." At this point, the Dodger, pretending to be very particular about proper procedure, asked the jailer to state the names of them 2 gentlemen on the bench. This amused the spectators so much that they laughed almost as heartily as Charlie Bates would have if he'd heard the request. "Silence!" shouted the jailer. "What is this case?" asked one of the magistrates. "A pickpocketing case, your worship." "Has the boy been here before?" "He should have been many times," replied the jailer. "He's been everywhere else. I know him well, your worship." "Oh, you know me, do you?" cried the Artful, making a show of noting this down. "Very good. That's a case of defamation of character, at the very least." This provoked more laughter and another call for silence. "Now then, where are the witnesses?" asked the clerk. "Ah, that's right," added the Dodger. "Where are they? I'd like to see them." His wish was immediately granted as the policeman stepped forward. He testified that he had seen the prisoner attempt to pick a gentleman's pocket in a crowd and actually take a handkerchief from it. Since it was very old, the Dodger had deliberately put it back after trying it on his own face. For this reason, the officer had arrested him as soon as possible. When searched, the Dodger had a silver snuff box with the owner's name engraved on the lid. The owner, identified through a city directory and present in court, swore that the box was his, and that he had missed it the previous day right after moving through the crowd. He had also noticed a particularly active young gentleman in the throng, the same prisoner now before the court. "Do you have any questions for this witness, boy?" asked the magistrate. I wouldn't lower myself by speaking to him, replied the Dodger. Do you have anything to say at all? Did you hear his worship ask if you have anything to say? The jailer prompted, nudging the silent Dodger with his elbow. I beg your pardon, said the Dodger, looking up with feigned distraction. Were you addressing me, sir? I've never seen such an outright young scoundrel, your worship, observed the officer with a grin. Do you have anything to say, you little rascal? No, replied the Dodger. Not here, because this isn't the place for justice. Besides, my lawyer is having breakfast with the Vice President of the House of Commons this morning. But I'll have plenty to say elsewhere, and so will he, and so will a very large and respectable circle of acquaintances, who will make you judges wish you'd never been born, or that you'd had your servants hang you on your own hat pegs before you came out to try me this morning. He's committed for trial, interrupted the clerk. Take him away. Come on, said the jailer. Oh, I'm coming, replied the Dodger, brushing his hat with his palm. And you, to the bench, don't look so scared. I won't show you any mercy, not a bit. You'll pay for this, gentlemen. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I wouldn't go free now, even if you begged me on your knees. Take me to prison. Carry me off. With these final words, the Dodger allowed himself to be led away by the collar, threatening all the way to the yard that he'd make it a parliamentary matter. Then he grinned at the officer with great satisfaction and self-approval. After seeing him locked alone in a small cell, Noah hurried back to where he had left Charlie Bates. After waiting some time, he was joined by the young gentleman who had prudently stayed hidden until he was certain his new friend hadn't been followed. The two rushed back to Fagin with the exciting news that the Dodger was living up to his training and building a glorious reputation for himself. Chapter 44. The time arrives for Nancy to redeem her pledge to Rose Maylie. She fails. Despite her talent for deception, Nancy couldn't hide how troubled she felt about what she'd done. She remembered how both Fagin and Sikes had trusted her with their secrets, believing she was completely loyal. As horrible as their schemes were, and despite her hatred for Fagin, who had gradually pulled her deeper into a life of crime from which she couldn't escape, she sometimes felt a flicker of regret. What if her confession led to his capture after all these years of evading justice? Did she want his downfall to come by her hand, even if he deserved it? But these were just the wanderings of a mind still tied to old loyalties, even while focused on a new purpose. Her fear for Sikes would have been reason enough to back out while she still could. But she'd insisted her secret be kept, had revealed nothing that could lead directly to him, and had refused a chance at safety for his sake. What more could she do? Her decision was made. Though she'd reached this conclusion, the inner conflict didn't stop. It showed in her appearance. She grew pale and thin in just days. Sometimes she'd zone out completely. Other times she'd laugh without joy or become oddly loud, only to fall silent moments later. She'd sit with her head in her hands, lost in thought, her very attempts to act normal making it clear something was wrong. It was Sunday night when the church bell struck the hour. Sikes and Fagin were talking, but paused to listen. Nancy looked up from her low seat and listened too. 11 o'clock, 1 hour before midnight, said Sikes, peeking through the blinds before returning to his seat. Dark and heavy out there. Perfect night for business. Yes, replied Fagin. Shame there's nothing lined up for tonight, Bill. For once, you're right, Sikes said gruffly. It is a shame. I'm in the mood. Fagin sighed and shook his head. We'll make up for lost time when things pick up again. That's all I know, said Sikes. That's the spirit, my dear, replied Fagin, daring to pat him on the shoulder. It does me good to hear you talk that way. Does you good, does it? Sikes snapped. Well, whatever. Ha ha ha, laughed Fagin, as if relieved by even this small concession. You're sounding like yourself tonight, Bill. Just like yourself. I don't feel like myself when your withered old claw is on my shoulder, so take it off, said Sikes, shrugging away Fagin's hand. Does it make you nervous, Bill? Remind you of getting caught, said Fagin, determined not to take offense. Reminds me of being grabbed by the devil, Sikes shot back. Nobody has a face like yours except maybe your father, who's probably burning his red beard in hell right now, unless you came straight from the devil himself, which wouldn't surprise me at all. Fagin didn't respond to the insult. Instead, he tugged at Sikes's sleeve and pointed toward Nancy, who had taken advantage of their conversation to put on her bonnet and was heading for the door. Hey, called Sikes. Nance, where are you going this time of night? Not far. What kind of answer is that? Sikes demanded. Did you hear me? I don't know where, replied Nancy. Then I do, said Sikes, more out of stubbornness than any real objection. Nowhere. Sit down. I'm not feeling well. I told you that before, she answered. I need some fresh air. Stick your head out the window, Sikes replied. There's not enough air there, said Nancy. I need to be outside. Well, you're not going, replied Sikes. He stood up, locked the door, took out the key, and snatched her bonnet from her head, tossing it on top of an old cabinet. There, now stay put, will you? A bonnet won't keep me here, said Nancy, her face draining of color. What are you doing, Bill? Do you know what you're doing? Know what I'm? Sikes turned to Fagin. She's lost her mind. She wouldn't dare talk to me like that otherwise. You're pushing me to something desperate, Nancy said, pressing both hands to her chest as if physically restraining herself. Let me go. Right now. This instant. No, said Sikes. Tell him to let me go, Fagin. He should. It'll be better for him. Did you hear me? She cried, stamping her foot. Hear you? Sikes turned in his chair to face her. Yeah, and if I hear you for another 30 seconds, the dog will tear that screaming voice right out of your throat. What's gotten into you? What is it? Let me go, Nancy pleaded earnestly. Then, sitting on the floor in front of the door, she said, Bill, please, you don't know what you're doing, you really don't. Just 1 hour. Please, please. I'll cut my own limbs off, Sikes growled, grabbing her roughly by the arm. If I don't think you've gone completely mad. Get up. Not until you let me go. Not until you let me go. Never, never, Nancy screamed. Sikes watched for a minute, waiting for his chance, then suddenly grabbed her hands and dragged her, fighting the whole way, into a small, adjoining room. He sat on a bench and shoved her into a chair, holding her down by force. She struggled and begged until the clock struck 12, and then, exhausted, gave up. With a warning backed by threats not to try leaving again that night, Sikes left her to recover and rejoined Fagin. Phew, said the thief, wiping sweat from his face. What a strange girl. You can say that again, Bill, replied Fagin thoughtfully. What got into her head tonight? Asked Sikes. Come on, you should know her better than me. What's this about? Stubbornness. Just typical female stubbornness, I suppose. Well, I guess so, grumbled Sikes. I thought I'd tamed her, but she's as bad as ever. Worse, said Fagin thoughtfully. I've never seen her like this over something so small. Me neither, said Sikes. Think she's still got that fever in her blood? Maybe it never really left? Maybe. I'll bleed her a little myself next time, without bothering a doctor, said Sikes. Fagin nodded approvingly. She was all over me day and night when I was laid up sick, while you kept your distance like the rat you are, said Sikes. We've been short on money, too, and I think that's been getting to her. And being cooped up here so long has made her restless, right? That's it, my dear, whispered Fagin. Shh. As he spoke, Nancy herself appeared and returned to her seat. Her eyes were red and swollen. She rocked back and forth, tossed her head, and after a moment burst out laughing. Now what? Exclaimed Sikes, looking at Fagin in surprise. Fagin signaled him not to make a big deal of it, and within minutes, Nancy had settled back into her normal behavior. Whispering that there was no danger of her acting up again, Fagin grabbed his hat and said good night. At the door, he looked back and asked if someone would light his way down the dark stairs. Light him down, said Sikes, filling his pipe. Shame if he broke his neck and disappointed the crowd at his hanging. Show him a light. Nancy followed the old man downstairs with a candle. When they reached the hallway, he put a finger to his lips and whispered, What is it, Nancy dear? What do you mean? She whispered back. The reason for all this, replied Fagin. If he pointed upstairs, is so hard on you, and he is a brute, Nancy, a beast, why don't you— Well, said the girl, as Fagin paused with his mouth almost touching her ear. Never mind just now. We'll talk about this again. You have a friend in me, Nancy, a loyal friend. I have ways of helping, quiet and discreet ways. If you want revenge on those who treat you like a dog, worse than a dog, because he's nicer to his dog sometimes, come to me. Sikes is just a passing figure, but you and I go way back. I know you well, replied Nancy without emotion. Good night. She backed away as Fagin reached for her hand, repeated her good night calmly, and closed the door between them. Fagin walked home, deep in thought. He'd been forming a theory, not just from tonight, but gradually, that Nancy had grown tired of Sikes's brutality and found someone new. Her changed behavior, her unexplained absences, her sudden indifference to their criminal operations, and now her desperate need to go out tonight all pointed to it. He was almost certain. Whoever this new person was, they weren't part of his circle. With Nancy's help, this newcomer could be valuable to his operation, Fagin thought, and should be brought in quickly. But there was another, darker thought. Sikes knew too much, and his insults stung Fagin deeply. Nancy must realize that if she left Sikes, she'd never be safe from his rage. And that rage would certainly be directed at her new friend, possibly with deadly results. With a little persuasion, thought Fagin, she might even agree to poison him. Women have done such things before. The dangerous brute I hate would be gone, replaced by someone new, and my control over the girl, armed with knowledge of the crime, would be complete. These thoughts ran through Fagin's mind during his brief time alone in Sikes's room, and when he had the chance, he'd tested the waters with his cryptic hints as they parted. Nancy's lack of surprise told him she understood perfectly. Her parting glance confirmed it. But what if she balked at a plot to kill Sikes? That was one of his main goals. How can I increase my influence over her? Fagin wondered as he crept home. What new leverage can I gain? His twisted mind soon found an answer. Without getting a confession from her, he could have her watched, discover who she was seeing, then threaten to tell Sikes everything, unless she cooperated with his plans. She feared Sikes like no other. Yes, Fagin muttered. She wouldn't dare refuse then, not if she values her life. I've got it all worked out. The pieces are in place. I'll have you yet. He cast a dark look back toward where he'd left Sikes and continued on his way, twisting his bony hands in his ragged coat, squeezing the cloth as if it were an enemy crushed between his fingers. Chapter 45. Noah Claypole is employed by Fagin on a secret mission. The old man was up early the next morning, impatiently awaiting his new associate, who finally appeared after what seemed an eternity, and immediately started devouring breakfast. Bolter, said Fagin, pulling up a chair opposite Morris Bolter. Here I am, replied Noah. What's up? Don't ask me to do anything until I've finished eating. That's the problem with this place. Never enough time for meals. You can talk while you eat, can't you? Said Fagin, silently cursing his greedy young friend. Oh, sure, I can talk. I'm better at talking when I'm eating, said Noah, cutting an enormous slice of bread. Where's Charlotte? Out, said Fagin. I sent her out with the other girl because I wanted us to be alone. Oh, said Noah. Wish you'd had her make some buttered toast first. Go ahead, talk. You won't interrupt me. There didn't seem much danger of interrupting him, as he'd clearly sat down determined to eat his fill. You did well yesterday, my dear, said Fagin. Beautiful. 6 shillings and 9 on your very first day. This pickpocketing will make you rich. Don't forget the 3 pint pots and the milk can, said Noah. No, my dear. The pint pots were brilliant, but the milk can was a masterpiece. Not bad for a beginner, right? Remarked Noah proudly. I took the pots from railings, and the milk can was just sitting outside a pub. Thought it might get rusty in the rain, or catch cold, you know. Ha! Fagin pretended to laugh heartily. Noah finished his first chunk of bread and butter, and helped himself to a second. I need you, Bolter, said Fagin, leaning across the table, to do a job for me that requires great care. Hold on, Noah interrupted. Don't get me into trouble or send me to any more police stations. That doesn't work for me, and I'm telling you straight. There's no danger in this. Not the slightest, said Fagin. It's just following a woman. An old woman? Asked Noah. A young one, replied Fagin. I'm good at that, said Noah. I was a real sneak at school. What am I following her for? Not to do anything to her, just to tell me where she goes, who she sees, and if possible, what she says. Remember the street or house, and bring me all the information you can. What's in it for me? Asked Noah, setting down his cup and looking eagerly at Fagin. If you do it well, £1, my dear. £1, said Fagin, trying to motivate him. I've never paid that much for a job where there wasn't good money to be made. Who is she? Asked Noah. One of us. Oh, cried Noah, wrinkling his nose. You don't trust her? She's found some new friends, my dear, and I need to know who they are, replied Fagin. I see, said Noah. Just to have the pleasure of meeting them, if they're respectable people, right? Ha, I'm your man. I knew you would be, said Fagin, delighted by Noah's enthusiasm. Of course, replied Noah. Where is she? Where do I wait for her? Where do I go? "You'll hear all that from me. I'll point her out at the right time," said Fagin. "You stay ready, and leave the rest to me." That night and the next again, the spy sat prepared in his carter's disguise, ready to go at Fagin's word. 6 long, tedious nights passed, and each time, Fagin returned disappointed, saying it wasn't time yet. On the 7th night, a Sunday, he returned earlier, unable to hide his excitement. "She's going out tonight," said Fagin, "and for the right reason, I'm sure. She's been alone all day, and the man she fears won't be back much before dawn. Come with me, quick." Noah jumped up without a word, infected by Fagin's intense excitement. They slipped out of the house and hurried through a maze of streets. Eventually arriving at a pub Noah recognized as the place he'd spent his first night in London. It was past 11 and the door was closed. It opened silently at Fagin's low whistle. They entered without a sound, and the door closed behind them. Barely whispering, Fagin and the young man who'd let them in pointed out a window pane to Noah, signaling him to climb up and observe the person in the adjoining room. "Is that the woman?" he asked quietly. Fagin nodded. "I can't see her face clearly," whispered Noah. "She's looking down, and the candle's behind her." "Stay there," whispered Fagin. He gestured to Barney, who withdrew. A moment later, the young man entered the adjoining room, and pretending to trim the candle, moved it to a better position and said something that made the girl look up. "I see her now," said the spy. "Clearly. I'd know her among thousands." He quickly climbed down as the room door opened, and the girl came out. Fagin pulled him behind a curtained partition, and they held their breath as she passed within feet of them and left through the door they'd entered. "Psst!" hissed the young man, holding the door. "Down!" Noah exchanged a look with Fagin and darted out. "To the left," whispered the young man. "Take the left and keep on the other side." Noah did as instructed, and saw the girl already walking some distance ahead by the light of the street lamps. He got as close as he dared, staying on the opposite side of the street to watch her movements. She looked around nervously a few times and once stopped to let 2 men who were following her pass. She seemed to grow more confident as she continued, walking with a steadier step. The spy maintained his distance and followed, never taking his eyes off her. Chapter 46. The appointment kept. The church clock struck 11:45 as 2 figures appeared on London Bridge. One walked swiftly, a woman searching eagerly for someone. The other was a man who skulked in the shadows, keeping his distance but matching her pace, stopping when she stopped, moving when she moved, never getting too close. They crossed from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, where the woman, apparently disappointed by her search of the passers-by, turned back. The movement was sudden, but her shadow was prepared. He ducked into one of the recesses above the bridge supports and leaned over the edge to hide as she passed on the opposite side. When she was ahead again, he slipped down and resumed his pursuit. Near the center of the bridge, she stopped. The man stopped too. It was an exceptionally dark night. The weather had been poor, and few people were out at that hour. Those who were hurried past, likely without noticing either the woman or the man following her. They didn't look remarkable enough to catch the attention of London's homeless, who might cross the bridge seeking shelter. They stood in silence, neither speaking nor spoken to by anyone passing. A mist hung over the river, deepening the red glow from fires burning on boats moored at different wharves and making the murky buildings on the banks even harder to see. The old, smoke-stained warehouses on both sides rose heavily from the mass of roofs and gables, frowning over water too black to reflect even their bulky shapes. The tower of Old St. Saviour's Church and the spire of St. Magnus, long-time guardians of the ancient bridge, were visible in the darkness, but most of the ships downstream and the many church spires upstream were hidden from sight. The woman had paced restlessly back and forth, closely watched by her hidden observer, when the heavy bell of St. Paul's told the death of another day. Midnight had come to the crowded city. The palace, the basement bar, the jail, the asylum, the rooms of birth and death, of health and sickness, the rigid face of the corpse, and the calm sleep of the child, midnight touched them all. The hour had barely struck when a young lady, accompanied by a gray-haired gentleman, stepped out of a hired carriage near the bridge. After dismissing the vehicle, they walked straight toward it. They had barely set foot on the pavement when the waiting woman hurried toward them. They continued walking, looking around like people with little hope of finding what they sought, when they were suddenly joined by this new companion. They gasped in surprise, but quickly suppressed it, as a man in country clothes came very close, brushing against them, in fact, at that precise moment. "Not here," said Nancy hurriedly. "I'm afraid to speak here. Come away, off the main road, down those steps." As she said this and pointed to where she wanted them to go, the countryman looked around and roughly asked why they were blocking the whole sidewalk, then moved on. The steps Nancy had indicated led down from the Surrey side of the bridge near St. Saviour's Church to a landing on the river. The countryman hurried there unnoticed and, after a quick survey, began to descend. These stairs were part of the bridge, consisting of 3 flights. Just below the end of the second flight, the stone wall on the left ended in a decorative column facing the Thames. At this point, the lower steps widened, creating a blind spot. Anyone standing against this corner of the wall couldn't be seen by people above them, even just 1 step up. The countryman glanced around quickly when he reached this spot, and finding no better hiding place, with the tide out, there was plenty of room, pressed himself against the column and waited. He was fairly certain they wouldn't go further down, and even if he couldn't hear what was said, he could follow them again safely. Time passed so slowly in this lonely place, and the spy was so eager to learn the reason for this mysterious meeting that he nearly gave up several times, convincing himself they'd either stopped far above or gone somewhere else entirely. He was about to emerge from his hiding place and return to the road when he heard footsteps, then voices almost right beside him. He pressed himself flat against the wall and, barely breathing, listened intently. "This is far enough," said a voice clearly belonging to the gentleman. "I won't let the young lady go any further. Many people wouldn't have trusted you enough to come even this far. But you see, I'm willing to accommodate you." "Accommodate me," cried the voice of the woman he'd followed. "How considerate of you, sir. Accommodate me." "Well, it doesn't matter." "For what reason," said the gentleman in a kinder tone, "have you brought us to this strange place? Why not let me speak to you up there, where there's light and people, instead of bringing us to this dark and dismal hole?" "I told you before," replied Nancy, "that I was afraid to speak there." "I don't know why," she said, shuddering, "but I'm so terrified tonight I can barely stand." "Afraid of what?" asked the gentleman, who seemed to pity her. "I hardly know," replied the girl. "I wish I did. Horrible thoughts of death, and shrouds covered in blood, and a fear that makes me burn like I'm on fire, have haunted me all day. I was reading a book tonight to pass the time, and I saw the same things on the page." "Just your imagination," said the gentleman soothingly. "No imagination," replied the girl hoarsely. "I swear I saw the word coffin in large black letters on every page, and they even carried one past me in the streets tonight." "There's nothing unusual in that," said the gentleman. "I've often passed hearses." "Real ones," insisted the girl. "This wasn't." There was something so unsettling in her manner that the hidden listener's skin crawled as he heard these words, and his blood ran cold. He felt immense relief hearing the sweet voice of the young lady, who begged Nancy to calm down and not give in to such fearful thoughts. "Speak to her kindly," said the young lady to her companion. "Poor thing, she seems to need it." "Your high and mighty religious people would have held their heads up to see me like this tonight and preached about flames and vengeance," cried the girl. "Oh, dear lady, why aren't those who claim to be God's chosen ones as gentle and kind to us poor creatures as you, who, having youth and beauty and all that they have lost, might be proud instead of so humble?" "Ah," said the gentleman, "a Turk washes his face and turns east to pray. These good people scrub their faces against the world until they lose any trace of a smile, then turn just as predictably to the darkest view of heaven. Between the Muslim and the Pharisee, I'd choose the first." These words seemed directed at the young lady, perhaps to give Nancy time to compose herself. Shortly afterward, the gentleman addressed Nancy. "You weren't here last Sunday night," he said. "I couldn't come," replied Nancy. "I was kept by force." "By whom?" "The man I told the young lady about before." "I hope you weren't suspected of communicating with anyone about the subject that's brought us here tonight?" asked the old gentleman. "No," replied the girl, shaking her head. "It's not easy for me to leave unless he knows why. I couldn't even give him a sleeping draught before I came away." "Did he wake before you returned?" inquired the gentleman. "No, and neither he nor any of them suspect me." "Good," said the gentleman. "Now listen to me." "I'm ready," replied the girl, as he paused. "This young lady," the gentleman began, "has shared with me and some other trusted friends what you told her nearly 2 weeks ago. I admit I had doubts at first whether you could be completely trusted, but now I firmly believe you are." "I am," said the girl earnestly. "I believe it. To prove I trust you, I'll tell you plainly that we plan to force the secret, whatever it may be, from this man, Monks, through fear. But if he can't be found, or if we can't use him as we wish, you must turn in Fagin." "Fagin?" cried the girl, recoiling. "You must turn that man in," said the gentleman. "I won't do it. I'll never do it," replied the girl. "Devil that he is, and worse than a devil to me. I will never do that." "You won't?" said the gentleman, who seemed prepared for this answer. "Never," returned the girl. "Tell me why." "For one reason," replied the girl firmly. "One reason the lady knows and will stand by me on, I know she will, because she promised. And for another reason, that as bad as my life has been, his has been bad too. Many of us have lived the same way together, and I won't turn on them, who might have turned on me, but didn't, bad as they are." "Then," said the gentleman quickly, as if reaching his goal, "put Monks into my hands and leave him to me. What if he turns against the others? I promise in that case, if the truth comes out, the matter ends there. There must be painful details in Oliver's history that shouldn't be made public, and if the truth is revealed, they can go free." "And if it isn't?" suggested the girl. "Then," continued the gentleman, "Fagin won't be brought to justice without your consent. In that case, I believe I could show you reasons that would persuade you." "Do I have the lady's promise for that?" asked the girl. "You do," replied Rose, "my true and faithful pledge." "Would Monks ever learn how you knew what you do?" asked the girl after a short pause. "Never," replied the gentleman. "We would approach him in a way that would never let him guess." "I've been a liar, living among liars since I was a child," said the girl after another silence, "but I'll take your word." After receiving assurances from both that she could safely do so, she continued in a voice so low the listener often struggled to understand, describing the pub where she'd been followed that night. From her occasional pauses, it seemed the gentleman was taking notes. When she'd thoroughly explained the location, the best place to watch it without being noticed, and when Monks most frequently visited, she paused to recall his features more clearly. "He's tall," said the girl, "and strongly built, but not heavy. He walks with a lurking manner, constantly looking over his shoulder, first one side, then the other. Don't forget that his eyes are sunken deeper than most men's. You could almost recognize him by that alone. His face is dark, like his hair and eyes, and although he can't be more than 26 or 28, he looks withered and haggard. His lips are often discolored and disfigured with teeth marks, because he has violent fits, and sometimes bites his hands and covers them with wounds." "Why did you jump?" she asked, stopping suddenly. The gentleman replied hastily that he wasn't aware he had, and asked her to continue. "Some of this," said the girl, "I've learned from others at the pub, since I've only seen him twice, and both times he was wrapped in a large cloak. I think that's all I can tell you to identify him. Wait, though," she added. "On his throat, high enough that you can see part of it below his neckerchief when he turns his face, there is a broad red mark, like a burn or a scald," cried the gentleman. "How do you know this?" said the girl. "You know him!" The young lady gasped in surprise, and for a few moments they were so quiet the listener could hear them breathing. "I think I do," said the gentleman, breaking the silence. "From your description, at least. We'll see. Many people look strangely alike. It might not be the same person." As he said this with forced casualness, he stepped closer to the hidden spy, who could tell from how clearly he heard him mutter, "It must be him." "Now," he said, returning to where he'd stood before, "you've given us extremely valuable help, young woman, and I want to do something for you. How can I help you?" "Nothing," replied Nancy. "You can't mean that," replied the gentleman with genuine kindness that might have touched even the hardest heart. "Think again. Tell me." "Nothing, sir," replied the girl, weeping. "You can do nothing for me. I'm beyond all hope." "You've put yourself beyond hope," said the gentleman. "Your past has been a wasteland of misspent youth and precious gifts thrown away, gifts God gives only once, but your future can still have meaning. I don't claim we can offer you peace of heart and mind. That must come from within. But we can give you a quiet refuge, either here in England or abroad, if you're afraid to stay. Before dawn breaks, before this river sees the first light of day, you could be completely beyond the reach of your former associates, leaving no trace behind, as if you'd vanished from the earth." "She'll agree now," cried the young lady. "She's hesitating, I'm sure." "I fear not, my dear," said the gentleman. "You're right, sir, I'm not. replied the girl after a brief struggle. "I'm chained to my old life. I hate it now, but I can't leave it. I've gone too far to turn back. And yet I don't know, because if you'd spoken to me like this some time ago, I would have laughed it off. But," she said, looking anxiously around, "that fear is coming over me again. I have to go home." "Home," repeated the young lady, emphasizing the word. "Home, lady," rejoined the girl, "to the kind of home I've made for myself with the work of my whole life. Let's part. If I've helped you at all I ask is that you leave me and let me go my way alone." "It's useless," said the gentleman with a sigh. "We might be compromising her safety by staying longer. We may have kept her longer than she expected already." "Yes, yes," urged the girl. "You have. What will become of this poor creature's life?" cried the young lady. "What?" repeated the girl. "Look at that dark water. How many times do you read about women like me, who jump into the river, leaving nothing and no one behind to mourn them? It might be years from now, or just months, but I'll come to that end." "Don't talk like this, please," returned the young lady, sobbing. "It will never reach your ears, dear lady, and God forbid such horrors should," replied the girl. "Good night, good night." The gentleman turned away. "Take this purse," cried the young lady. "Take it for my sake, so you have something in a time of need or trouble." "No," replied the girl. "I didn't do this for money. Let me have that to think of. And yet, give me something you've worn. I'd like to have something. No, not a ring, your gloves, or handkerchief. Anything I can keep as having been yours, sweet lady. There, bless you, God bless you. Good night, good night." The girl's violent agitation, and the fear that someone might discover her and cause trouble, seemed to convince the gentleman to leave as she asked. The sound of retreating footsteps faded, and the voices stopped. The two figures of the young lady and her companion soon appeared on the bridge. They paused at the top of the stairs. "Listen!" cried the young lady. "Did she call? I thought I heard her voice." "No, my love," replied Mr. Brownlow, looking sadly back. "She hasn't moved and won't until we're gone." Rose Maylie hesitated, but the old gentleman gently took her arm and led her away. As they disappeared, the girl collapsed on one of the stone steps and gave way to the anguish of her heart in bitter tears. After a while she rose, and with weak, faltering steps climbed back up to the street. The astonished listener remained motionless for several minutes, then, after many cautious glances around, crept from his hiding place and returned to the top of the bridge the same way he had come down, in the shadow of the wall. Peering out several times when he reached the top to make sure he wasn't observed, Noah Claypole darted away at full speed, heading for Fagin's house as fast as his legs would carry him. Chapter 47. Fatal Consequences. It was nearly 2 hours before daybreak. That time in autumn truly called the dead of night. When streets are silent and deserted, when even sounds seem to slumber and riot and drunkenness have staggered home to dream. At this still, silent hour, Fagin sat watching in his old lair, his face so distorted and pale, his eyes so red and bloodshot, that he looked less like a man than some hideous phantom risen from the grave, tormented by an evil spirit. He crouched over a cold hearth, wrapped in an old, torn blanket, his face turned toward a dying candle on a table beside him. His right hand was raised to his lips, and as he sat absorbed in thought, biting his long black nails, he revealed a few fangs among his toothless gums that should have belonged to a dog or rat. Stretched on a mattress on the floor lay Noah Claypole, fast asleep. Occasionally, Fagin glanced at him, then returned his gaze to the candle, which with its long, drooping wick and hot wax dripping onto the table, clearly showed his mind was elsewhere. Indeed it was. Frustration at the failure of his scheme, hatred for the girl who dared deal with strangers, complete distrust of her refusal to betray him, bitter disappointment at losing his revenge on Sikes, fear of discovery and ruin and death, and a fierce, deadly rage kindled by all these things. These thoughts chased each other through Fagin's brain, whirling ceaselessly as every evil thought and dark purpose worked in his heart. He sat completely still, not seeming to notice the passage of time, until his sharp ear caught the sound of a footstep in the street. "At last," he muttered, wiping his dry, fevered mouth. "At last!" The bell rang softly as he spoke. He crept upstairs to the door, and returned shortly with a man bundled to the chin, carrying a bundle under one arm. Sitting down and throwing back his outer coat, the man revealed the burly frame of Sikes. "There," he said, putting the bundle on the table. "Take care of that and make what you can of it. It was hard enough to get. I thought I'd never make it back. Been gone 3 hours." Fagin placed his hand on the bundle, locked it in the cupboard, then sat down again without speaking. But he didn't take his eyes off the robber for a moment, and now, as they faced each other, he stared so intently, with his lips quivering so violently, and his face so altered by the emotions that possessed him, that the burglar involuntarily pushed back his chair and looked at him with real alarm. "What now?" cried Sikes. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Fagin raised his right hand and shook his trembling finger in the air, but his rage was so great that he temporarily lost the power of speech. "Damn," said Sikes, feeling his chest with a look of alarm. "He's gone mad. I better watch myself." "No, no," replied Fagin, finding his voice. It's not you, Bill. I've no complaint against you." "Oh, really?" said Sikes, eyeing him suspiciously and slipping a pistol into a more accessible pocket. "That's lucky, for one of us. Which one doesn't matter." "I have something to tell you, Bill," said Fagin, pulling his chair closer. "That will make you worse than me." "Really?" returned the robber skeptically. "Get on with it. Nancy will think I'm lost." "Lost?" cried Fagin. "She's already pretty certain of that." Sikes looked perplexed into the old man's face, and not finding any clear explanation, grabbed his coat collar in his huge hand and shook him violently. "Speak up," he said, "or if you don't, I'll choke it out of you. Open your mouth and say what you've got to say clearly. Out with it, you old monster. Out with it. Suppose that boy's sleeping over there," Fagin began. Sikes turned to where Noah was sleeping, as if just noticing him. "Well," he said, returning to his previous position. "Suppose," continued Fagin, "he reported on us all, first finding the right people, then meeting them in the street to describe us, our markings, and the places where we could be caught. Suppose he did all this from his own choice, not because he was caught or threatened or starved, but just because he wanted to. Imagine he was out tonight to meet the very people most dangerous to us and gave them all our details. Do you hear me?" cried the Jew, his eyes flashing with rage. "Suppose he did all that. What then?" "What then?" replied Sikes with a tremendous oath. "If he was still alive when I got back, I'd crush his skull under my boot into as many pieces as he has hairs on his head." "What if I did it?" cried Fagin, almost in a yell. "Me, who knows so much and could get so many others in trouble." "I don't know," replied Sikes, clenching his teeth and turning white at the mere suggestion. "I'd do something in jail that would get me chained up, and if I was on trial with you, I'd attack you right in the courtroom and beat your brains out in front of everyone." "I'd have such strength," muttered the robber, flexing his powerful arm, "that I could crush your head like a wagon had run over it." "You would?" "Would I?" said the burglar. "Try me. What if it was Charlie, or the Dodger, or Bet, or—" "I don't care who," replied Sikes impatiently. "Whoever it was, I'd do the same." Fagin looked hard at the robber, and motioning him to be quiet, leaned over the bed on the floor and shook Noah awake. Sikes leaned forward in his chair, watching with his hands on his knees, as if wondering what all this questioning and preparation would lead to. "Bolter! Bolter!" "Poor boy," said Fagin, looking up with a demonic gleam and speaking slowly and deliberately. "He's tired from watching for her so long." "Watching for her, Bill?" "What do you mean?" asked Sikes, drawing back. Fagin didn't answer, but, bending over the sleeper again, pulled him into a sitting position. When his fake name had been repeated several times, Noah rubbed his eyes, gave a huge yawn, and looked sleepily around. "Tell me that again, once more, just for him to hear," said Fagin, pointing to Sikes. "Tell you what?" asked the sleepy Noah, shaking himself irritably. "That about—" "Nancy," said Fagin, grabbing Sikes by the wrist as if to prevent him from leaving before he'd heard enough. "You followed her?" "Yes." "To London Bridge?" "Yes." "Where she met two people?" "That's right. A gentleman and a lady she'd gone to before, who asked her to give up all her friends, starting with Monk's, which she did, and to describe him, which she did, and to tell them what house we meet at, which she did, and where it could best be watched from, which she did, and what time people go there, which she did. She told them everything, every word, without being threatened, without hesitation. She did, didn't she?" cried Fagin, half mad with fury. "That's right," replied Noah, scratching his head. "That's exactly how it was." "What did they say about last Sunday?" "About last Sunday," replied Noah, thinking. "I told you that already." "Say it again," cried Fagin, tightening his grip on Sikes and waving his other hand wildly as foam flew from his lips. "They asked her," said Noah, who, as he became more awake, seemed to realize who Sikes was, "why she didn't come last Sunday as promised. She said she couldn't." "Why?" "Tell him that." Because she was kept at home by Bill, the man she'd told them about before, replied Noah. What more about him? Cried Fagin. What more about the man she'd mentioned before? Tell him that, tell him. Well, that she couldn't easily get out unless he knew where she was going, said Noah. So the first time she went to see the lady, it made me laugh when she said it. She gave him a sleeping draught. Hell's fire, cried Sikes, breaking violently from Fagin's grip. Let me go! Flinging the old man aside, he rushed from the room and bounded furiously up the stairs. Bill! Bill! Cried Fagin, hurrying after him. Just a word. Only a word. That word would never have been spoken, but the burglar couldn't open the door and was cursing and struggling with it when Fagin caught up, panting. Let me out, said Sikes. Don't talk to me. It's not safe. Let me out. Just one word, replied Fagin, putting his hand on the lock. You won't be— What? Replied Sikes. You won't be too violent, Bill. Day was breaking, and there was enough light for the men to see each other's faces. They exchanged a brief glance, a look in both their eyes that couldn't be mistaken. I mean, said Fagin, realizing disguise was useless, not too violent for safety. Be careful, Bill, and not too rash. Sikes made no reply, but yanking the door open, which Fagin had unlocked, dashed into the silent streets. Without a pause or moment's thought, without once turning his head or looking up, down, or around him, but staring straight ahead with savage determination, his teeth so tightly clenched that his jaw seemed about to break through his skin, the thief rushed forward, not speaking a word or relaxing a muscle until he reached his own door. He opened it quietly with a key, ran lightly upstairs, and entering his own room, double-locked the door, pushed a heavy table against it, and pulled back the bed curtain. The girl was lying half-dressed on the bed. He had woken her, for she sat up with a startled, frightened look. Get up, said the man. It's you, Bill, said the girl, with a look of pleasure at his return. It is, he replied. Get up. There was a candle burning, but the man quickly pulled it from its holder and threw it under the grate. Seeing the first light of dawn outside, the girl rose to open the curtain. Leave it, said Sikes, blocking her with his hand. There's enough light for what I need to do. Bill, said the girl in a frightened whisper, why are you looking at me like that? The thief sat watching her for a few seconds, his nostrils flaring and his chest heaving. Then, grabbing her by the head and throat, he dragged her into the middle of the room and, glancing once at the door, put his heavy hand over her mouth. Bill, Bill, gasped the girl, struggling with the strength of mortal fear. I won't scream or cry, not once. Listen to me, talk to me, tell me what I've done. You know, you devil, the thief hissed, suppressing his breath. You were watched tonight. Every word you said was heard. Then spare my life for the love of heaven, as I spared yours, pleaded the girl, clinging to him. Bill, dear Bill, you can't have the heart to kill me. Think of all I've given up just tonight for you. You'll have time to think and save yourself from this crime. I won't let go of you. You can't throw me off. Bill, Bill, for God's sake, for your own, for mine, stop before you spill my blood. I've been true to you, I swear on my guilty soul I have. The man struggled violently to free his arms, but the girl had wrapped hers around his, and despite his efforts, he couldn't break her grip. Bill, cried the girl, trying to rest her head against his chest, that gentleman and kind lady told me tonight of a home in a foreign country where I could live out my days in peace. Let me see them again, and beg them on my knees to show you the same mercy. Then we can both leave this terrible place and, far apart, lead better lives and forget how we've lived, accept in our prayers and never see each other again. It's never too late to change. They told me so. I feel it now, but we need time, just a little time. The thief freed one arm and grabbed his pistol. Even in his rage, he realized he'd be caught immediately if he fired it. Instead, he struck her twice with all his might across her upturned face. She staggered and fell, nearly blinded by the blood pouring from a deep gash in her forehead. Still, she struggled to her knees and pulled out a white handkerchief, Rose Maylie's own, from her dress. Holding it up in folded hands as high toward heaven as her failing strength allowed, she whispered one prayer to her Maker for mercy. It was a ghastly sight. The murderer staggered back against the wall, and covering his eyes with his hand, grabbed a heavy club and struck her down. Chapter 48, The Flight of Sikes. Of all the terrible deeds committed under cover of darkness in London that night, this was the worst. Of all the horrors that rose with the morning air, this was the cruelest. The sun, the bright sun that brings not just light, but new life, hope, and fresh beginnings, burst upon the crowded city in brilliant glory. Through expensive stained glass and paper-patched windows, through cathedral domes and crumbling walls, it shed its light equally on all. It lit up the room where the murdered woman lay. It did. Sikes tried to block it out, but the light streamed in regardless. If the sight had been gruesome in the dull dawn, what was it now bathed in that merciless brightness? He hadn't moved. He'd been too afraid to stir. There had been a moan, a twitch of her hand, and with panic mixing with his rage, he had struck again and again. Once he threw a rug over her, but imagining her eyes under there, sensing them moving toward him, was worse than seeing them staring blankly at the ceiling, watching the reflection of blood rippling in the sunlight. He tore the rug away, and there was the body, just flesh and blood now, nothing more, but such flesh and so much blood. He struck a match, lit a fire, and thrust the club into the flames. Hair stuck to the end, blazing and shrinking into cinders before flying up the chimney. Even that frightened him, hardened as he was. But he held the weapon until it broke, then piled the pieces onto the coals to burn away. He washed himself and scrubbed his clothes. Some stains wouldn't come out, so he cut those pieces away and burned them too. The evidence of his crime was splattered everywhere. Even his dog's paws were bloody. Through all this, he never once turned his back on the corpse. Not for a moment. When he finished, he backed toward the door, dragging the dog with him to prevent new bloody footprints from marking his path. He closed the door softly, locked it, took the key, and left. He crossed the street and glanced up at the window to make sure nothing was visible from outside. The curtain remained drawn, the curtain she would have opened to let in the light she would never see again. Her body lay almost directly beneath that window. He knew it. God, how the sunlight poured down on that exact spot! The glance lasted only a second. It was a relief to escape that room. He whistled for his dog and hurried away. He moved through Islington, trudged up Highgate Hill past the Whittington Stone, then turned down the other side. Uncertain where to go, he veered right, cutting across fields past Cane Wood, and came out on Hampstead Heath. He crossed the Vale of Heath, climbed the opposite bank, and passing the road connecting Hampstead and Highgate, continued across the heath to North End, where he collapsed under a hedge and slept. Soon he was up and moving again, heading toward London, then away, then back over ground he'd already covered, wandering aimlessly through fields, lying down beside ditches to rest, then suddenly springing up to move somewhere else, only to repeat the same restless cycle. Where could he go for food and drink? Somewhere nearby, but not too public. Hendon seemed good, not far and off the main roads. He headed there, sometimes running, sometimes, with strange inconsistency, dragging himself along or stopping completely to break hedges with a stick. But when he arrived, everyone he met, even children in doorways, seemed to regard him with suspicion. He turned back without buying food or drink, though he hadn't eaten for hours, and wandered back to the heath, still uncertain where to go. He traversed miles of ground, only to return to the same spot. Morning and noon passed, the day waned, and still he paced back and forth, round and round, lingering in the same area. Finally, he broke away and headed toward Hatfield. It was 9 o'clock at night when the exhausted man and his limping dog turned down the hill past the village church. Trudging along the small street, he slipped into a dim public house where country laborers were drinking by the fire. They made room for him, but he sat in the farthest corner, eating and drinking alone, or rather with his dog, to whom he occasionally tossed scraps of food. The men were discussing local farmers and land matters. When those topics were exhausted, they moved on to the age of an old man buried the previous Sunday. The younger men considered him ancient, while the older ones insisted he had been quite young. Not older, one white-haired grandfather claimed, than himself. With 10 or 15 years of life left had he taken better care of himself. Nothing about this conversation attracted attention or caused alarm. The murderer, having paid his bill, sat quietly unnoticed in his corner and nearly dozed off when he was startled by the noisy entrance of a new arrival. This was a colorful character, half peddler and half showman, who traveled the countryside selling whetstones, razor strops, wash balls, harness polish, dog medicine, cheap perfume, and similar wares from a case strapped to his back. His entrance sparked friendly jokes from the countrymen, which continued until he'd finished his supper and opened his box of treasures, cleverly mixing business with entertainment. "And what's that stuff?" asked a grinning farmhand, pointing to some cakes in the corner of the box. "This," said the peddler, displaying one proudly, "is the infallible and invaluable composition for removing all kinds of stains, rust, dirt, mildew, spots, or splatter, from silk, satin, linen, cotton, cloth, crepe, carpet, merino, muslin, bombazine, or wool. Wine stains, fruit stains, beer stains, water stains, paint stains, pitch stains, any stains, all vanish with one rub of this miraculous composition. If a lady stains her honor, she need only swallow one cake and she's cured forever, because it's poison. If a gentleman wishes to test this, he need only eat one square, and he'll have proven it beyond question. As satisfying as a pistol bullet, but much nastier tasting, which makes it all the more impressive to take. 1 penny a square, with all these virtues, just 1 penny a square." 2 customers immediately stepped forward, and others were clearly wavering. The vendor, noticing this, became even more animated. "They're selling as fast as they can be made," he declared. 14 water mills, 6 steam engines, and an electric battery working around the clock, and they still can't make them fast enough. The men work so hard they drop dead, and the widows are immediately pensioned with £20 a year for each child, with a £50 bonus for twins. 1 penny a square. 2 halfpence is the same, and 4 farthings accepted with joy. 1 penny a square. Wine stains, fruit stains, beer stains, water stains, paint stains, pitch stains, mud stains, blood stains. Here's a stain on this gentleman's hat that I'll clean right off before he can order a pint of ale." "Stop!" shouted Sikes, jumping up. "Give that back." "I'll clean it completely, sir," replied the man, winking at the others, "before you can cross the room to get it. Gentlemen, observe the dark stain on this gentleman's hat, no wider than a shilling, but thicker than a half-crown. Whether it's wine, fruit, beer, water, paint, pitch, mud, or blood." The man got no further. With a vicious curse, Sikes overturned the table, snatched the hat, and rushed from the building. With the same restless indecision that had plagued him all day, the murderer, finding he wasn't being followed and assuming they thought him just some drunken troublemaker, doubled back into town. Avoiding the bright lights of a stagecoach standing in the street, he was walking past when he recognized the London mail coach stopped at the small post office. He sensed what was coming, but crossed over to listen anyway. The guard stood at the door waiting for the letter bag. A man dressed like a gamekeeper approached, and the guard handed him a basket waiting on the pavement. "That's for your people," said the guard. "Now hurry up in there! That bag wasn't ready the night before last. This won't do." "Anything new in London, Ben?" asked the gamekeeper, stepping back toward the window shutters to better admire the horses. "Nothing I know of," replied the guard, pulling on his gloves. "Grain prices are up slightly. I heard talk of a murder down in Spitalfields, but I don't put much stock in it." "Oh, that's quite true," said a gentleman inside the coach, looking out the window. "And a dreadful murder it was." "Was it, sir?" replied the guard, touching his hat. "Man or woman, if I may ask?" "A woman," answered the gentleman. "They believe—" "Come on, Ben," the coachman called impatiently. "What about that bag?" shouted the guard. "Are you asleep in there?" "Coming!" cried the post office clerk, rushing out. "Coming!" grumbled the guard. "Yeah, and so's the rich young woman who's going to fall for me some day, but I don't know when. Hand it over." "All right." The horn blew a few cheerful notes, and the coach was gone. Sikes stood motionless in the street, apparently unmoved by what he'd heard, troubled only by indecision about where to go. Finally, he turned back and took the road from Hatfield to St. Albans. He trudged forward steadily, but as he left the town behind and plunged into the darkness and isolation of the country road, a creeping dread began to overtake him. Every object before him, real or shadow, still or moving, took on the appearance of something terrifying. But these fears were nothing compared to the sense that the morning's ghostly figure was following close behind. He could see its shadow in the darkness, fill in every detail of its outline, and sense how stiffly it stalked along. He heard its clothing rustling in the leaves, and every breath of wind carried that final low cry. If he stopped, it stopped. If he ran, it followed, not running, which might have been a relief, but moving like a corpse with just enough mechanical life, carried on a slow, unvarying wind. Sometimes he turned around with desperate determination, resolved to confront this phantom, even if it killed him, but his hair stood on end, and his blood froze when he found it had turned with him, and now stood behind him. He had kept it before him that morning, but now it was always behind, always. He leaned against a bank and felt it standing above him, silhouetted against the cold night sky. He threw himself onto the road, lying flat on his back. The figure stood at his head, silent, erect, still, like a living gravestone with its epitaph written in blood. Let no one talk of murderers escaping justice, or suggest that Providence must sleep. There were 20 lifetimes of violent deaths, compressed into one long minute of that agonizing fear. There was a shed in a field he passed that offered shelter for the night. 3 tall poplar trees in front made it pitch dark inside, and the wind moaned through them with a dismal wail. He couldn't walk on until daylight came, so he crawled inside and pressed himself against the wall, only to face new torments. Now a vision appeared before him, more constant and terrible than the one he'd fled. Those wide, glassy, lusterless eyes he'd have preferred to see in person than to imagine, appeared in the darkness, somehow giving light without illuminating anything else. There were only 2 of them, but they seemed everywhere. When he closed his eyes to shut them out, the room appeared with every familiar object, even things he'd forgotten until now, each in its usual place. The body lay where he'd left it, and those same eyes stared at him as they had when he fled. He jumped up and ran outside. The figure stood behind him. He re-entered the shed and shrank down once more. The eyes were already there, waiting before he could even lie down. And there he remained in terror that only he could understand, trembling in every limb with cold sweat streaming from every pore. Suddenly, on the night wind, came the sound of distant shouting, roaring voices rising in alarm and wonder. Any human sound in that lonely place, even a warning of danger, was welcome. He regained his strength at the prospect of facing real people, and springing to his feet rushed into the open air. The sky was ablaze. Sheets of flame rose into the air with showers of sparks, rolling over each other and lighting the atmosphere for miles around, driving clouds of smoke toward him. The shouting grew louder as new voices joined the clamor. He could hear cries of "Fire!" mixed with the ringing of an alarm bell, the crash of falling objects, and the crackling of flames as they wrapped around obstacles and shot higher, as if fed by the destruction. The noise grew as he watched. There were people there, men and women, with light and activity everywhere. It felt like new life. He charged forward, racing headlong through briars and jumping over gates and fences as frantically as his dog, who ran barking ahead of him. He reached the scene. Half-dressed figures rushed about, some trying to pull frightened horses from stables, others driving cattle from barns, still others running from the burning building with salvaged items, all amid a shower of falling sparks and collapsing beams. Doorways and windows that had existed an hour ago were now just frames of raging fire. Walls rocked and crumbled into the flames. Molten lead and iron poured onto the ground. Women and children screamed while men encouraged each other with shouts. The clanking of fire pumps and the hiss of water hitting burning wood added to the overwhelming noise. Sikes joined in the shouting until he was hoarse, and fleeing from memory and himself, plunged into the thickest part of the crowd. He darted everywhere that night, working the pumps, rushing through smoke and flames, climbing ladders, moving across shaking floors, dodging falling debris, always in the thick of the action. But through it all, not a scratch touched him, and he felt neither fatigue nor thought, until morning dawned, and only smoke and blackened ruins remained. When the frantic excitement faded, the terrible awareness of his crime returned tenfold. He glanced suspiciously around, seeing men gathered in groups, and feared they were talking about him. He and his dog slipped away quietly. Passing some firemen sitting by an engine, they called to him to share their refreshments. He took some bread and meat, and as he drank some beer, he overheard them discussing the murder. "He's gone to Birmingham, they say," one remarked, "but they'll catch him. The scouts are out, and by tomorrow night there'll be a manhunt across the country." Sikes hurried away and walked until he nearly collapsed, then lay down in a lane for a broken, uneasy sleep. He wandered on. indecisive and weighed down by fear of another solitary night. Suddenly, he made the desperate choice to return to London. At least there's someone to talk to there, he thought. A good hiding place, too. They'll never expect to find me there after running to the countryside. Why not lie low for a week, get some cash from Fagin, and escape to France? To hell with it. I'll risk it. He acted immediately, choosing back roads for his journey. He planned to stay hidden near the city, enter at dusk by a roundabout route, and head straight for his intended destination. But the dog troubled him. If a description of him was circulating, people would remember the missing dog that had likely gone with him. This could lead to his capture on the streets. He decided to drown the animal and looked for a pond, picking up a heavy stone and tying it to his handkerchief as he walked. The dog watched these preparations uneasily. Whether through instinct or something in his master's cold, sideways glance, he hung back further than usual, shrinking as he followed. When Sikes stopped at the edge of a pond and turned to call him, the dog stopped completely. "Come here," Sikes called. "Don't you hear me?" The dog came forward out of habit, but as Sikes bent to attach the handkerchief around his neck, he growled and backed away. "Come back," ordered the robber. The dog wagged his tail but didn't move. Sikes made a noose and called again. The dog approached, retreated, paused for a moment, then turned and raced away at full speed. Sikes whistled repeatedly and waited, expecting him to return. But no dog appeared, and eventually he continued his journey alone. Chapter 49, Monks and Mr. Brownlow at length meet. Twilight was falling when Mr. Brownlow stepped out of a hackney coach at his own door and knocked softly. When the door opened, a sturdy man exited the coach and positioned himself on one side of the steps, while another man who had been sitting on the box climbed down and stood on the other side. At a signal from Mr. Brownlow, they helped a third man out of the coach and, supporting him between them, quickly led him into the house. This was Monks. They walked upstairs in silence, with Mr. Brownlow leading the way to a back room. At the doorway, Monks, who had come along reluctantly, stopped. The two men looked to the older gentleman for instructions. "He knows his options," said Mr. Brownlow. "If he resists or tries to escape, drag him into the street, call the police, and have him arrested for fraud in my name." "How dare you say this about me?" demanded Monks. "How dare you force me to this point?" replied Mr. Brownlow, meeting his gaze steadily. "Are you mad enough to leave? Let him go. There, sir. You're free to leave, and we're free to follow. But I warn you by everything I hold sacred, the moment you step outside, I'll have you arrested for fraud and robbery. I won't back down. If you're equally determined, then your blood is on your own head." "By what authority am I kidnapped off the street and brought here?" asked Monks, looking from one man to the other. "By mine," replied Mr. Brownlow. "These men are protected by me. If you complain about being deprived of your liberty, which you had every chance to regain on the way here, but chose not to, then appeal to the law. I'll do the same. But when you've gone too far to turn back, don't ask me for mercy, and don't claim I pushed you into the abyss you jumped into willingly." Monks was clearly unsettled and alarmed. He hesitated. "Decide quickly," said Mr. Brownlow firmly. "If you want me to press charges publicly, and see you punished to an extent I can foresee but can't control, you know the way out. If not, and you want to appeal to my mercy and that of those you've deeply wronged, sit down in that chair without another word. It's been waiting for you for 2 days." Monks muttered something unintelligible, but continued to waver. "Hurry up," said Mr. Brownlow. "One word from me, and your chance is gone forever." Still the man hesitated. "I have no desire to negotiate," said Mr. Brownlow, "and since I'm representing others' interests, I have no right to be lenient." "Is there no middle ground?" Monks asked with a faltering voice. "None." Monks looked at the old gentleman with anxious eyes, but seeing only resolve and determination in his face, he entered the room and sat down with a shrug. "Lock the door from the outside," Mr. Brownlow instructed the attendants, "and come when I ring." The men obeyed, leaving the two alone. "This is quite a welcome," said Monks, throwing down his hat and cloak, "from my father's oldest friend." "It's precisely because I was your father's oldest friend that I'm treating you this way," returned Mr. Brownlow. "Because my hopes and dreams were tied to him and that beautiful young woman of his blood who died so young and left me lonely. Because he knelt with me beside his only sister's deathbed when he was just a boy, on the morning that should have made her my wife, had heaven not willed otherwise. Because my heart clung to him through all his trials and mistakes, until he died. It's because of all these things, and because old memories flood back at the sight of you, that I'm treating you with any gentleness at all, Edward Leeford, even now, and I blush at the unworthiness of the man who bears that name." "What does the name matter?" asked the other, staring first in sullen silence, then in wonder at the old man's emotion. "What does it mean to me?" "Nothing," replied Mr. Brownlow. "Nothing to you." But it was hers, and even after all these years, just hearing it stirs something in this old heart. "I'm glad you changed it. Very glad." "This is all very dramatic," said Monks, keeping his assumed name, after a long silence during which he had fidgeted in defiant discomfort while Mr. Brownlow sat with his face in his hand. "But what do you want from me?" "You have a brother," said Mr. Brownlow, straightening. "A brother whose name I whispered in your ear on the street, which was enough to make you follow me here in surprise and alarm." "I have no brother," replied Monks. "You know I was an only child. Why talk about brothers? You know that as well as I do." "Listen to what I know, not what you think I know," said Mr. Brownlow. "I'll make this interesting soon enough. I know that you were the sole unnatural product of a miserable marriage, that family pride and narrow ambition forced upon your unhappy father when he was barely more than a boy." "I don't care for harsh words," interrupted Monks with a mocking laugh. "You know the facts, and that's enough for me." "But I also know," the old gentleman continued, "the misery, the slow torture, the prolonged agony of that ill-matched union. I know how listlessly they both dragged their burden through a poisoned world. I know how indifference gave way to dislike, dislike to hatred, and hatred to loathing, until they finally broke their chains and separated, each carrying a piece of the shackle that only death could release. Your mother soon forgot. It rusted and ate at your father's heart for years." "Well, they were separated," said Monks. "And what of it? When they had been apart for some time," Mr. Brownlow continued, "and your mother, absorbed in continental pleasures, had completely forgotten her much younger husband who lingered at home with his dreams destroyed, he found new friends. This much, at least, you already know." "No, I don't," said Monks, turning away and tapping his foot restlessly. "I have no idea. Your manner and your actions tell me you've never forgotten it, or stopped thinking about it bitterly," replied Mr. Brownlow. "I'm talking about 15 years ago, when you were barely 11 and your father just 31, for he was still a boy when his father ordered him to marry. Should I go back to events that cast a shadow on your parents' memory, or will you spare me that and tell me the truth?" "I have nothing to tell," said Monks. "Keep talking if you must." "These new friends," said Mr. Brownlow, "included a retired naval officer whose wife had died about 6 months earlier, leaving him with 2 children. There had been more, but fortunately only 2 survived. They were both daughters, one a beautiful 19-year-old, and the other a toddler of 2 or 3. "What's that to me?" asked Monks. "They lived," Mr. Brownlow continued, ignoring the interruption, "in a part of the country where your father had wandered and settled. Acquaintance turned to intimacy, then friendship. Your father was exceptionally gifted, like few other men. He had his sister's soul and appearance. As the old officer came to know him better, he grew to love him. I wish it had ended there. His daughter did the same." The old gentleman paused. Monks was biting his lips, eyes fixed on the floor. Seeing this, Mr. Brownlow went on. "A year later he was engaged to that daughter, the object of the first, true, ardent and only passion of an innocent girl." "Your story is getting long," observed Monks restlessly. "It's a true story of grief and hardship," returned Mr. Brownlow, "and such stories usually are long. If it were about pure joy and happiness, it would be very brief. Eventually, one of the wealthy relatives for whom your father had been sacrificed died, and hoping to make amends for the misery he had caused, left him his fortune. Your father had to go immediately to Rome, where this man had gone for his health and died, leaving his affairs in chaos. Your father went, fell gravely ill there, and was soon followed by your mother, who brought you with her. He died the day after her arrival, leaving no will, so the entire estate fell to her and to you." At this point, Monks held his breath, listening intently, though his eyes weren't directed at the speaker. As Mr. Brownlow paused, he shifted position with a sigh of relief and wiped his hot face and hands. "Before going abroad as he passed through London," Mr. Brownlow continued slowly, his eyes fixed on the other's face, "he came to see me." "I never heard about that," Monks interrupted, in a tone attempting to sound incredulous but revealing surprised dismay instead. He came to me and left, among other things, a portrait he had painted himself, a likeness of this poor girl. He didn't want to leave it behind, but couldn't take it on his hasty journey. He was consumed by anxiety and remorse, a shadow of his former self. He spoke wildly about ruin and dishonor of his own making, and confided his plan to convert all his property to cash, set aside portions for you and your mother, and flee the country, never to return. I guessed he wasn't planning to go alone. He promised to write and tell me everything, and to see me once more before the end. That was the last time I saw him. I never received any letter, and I never saw him again. After everything was over, Mr. Brownlow resumed after a short pause. I went to the scene of his, I'll use the common term, for worldly judgment means nothing to him now, his guilty love, determined that if my fears were correct, I would offer that wayward child a heart and home. The family had left the area a week earlier. They had settled their small debts, packed up, and disappeared in the night. No one knew where they went or why. Monks breathed more freely and looked around with a smile of triumph. When your brother, said Mr. Brownlow, moving his chair closer, when your brother, a frail, neglected child, was brought to me by something stronger than chance and rescued from a life of vice and degradation. What? Cried Monks. By me, said Mr. Brownlow. I told you I'd make this interesting. I believe your cunning friend suppressed my name, though for all he knew, it might have meant nothing to you. When this boy was rescued, and recovering in my home, his strong resemblance to the portrait I mentioned struck me instantly. Even in his filth and misery, there was something in his face that reminded me of an old friend, like a glimpse in a vivid dream. He was taken from me before I learned his story. Why not? Asked Monks quickly. Because you already know it well. I? Denial is pointless, replied Mr. Brownlow. I'll show you I know more than that. You can't prove anything against me, stammered Monks. I challenge you to try. We'll see, returned the old gentleman with a searching look. I lost the boy, and my efforts to find him failed. Your mother had died, and I knew only you could solve the mystery, if anyone could. When I last heard of you, you were on your West Indies estate, where you'd retreated after your mother's death, to escape the consequences of your vices here. I traveled there, but found you had left months before, and were believed to be in London, though no one knew where exactly. I returned home. Your agents had no clue to your whereabouts. You came and went mysteriously, as always, sometimes disappearing for days, sometimes for months, keeping the same low company you've always kept. I made endless inquiries. I walked the streets day and night, but until 2 hours ago, all my efforts were fruitless. I never caught a glimpse of you. And now that you see me, said Monks, rising boldly, what then? Fraud and robbery are serious accusations, justified, do you think, by some child's resemblance to a dead man's painting. You don't even know if a child was born to that couple. You don't know that. I didn't, replied Mr. Brownlow, also standing, but in the last 2 weeks, I've learned everything. There was a will your mother destroyed, leaving the secret and profit to you when she died. It mentioned a child likely to be born from this relationship, a child who was born and whom you accidentally encountered when your suspicions were aroused by his resemblance to your father. You went to the place of his birth. There were proofs of his identity that had long been suppressed. You destroyed them, and in your own words to your Jewish accomplice, the only proof of the boy's identity lies at the bottom of the river, and the old woman who received them from the mother is rotting in her coffin. Unworthy son, liar, coward, you who meet with thieves and murderers in dark rooms at night, you whose plots have brought violent death to someone worth 1,000,000 of you, you who from your cradle brought bitterness to your father's heart, in whom evil festered until it showed itself in the disease that deformed your face. Edward Leeford, do you still defy me? No, 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 cried the coward, overwhelmed by these charges. Every word, Mr. Brownlow continued, every conversation between you and that despicable villain is known to me. Shadows on walls have caught your whispers and brought them to my ears. Even the sight of the persecuted child has transformed vice itself, giving it courage and the qualities of virtue. Murder has been committed, to which you were morally, if not literally, a party. No, no, interrupted Monks. I knew nothing about that. I was just trying to learn the truth when you found me. I didn't know the cause. I thought it was an ordinary fight. It came from the partial revelation of your secrets, replied Mr. Brownlow. Will you reveal the whole truth now? Yes, I will. Will you sign a statement of facts and repeat it before witnesses? That too, I promise. Will you stay here quietly until the document is prepared, and then go with me wherever I think best to have it witnessed? If you insist on that, I'll do it as well, replied Monks. You must do more, said Mr. Brownlow. Make restitution to an innocent child, for that's what he is, despite his unfortunate origins. You haven't forgotten the provisions of the will. Carry them out where your brother is concerned, then go where you please. Our paths need never cross again in this world. While Monks paced back and forth, torn between fear and hatred, considering how to evade these demands, the door was suddenly unlocked, and Mr. Losberne rushed in, deeply agitated. "The man will be caught," he cried. "He'll be caught tonight." "The murderer?" asked Mr. Brownlow. Yes, replied the doctor. "His dog has been seen lurking near some old haunt, and there's little doubt his master is there, or will be, under cover of darkness. Spies are everywhere. I've spoken to the men assigned to capture him, and they say he can't escape. The government has announced a £100 reward tonight. I'll add 50 more, said Mr. Brownlow, and announce it myself on the spot if I can get there. Where's Mr. Maylie?" "Harry?" "After seeing your friend safely into your coach, he rushed off to join the first search party at a meeting point in the outskirts," replied the doctor. "And Fagin?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "Not captured yet when I last heard, but they're sure to get him." "Have you made your decision?" Mr. Brownlow asked Monks quietly. "Yes," he replied. You'll keep my secret?" "I will. Stay here until I return. It's your only hope of safety." They left the room, and the door was locked again. "What have you done?" the doctor whispered. "All I could hope to do, and more. By combining the girl's information with my previous knowledge and the results of our friend's local inquiries, I gave him no escape and exposed the entire plot. It's as clear as day now. What about the meeting in 2 days? Write and schedule it for the day after tomorrow at 7. We'll be there a few hours earlier, but we'll need rest, especially the young lady. She may need more strength than either of us expects. But my blood boils to avenge this poor murdered girl. Which way did they go?" "Drive straight to the police station and you'll catch them," replied Mr. Losberne. "I'll wait here." The two gentlemen separated quickly, each burning with emotional intensity. Chapter 50. The Pursuit and Escape. Near the section of the Thames where the Rotherhithe Church stands prominently, where buildings on the banks are filthiest and ships on the river blackest with coal dust, where low-roofed houses crowd together in smoky clusters, exists one of London's strangest and most extraordinary hidden places, unknown even by name to most of the city's inhabitants. To reach this place, a visitor must navigate a maze of narrow, muddy streets, crowded with the roughest waterside people. The shops offer the cheapest, least appetizing food. The most basic clothing hangs from doors and windows. Pushing past unemployed laborers, dock workers, coal heavers, brash women, ragged children, and the dregs of the river, one struggles forward through the assault of offensive sights and smells from branching alleys, deafened by the crash of heavy wagons carrying merchandise from nearby warehouses. Reaching streets more remote than those already passed, the visitor walks beneath projecting houses threatening to collapse, crumbling walls, half-fallen chimneys, windows protected by rusting bars eaten away by time, every sign of neglect and ruin. In this neighborhood, beyond Dockhead and Southwark, stands Jacob's Island, surrounded by a muddy ditch 6 to 8 feet deep and 15 to 20 wide when the tide is in. Once called Mill Pond but known in this story's time as Folly Ditch, it connects to the Thames and fills at high tide when sluices at the lead mills are opened. At such times, a stranger looking from one of the wooden bridges at Mill Lane would see residents lowering buckets from their back doors and windows to collect water. Looking at the houses themselves would inspire astonishment. Rickety wooden galleries shared by several houses, with holes overlooking the slime below. Broken, patched windows with poles extending to dry laundry that's never there. Tiny, filthy, airless rooms. Wooden extensions jutting over the mud, threatening to fall in. Some already have. Dirt-caked walls and rotting foundations. Every repulsive aspect of poverty, every indicator of filth and decay, these decorate the banks of Folly Ditch. On Jacob's Island, the warehouses stand roofless and empty. Walls crumbling, windows no longer intact. Doors falling into the street. Chimneys blackened but smokeless. 30 or 40 years earlier, before lawsuits and losses overwhelmed it, it was thriving, Now it's truly a desolate island. The houses have no owners. They're broken into and occupied by those desperate or bold enough to live there. Only those with powerful reasons to hide or in extreme poverty would seek refuge in Jacob's Island. In an upper room of one such house, a detached building in reasonable condition, but heavily fortified at doors and windows, with its back overlooking the ditch, 3 men sat in tense silence, occasionally exchanging worried glances. One was Toby Crackit, another Mr. Chitling, and the third an older robber with a battered nose and scarred face named Kaggs, a returned convict. "I wish," said Toby to Chitling, "that you'd picked another hideout when things got hot instead of coming here." "Why didn't you?" growled Kaggs. "I thought you'd be happier to see me," replied Chitling, with a wounded look. "Look here, young man," said Toby. "When someone like me keeps to himself and has a nice quiet place where nobody comes snooping, it's a bit startling to get a visit from someone in your situation, no matter how pleasant a card-playing companion you might be. Especially when that someone has a friend who arrived earlier than expected from abroad and is too modest to meet the judges upon his return," added Kaggs. A brief silence followed, after which Toby Crackit, abandoning his usual devil-may-care attitude, turned to Chitling and asked, "When was Fagin arrested?" "At dinner time, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Charlie and I escaped up the chimney, and Bolter hid in a water barrel, but his legs stuck out the top, so they caught him too." "What about Bet?" "Poor Bet went to see the body to identify it," replied Chitling, his face falling. "She went mad, screaming, raving, hitting her head against the walls. They put her in a straitjacket and took her to the hospital." "What happened to young Bates?" asked Kaggs. "He's lurking around, waiting till dark to come here," replied Chitling. "There's nowhere else to go now. The Cripples is under police watch, and the bar at the old place, I saw it myself, is crawling with officers." "This is bad," said Toby, biting his lips. "More than one of us will go down for this." "The trial will start soon," said Kaggs. "If they finish the inquest and Bolter turns informant, which he will, based on what he's already said, they can prove Fagin was an accessory before the fact. The trial could be Friday, and he'll hang within 6 days, damn it." "You should have heard the crowd," said Chitling. "The officers fought like madmen, or they'd have torn him to pieces. He fell once, but they formed a ring around him and fought their way out. You should have seen him looking around all bloody and clinging to them like they were his best friends. I can still see them struggling to stay upright in the crowd, dragging him along. People were jumping up, snarling, and trying to get at him. I can see the blood in his hair and beard, and hear the women's screams as they pushed into the crowd at the street corner, swearing they'd tear out his heart." The horrified listeners pressed their hands over their ears. While they sat silently, with eyes fixed on the floor, they heard a dog scratch at the window, then bound into the room. They rushed to the window, down the stairs, and into the street. The dog had jumped through an open window but made no attempt to follow them. His master was nowhere to be seen. "What does this mean?" asked Toby when they returned. "He can't be coming here, I hope." "If he were coming, the dog would be with him," said Kaggs, stooping to examine the animal, which lay panting on the floor. "Give him some water. He's exhausted." "He's drunk every drop," said Chitling, after watching the dog for a while. "He's covered in mud, limping, and half blind. He must have come a long way." "Where from?" wondered Toby. "He's probably been to the other hideouts, found them full of strangers, and come here where he's been many times before. But where was he first? And why is he alone without his master? None of them used the murderer's name. Can't have killed himself, can he?" asked Chitling. Toby shook his head. "If he had," said Kaggs, "the dog would want to show us where he did it. No, I think he's left the country and abandoned the dog. The animal must have slipped away somehow, or he wouldn't be so calm." This explanation seemed most likely and was accepted. The dog crawled under a chair to sleep, ignored by everyone. Now that darkness had fallen, they closed the shutters, lit a candle, and placed it on the table. The terrible events of the past 2 days had deeply affected all 3 men, compounded by the danger and uncertainty of their own situation. They drew their chairs closer, jumping at every sound. They spoke little, and that in whispers, sitting in silence as if the murdered woman's body lay in the next room. They had been sitting this way for some time when they suddenly heard hurried knocking at the door below. "Young Bates," said Kaggs, looking around nervously to mask his own fear. The knocking came again. No, it wasn't him. He never knocked like that. Crackit went to the window, and trembling visibly, pulled his head back in. There was no need to say who it was. His pale face told the story. The dog was instantly alert, running to the door whining. "We have to let him in," said Crackit, picking up the candle. "Do we have any choice?" asked the other man hoarsely. None. He must come in. Don't leave us in the dark, said Kaggs, taking a candle from the mantelpiece and lighting it with such a shaking hand that the knocking repeated twice before he finished. Crackit went down to the door and returned, followed by a man with the lower part of his face buried in a handkerchief and another tied over his head under his hat. He slowly removed them. Pale face, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, 3 days' growth of beard, wasted flesh, short, shallow breathing, it was the ghost of Bill Sikes. He placed his hand on a chair in the middle of the room, but, shuddering as he was about to sit, and, seeming to glance over his shoulder, dragged it back against the wall and pressed it there before sitting down. Not a word had been exchanged. He looked from one to another in silence. If an eye met his, it quickly turned away. When his hollow voice finally broke the silence, all three men started, as if hearing it for the first time. "How did that dog get here?" he asked. "Alone. 3 hours ago. Tonight's paper says Fagin's been caught." "Is it true?" "Yes." Silence fell again. "Damn you all," said Sikes, wiping his forehead. "Haven't you got anything to say to me?" The men shifted uncomfortably, but no one spoke. "You who own this house," said Sikes, turning to Crackit. "Are you going to turn me in, or let me stay until this manhunt is over?" "You can stay if you think it's safe," replied Crackit, after hesitating. Sikes slowly raised his eyes to the wall behind him, almost unable to turn his head, and asked, "Is the body buried?" They shook their heads. "Why not?" he demanded, with the same backward glance. "Why do they keep such horrible things above ground? Who's that knocking?" Crackit indicated with a gesture as he left the room that there was nothing to fear, and soon returned with Charlie Bates behind him. Sikes sat facing the door, so the moment the boy entered the room, he encountered the murderer face to face. "Toby," said the boy, drawing back, "why didn't you warn me about this downstairs?" The three men's reaction to Sikes had been so dramatic that even the hardened criminal felt compelled to win over the boy. He nodded and moved, as if to shake hands with him. "Let me go to another room," said the boy, retreating further. "Charlie," said Sikes, stepping forward, "don't you know me?" "Don't come near me," replied the boy, backing away and staring in horror at the murderer's face. "You monster!" Sikes stopped halfway, and they looked at each other, but his eyes gradually fell to the ground. "I call on all three of you as witnesses," cried the boy, shaking his fist and growing more excited. "I'm not afraid of him. If they come looking for him, I'll turn him in. I'm telling you now. He may kill me for it if he wants, but if I'm here, I'll give him up. I'd give him up if they were going to boil him alive. Murder! Help! If there's a real man among you three, you'll help me. Murder! Help! Down with him!" With these cries, the boy actually threw himself alone upon the strong man, and, fueled by the intensity of his passion and the element of surprise, brought him crashing to the floor. The three spectators seemed paralyzed. They didn't interfere as the boy and man rolled on the ground together, the boy oblivious to the blows raining down on him, grabbing tighter at the murderer's clothes and never stopping his calls for help. The struggle was too uneven to last long. Sikes had the boy pinned down, his knee on his throat, when Crackit pulled him back with a look of alarm and pointed to the window. There were lights below, voices and urgent conversation, the sound of hurried footsteps, seemingly endless in number, crossing the nearest wooden bridge. One man on horseback seemed to be with the crowd, his hooves clattering on the uneven pavement. The lights grew brighter, the footsteps came faster and louder. Then came a thunderous knocking at the door, followed by a roar from countless angry voices. "Help!" screamed the boy in a voice that pierced the air. "He's here! Break down the door!" "In the king's name!" shouted the voices outside, and the roar rose again, louder than before. "Break down the door!" the boy yelled. "I tell you, they'll never open it. Go straight to the room with the light. Break down the door!" Heavy blows battered the door and lower window shutters as he finished speaking, and a loud cheer erupted from the crowd, giving the listener, for the first time, some sense of its massive size. "Open a room where I can lock up this howling demon," shouted Sikes fiercely, dragging the boy around as if he were an empty sack. "That door, quick!" He threw the boy in, bolted it, and turned the key. "Is the downstairs door secure?" "Double locked and chained," replied Crackit, who, with the others, remained stunned and helpless. "Are the panels strong?" "Reinforced with iron sheets." "And the windows, too?" "Yes, all of them." "Damn you!" cried the desperate villain, throwing up the sash and threatening the crowd. "Do your worst! I'll cheat you yet!" Of all the terrifying screams that ever struck human ears, none could match the cry of that enraged mob. Some shouted to set the house on fire, others called for officers to shoot him on sight. Among them all, none showed such fury as the horseman who, throwing himself from the saddle and forcing through the crowd, shouted beneath the window, "20 guineas to whoever brings a ladder!" Those nearest took up the cry, and hundreds echoed it. Some called for ladders, some for sledgehammers. Some ran back and forth with torches as if searching for them, only to return shouting again. Some wasted breath on curses. Some pressed forward in mad excitement, hampering those below. Some tried to climb up drain pipes and cracks in the wall, and all surged back and forth in the darkness like a field of corn in a strong wind, periodically joining in one massive roar. "The tide was in when I came up," cried the murderer, staggering back into the room and slamming the window shut. "Give me a rope, a long rope. I can drop into Folly Ditch and escape that way. Give me a rope, or I'll commit 3 more murders and kill myself too." The panicked men pointed to where such items were kept. The murderer quickly selected the longest and strongest cord and hurried to the roof. All the rear windows had been bricked up long ago, except for one small trap in the room where the boy was locked, too small for a person to pass through. From this opening, he had continued to call to those outside to guard the back. When the murderer finally emerged onto the roof through a door in the ceiling, a loud shout from the front announced it to those below, who immediately began to pour around the building in an unbroken stream. He secured a board against the door he had come through, making it difficult to open from inside, and crept across the tiles to look over the low parapet. The water was out, leaving the ditch a bed of mud. The crowd had fallen silent for these few moments, watching his movements and uncertain of his purpose, but the instant they realized what had happened, they raised a cry of triumphant fury that made all their previous shouting seem like whispers. Again and again it rose. Those too far away to understand its meaning joined in. The sound echoed and re-echoed until it seemed the entire city had poured out its population to curse him. The crowd pressed forward from the front, a strong, surging current of angry faces, lit here and there by torches revealing their wrath and passion. Houses on the opposite side of the ditch had been entered by the mob. Windows were thrown open or torn out. Every window was filled with people, every roof crowded with spectators. Each small bridge, there were 3 visible, bent under the weight of the crowd. Still they came, searching for any spot where they could see the condemned man. "They've got him now," shouted a man on the nearest bridge. "Hurrah!" The crowd drew back, revealing uncovered heads, and another great shout went up. "I'll give £50," cried an old gentleman, "to whoever takes him alive. I'll wait right here until someone claims it." Another roar followed. At that moment, word spread that the door had been forced at last, and the man who had first called for a ladder had entered the room. The crowd suddenly shifted direction as this news passed from mouth to mouth. Those at windows, seeing the bridge crowd rushing back, left their positions and flooded into the street, joining the mass now pushing toward the spot they had abandoned. Each man crushed against his neighbor, all desperate to get near the door and see the criminal brought out. The screams of those pressed to suffocation or trampled underfoot were terrible. The narrow streets were completely blocked, and at this moment, the murderer's immediate fate was almost forgotten in the chaos, though the universal eagerness for his capture had, if anything, increased. The man had shrunk down, overcome by the crowd's ferocity and his hopeless situation. But seeing this sudden change, he leapt to his feet, determined to make one final attempt by dropping into the ditch and trying to escape in the darkness and confusion. Filled with new strength and energy, and spurred by the noise inside indicating that an entry had been forced, he set his foot against a chimney stack, tied one end of the rope securely around it, and with the other made a strong noose. He could lower himself to within his own height of the ground, and had his knife ready to cut the rope and drop. At the very moment when he slipped the noose over his head and was about to secure it under his arms, when the old gentleman who had clung to the bridge railing was shouting that the man was about to lower himself down, at that precise instant, the murderer, looking behind him on the roof, threw up his arms and let out a yell of terror. "The eyes again!" he screamed in an unearthly voice. Staggering as if struck by lightning, he lost his balance and tumbled over the parapet. The noose was around his neck. It tightened with his weight as quick as an arrow. He fell 35 feet. There was a sudden jerk, a terrible convulsion of his limbs, and he hung there, his knife still clutched in his stiffening hand. The old chimney shook with the impact, but held firm. The dead man swung against the wall, and the boy, pushing aside the dangling body that blocked his view, called for people to come and take him down. A dog that had been hidden until now ran back and forth on the parapet with a mournful howl, then gathered itself and jumped for the dead man's shoulders. Missing its target, it fell into the ditch, flipping completely over and smashing its skull against a stone, killing it instantly. Chapter 51, affording an explanation of more mysteries than one. The events of the last chapter were barely 2 days old when Oliver found himself, at 3 in the afternoon, riding in a carriage toward his native town. Mrs. Maylie, Rose, Mrs. Bedwin, and the doctor traveled with him. Mr. Brownlow followed in a post-chaise with another person whose name hadn't been mentioned. They hadn't talked much during the journey. Oliver was too agitated and nervous to collect his thoughts or even speak properly, and his companions seemed equally affected. Mr. Brownlow had carefully explained to him and the 2 ladies what monks had confessed, and though they understood that the purpose of their journey was to complete this work, the whole matter remained shrouded in enough mystery to keep them in suspense. The same kind friend, with Dr. Losburn's help, had blocked all channels through which they might learn of the recent terrible events. "You'll know everything soon enough," he had said, "but this isn't the time, and it couldn't be worse." So they traveled in silence, each lost in thoughts about what had brought them together, with no one inclined to discuss them. But if Oliver had remained quiet as they traveled toward his birthplace by roads he'd never seen, how powerfully his memories flooded back when they turned onto the path he had once traveled on foot, a homeless wandering boy without a friend or shelter. "Look! Look!" cried Oliver, excitedly grabbing Rose's hand and pointing out the carriage window. "That's the stile I climbed over? There are the hedges I hid behind, afraid someone would catch me and force me back. That's the path across the fields leading to the old house where I was a little child. Oh, Dick, Dick, my dear old friend, if only I could see you now!" "You will soon," replied Rose, gently taking his folded hands in hers. "You can tell him how happy you are, how wealthy you've become, and that in all your happiness nothing brings you more joy than coming back to make him happy too." "Yes, yes," said Oliver, "and we'll take him away from here, give him good clothes and an education, and send him somewhere peaceful in the country where he can grow strong and healthy. Won't we?" Rose nodded, too moved by tears to speak. "You'll be kind to him, because you're kind to everyone," Oliver continued. "Hearing his story will make you cry, I know, but that doesn't matter. It will all be over soon, and you'll smile again. I know that too. Just think how much better he'll be. You smiled at my improvement. He said, 'God bless you,' when I ran away," the boy added with a burst of feeling. "And I'll say 'God bless you' now, and show him how much I love him for it." As they approached the town, and finally drove through its narrow streets, Oliver could barely contain himself. There was Sowerberry's funeral parlor, just as it used to be, only smaller and less imposing than he remembered. There were all the familiar shops and houses, each with some small memory attached. There was Gamfield's cart, the very one he remembered, outside the old inn. There was the workhouse, that dreary prison of his youth, with its grim windows overlooking the street. There was the same thin porter at the gate, at the sight of whom Oliver instinctively shrank back, then laughed at himself for being so foolish, then cried, then laughed again. There were dozens of familiar faces at doors and windows. Everything seemed exactly as he had left it yesterday, as if his recent life had been just a happy dream. But it was real, joyfully, excitingly real. They drove straight to the door of the main hotel, which Oliver used to stare up at in awe, thinking it a grand palace, though somehow it seemed to have shrunk. Mr. Grimwig was waiting to greet them, kissing both ladies as they stepped from the coach, all smiles and kindness, without once threatening to eat his own head, not even when he argued with an old postboy about the fastest route to London, insisting he knew better, though he had only traveled it once and that time asleep. Dinner was prepared, rooms were ready, and everything arranged as if by magic. Despite all this, once the excitement of the first half hour passed, the same silence and constraint that had marked their journey continued. Mr. Brownlow didn't join them for dinner, but remained in a separate room. The other 2 gentlemen rushed in and out with anxious faces, and, during their brief appearances, spoke privately to each other. Once, Mrs. Maylie was called away, and returned nearly an hour later, with eyes swollen from crying. All this made Rose and Oliver, who weren't privy to any new secrets, nervous and uncomfortable. They sat wondering in silence, or, if they spoke at all, did so in whispers, as if afraid to hear their own voices. Finally, at 9 o'clock, Mr. Losberne and Mr. Grimwig entered the room, followed by Mr. Brownlow and another man whom Oliver nearly cried out in surprise to see. They told him it was his brother, the same man he had encountered in the market town, the one he had seen with Fagin peering through the window of his room. Monks gave the astonished boy a look of hatred he couldn't disguise, then sat near the door. Mr. Brownlow, carrying some papers, walked to the table where Rose and Oliver sat. "This is difficult," he said, "but these declarations, signed in London before many witnesses, must be repeated here in essence. I would have spared you this humiliation, but we must hear them from your own lips before we part, and you know why." "Continue," said Monks, turning away. "Be quick. I've done nearly enough, I think. Don't keep me here." "This child," said Mr. Brownlow, drawing Oliver close and placing a hand on his head, "is your half-brother, the illegitimate son of your father, my dear friend Edwin Leeford, by poor young Agnes Fleming, who died giving birth to him." "Yes," said Monks, scowling at the trembling boy whose heartbeat was almost audible. "That's the bastard child." "The term you use," said Mr. Brownlow sternly, "only dishonors those long-past worldly judgment. It reflects disgrace on no one living except you who use it. Let's move on." "He was born in this town." "In the workhouse," Monks replied sullenly. "The full story is in those papers." He gestured impatiently. "I need you to tell it here as well," said Mr. Brownlow, looking around at the listeners. "Fine, then," returned Monks. "My father fell ill in Rome and was joined by my mother, from whom he had long been separated. She brought me with her from Paris to manage his property, for all I know, since they had little affection for each other. He was unconscious when we arrived and died the next day. Among his papers were two, dated from the night his illness began, addressed to you." He nodded to Mr. Brownlow, and rapped with a note saying they shouldn't be forwarded until after his death. One was a letter to Agnes, the other a will. "What about the letter?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "A sheet of paper covered in writing, full of remorse and prayers to God for help. He had told the girl some secret mystery prevented him from marrying her right away, and she had trusted him until she trusted too far and lost what could never be returned. She was, by then, a few months from giving birth. He described what he had planned to do to hide her shame if he had lived, and begged her, if he died, not to curse his memory or think the consequences of their sin would fall on her or their child, since all the guilt was his. He reminded her of the locket and ring he had given her, with her name engraved, and a space left for the one he had hoped to give her one day. He asked her to keep it close to her heart as she had done before. Then he rambled wildly, repeating the same words over and over as if he had lost his mind. I believe he had. "The will," said Mr. Brownlow, as Oliver's tears fell steadily. Monks remained silent. "The will," Mr. Brownlow continued, speaking for him, reflected the same spirit as the letter. He spoke of miseries his wife had brought upon him, of the rebellious nature, vice, and malice of you, his only son, who had been raised to hate him. He left you and your mother annual incomes of £800 each. The bulk of his fortune he divided equally, half for Agnes Fleming and half for their child, if it should be born alive and reach adulthood. If it was a girl, she would inherit the money unconditionally. If a boy, only if during his childhood he never brought dishonor, meanness, cowardice, or wrong upon his name. He did this, he said, to show his confidence in the mother and his conviction, strengthened as death approached, that the child would share her gentle heart and noble nature. If this hope proved false, the money would go to you, for only then, when both children stood equal, would he acknowledge your prior claim to his wealth, you who had never had a claim on his heart, but had rejected him with coldness and dislike from infancy. My mother, said Monks in a louder voice, did what any woman would do. She burned the will. The letter never reached Agnes, but my mother kept it and other evidence in case they ever tried to hide the scandal. The girl's father learned the truth from her, with every bitter detail my mother's violent hatred, which I admire her for now, could add. Driven by shame and dishonor, he fled with his children to a remote corner of Wales, even changing his name so friends wouldn't find him. He was found dead in his bed not long after. The girl had secretly left home weeks earlier. He had searched for her on foot in every nearby town and village. It was on the night he returned home, convinced she had killed herself to hide their shame, that his heart finally gave out. There was a brief silence before Mr. Brownlow resumed the story. Years later, Edward Leeford's mother came to me. He had left her at 18, robbing her of jewels and money, then gambling, forging, and finally fleeing to London, where for 2 years he lived among the lowest criminals. She was dying from an incurable disease and wanted to find him before the end. We searched extensively, without success for a long time, but eventually found him, and he returned with her to France. She died there, said Monks, after a lingering illness. On her deathbed, she passed these secrets to me, along with her unquenchable hatred for all involved, though I had already inherited that years before. She refused to believe the girl and child were dead, convinced the son had been born and still lived. I swore to her that if he ever crossed my path I would hunt him down, pursue him with the most relentless hatred, and bring him to the gallows if possible. She was right. He did cross my path. I began well, and if not for meddling fools I would have succeeded. As the villain muttered curses at his own failure, Mr. Brownlow turned to the frightened group and explained that Fagin had been paid to keep Oliver ensnared, with part of the payment contingent on the boy being recaptured if he escaped. A dispute over this had led to their visit to the country house to identify him. "The locket and ring?" asked Mr. Brownlow, turning to Monks. "I bought them from the man and woman I mentioned. They stole them from the nurse, who had taken them from the corpse," answered Monks without looking up. "You know what happened to them after that." Mr. Brownlow nodded to Mr. Grimwig, who left quickly and soon returned, pushing Mrs. Bumble forward, her reluctant husband trailing behind. "Do my eyes deceive me?" cried Mr. Bumble with forced enthusiasm. "Is that little Oliver? Oh, Oliver, if you knew how I've grieved for you." "Shut up, you fool," muttered Mrs. Bumble. "Isn't it natural, Mrs. Bumble?" protested the workhouse master. "Can't I be expected to feel, having raised him from a parish child, when I see him sitting among such fine ladies and gentlemen? I always loved that boy as if he'd been my own grandfather," said Mr. Bumble, stumbling for a comparison. "Oliver, my dear, you remember the blessed gentleman in the white waistcoat? He went to heaven last week in an oak coffin with silver handles, Oliver." "Come, sir," said Mr. Grimwig sharply. "Control yourself." "I'll try, sir," replied Mr. Bumble. "How are you, sir? I hope you're well." Mr. Brownlow, who had stepped closer to the couple, pointed to Monks and asked, "Do you know this person?" "No," replied Mrs. Bumble flatly. "Perhaps you don't," said Mr. Brownlow, addressing her husband. "I've never seen him before in my life," said Mr. Bumble. "And you never sold him anything, perhaps?" "No," answered Mrs. Bumble. "You never had a certain gold locket and ring, perhaps?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "Certainly not," replied the matron. "Why are we brought here to answer such nonsense?" Again Mr. Brownlow nodded to Mr. Grimwig, who once more left with surprising quickness. This time, however, he didn't return with another healthy couple, but with 2 frail, elderly women who trembled as they walked. "You closed the door the night old Sally died," said the first woman, raising her withered hand. "But you couldn't shut out the sound or stop the cracks." "No, no," said the other, looking around and wagging her toothless jaws. "No, no, no. We heard her trying to tell you what she'd done, and we saw you take a paper from her hand," said the first. "We watched you the next day at the pawn shop, too." "Yes," added the second, "and it was a locket and gold ring. We know that much. We were there when she took them." "And we know more," the first continued. "Sally told us years ago that the young mother had said, feeling she wouldn't survive, she was on her way to die near the father of her child's grave when she fell ill." "Would you like to see the pawnbroker himself?" asked Mr. Grimwig, moving toward the door. "No," replied the matron. "If he," she pointed to Monks, "has confessed, as he apparently has, and you've tracked down these old women, then I have nothing more to say." "Yes, I sold those items, and they're where you'll never find them." "So what?" "Nothing," replied Mr. Brownlow, "except that we'll make sure neither of you holds a position of trust again. You may leave now." "I hope," said Mr. Bumble, looking around pitifully as Mr. Grimwig disappeared with the 2 old women, "that this unfortunate incident won't cost me my parish position." "Indeed it will," replied Mr. Brownlow. "You can count on that, and consider yourself lucky things aren't worse." "It was all Mrs. Bumble," protested Mr. Bumble, first checking that his wife had left the room. "She made me do it." "That's no excuse," replied Mr. Brownlow. "You were present when these items were destroyed, and are more guilty than she is in the eyes of the law. The law assumes that your wife acts under your direction." "If the law assumes that," said Mr. Bumble, squeezing his hat between his hands, then the law is an ass, an idiot. If that's what the law thinks, then the law is a bachelor, and I hope experience teaches it otherwise, through experience." Emphasizing these last words, Mr. Bumble jammed his hat on tightly, put his hands in his pockets, and followed his wife downstairs. "Young lady," said Mr. Brownlow, turning to Rose, "give me your hand. Don't tremble. You needn't fear the few remaining words we have to say." "If they involve me at all," said Rose, "please let me hear them some other time. I don't have the strength right now." "No," replied the gentleman, drawing her arm through his. "You have more fortitude than that, I'm sure." "Do you know this young lady, sir?" he asked Monks. "Yes," replied Monks. "I've never seen you before," said Rose faintly. "I've seen you many times," returned Monks. "The father of poor Agnes had 2 daughters," said Mr. Brownlow. "What happened to the other child?" "When her father died in a strange place, under an assumed name, without any letter or papers that might identify his friends or relatives," replied Monks. "The infant was taken in by some poor cottagers who raised her as their own." "Go on," said Mr. Brownlow, signaling Mrs. Maylie to approach. "Continue." "You couldn't find where these people had gone," said Monks. "But where friendship fails, hatred often finds a way. My mother tracked them down after a year of cunning searching, and found the child." "Did she take her?" "No. The family was poor, and beginning to regret their charity. At least the husband was. So she left the child with them, giving them a small payment that wouldn't last long, and promising more that she never intended to send. Still, she didn't rely solely on their poverty and discontent to make the child miserable. She told them about the sister's shame, altering the story to suit her purpose. She warned them to watch the child carefully because she came from bad blood, and told them she was illegitimate and destined for trouble. The circumstances supported all this. The couple believed it, and there the child suffered a miserable existence, enough to satisfy us, until a widow living in Chester happened to see her, took pity, and brought her home. Despite all her efforts, she stayed there and was happy. I lost track of her for 2 or 3 years, then saw her again a few months ago." "Do you see her now?" "Yes, leaning on your arm." "But she's still my niece," cried Mrs. Maylie, embracing the fainting girl. "My dearest child, I wouldn't lose her now for all the world's treasures. My sweet companion, my own dear girl." "The only friend I ever had," sobbed Rose, clinging to her. "The kindest, best of friends. My heart will break. I can't bear all this." "You've endured more, and have always been the gentlest, sweetest creature who ever brought happiness to everyone around her," said Mrs. Maylie, embracing her tenderly. "Come, my love, remember who's waiting to hold you in his arms. Look, dear." "Not aunt," cried Oliver, throwing his arms around her neck. "I'll never call her aunt. Sister, my own dear sister, whom my heart loved from the start. Rose, darling Rose." Let the tears that fell and the broken words exchanged, in that long embrace between the orphans, remain sacred. A father, sister, and mother were found and lost in that moment. Joy and grief mingled in their cup, but there were no bitter tears, for even grief was softened by sweet memories and lost its pain. They were alone for a long time. A gentle tap at the door eventually announced someone outside. Oliver opened it, and then quietly slipped away to make room for Harry Maylie. "I know everything," he said, sitting beside Rose. "Dear Rose, I know it all. I'm not here by accident," he added after a long silence. "I learned all this yesterday, not tonight. Do you remember that I promised to return in a year to discuss what we spoke about before?" "Yes," she said softly. "Not to pressure you to change your mind," the young man continued, "but to hear your decision again. I promised to lay whatever wealth and position I had at your feet, and if you maintained your earlier decision, I wouldn't try to change it by word or deed." "The same reasons that influenced me then still apply now," said Rose firmly. "If I ever owed a strict duty to the woman whose goodness saved me from a life of poverty and suffering, when should I feel it more than tonight?" "It's a struggle," she admitted, "but one I'm proud to make. It may be painful, but my heart will bear it." "Tonight's revelations," Harry began. "Leave me in the same position regarding you as before," replied Rose softly. "You harden your heart against me, Rose," her suitor urged. "Oh, Harry," said the young woman, bursting into tears, "I wish I could and spare myself this pain." "Then why cause us both this pain?" asked Harry, taking her hand. "Think about what you've learned tonight." "What have I heard?" cried Rose. that my father's sense of shame was so deep that he cut himself off from everyone. There, we've said enough, Harry. Not yet, said the young man, holding her as she rose. My hopes, wishes, plans, and every thought except my love for you have all changed. I no longer offer you a place in a busy, judgmental world where honest people blush only at real disgrace, but a home, a heart. Yes, dear Rose, just those. That's all I have to give now. What do you mean? She asked, trembling. Just this. When I left you last time, I was determined to remove all barriers between us. I resolved that if my world couldn't be yours, I'd make yours mine. I wouldn't let pride of birth look down on you, even if I had to turn my back on it all. I've done exactly that. Those who once welcomed me now look away, proving you were right all along. But there are beautiful fields and swaying trees in England's richest county, and beside one village church, mine, Rose, stands a simple country house that would make me prouder than all the prospects I've given up. That's my position now, and I lay it at your feet. Waiting supper for lovers is hard work, said Mr. Grimwig, waking from a nap and removing his handkerchief from his head. Indeed, supper had been waiting an unreasonable time. Neither Mrs. Maylie, Harry, nor Rose, who all entered together, could offer any explanation. I seriously thought about eating my head tonight, said Mr. Grimwig. I was starting to think I wouldn't get anything else. I'll take the liberty of kissing the bride-to-be, if you don't mind. Mr. Grimwig wasted no time in doing so, and this example spread quickly to both the doctor and Mr. Brownlow. Some claim Harry Maylie started it in a dark adjoining room, but the best authorities considered this pure scandal, given that he was young and a clergyman. Oliver, my child, said Mrs. Maylie, where have you been, and why do you look so sad? There are tears on your face right now. What's wrong? It's a world of disappointment, especially for our dearest hopes, hopes that do our nature the greatest honor. Poor Dick was dead. Chapter 52, Fagin's Last Night Alive. The courtroom was packed to the rafters with people, every inch crammed with eager faces. From the rail in front of the dock to the tiniest corner in the galleries, all eyes fixed on one man, Fagin. He stood surrounded by a sea of staring eyes, like stars in a human galaxy. He stood there in the glare of all that attention, one hand resting on the wooden rail, the other cupped behind his ear as he leaned forward, straining to catch every word from the judge who was instructing the jury. Sometimes Fagin would glance at them sharply, searching for any hint of sympathy. When the evidence against him was presented with brutal clarity, he'd look desperately at his lawyer, silently begging for help. Beyond these small movements, he remained frozen, barely having moved since the trial began. Even when the judge finished speaking, Fagin stayed locked in the same position, as if still listening. A small commotion in the court snapped him back to reality. Looking around, he saw the jurors had turned to each other to discuss their verdict. His eyes drifted to the gallery where people stood on tiptoes to see his face. Some quickly raised opera glasses to their eyes, while others whispered to neighbors with looks of disgust. A few seemed indifferent to him, watching the jury with impatient curiosity. But not a single face, not even among the many women present, showed the slightest sympathy. Everyone just wanted him condemned. Taking in all this with one bewildered glance, the courtroom suddenly fell silent again. Looking back, he saw the jurors had turned toward the judge. The room held its breath. They were only asking permission to deliberate. Fagin watched their faces closely as they filed out, hoping to read which way they were leaning, but it was useless. A guard tapped his shoulder. He followed automatically to the end of the dock and sat in a chair the guard pointed out. He wouldn't have seen it otherwise. He looked up at the gallery again. Some people were eating. Others fanned themselves in the stifling heat. A young man was sketching his face in a notebook. Fagin wondered if it looked like him, and watched with strange detachment as the artist broke his pencil and sharpened it with a knife. In the same disconnected way, he found himself studying the judge's clothing, wondering how much it cost and how it was put on. He noticed a fat old man on the bench who'd left half an hour ago and just returned. Fagin wondered if he'd gone for dinner, what he'd eaten, and where. His mind drifted aimlessly from one trivial thing to another. Not that he ever forgot what was happening. The grave opening at his feet was always there, hovering at the edge of his thoughts, but in a distant, ungraspable way. Even as he trembled and burned at the thought of his coming death, he found himself counting the iron bars in front of him, wondering how one had gotten broken and whether they'd fix it. He thought of the gallows waiting for him, then got distracted watching a man sprinkle water on the floor to cool it, before his mind circled back to death again. Finally, a call for silence brought everyone's attention to the door. The jury returned, passing close to Fagin. Their faces gave nothing away. They might as well have been made of stone. Complete stillness fell over the room. Not a rustle, not a breath. Then, guilty. The building erupted with a tremendous shout, followed by another and another, echoing with loud groans that grew in strength like thunder. It was the crowd outside cheering the news that he would die on Monday. When the noise died down, Fagin was asked if he had anything to say before the death sentence was passed. He'd resumed his listening pose and stared intently at the questioner, but the question had to be repeated twice before he seemed to hear it. Then he only mumbled that he was an old man, just an old man, before trailing off into silence. The judge put on the black cap, and Fagin continued to stand exactly as before. A woman in the gallery made a sound at this solemn moment. Fagin looked up sharply, as if annoyed by the interruption, then focused even more intently. The judge's address was grave and impressive, the sentence terrifying to hear. But Fagin stood like a statue, not moving a muscle. His haggard face still thrust forward, jaw hanging loose, eyes staring blankly ahead, until the guard touched his arm and led him away. He looked around in confusion for a moment, then obeyed. They led him through a paved room under the court, where some prisoners waited their turn, while others talked with visitors through a grate overlooking the yard. No one spoke to Fagin, but as he passed, the other prisoners moved back to make him more visible to the people clinging to the bars. They hurled insults, screeching and hissing. He shook his fist and would have spat at them, but the guards rushed him through a dimly lit passage into the prison's interior. There they searched him to make sure he couldn't cheat the executioner, then led him to one of the condemned cells and left him alone. He sat on a stone bench opposite the door, a surface that served as both seat and bed, and stared at the floor, trying to collect his thoughts. Gradually, he began to remember fragments of what the judge had said, though it had seemed at the time that he couldn't hear a word. These pieces slowly fell into place until he recalled the entire speech. To be hanged by the neck until dead, that was the end. To be hanged by the neck until dead. As darkness fell, he began thinking of all the men he'd known who had died on the scaffold, some because of him. They came to mind so quickly he could hardly count them. He'd watched some die and had even joked about how they died with prayers on their lips. He remembered the terrible sound of the trap door dropping and how quickly they changed from strong, vigorous men to limp bundles of clothes. Some might have been in this very cell, sat on this very spot. It was getting very dark. Why didn't they bring a light? The cell must be ancient. Dozens of men must have spent their final hours here. It felt like sitting in a tomb filled with dead bodies. He could almost see the cap, the noose, the tied arms, faces he knew even beneath the hood. Light, he needed light. Finally, after his hands were raw from beating against the door and walls, 2 men appeared, one carrying a candle which he placed in an iron holder on the wall, the other dragging in a mattress. The prisoner would no longer be left alone. Then came the night, dark, dismal, silent. Other people welcomed the sound of church bells because they signaled life and approaching day. For Fagin, they only brought despair. Every bell carried the same hollow message: death. What good was the cheerful noise of mourning that penetrated even here? It was just another form of the death knell, now with cruel mockery added. The day passed. Day? There was no day. It vanished as soon as it came, and night fell again. A night so long yet so short, long in its terrible silence, and short in its fleeting hours. Sometimes he raved and cursed. Other times he howled and tore at his hair. Religious men of his own faith came to pray with him, but he drove them away with curses. They tried again, and again he rejected them. Saturday night. Just one more night to live. And as he thought this, the day broke, Sunday. It wasn't until this last terrible day that the full reality of his desperate situation truly hit him. Not that he'd ever really hoped for mercy, but he'd never fully grasped the fact that he would die so soon. He'd barely spoken to either of the 2 guards who took shifts watching him, and they hadn't tried to engage him either. He'd been sitting there, awake but dreaming. Now he jumped up every minute, pacing frantically with gasping breath and burning skin, in such a state of terror and rage that even the guards, used to such sights, backed away in horror. His tormented conscience made him so frightening that one guard couldn't bear to watch him alone, so they kept watch together. He cowered on his stone bed, thinking of the past. He'd been hit by objects thrown from the crowd on the day of his capture, and his head was bandaged with a cloth. His red hair hung over his bloodless face. His beard was torn and knotted. His eyes shone with a terrible light. His unwashed skin burned with fever. 8 o'clock, 9, 10. If this wasn't some trick to frighten him, if these were the real hours slipping by, where would he be when they came around again? 11! Another hour struck before the previous one had stopped echoing. At 8, he would be the only mourner in his own funeral procession. At 11, those dreadful walls of Newgate Prison had hidden so much misery and unspeakable anguish, not just from people's eyes, but often from their thoughts. Yet they'd never contained a more dreadful sight than Fagin now. The few who passed by and wondered what the condemned man was doing would have slept poorly that night had they seen him. From early evening until nearly midnight, small groups arrived at the prison gate, asking anxiously whether any reprieve had been granted. Told no, they passed this news to clusters of people in the street, who pointed out the door Fagin would exit from, and where the scaffold would stand. Reluctantly they walked away, only to turn back and imagine the scene. Gradually they left, one by one, until for an hour in the dead of night, the street was empty and dark. The space before the prison was cleared, and a few strong black barriers had been placed across the road to control the expected crowd, when Mr. Brownlow and Oliver appeared at the gate with an order to visit the prisoner, signed by one of the sheriffs. They were immediately admitted. "Is the boy coming too, sir?" asked the guard. "It's not a sight for children." "It isn't indeed," replied Mr. Brownlow, "but my business with this man is closely connected to him. Since this child has seen him at the height of his criminal success, I think it's appropriate, even at the cost of some pain and fear, that he should see him now." These words were spoken quietly so Oliver couldn't hear. The guard touched his hat and, glancing curiously at Oliver, led them through a different gate toward the cells. "This," said the man, stopping in a gloomy passage where 2 workers were making preparations in complete silence, "is where he'll walk through. If you step this way, you can see the door he'll exit from." He led them into a stone kitchen with large pots for cooking prison food and pointed to a door. Above it was a grating through which came men's voices, hammering, and the sound of boards being moved. They were building the scaffold. From there they passed through several heavy gates opened by other guards from the inside. Entering an open yard, they climbed a narrow flight of steps into a passage with a row of solid doors on the left. Signaling them to wait, the guard knocked at one of the doors with his keys. After a brief whispered conversation, the 2 attendants came out, stretching as if glad for the break, and gestured for the visitors to follow the guard into the cell. They did so. The condemned man sat on his bed, rocking back and forth, his face more like a trapped animal's than a human being's. His mind was clearly wandering to his old life, as he muttered without seeming to notice them except as part of his delusion. "Good boy, Charlie. Well done," he mumbled. "Oliver, too. Ha 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 ha. Oliver, too. Quite the gentleman now. Quite the... Take that boy away to bed." The guard took Oliver's free hand, and, whispering to him not to be afraid, watched silently. "Take him away to bed," cried Fagin. "Do you hear me? He's been somehow the cause of all this. It's worth the money to bring him up to it. Bolter's throat, Bill. Never mind the girl. Cut Bolter's throat as deep as you can. Saw his head off." "Fagin," said the guard. "That's me," cried the old man, immediately falling into the listening posture from his trial. "An old man, my lord. A very old man." "Here," said the guard, pressing a hand against Fagin's chest to keep him down. "Someone's here to see you, to ask some questions. Fagin, are you a man?" "Not for much longer," he replied, looking up with a face showing nothing human except rage and terror. "Kill them all. What right do they have to butcher me?" As he spoke, he noticed Oliver and Mr. Brownlow. Shrinking into the farthest corner of the bed, he demanded to know what they wanted. "Stay calm," said the guard, still holding him down. "Now, sir, tell him what you want. Quickly, please. He gets worse as the time passes." "You have some papers," said Mr. Brownlow, stepping forward, "that were given to you for safekeeping by a man called Monks." "It's all lies," replied Fagin. "I don't have anything, not a thing." "For God's sake," said Mr. Brownlow solemnly, "don't say that now. At the very edge of death, tell us where they are. You know Sikes is dead, that Monks has confessed, that there's no hope of any further gain. Where are those papers?" Oliver," cried Fagin, beckoning to him. "Here, here. Let me whisper to you." "I'm not afraid," said Oliver quietly, letting go of Mr. Brownlow's hand. "The papers," said Fagin, pulling Oliver closer, "are in a canvas bag, in a hole a little way up the chimney in the top front room. I want to talk to you, my dear. I want to talk to you." "Yes, yes," replied Oliver. "Let me say a prayer. Please, let me say one prayer. Just one. On your knees with me, and we can talk until morning." "Outside, outside," replied Fagin, pushing the boy toward the door and staring vacantly over his head. "Say I've gone to sleep. They'll believe you. You can get me out if you take me so. Now then, now then." "Oh, God forgive this wretched man," cried the boy, bursting into tears. That's right, said Fagin. "That'll help us. This door first. If I shake and tremble as we pass the gallows, don't worry. Just hurry on. Now, now, now." "Do you have anything else to ask him, sir?" inquired the guard. "No other questions," replied Mr. Brownlow. "If I thought we could bring him back to his senses." "Nothing will do that, sir," replied the man, shaking his head. "You'd better leave him." The cell door opened, and the attendants returned. Press on, cried Fagin. "Softly, but not too slow. Faster, faster." The men grabbed him, pulled Oliver from his grasp, and held Fagin back. He struggled desperately for a moment, then let out scream after scream that penetrated even those massive walls and rang in their ears until they reached the open yard. They stayed at the prison for some time afterward. Oliver nearly fainted after this horrifying scene, and was so weak that for over an hour he couldn't walk. Day was breaking when they finally left. A huge crowd had already gathered. Windows were filled with people smoking and playing cards to pass the time. The crowd pushed and shoved, joked and argued. Everything spoke of life and energy except for one dark cluster of objects at the center: the black platform, the crossbeam, the rope, and all the grim tools of death. Chapter 53, and last. The stories of those who appeared in this tale are nearly complete. The little that remains to tell is simple and brief. Within 3 months, Rose Fleming and Harry Maylie were married in the village church where the young clergyman would serve. On the same day, they moved into their new and happy home. Mrs. Maylie lived with her son and daughter-in-law, enjoying the greatest happiness that old age can know, watching the joy of those she had loved and cared for throughout her well-spent life. After careful investigation, it turned out that if Monks's remaining property, which had never prospered either in his hands or his mother's, were divided equally between him and Oliver, each would receive little more than £3,000. According to his father's will, Oliver would have been entitled to everything. But Mr. Brownlow, not wanting to deny the older son a chance to redeem himself and build an honest life, proposed this arrangement, which Oliver happily accepted. Monks, still using that false name, took his money to a distant part of America. After quickly wasting it, he fell back into his old criminal ways and, following a long imprisonment for fraud, eventually died in jail from his old illness. Far from England, the remaining members of Fagin's gang met similar ends. Mr. Brownlow adopted Oliver as his son. Moving with him and the old housekeeper to within a mile of the parsonage where his dear friends lived, he fulfilled Oliver's deepest wish, creating a small community whose happiness was as perfect as possible in this ever-changing world. Soon after the young couple's marriage, the good doctor returned to Chertsey, where, missing his old friends, he would have been unhappy if his temperament allowed such feelings. For a few months he hinted that he feared the air disagreed with him. Then, realizing the place truly wasn't the same, he handed his practice to his assistant. He took a bachelor's cottage outside Harry's village and immediately recovered his spirits. There he took up gardening, planting, fishing, and carpentry, all with his usual enthusiasm. He's since become famous throughout the neighborhood as an expert in each. Before moving, he had formed a strong friendship with Mr. Grimwig, which that eccentric gentleman warmly returned. Mr. Grimwig visits many times throughout the year, joining the doctor in gardening, fishing, and carpentry with great passion, doing everything in an unusual way but always insisting his method is correct. On Sundays, he never fails to critique Harry's sermon to his face, always telling Dr. Losberne privately afterward that he thought it excellent but feels it best not to say so. Mr. Brownlow loves to tease him about his old prediction concerning Oliver and remind him of the night they sat, waiting for the boy's return. Mr. Grimwig maintains he was essentially right, pointing out that Oliver never did come back that night, which always makes everyone laugh and puts him in good humor. Noah Claypole, receiving a pardon for testifying against Fagin and finding his profession somewhat risky, briefly wondered how to make a living. After some thought, he became an informer. His scheme involves walking out during church services with Charlotte dressed respectably. She faints at the doors of charitable pubs, and when the owner offers Noah a few pennies worth of brandy to revive her, he files a complaint the next day and pockets half the fine. Sometimes Noah himself faints, but the result is the same. Mr. and Mrs. Bumble, having lost their positions, gradually fell into poverty and eventually became paupers in the very same workhouse where they once tyrannized others. Mr. Bumble has been heard to say that in this reversal of fortune, he doesn't even have the spirit to be thankful for being separated from his wife. As for Mr. Giles and Brittles, they remain in their old jobs, though the former is now bald, and the latter, still called the boy, has gray hair. They sleep at the parsonage, but divide their time so equally among all the households, the Mayleys, Oliver, and Mr. Brownlow, and Dr. Losburn, that the villagers have never determined where they truly belong. Master Charles Bates, horrified by Sikes's crime, began to wonder if an honest life might be better after all. Deciding it certainly was, he turned away from his past and resolved to change. He struggled and suffered for some time, but with determination and good intentions, he succeeded. From a farmer's helper and delivery boy, he has become the most cheerful young cattle farmer in all of Northamptonshire. And now, the hand writing these words falters as it approaches the end of its task and wishes to linger a little longer with these characters. I would like to stay with those I followed for so long and share their happiness by describing it. I would show Rose Maylie in the bloom of young womanhood, spreading gentle light on all who knew her. I would paint her as the heart of the fireside circle in the summer gathering, follow her through sunny fields at noon, and hear her sweet voice during moonlit walks. I would watch her charity work and her tireless attention to domestic duties, observe her and her dead sister's child, finding comfort in each other's love, spending hours remembering friends they'd lost. I would bring back the children's faces clustered around her knee and listen to their happy chatter, recall her clear laugh and the sympathetic tear in her soft blue eye. These and 1,000 expressions, smiles, and conversations. I wish I could capture them all. How Mr. Brownlow daily filled Oliver's mind with knowledge, growing more attached to him as the boy developed into everything he'd hoped. How he recognized traces of his early friend in Oliver that awakened bittersweet memories. How the two orphans, tested by hardship, remembered its lessons in showing mercy to others and gratitude to God who had protected them. These things need no explanation. I've said they were truly happy, and without love, compassion, and thankfulness to the merciful Creator, happiness can never be achieved. Within the old village church stands a white marble tablet bearing only one word, Agnes. There is no coffin in that tomb, and may it be many years before another name joins it. But if the spirits of the dead ever return to places made special by the love that continues beyond death, of those they knew in life, I believe Agnes sometimes visits that sacred corner. I believe it no less because that place is in a church, and she was weak and flawed.